38 trucks, 38 trucks, vehicles, fuel tanks, Doman. I mean, holy cannoli. No special equipment. Like, what, Doman? What
Wow,
happened?
I have a guess of what happened. So you say 38 trucks. That's pretty good. Now keep that coming. Keep that coming.
Keep that coming.
38 trucks. What do you say? 20 odd tanks, 15 APCs, right? I think I know what happened.
Correct.
I think I know what happened.
What?
You know what must have happened? Russia must have been using one of those multi-level parking structures, and there was a very localized earthquake. I bet that's what must have happened. Or Ukraine found out where Russia's parking a bunch of stuff and just HIMARSed the HIMAR out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got something must have happened, right? I don't think this is just we didn't count a bunch of tanks until today. It's possible, but to me, and I'll say this too, is like in the past, this is typically correlated with stuff like the one really good touchstone we have for that data is that one time when Russia tried to build that pontoon over by Bilharivka, if you remember, Doman, and Ukraine just waxed them like a whole BTG, and then we watched the numbers, and like it pretty much tracked like with what we saw on open source data, right? So that's like our best touchstone for this. So I feel like I don't know, we'll maybe get some information, but gee golly gosh, Doman, something happened. I think, like you said, based on the fact that so much artillery and trucks were involved in this, that like there was some kind of a standoff strike. I mean that seems to be my hot take. I mean that seems to be your hot take, Doman. Maybe we can ask Charles and then we'll go to Sean.
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Yeah, but you're right. These things usually mean something. I have seen a few more bits of, we'll say, mechanized footage from the Ukrainians and from the Russians, but yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, one tank just blasted into a trench.
Yeah, that one I couldn't really. I don't know. I don't know why they would shoot 2 meters in front of the. Okay, but okay, they did it. Right, it worked. In that case, but yeah, there seems to be something going on. We shall see.
We shall see, indeed. Doman, I think Sean's been very patient. Unless you have anything to add.
No. Sean, go ahead.
I'm going to be the instigator of change subjects, apparently. But I just wanted to throw out, mainly to the listeners or anybody with DoD contact, is the AAA, or not AAA, the double AAV P7A1 needs to be, in my opinion, sent to Ukraine. You've got a third of the front that is separated by the Dnieper River. It's a vehicle that could easily ford that. And so I just want to throw out there, I think I might have mentioned it before, but I'm doing it again. There's 3 battalions plus what's been staged on MPS ships that are going away because they're being replaced by a newer system. And yet they could still be put to good use in going across the Dnieper. And the best place to hit the enemy is where you don't expect it. And they do excellent at that.
So, I think we've talked about this a little bit, not a ton. I'm not super familiar. Hopefully, Sean, I'll try to bring this up when we've got some more people maybe familiar with it on the space. But Doman, just briefly on this subject, I did want to bring up, we are familiar that there's something like riverine operations going on. This is a cool word that CJ taught me, riverine operations, on the Dnieper. And there's been some reports. I don't know enough to confirm or deny them, but there's definitely some rumors aflutter on a Twitter about basically the islands of the Dnieper, in the Kherson area, being more or less contested. They're no longer controlled by Russia. They're no longer, it doesn't seem like Ukraine has a lasting presence on them, but it seems like they've cleared out the Russians and they're more or less, poking around in there and using them for various purposes for now. So I just wanted to bring that up. Have you heard anything about this, Doman? Anything you want to say about the riverine operations on the Dnieper before we go to Daniel?
No, but I think Jörn's listening, and if Jörn's listening and wants to speak to the riverine operations on the Dnipro, I'm very happy to hear him out, because he has usually thoughts about that I can't even think of constructing. Because he likes small, fast surface craft that are equipped with missiles and wreak havoc. What I wanted to note is somebody's asking me about which kind of Sea Sparrow is it? Is it the AIM-7 Sparrow, the RIM-7 Sea Sparrow, or the RIM-162 Sea Sparrow? This is a call out to people who know what I've just said, because I don't. And by said, I really mean vocalized. So what kind of Sea Sparrow?
John, I think John said what it was, but I don't remember. I'm sorry, everybody.
There we go. Daniel, morning.
Morning. You asked about tracks and tanks, and I think I have two explanations. First, look at Andrei Perpetua. In Zaporizhia was an attack of Russians. They were beaten, they retreat, and also Ukraine retreat. So it's a piece of no man's land. It probably was even failed attack, and Ukrainians made a strategic retreat there. So explain the tanks. The tracks, if I remember well, the strike on Kadyrov base was full of equipment. Probably was tracks there. Just speculation from me for that.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. That's probably. I think that sounds that tracks with me. I'm familiar with both the things you're talking about. Seems accurate. But yeah, as we said, we won't know for sure, but it's a good thought. So Doman, I wanted to do the promo and go to sleep. I know Bionati tried to get up. I'm sure we can get a fellow co-host for you. So we've got a pretty interesting day, Doman. We first are joined by the All-Star panel, Doman. We will be joined at 12 p.m. Eastern time I'm sorry, I have it backwards. We are joined first by a economist and risk analyst, Doman, specialized in development, resource extraction, and international sanctions. Rachel Ziemba. So we're very honored to have her there. That's going to be at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, sorry, I do. Okay, good. And so that's going to be very interesting. I'm pretty sure Ben will be doing that interview. Doman, will you be there?
Oh yeah.
That's kind of
I
late.
will be
Okay.
listening and learning from Rachel and Ben's questions.
Beautiful, Doman.
That's in 9.5 hours. If
that's
you're 8.5 hours. If you're wondering, 8.5 hours. 8 hours and 23 minutes from now.
Thank you, Doman. Yeah, I appreciate that. Usually I do that. I completely forgot. And after that, Doman, we will be joined by the All-Star panel. The All-Star panel, as far as I understand, is Chuck Fair, Matthew Van Dyke, Malcolm Nance, and James Vasquez. I'm sure we'll do our best to get anyone else in there that we can, just to talk about stuff. And yeah, it's fun. It's always interesting to have all those guys up there talking with each other about what's going on, and having the audience come up and ask questions, and it's just interesting to put them in dialogue, I guess, in that way. So yeah, that'll be at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So as Doman said, if that other one's in 8.5 hours, that would be in 10.5 hours. So looking forward both to our insights from Ben's interview with economist Rachel Ziemba, and also our all-star panel featuring mainly Malcolm Nance, who's fundraising for Tapestry, his website, Tapestry, tapstri.org, who will be here at 2 p.m. So yeah, Gentlemen, I think I've got to get to some sleep, my friends. So I'm gonna call it a night. But I do want to say to our audience, please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We've got an interesting panel. We of course have Sean in Moldova. If you have any questions about Moldova, we've got Daniel in Romania. If you have any questions about Romania, we've got Erland in Norway. I think Erland, are you in Norway or Italy? I've never been quite clear.
Norway,
on that.
Norway.
I figured. Yeah, I thought you were in Norway. Okay. We
He's
got Erland in Norway.
He's a Schrodinger's Erland. He's in both Norway and in Italy at all times until you look at him.
We got, I know he prepares pasta a lot, right? So I had to ask. We got Charles and Bionati, of course, in Germany, and we got Domen, of course, in lovely Slovenia. So we've got like a really, and of course, Donnie is Bulgarian. He's got an angry Bulgarian father. So, you know, I think that's pretty much covers everything. And so, yeah, if you have any questions for our interesting, eclectic panel, they're actually very knowledgeable on what's going on with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up here, and you can ask a question to them, and they will do their absolute best to answer you. Please do retweet the space. Let people know that we are up here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any questions you have going on. And also, I will ask to please check out MriyaAid.org. It is a charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. It is run completely by volunteers, so that means that none of the donations go to any kind of administrative costs. They go directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So with that, Domen, I will bid you adieu. Slava Ukraini, my friend.
Hello, Slava Joseph. Sleep well.
Hello, Slava.
And I see that we already have... we have an Eric first. Excellent. Eric, go ahead. And then somebody heard we were talking about riverine operations. Eric.
Hi, question for Sean. I'm guessing that you're an expat living in Moldova, and I see that you're a U.S. Army vet. I'm wondering what your background was in the Army, and can you describe life in Moldova from an American perspective? Thank you.
Okay, sadly, my Army experience was almost exclusively in recruiting. I became a career recruiter once I switched over. My Marine Corps, so I was in recruiting command for many, many years. And then obviously in administration. You know how it is. You move up and you end up sitting at a desk. And my Marine Corps experience, though, was amphibious assault. And so I've always kept close to the community. And that's why I know the 3 battalions of vehicles that are basically being replaced with a newer model. And even though they're being replaced in their 1970-ish equipment, they would be excellent at crossing the Dnieper River. And that's why I've just been pushing. Life in Moldova. For me, it's easy. You know, when you're retired and you have that income, but the economy in Moldova is one of the worst in Eastern Europe. And although Ukraine's economy is went lower after the 2014 problems with Russia, they used to have a stronger economy, and then it became less expensive over there. But it's very easy to live here if you're an American. There are other Americans, a lot more right now compared to what there were before because of the NGOs that have moved in. But prior to that, I was like the American. Everybody would introduce me to their friends. Oh, this is Sean. He's the American that I know. And usually I was the only American. But it's so much different than the United States. But I love the people. I love the
Wine.
The country. Go ahead.
No, wine, Sean. Please bring up the wine. You're going to bring up the wine, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm a whiskey drinker, but yeah, my wife does have quite the collection of wine. And even though I'm not a wine drinker, the wine I have tasted has been excellent. They're known for this. Putin even held a meeting here at one of the wineries at one point in time in the far off past. And so they are world known for their wine. I know we get forgotten in Moldova a lot in the discussions with Ukraine, but we're really close to the situation. had a couple missiles land on our territory that were defensive missiles, but still, or at least one of them was.
Thanks, Sean. There's a lot of history there, but the Soviet Union was very interested in volume wine production, volume everything production. So Moldova and Georgia were kind of designated as the two places that really produced a lot of wine. Crimea as well, but to a lesser degree. They're just planted with vineyards to no end. And and just
Dominic, I just have one more quick question. Can you get by, Sean? Can you get by okay in Moldova with just speaking English, or have you picked up any of the language?
Ooh. Oh boy! First of all, I suck at language. You're talking to somebody that failed Spanish miserably in high school, but after 4 years, I can understand about 50% when they're speaking in Romanian. I can speak enough to get by in any kind of setting that I've run into here, restaurants, stores, things like that. Most people that are young, went to school after 91, have been taught English. And so they can understand me if I talk slow. But most of them have a hard time speaking in English because they've just not practiced it. And also there's a cultural block here where if you don't know how to speak properly, they're taught just don't speak. I know with my wife, when I met her, I asked her to dance and her response was, "Niet, I don't speak English," and she kept walking. And if it hadn't been for a situation with her daughter, I would have never went forward from that point. But when they speak in Russian, I don't understand a lot, except for the cuss words.
I had the same experience with foreign languages. I grew up in Iceland. I'm half Icelandic. My father was in the United States Air Force officer. My mother was Icelandic. So I spoke the language fluently as a boy. And we lived in Iceland until I was 10 years old. And then we moved to upstate New York, and it was all gone in a nanosecond. And then I tried to learn Spanish and French as well. But I don't have the gift of languages either. I've traveled all over Europe. I've been in all over it, and I plan to go back perhaps in the spring. But I guess the only country, the biggest country that I've had problems getting by in just English was Greece.
I find that highly I don't know when that was, but my experience with Greece over the past decade is that everyone, and I mean everyone, speaks English shockingly well, surprisingly so.
Okay, but not the Uber drivers.
Hey, you must have had really bad luck, because I found literally one person out of hundreds interacting across all sectors who, didn't speak shockingly good English. All right. Anyway, moving swiftly on from that into some swift watercraft. Jörn, go ahead.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, I also had some Moldovan questions. I'm just wondering, how's the situation there now? Is there a lot of Russian influence operations going on? Are there still protests and stuff? Or are people talking about how to liberate Transnistria?
After the shore party was shut down, most of the protesting that occurred, which was paid protesting, I should add, in my opinion, they're just mercenaries. That pretty much stopped. These people were also brought from one district, the Orhe district in the country, and a lot of them were villagers. Whenever they would be bussed into town, you noticed them walking on the street in groups, and they either smelled bad. I don't know. It was like the worst people that they could bring to protest in the capital. But that's pretty much been shut down. There is, in my opinion, a pretty strong Russian intelligence push here. I know I have a friend fighting in Ukraine, and I've given him information to include pictures of somebody that I run into here. And I know that the Ukrainians are actively trying to take care of issues like that. But I mean, you can't just go out there and say that they are doing that in somebody else's country, especially. but yeah, I think they're here. But people here, like I said, primarily supporting, and I'd say 70% or more, 75, 80% are supportive of Ukraine. And the holdouts are just because they are dead fast supporters of Russia from, their family history or the information that they were spoon fed by family.
And also notable here is that, over the last 30 years, there were two places to kind of go work and make more money, and one of them was Russia, and the other one was go to Italy or Spain, right? So many of those who chose the former because it felt easier, that also led to something of a dependency and something of a total brainwashing. And between that and what our friend Vic from Moldova has described here, at some point, the way that television is distributed, through a concerted operation by various Russian intelligence operations. Maybe not necessarily very high level ones, because it's easy to do things when you've pulled out the right bits of the political spectrum, such as Shor and a few others. They've managed to keep quite a stranglehold because of that. However, it should be
You forgot one place,
it should be
Domen.
stressed. Yeah, Transnistria, I've not forgotten, or Gagauzia.
No, my country.
What about Romania? I've not forgotten Romania.
A lot of people are here, have the citizenship and married. So not only going Italy, Germany, Spain.
Okay, fair enough. But you know what I meant, right? There was these. It's a different kind of a move, moving 10, 20, 100 kilometers away, or these really long distance moves where people would go home maybe once a year, maybe not even once a year, and just send remittances, right? That's what I was getting at. And especially when that different reality of the big city of like Moscow and St. Petersburg, that leads to a much more effective intelligence operation than anything else. That's what I was getting at, Daniel. Sorry about that. The underscoring of that. Anyway, the stranglehold on that is getting weaker, and that's important, and that's well done, the current government in cooperation with Western partners, is what I want to underline. Jan?
Brilliant. Yeah, it's a pet project of mine to order and drink Moldovan wine. I'm a wine drinker, but I try to drink Moldovan to support their economy. If you have any other suggestions on how we could support the Moldovan economy, I'm very into that. And Domen, did you speak about amphibious information before amphibious assaults before I joined?
Yes, we thought that's why you joined. Someone was asking, I forget who was asking about. Someone was asking about all of those little islands in the Dnipro to the south of Kherson, and what Ukraine has been doing there, what we could glean from various bits and pieces of information. And I said, you know what? This sounds like a question for Jan, because he likes fast surface craft and what they can do and what capabilities they have, be it in delivering infantry or delivering heavy fires. So if you wish to think or talk about that, you feel very much free.
Absolutely, but Sean, if you had some suggestions on how to support Moldova first, we could do that first.
I think the biggest thing that this country needs is investment, and that's Western investment. You've got workforce here that is working for a really low wage. There are more companies coming in that are paying better, and of course that's going to improve the economy. It's also going to keep the young people from leaving, as described by Domen. They were going either to Russia or the EU. Mainly the ones going to Russia were doing that because of the language. It's easier when you already know Russian to go to Russia and work. Those going to the EU would then have to learn the language in a lot of cases. So there was a little bit more resistance, but it's been a horrible economy where people are working outside the country, sending money back to the country, leaving the old here to raise children in a lot of cases, and then be indoctrinated in some cases with the older person's way of thinking. So I think the support would be to promote to other people the fact that there are empty buildings here that could be easily used to build factories, to make goods at a low cost, because the people, even when you're paying them low compared to Western standards, it's high pay in this country, and so you would have a lot of workforce jump in. So that's pretty much I think the best thing that could happen in this country. And then as this country gets more investment, it's just going to be more people not wanting to leave the country and work outside of it.
And this is somewhere where the European path that Moldova is now on, together with Ukraine, is going to be exceptionally helpful, right? Because that also leads to investments in infrastructure. It leads to greater interest by outside investors because the regulatory environment doesn't require additional adaptations to, etc. Right? Any products produced are under a different customs regime eventually, but there's also transition forms of that. And this is why it has been such a damn shame that Moldova has been left out of all of these things, because of undue Russian political pressures. And finally now, hopefully, we've come to a reversal, of course, and a stabilization, of course, on the path of European integration. And Ukraine going there as well is going to be exceedingly helpful to Moldova, because they will be eventually encased between two countries, truly, fully, completely, that will be in the same sphere, both of them. And again, that will be exceedingly helpful, because every road from everywhere to everywhere in Moldova will eventually end up somewhere in another country with an open border, right? And that means that every road will lead somewhere useful. And that's why every bit along that road will be connected to somewhere useful as well. That's important when it comes to just looking at transportation links. But that will all take quite some time still, obviously. Right? Shall we, Jan?
Yeah, the amphibious stuff for the islands. I would gather that it could just be them training these kinds of operations for future endeavors in the Crimea. But it could also be if they wanted to have some Hellfire batteries or something else stationed there. I would choose an island. It will still be vulnerable to artillery, but everything is. But since the Russians don't have any amphibious capacity to speak of, it will be much less threatened by a random patrol or something like that. So I imagine that's what they're doing. But it seems like the Ukrainians have gotten a lot of small boats and have some sort of marine infantry training operations on them, and that just tells me that they're really serious about Crimea.
Precisely, and I think this is very much little bits of shaping operation after little bit of shaping operation. Yesterday,
yeah, and I see 122 is there, so he should just really get them those stridsbåt-90, because that would be fantastic.
Everything's a 90 in Sweden. Everything's a 90. I just want to note real quick before we go to Brooke. Ukraine has been doing these shaping operations. They've blown up two big concentrations of forces in Kherson using long-range precision fires. That's a big deal. But I want to say that these little movements that don't really show on the map, such as those islands in the downstream on the Dnipro from Kherson, this is all important when you're intending to eventually cross it, and getting stuff set up just right and reducing the capacities and capabilities of Russian forces in the area. That's very important. Right, Brooke, you've had your hand up for a little while. Please go ahead. Question or comment?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Great. A little bit on a different topic, very informative, interesting on the Moldova stuff. If it's okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I come from, I'm a mechanical engineer in Orlando, Florida. And I have a colleague from my time at the university. He's the founder and CEO of this company, Limitless, spelled with a B, so LIMBITLESS. And they're a company that makes prosthetics for, like it's a nonprofit that makes prosthetic arms, or it started out for children, but has expanded. And he's been fielding, requests coming from Ukraine since 2014. And recently I reconnected with him to do some nonprofit work for his company. And knowing how, in my education, I spent time in Russia and very involved in that studies of the Slavic world. Of course, this is how I'm monitoring and find myself very, on the pulse of the Ukraine invasion. And I said, hey, I listened to MriyaReport. You should listen to it. You should get into Maria Aid. I know that you guys recently got your nonprofit 501c3 designation here in the States. And I was just wondering, if we could connect, if I could connect the companies, connect you guys, and he could get some guidance, because what his name is Albert Monero. What Albert's most concerned about is legalities, prosthetics, bringing prosthetics into Ukraine, how to bring non-lethal aid, both to families with, children who have been victims to civilian assaults, as well as, supporting the UAF.
Okay, Brooke,
in ways that,
if
yeah,
you could
sorry.
please ask him to go to MriyaAid.org. There's a contact form.
Yeah.
Please, he should
Okay.
please use that contact form, because that will put him in direct contact with the person best suited for this. And he can go into more detail on what his abilities, capacities, capabilities are, and what his wishes are, in what way to help. And it can put him straight into contact with all of the people who can deal with the logistics, with the details, with placing this best, with medical establishments, etc. Actually, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. One thing to add, maybe you can send Doman and myself a message, and we'll forward your message as to the prosthetics to one of the clinics in Ukraine, in Ternopil, where they're actually actively seeking out partnerships with the US in that regard. And that's one which then closely works yet again with Maria Aid, as well as Renegade Relief Runners.
Okay, I will do both. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, we'll put you in touch there with one of the say point persons. She's actually a nurse in the US, and she can coordinate the matter. Her name is Anna, but we'll get you in touch with her.
Right, I believe that I've heard her on the space. Great,
Cool.
thank you.
Excellent, fantastic. Thank you very much, Brooke. This is one of the benefits of the MriyaReport running 24/7, because we get to put people in touch with other people who then can collectively do something that individually neither could. And this has been done a number of times now, and it's a very useful component of what we do here. Thank you so much, Brooke. That's fantastic. All right, 1 to 2. Good morning.
Good morning. About the islands. I don't know, but Sweden sent Robot 17, which is a missile. Basically a kind of Hellfire missile that they're actually designed to bring over waters onto islands, set them up on islands, and you can fire the missile from that position if you want to. It's mainly a sort of to kill off enemy vessels on sea, but it can be used as a ground-to-ground, so to say, missile as well. It's not the design, but yeah, it can be used at that. So since the Ukrainians have that they could use it on those islands, to establish some extended fire control. I'm not saying that that's what they do, but you were talking about the Stridsbåt 90, so that's how we would use it. We would put, Marines on those Stridsbåt 90, drive into an island, offload the missiles along with the Marines, and they would set up shop there and protect a lot of, waterfront and I would believe they also want to get on this island to set up some kind of observation post or kind of sensor arrays or anything, because they just to extend your range when you have that kind of natural obstacle like the river. If you extend your observation range, it's always a win-win. Information wins you wars and battles.
Yeah, this brings back memories.
Nothing like a boat of Vikings storming ashore yelling, right?
Yeah, Vikings with Hellfires. That's a good combination.
I mean, at some level, even a bow and arrow is threatening enough. Just ask Jack Churchill, who I think is the last person recorded to have killed someone with a bow and arrow in battle in a war,
so far
in the Second World War. The most recent one, right? Not last ever, but the most recent one.
As Jörn said, so far.
Yeah, if you hear of someone more recent, I will add them to the list, and I will say that Jack Churchill is the second most recent, as soon as there is the next one. But it has been several decades. It has been several decades since that German sergeant, I think, got it somewhere in Normandy.
Well, you should ask a few of the American friends in special ops who've been serving in Vietnam. But there you go.
Well, they're not on Wikipedia.
So,
yeah, that's not a source.
Yeah, I've added John Rambo on Wikipedia several times, but it gets taken away.
I don't think it's Mr. John Rambo, the fictional guy, but the real special ops guys. But thank you.
but let's talk about Jack Churchill. He actually had a longbow, a Scottish broadsword, and a bagpipe with him in the Second World War. So he was shooting arrows in the Second World War. We don't know if he hit anyone, but he was Jack Churchill. Just great story, great guy. He was great for the morale, and he was like the oh god. Leroy Jenkins. He was a Leroy Jenkins of the Second World War. He was the original Leroy Jenkins, basically. Amazing.
Either way, it's fun. It's amusing. And he had bagpipes, so people are appropriately terrified. But what I wanted to speak about is, of course, the big news of yesterday. And before we go on, I would like to ask anyone who might have been in attendance for that, what did we learn collectively as a community from General Mick Ryan last night, some 9 to 10 hours ago?
That we still have no tanks in Ukraine.
Well, that's because the French haven't delivered the AMX-10 RC yet, obviously.
No, because that he also highlighted. We're very happy that the IFVs and armored vehicles are going there. That's it. There is no tanks going there yet.
Yet. All right, Domin. So, are we still out on the road for the tank? Is it an IV? Is it a Schütze? It's not an IV.
Spähpanzer.
It's a
Spähpanzer. No, it's not, because it's not a bloody Fennec.
It's not a Fennec.
It's
not a bloody.
If you spare for tanks, if you go recce for tanks and then kill them, you're an elevated tank killing reconnaissance tank killer. That's it. You're doing nothing else. It's not a
French piece, Axel, too much.
It's as small and as light as Macron himself.
Macron wins. He moved first.
Macron wins what?
Macron
won
did
nothing as well, but everybody lost
I'm
everything.
laughing.
Macron won nothing, but everybody lost everything. Everybody lost the credibility. They should have actually staked on this by saying, gents, this is what's coming. We're sending the IFVs because they're most needed now. And by the way, we've been training Ukrainians in 3 different locations across Europe already on Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s. And the export release is coming so that Greece gets backfilled on the Leopard 1s, that the Canadian 2A7s are coming. The maintenance packages for them to be upgraded are ready. They're being shipped in 2 weeks from now. We're fitting out with what we can the industry Leopard 1s from Germany, bring as many CV90s from the Scandies plus Finland as possible, and we'll start training our Ukrainian friends in various Ugric northern nations on the kit which is needed. Thank you very much. Press conference closed.
You hate baguette?
There is fantastic short rye bread in France, very well made. Doesn't have to be French white bread made out of poverty in the 16th century and since then becoming an elevated symbol of non-cake.
I have a feeling with a princess from Austria.
You should be the ambassador to France.
I think John Adams did a good job already.
I miss you, Axel.
You miss me? I'm here. Or shall I go?
I miss to hear your voice.
Let me call in a reticent poodle.
Okay, while Axel retrieves his poodle, let's maybe flesh out what it was we learned yesterday that is actually coming, that has been now assured is finally coming. You know, the Macron did his maneuver, shoot first with the AMX and then reverse back with its 4 reverse gears very effectively. Didn't hear a peep out of him since. But did cause a big boom, a big bang, after which releasing an avalanche, a veritable avalanche of equipment, including Bradley and Marder IAVs, which are definitely not tanks because they're IAVs, and we know what they are because they carry infantry in the back. Now, those are going to be exceedingly useful going forward, and I would very much like Charles and 122 to describe why these are so important for those who have been asleep and are only now waking up from their post-Christmas food coma. Bernardo?
Yeah, just wanted to quickly mention. Actually, isn't the Marder a Schützenpanzer?
Yes, it is. It's an IFV. It's a
Schützenpanzer, exactly. IFV, infantry fighting vehicle. Schützen carries people who are Schütze, you know? People with a Schießgewehr.
Yeah. I mean, we already. I mean, we have more Schützenpanzer, don't we?
Yes, we have quite a few of them. We actually still have a lot of them sitting with industry, and we have a lot of them sitting around in storage, not upgraded, which we can upgrade. About anywhere between 5 and 8 a week. We could have a continuous stream of Marders coming out upgraded to the hilt. We could even upgrade them if the bloody German government had any balls. They would work with Bibi, get over themselves, get the bloody spike on it, and make it a really fantastic tank killer. But that, of course, would require somebody in Germany having any kind of, association with Israel and getting over their own anti-Semitic concerns. Bastards. Idiots. I mean, seriously, this is a topic which should have been closed out months ago. You could negotiate a good deal with Israel last year in summer and have it done.
They need to have an affiliation with a spine as well, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, I apologize. Yes, of course. For everybody who's listening to us who's not from Germany, the invertebrate section of the German politicians is currently in power.
It's my job to bash Germany, Axel.
Oh. There's nothing to bash.
I have a good idea, Axel. Why don't we send Ukrainians the Pumas, and then they can fix them for us, and then maybe at the end of the war they can send them back.
Yeah.
Well, the funny part is there's very little to fix. Funny enough, most of the Pumas, if they're not used as a traveling gypsy, as it was considered to be, or a traveling, well, I'm sorry, let's use the German literal translation, a traveling whore, because that's what they've been doing. They've been exercising the least possible attention to those Pumas they had, which they upgrade with industry to the point that they can use it with the NATO force. And that's completely rubbish. And the system could work perfectly fine if they finally would work with industry to get it done, these bastards. It's absolutely ludicrous what Germany is doing with a kit it has actually purchased. Complete incompetence, unwillingness, underservicing, military generals who, for some odd reason, in recent years have become very complacent. Very complacent. In the 1980s, when you said kein Mensch, kein Tier, ein Panzergrenadier, you meant someone who was extremely well trained, dedicated, fully ensconced into the NATO doctrine of mechanized infantry as a support force in order to take out the Russians if and when they came. This is where we need to get back to. And by the way, yes, Charles is right. Sending the Pumas to actually Ukraine in a fully furnished out fixed fashion. By the way, 17 out of the 18 Pumas in question of that little batch are already completely fixed. And no, Ms. Lambrecht's report to the German Parliament's Defense Committee was a bloody joke.
Well, I've got just real quick. I've got a question on this then, Axel, because I know exactly what you're talking about with the how do I say I thought there was resignation that they used to be. I would say the Bundeswehr seemed to me maybe 10 or 15 years ago much louder about trying to be more effective, and they've just got stepped on so many years by so many lines of ineffective defense ministers that they've just felt resigned to me. Is that a fair assessment, or am I wrong?
Well, it depends. Generally, it's absolutely true for the what we call Panzertruppe. It's absolutely true for the non-expeditionary mechanized infantry, and it's definitely true for the non-KSK, albeit KSK had its own issues. But the period is much longer than 10, 15 years. We're talking everything since the advent of the first communist/green communist government. I'm sorry to say so, but it really, if you look in hindsight, if people still believe that Gerhard Schröder and Joschka Fischer were a good choice, they should all go home and stay in the freezer. It's astonishing. If you look at what this government did in order to exacerbate the already starting sliding drawdown, and then start with its literally absolutely stunning stuff. And this has put Germany on this path to annihilating, mollycoddling, reducing its force, forcing the German public to accept moving away from conscription, which in Germany was not a good idea. You can professionalize an army whilst retaining its conscript base. There are hybrid models. Not every country is suited and booted for a full-blown sole professional army. You can have, and we did have, special operations forces and ready forces and rapid reaction force type forces already beforehand. We did not need necessarily to professionalize an army and then underfund it, because if you underfund it as you have distanced it from society so that society wouldn't recognize, and society gets complacent and gets into the swing of the 2006 World Championship where everybody starts to be lovey-dovey about Germany. I don't care if Germany wants to be loved. Germany should do its bloody job. And yes, that was the basis for the slightly resigned mode you may have encountered the past 10, 15 years. But you can, if you want, you can listen to the interviews of von Sandrart, who is one of the most exciting and dedicated and passionate German tank generals, and a very decent strategic mind and a good speaker, and has a load of intensity. And if you look at our, say, main teacher communicator, Freuding, those are the kind of people who simply have overcome this, who have stoically sustained a good mind for it, and are hopefully now leading the Bundeswehr out of this, gosh, how should I put this? Utterly defeatist role.
Axel, what do you think of the chances of, what would the chances be of having a replacement for Lambrecht Strack-Zimmermann?
Yeah, that won't happen in the coalition dynamics. I mean, this was Strack-Zimmermann's job for the taking if it had been a different coalition between the conservatives, the FDP, and the Greens. And you must always consult the fact that even if Scholz were now to give this resort, as they call it, away, then they would have to take away something from the FDP, which they can't, or they need to make a big concession to the Greens to give them another resort, which the SPD can't tolerate. So in terms of, say, the dynamics and the positioning model of this coalition, it's very difficult to do so. She's certainly more qualified, there's no question. But on the other hand, I'd rather have the coalition be broken and refitted. Because evidently this SPD, as Mr. Stegner showcased, don't forget, Mr. Stegner is the most Putinesque communist in the Social Democrats. And the guy is from the area of Red Kiel and its surroundings, which nearly brought down Germany already twice. And he is certainly completely unqualified. During the night, during last evening, this German politician still highlighted that one should not discard the ceasefire offering right out of hand, and one should definitely not now, just because the martyrs are coming, consider Kampfpanzer, because his intonation is always as to main battle tanks. It's absolutely insidious.
So what's his name again?
Ralf Stegner. May his name live in infamy.
Is he? But he's pretty far left within the SPD, right?
Well, yeah, but he was in the leadership team of the Social Democrats for more than 1.5 decades. And still is quite a character within the party and still beloved by the SPD left. And I had this discussion yesterday with Manuel Schramm and Pendolino, and as much as some people thought yesterday, the left of the Social Democrats is being folded and pushed against the wall. No, they're not. They just had to recede, and they had to concede ground which was already taken. That's all. And Mr. Stegner came out. It didn't take much time in the evening for him to make these statements. And they are coming back. They are fighting back because they want to defend Putin's aims. They want to defend their beliefs. It's an ideology. People need to understand this. There is actually what Yehuda always says, that Russia today, and not the channel, not the public relations channel, but Russia today does not have the same ideological underpinning as in part of the time some of the Soviet Union may have had for some people supporting it, not all, actually, at least of all the elite. But still, it doesn't have that. That's fair. Ralf Stegner still has the ideological underpinning of real hardcore communism. He still believes that socialism should work better, and it has never been done right. He still has that. You need to understand this.
He's from the East?
No, he's not. He is just he's just behaving like a petulant child. Oh, it hasn't been done right. We've never been allowed to do it right. Complete and utter nuts.
Well, there's a party for him, Axel, that he could go to if he feels uncomfortable.
Oh, you mean the party of Mao Zedong in the People's Republic of China?
Der Linke.
No, that's not a party. That is a sponsored attack movement against democracy by Putin.
Yeah, I mean, Die Linke, you can really look up the people who are sitting actually at the moment in the Bundestag. I think 3 people are, or something like this. Just scroll through their timelines and you will see the weirdest Russian propaganda, the weirdest points, the weirdest angles. They come from it's it's mildly speaking, it would be sad if it wouldn't be that funny.
Yeah, but the thing is, if any of these characters were to come on this space and talk, you would immediately call them a troll. They are so far out that the squad in the US can't catch them.
Edward.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Axel, I love to speak some German when I'm in Germany. And you know, now it's a lot of talk about was Bundeswehr machen, right? But don't you think that yesterday, Axel, was some progress? You know, we've been talking about this for so many months, you know, but I'm starting to see the light in the tunnel, right? Isn't that so? You know, Axel, hasn't there been talks with Biden and Scholz and Macron? There seems to be, you know, that they come up with some sort of a plan, right? Some sort of a plan. Isn't it the light in the tunnel, Axel? Isn't this some sort of positive?
I'm not Swedish enough to take this incremental approach of talking and acting less as being real progress. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. From a German perspective, this is treason. It is procrastination. It's complacency, and it's a lack of leadership. Mr. Scholz has disqualified himself, his party, for any kind of role in government. He and his ilk, he and his chancellery are not fit for purpose. From my point of view, it's evident that he must resign. He is acting to the detriment of Germany. Administrator. He should not be in office, and actually Frank-Walter Steinmeier should turn from Saulus to Paulus and should simply release him from his obligation for failure to support the German nation.
We can identify one positive thing though. When Biden called, he did actually go and send the mothers, right? Because it seems
shameful.
Wow, finally, at least
shameful for
no,
both.
but this is a good.
But Biden should have called and told him, you do the following. You release immediately any and all export licenses and requests by other parties. You release, therefore, also the export licenses of Rheinmetall and Krauss-Maffei, of guns, ammunition, tanks, and repair tanks of past production to those who wish to buy them from Germany. And you have your soon-to-be dispatched Minister of Defense collate as many Marders and any and all spare parts and ammunition you can find, and seek out any and all Leopard 2s you're not dedicating to what you call territorial defense, Landesverteidigung, put a nice red ribbon around them, and send them to Poland. That should be easy for you. And that is the whole statement. And nothing else counts.
Well,
I'm not satisfied with this bullshit they've been doing yesterday. I think it's
no, but what I'm
absolutely
getting
detrimental
at,
to the cause. It's a joke.
what I'm getting at is that when the next phone call comes, there is precedent established that he will do likewise, and the next phone call that says release the leopards now will actually lead to a release of leopards. So it's a positive movement. Yes, it's a smaller step than we wanted, much smaller, but nevertheless, it's a step in the correct direction.
How many months did it take this administration to pick up the damn phone? Do you really believe that they will not try to rest on their laurels there in the White House? This White House is not a communicative White House. This White House is completely happy with a procrastinating social democrat in the office in Germany. They're completely happy with that because they believe that somehow they'll muddle through and the Ukrainians will beat the other side. This White House needs to get its act together. This White House needs to be assertive. As assertive as I think Joe Biden would personally be.
Well, there we go. Charles?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that this was a great step yesterday. However, it came. I know it was a total mess to get to just this step. I don't know. I was expecting the SPD to hide behind the martyrs as quickly as they could. I haven't seen anything yet about it. But you know, the news broke last night here, and it's a holiday, public holiday here. But also the way that the news came out yesterday was interesting to me. You know, the first rumblings were from Habeck from the Green economic minister and at a conference in Oslo. And then, you know, the first official confirmation we had was from the foreign ministry and not from the defense ministry. It'd be like Blinken confirming this, which was weird, in my opinion, but kind of made sense within the
Insane
coalition.
and against protocol.
Yeah, totally. It was almost like the foreign ministry and the Greens didn't want anybody to sabotage it at the last minute. Anybody, meaning SPD. But Schultz still hasn't said anything.
He's sitting somewhere in a corner and sulks.
But I do think it's a great step. I don't want to. This is further than I thought. I didn't think that was going to happen. I will say that.
And see, a second Patriot battery went. It only took like a month and a half after the Polish proposal initially was for a German Patriot battery to Ukraine. It did actually happen.
Yeah, and it's a big, costly commitment, and they're trying to hide behind exactly that. They will say, but we gave 1 billion, which is a little bit less than half of what we gave last year. Don't you see? It's a move. It is so absolutely pathetic. It's not leadership. Leadership is something else.
But they've said a million times they do not want to lead. They reject leading, except for the time when they said they are by default a leader.
Let me put it this way. This may not sound nice in German, but it is un-German. It's uncharacteristic for Germans to do what this government is doing. You lead, you follow, or you get out of the way. These guys neither follow, nor do they get out of the way, nor do they lead.
Yeah, what needs to happen for them to get out of the way? Because this is clearly the situation that we're here, right? They're not going to lead. That's clear. They follow slowly, if ever.
These guys will not lead. That's true, Johan. Before you go to Jan, just hold your thought. There is still the possibility that Ms. Strack-Zimmermann simply manages to convince Mr. Lindner, who is now also heard yesterday, by the way, Mr. Lindner heard yesterday that his target for reforming German budget, for the German budget, cannot be achieved. Mr. Lindner, who proposed a number of thoughts completely antithetical to the aims of this coalition and against this spendthrift coalition and against, by the way, the energy aims of this coalition and for the extension of the nuclear power plants, all the reasonable things, he had his finance ministry review and draft. And in this finance ministry are bureaucrats who've been hired by all previous coalitions, including the ones his party was party to, as well as the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats. So these guys are reasonably sourdough, cold-hearted finance people. And the suggestions they've put into their paper can only be described as the same kind of medicine Otto Graf Lambsdorff once proposed in his coalition paper, which then led to the breakup of the social liberal coalition under Helmut Schmidt. And this is interesting in one regard, because Lindner simply wrote what the Germans call a Brandbrief, meaning a fiery letter. And Mr. Scholz yesterday evening has told Mr. Lindner that he's not going to get anything because the Patriot battery is in it, because it's 1 billion. This coalition is about to break, and that's good.
I'm slightly less pessimistic than Alex regarding this, and I think just because Joe Biden looks so old that it looks like he started his career as a personal assistant to John Adams, we tend to underestimate him. I think that this happens now because he feels this is the time to really push, and that earlier it might have backfired. And I think the ball has started rolling, and that he's going to just push harder. And we know, let's not be naive. We know that the Americans, just like everyone else in the West, have intelligence services that has a good overview of what's happening, not only in the East, but also in the West, and the inner workings of the German politics. And that he might know that this is the time where you can really push, and there is some other parts of government that are really ready to receive this. But if he'd done that in November, then maybe it would have been a backlash. It's a really thin thread he's pulling, and he has to pull at the right pace, or else it will break, and we're not getting anywhere. So I think this is a sign that we're speeding up, and we're going to continue to accelerate.
Ian. I don't know how quickly these changes will come, if they will come. No. Will the leopards come first? Will the coalition break first? Who knows? But I think that the main takeaway is that once the Americans will say, Germany send the leopards, they will actually send them. And this is something that Axel's been preaching for months. And all it takes is a phone call from the White House. But that also very concretely opens the door for when the leopards are going to go. Right.
Yeah, but that's I think there was a phone call now, and it was a success. So it speeds up the timetable for the next phone call.
Exactly. The only thing I hope, this is the only thing I care about, is that the training on the leopard starts now. Because the training is the rate determining step, right? For Bradley's, the training takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever. Marder is similar. It's a lot less involved. Whereas for the tanks, it would take at least twice that long, right? At least 2 to 3 times that long, depending on what baseline you're going for. So that is where it's so much more important that the training starts now. If you have...
Who says it hasn't?
No one says it hasn't, but we don't know. We don't actually know, kind of know. So because of that, I'm saying I hope it's starting now. That's all I can speak to, is what I think, because I don't know what's going on. And it's right that there's no official statement to what's going on, right? That's a correct thing. Because if there were, there would have to be additional statements that they're not willing to be making at this point. But if it starts now, once the political will is there, and once the phone call is made, they can be brought a whole lot easier and a whole lot quicker. That's the important part. Anyway, I think we have a couple of questions. Let's go to Ming, to Aaron, to Mijoko, and then I think 1 to 2 there's going to be questions for you in between. Anyway, you can sneak stuff in. Ming.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, I had a question for Axel on this Stigner character. I used to live in Kiel, and it was full of weird and wonderful people. My next door neighbor had a replica English pub in his basement. And then there was that guy who had a World War II Panther tank in his garage. And I had another neighbor who, back then I was a citizen of the EU, so I had the right to vote in local elections. And one of my neighbors advised me to vote for the party least likely to kick the foreigners like myself out. But so really, my question is how to understand.
Yeah, but
this.
you didn't know the guy with the tank down. In
No,
his garage,
because that was uncovered much later. But no, that was after my time. I left in 2002, something like that. And the question is, I mean, how to understand this Stigner guy? Who's his base? Is it like the shipyard workers doing the shipbuilding?
No. It's the entire. It's the grown old part of what is Red Keel and has always been, and that's those people who are living under entitlements in whatever form or need entitlements. In the past, it was the unions, shipyard workers. You can't say anymore because the SPD lost that creed a long time ago, given the fact that their socialist policies led to the destruction of the German shipping industry and shipyards. So no, it is people who have had benefits for many, many years and they made dependent. And people vote for keeping up their dependencies and they vote for their ideological base. And Kiel always has had this. And if you're structurally conservative, not value-based conservative, and the SPD, the socialists, are structurally conservative, they like to preserve complacency in structures because that gives people uniform reason as to behave in a certain coherent way, which is plannable. And planning, as you know, often sounds good. And predictability of sales is good.
So you can't sort of understand him as, for instance, equivalent to the Corbynite wing of the SPD or anything like that.
No, much worse. He is the Arthur Scargill kind of type.
Okay, got it. Thanks for that.
But he is an anti-Semite, just like Corbyn. So.
Yeah, because Kiel was very much, Schleswig-Holstein, I understand, was very much like a hotbed of the Nazi movement back in the 30s.
No, that's not true. That's just not true. I'm sorry, mate. I think you're mistaken. There's a part of Schleswig-Holstein which was occupied, and that is in, if I'm not quite mistaken, the highest levels of support in that regard were in Rendsburg, and then Kiel. They turned the red into dark red after they took the city. And I'm not quite sure. I have to check the election of 1933, but I think that they didn't win a majority in Kiel at that point in time at all. But I wouldn't call that a hotbed. Sorry. What is certainly true is that in the border regions to Denmark, people voted for conservative parties all the time because they were sick and tired of the Danes having, utilized Aristide Briand's League of Nations and the Chamaranda the Danes had done at that point in time. But that's a completely different time. This is a post-World War I kind of difficulties which certain regions had to go through.
No, fair enough. Now I remember there was a Danish minority party or something up there. It was quite
institutionalized. They would never have been a party to begin with.
Just on an election basis. Yeah.
They were given protected rights, which nobody else in Germany had. And no German ever had or no Frisian ever had in Denmark.
Thanks for that, Axel.
Well, there would certainly be no Danish minority party in that area had Prussia not taken it by force of arms in the 1860s.
Well, that's bullshit. The Frisians brought the land and reclaimed the land since the end of the 10th century, and without it, none of this land would have existed because the Danes were simply incapable and incompetent and had no money to do it. So please don't give me this. It's Frisian money and ingenuity which built that part of the country, and only Flensburg Harbor was safe, and that's fine. But even that had a very, very large civil German Hanseatic ownership. And yeah, we're not going to play and cater to a Danish, how should I put it this way, crown coterie and delinquency here. Not happening. Has nothing to do with Prussia. Prussia is a backlash which comes much later.
Right, moving south and probably up. Aaron.
Hello, mic check.
Passable, go ahead.
Okay. South, actually, I'm in Malaysia now. I've been traveling. That's why I haven't chimed in for a while. My time zone is different. I have a question with the British tanks. So I've heard rumblings that the British might be the first to break the Western tank roll like to Ukraine. If you've heard that that's the case, that challenges might be on the table. With 227 tanks, how many challenges do you think the British even have to spare? Like, what would the logistical challenges of
108
challenges
are the ones which were it's a simple thing, Aaron. You can Google that quite quickly. Take the defense review, which was presented in December 2021. 108 challenges were current at that point in time envisaged to be mothballed and broken out. They were discussing another 11 of them to be segregated and still to be included into the upgrade package and an extension of the budget discussion in January 2022. And then they were mothballed and parked because the Brits knew that the Russians were coming and they didn't want to, completely dismember them and meld them into something, which we discussed here, by the way, in March last year already on this space. And they are currently available. The Brits, under the MOD review, have parked them because they believe that they may need them. And then there was a discussion with the Poles as to how many of those would be given to the Poles and how they could be upgraded. That discussion has not been finished. There was a pre-contract. I can't judge as to what has been done with that in that regard because we haven't heard much recently, but there's a possibility that you can kit out at least a full brigade with what the Brits have at hand. Will they be doing it? We do not know, but they're certainly not going to march on Belgrade.
Oh, so like those 108 are not counted among the 227 that you see listed as active tanks in the British Army? Sorry, did you hear me?
They are listed among them. However, the defense review says they are not needed for whatever is planned forward. Therefore, they could be spared. 50 of them are specifically in storage, apparently, and those should be able to be moved more quickly. Additionally, the question is primarily of a first mover as opposed to any more so than anything else. Why? Because then the question of, oh, but no tanks have ever been sent is off the table. That is the particular benefit of them. 50 tanks or 100 tanks is decidedly insufficient anyway. So it would be there to break the dam more than anything else. However, it would be an excellent dam-breaking, dam-busting weapon. And I think that's the most important thing at this point.
Okay, that's really interesting. That's cool. Thank you. So the Brits only actually want to have around 100 tanks in service. They only ever want to have a real token force. That's what the defense review is.
Sorry, what?
So
what did you just say?
ISO.
Can you repeat what he just said? What the token force? What?
Oh, no. So the Brits, I think, have 128 tanks, 227 tanks in service. If 108 of them are considered surplus, then that means the British only want to have around 100 tanks in service. Like that would be like a token force.
No, they have a different. No. Aaron, please just do us a favor. I don't have the time for this now. I apologize, but there's a whole defense review with, I think it's about 350 pages of intro. Read through this executive summary. It's public knowledge. The Times had a very good section on it. You'll see what the strategy then was. The strategy has been obviously upshot since. They will completely change their approach in that regard. There's currently a big battle between Rishi Sunak and the rest of the Conservative Party, including Ben Wallace, as to what should be the defense commitment for the future. That is unresolved, but then again, that's what it is. They will have to come to a conclusion which will involve more Navy assets and more air defense assets. It may involve also an upgrade of the tanks. That's what they have not resolved yet. And Ben Wallace has been pushing for it. It has to be attended to sooner rather than later, because if the challengers are to be making any kind of difference still in battle, then it's in the next 2 months.
Okay, Axel, thank you very much. You're helpful as always.
Let me Google that for you.
Thank you. I would appreciate that, Axel.
Tweet it out, Axel. This will be popular. Getting more in depth on these things. Let's go to Mijoko. Hi there, Mijoko.
Hello, mic check.
All good.
Perfect. Hello everybody. I have a question to Axel regarding the government in Germany right now. I have 2 questions. The first one is there any point that Scholz is seeing that if he sends the Leopard to Ukraine, do you think that he's gonna break more relation with Russia? Next question is, if this coalition went broke, how long it's going to take to build a new coalition or a new government for Germany? And during this time, when if Germany is without sustainable government, do you think that it's going to happen that Germany make a decision to send Leopard? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take it from the back end. The German way of replacing governments is a continuity of government process. It is essentially what Germany has learned from the Weimar Republic. The only way to break the government is to have a constructives Misstrauensvotum, constructive vote of no confidence, which means constructive, as in you have to have a government in place. And even if you have a coalition which replaces it, the coalition agreement can follow. You need to name immediately a government to be in effect. This is how it happened in 1982, and this is what will happen this time as well. If the government breaks, then the Free Democrats will join the Christian Democrats and part of the Greens willing to coalesce at that point in time, or at least willing to say no. The Greens may actually take that step and break the coalition without having any intention of agreeing to a full-blown coalition, without a promise by the CDU for new elections within a certain time frame. This, by the way, is probably the best strategy in that regard, because the CDU, CSU, and FDP could agree with the Greens to say, within a period of 12 months, this government will do its work vis-a-vis the current crisis in Europe and winning the war, and then we have a new election. They could even set a time horizon for 9 months or 18 months, whatever, but this is probably how it's going. And this is how German governments get replaced. So you immediately have an effective government. Would they then send the Leopards in that moment? As soon as one Friedrich Merz and or others, or Norbert Röttgen, I would hope, come into power, you can definitely be assured that all the floodgates will open and Ukraine will win this war quicker. 100%. Is it a matter of the SPD having issues in its Russophilia and fearing that it might actually lose contact with its base in that regard, meaning the base of those people who feel that Germany needs to be interdependent and intermixed with the current Russian elite? Absolutely. That is one of their main problems.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joko. So, in short, the German constitution doesn't allow for there not to be a government. So, if you want to switch a government, you need to propose a new one in the same bill. And that's why you need to restructure the whole coalition. And that's why that is very rarely done, so much so it's only been done once, I think. All right, 1 to 2.
Is it okay to cycle back to the IFVs? Or
I would sure hope so.
Okay. I just want to get out there. I never got to it to intervene before, but you guys were talking about the Schützenpanzer. Do you know what we Swedes call these? The Schützenpanzer. Sorry. Sorry, all Germans. It's just a joke. No, but in all seriousness, you know, I'm an MBT guy, and I love my MBTs. I don't love much other tanks of various calibers. But if we get the number of Bradleys that we're talking about, 50, and at least 20 Marder's, this will be amazing. Yeah, if we get 40 Marder's, even better. I hope at least 40. But for anyone that's wondering why it's so amazing, is that the Ukrainians are somewhat lacking the capability to get troops to a destination or an assault point and have the staying power to support these troops once they arrive, so they can assault their target in a more safe manner and a more quickly manner. This saves lives. It also increases the casualties the Russians take, which means the war will be over quicker if they get these resources. And IV is a sort of like in between armored personnel carrier and a battle tank. It like bridges the gap and fills a role in between. And it's really, really crucial to have these in order to perform offensives effectively. So these news are really, really good. And I'm really, really happy that we're finally seeing something coming out of Germany, although not be what we wanted, that we want the most. But yeah, that's just what I'm going to say. I believe it's a real key component, in some extent as much as the MBTs, but not as much, but almost.
So I wish you to comment on something. This would be a paragraph from a news article. The SPD's defense policy spokesman Wolfgang Helmich, apologize, is currently ruling out the German supply of Leopard 2 tanks, saying, "These are assault tanks. What Ukraine needs are defensive tanks like the Marder." What do you reckon?
Tells you everything you need to know about the quality of people the communist propaganda within the SPD has available.
The man clearly, yeah, you can hear my baby. She's even crying at that statement. Even she knows that's totally wrong. I mean, how is not an IFV an offensive capability? I'm lost for words.
The Ukrainians need defensive F-35s.
Yeah, but this is the kind of quality of people the German government and its elite party currently have. Welcome to my world.
See, I looked up where Wolfgang Helmich is from, because apparently he's from North Rhine-Westphalia. I thought he was probably Bavarian because he was really twisting himself into a pretzel there.
Have you read through what he has been doing in his life beforehand?
Nope, don't really care.
You
but
should.
This is
then you know.
No, I don't think I should.
You should do this for everyone in the SPD. Go through the CVs of those people to understand what people have been voting into office. Then you understand my frustration.
So the only CV I want to see is the CV90. I think I've learned all I need to learn about this man. I have learned from this one statement. I really don't wish to interact with him any further.
But this is the kind of guy they make their security and defense speaker. Think about it.
What did you?
But don't forget, they also made Lambrecht the defense minister.
Well, exactly.
So you're also talking about the training, and I would just assume this, but this is just my, how I would do it. I would not announce anything if the training was not underway or somewhat planned or already done. So I think we can hopefully see these quicker in Ukraine than we think. And also, I am very, very hopeful that, as you were mentioning, that they have already started a training on heavier things, and that's probably done soon, hopefully. Because something that you don't want to do is to sort of reveal your hand to the enemy too soon. You want to keep your hand more close to you for obvious reasons. So the effect will be greater, so to speak. But that's just my hope of how things are going. Because I do believe, as I said, IFVs really, really good and really, really crucial. The missing key for the ground offensive is just the MBTs. That's just the missing, icing on the cake, so to speak. But the real juicy icing on the cake.
I beg to differ. It's not the icing. It is the cake.
But the icing is the good part, Axel.
Yeah, see, I don't have a Swedish sweet tooth. I want the full brunt saucy metal. And I want a lot of it. I want 2 full, proper, good old school German divisions of that.
Actually, I have a question. Are you like me, this kind of guy who's instead of eating cake, better a nice bowl of soup or goulash, or what
No,
you
no,
meant?
I don't go for half measures. Sorry. I'll buy a proper selection of solid sausage somewhere in Frankfurt Höchst in the Markthalle, and I'm a happy bunny. Fresh, solid, dark rye bread, sourdough, German Teewurst, proper Pfefferbeißer, proper solid sausage, Landjäger, you give it to me, Leberwurst, end of story. Next.
Ah, delicious, delicious. Daniel,
Salty, saucy, bitter, and a proper beer with this, please.
all right. It sounds amazing. Yeah, I prefer this before cake, actually.
Edward.
Yeah, I guess you like that spongy, a little bit overdone piece in the middle, in the cake, Axel. And
I
yeah,
don't eat any cake.
all right. Doman, I don't want to break this discussion about tanks and stuff. I just had some question for you, Doman. A quick in between. Is it okay?
Yeah, go.
I don't want to make 1 to 2 sad. So 1 to 2, don't be sad. No, Doman.
It's about the 103, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about the 103. When do we see them in Ukraine? By the way, don't we have 1 to 2 103s? Demining. No. Okay.
Actually, I have a serious idea here. You know how I just read out the thing about defensive tanks and offensive tanks and some such things. Well, 122 told us yesterday that 103 is the ultimate defensive tank, right? Because it kind of hides in a gully somewhere and then shoots at the Russians coming towards them. Well, but it was for Sweden a main battle tank for decades. So if Sweden sent some, museum delegation of 103s, at the very least, this argument that no Western-made MBTs have been sent would be out, even though it would, fit this idea of a defensive tank. How about that? Let's try those, and then, the week after that, the Leopards can go. 1 to 2, what do you reckon?
Let's try it. We'll see.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
In all seriousness, seriously, the TDF at least could make some use of them. I mean, they're perfect.
Park them on the border with Belarus, and look
They
at them
just-
funny.
If you just dig them in, I mean, seriously, that's like an anti-tank gun, a really good anti-tank gun.
And also they're amphibious, right?
Sorry, come again, Edward?
They are amphibious, right? They could swim. The 103.
Oh, I'm not sure entirely.
I've seen some old videos about it, but anyway, Doman, just a quick question. Today is the Russian truce, yeah, on Christmas.
Yeah, it starts in. It started either an hour ago or it's starting now.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, so the Russians said that the Russians aren't allowed to shoot it back when the Ukrainians are shooting at them, something like that, right? Let's see how many seconds that holds for.
My quick question, Doman, was how will this affect today and tomorrow's fighting?
It won't.
I mean, no, that's my guess as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So what the Russians are doing is they've declared that something is patently untrue is true. So people can go around declaring that the Earth is flat, and it has just about as much effect on the shape of the Earth as the Russians declaring that they will have a propaganda stunt built around the word unilateral ceasefire. And I think that they can. I think they would be in the right for instituting a unilateral ceasefire by first taking all of their forces, marching them eastward until they were all inside Russia, and then say, we will now cease fighting. We will now cease all fires on Ukraine. I think that is most acceptable, except that the way they want to do it is not following all of those bits of instructions, because all of them are quite necessary here, and therefore it's just a propaganda stunt and utter nonsense. It is part of the steady diet of nonsense to feed the Russian propaganda machine, both for its domestic internal purposes as well as external, talking to tankies purposes. So there you go. That's what this is for.
Only there were more nonsense, right? But Doman,
they're very good at generating it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is their main, shall we say, the main line of attack worldwide. They can't produce anything of relevance, and they can't make anything which lasts or has quality. Therefore, they have to talk about what the others are doing wrong and what kind of evil doers we are. That's fine. That's okay. Let them do it. Let them have it. The key thing to remember is two notes have come out yesterday. One was the indication of a potential false flag operation, that the Russians would use this unilateral ceasefire declaration to then have Ukrainians continue to shoot so that the Russians could stage propaganda, say, filmed reclaiming of having Russian churches go up with mines and everything else. And then they would detect some shrapnel of HIMARS so that they could film it and project it for the purpose of enraging their civil society, if there's anything left in Russia, so that they could mobilize them more easily. That was one thing. Let them do it. If they do it, it is the kind of narrative we would expect from them with their kind of propaganda movies. We do remember that they've tried to stage such movies recently. When people remember them, remember how they put lots and lots of sea mines into the ground, and we were wondering about it, and then they had them explode so that they could stage this for a film crew. So that's not completely unreasonable to expect. The other thing was that the SBU and the security services of Ukraine had detected signals that it's not unlikely that Russia, in retaliation for a continuation of Ukraine fighting for its existence on its own territory, would then retaliate for the breaking of the ceasefire by means of a massive cruise missile strike. That is not completely ruled out, given the fact that they like doing these kind of things, and they couldn't care less whether the Ukrainians have epiphanias or not. So we should be prepared for absolutely everything going according to the Russian plan, respectively, going wrong.
And there you have it. We should be looking out, especially for the churches, I guess, because Inform Napalm, which is a Ukrainian OSINT group, No, OSINT, kind of OSINT, kind of like civilian intelligence, I guess. And artwork's been
mate. Napalm. They love napalm. The smell of it in the morning.
I
You need
will
to get
have
your
someone
movie
ask them.
library updated, mate.
Yeah, I'd never get around to watching them anyway. But I think if you ask them how they call themselves, I think it'd be Inform Napalm, not Inform Napalm, because they're Ukrainian.
I know, but it's so much nicer. I imagine Doman finally testing out his own aircraft hat.
My what?
Oh, mate, you need to watch Apocalypse Now.
No, never seen that. I've heard of
Just
it.
watch the
Oh
first
God, Doman.
2 minutes. Doman.
Oh God. Nackte Kanone. Actually, we should need to at least kidnap Doman on the Crimea Beach party, put him in a chair, and force him to watch at least a few movies he have missed. It's amazing. I mean,
Okay,
Doman,
Doman. Task for tonight: glass of wine and the first 5 minutes of Apocalypse Now.
just the first 5 minutes. If you are fixed, then continue, please.
Anyway, this isn't this isn't Domin hasn't seen a film, because we could go on this forever, because pretty much anything you'd ask me about I've not seen.
Okay, I may still have a Betamax version of it.
I don't think I have an ability to watch that. For format issues, I don't think it fits in my computer. It's just, I think the Betamax is probably larger than it in the first place. Anyway, let's go to Daniel, who will tell me about more films I've not seen. Daniel.
I'm shocked of your lack of culture of movies, great movies. I'm totally shocked. You are so smart.
He's almost a total culture barbarian.
Almost. He's very cultured, but not in
Yes,
movies.
these films are foreign to me, exactly.
You saw Yugoslav movies, probably.
I've seen at least 2. I didn't like them. But
Sorry,
I think I had to
2 movies. 2
Yugoslav
movies. Okay, let's get to something. Axel, I love you, mate. I hear you past 1 hour crying because SPD. And I want to tell you something, which is weird. 20 years ago, I left my country first time, and I got on the opposite part of Europe. And my first contact with new culture was a demonstration where I saw a wave of red flags, hammers, and sickles. And I asked people around me, are you mad? Is not illegal in your country? And people try to explain me how good is the communism. Was very, very, very funny, like in the memes. That's why I understand you very well. It's totally inappropriate to joke around this. If it's illegal in Germany to act with Nazi party symbols, I think same thing need to be applied to hammer and sickle. I'm not a totalitarian man, but my latest experience in Italy with communist professors and communist clubs make me laugh a lot. But my first one was a shock, total shock. One guy come from the east to see hammer and sickles and red flags and people telling me how good is communism.
And you turned around and you went back home instead.
Oh no, I stayed for 1 month in Spain, but was interesting. Interesting to explain me how good is the communism. And I said, I live it. It's not good. It is totally weird to hear about people praising communism in Germany, for example, or Italy, or, oh my God, France.
See, but that's the point. The Germans had not learned anything. And this is thanks to the undercurrent of the infiltration, or starting with the usurpation of power by Willy Brandt and his failure to live up to the hype, and the subsequent stagflation and complete intellectual stagnation in the 1970s. The Social Democrats, unfortunately, have not yet ever been a force for good in Western German politics outside of the federal states. Whenever they came into federal government power, they unfortunately failed, and they appeased communism, and they essentially forbade competition. And we had denazification successfully administered by the Americans after the war. We did not have a socialization or de-socialist, de-communist, whatever kind of movement after 1990. We simply unified and then tried to somehow appease them, and that's completely wrong. We never made it clear to them that they were occupied, that this was a Soviet-occupied zone. They lived under a terrorist regime. We have never done this properly. That's the main reason why it has failed to sink in. We've delegated this task to commissions, such as the later on administration of Gauck and the likes, and it was a complete failure in that regard.
Was celebrated the Gauck Commission here, for example. You know, we call our social democrats communist a lot because the 90s, you know, in the 90s there were a lot of old people from the Communist Party. But I can tell you this, social democrats are corrupt, somehow too nationalistic, somehow, some way they get people like anti-European, but they'll never play communist card. He cannot play communist card. He is, you know, if you look at a decree against abortion in Romania and to see how many hundreds of thousands of women died or were become sterile forever, and how many children were born, you take that just small segment of beauty of the communists. You know, the orphanage from Romania in the 90s, that is the result. It's not just about no electricity, no food, no heat in the winter. It's about all this bullshit. And if you are a rational, intellectual, I have no problem to be a social democrat, but don't joke around communist values. Is totally inappropriate. It's like me raising my right hand and yelling something, you know. It's not nice.
Definitely not. What maybe, I don't know, should we raise this? 1 to 2, a serious question for you on a very tank related topic. So I postulate that a Stridsvagn 103 is what happens when you cross a Volvo with a Citroen. What do you reckon?
I don't even want to comment on that when you put French stuff with Swedish stuff. No, ma'am. Don't. I can agree it's an abomination, but never ever say it's a Citroën thing.
It likes to rock.
Ale, go ahead.
Yeah, hello, friends. I have a quick comment about the hashtag Free the Leopards, because today in a Finnish paper there was kind of an op-ed piece about this topic, and they used the Finnish word vapauttakaa leopardit. And vapauttakaa is specifically free the leopards. So this hashtag has had an impact actually, because one of the writers is Pekka Toveri in this op-ed. So congratulations to that person who started this whole thing.
Yeah, it's funnily, I'm just looking at the article. It's two people who we've previously had here on the MriyaReport, Report, Pekka Toveri and Emil Kastehelmi, and Martti Kari, whom we have not yet had on the MriyaReport. Report.
Not yet. Yes, that's the correct
yet.
word to use.
But yeah, absolutely. And also yesterday it was in Euronews, which was found particularly entertaining. There was an article that was basically saying something along the lines of, the Finns are trying to shame the Germans into sending the leopards. It's like, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. They are trying to shame the Germans into sending the leopards.
Yes, we are.
You know, peer pressure. Peer pressure works, and no, it's not bullying when the target is a country.
That's true. When do you think that Martti Kari will be on MriyaReport? Report?
I don't know. Not today, I don't think. But other than that, any time. And if he wants to come today, I'm sure we'll make space.
Yeah, I think so.
No, but you know, we're very happy to interact and to talk with people with appropriate expertise, just about whatever, and I'm very happy with that. Absolutely. It'd be very nice, of course. Now, yesterday we spoke a little bit about how you would go about getting a nice Nordic consortium together for CV90s and Leo2s, and I think the idea was, how about Sweden sends a bunch of CV90s, all the other countries send a bunch of Leopards. It balances itself out, and it applies pressure to the Germans, and it delivers better for Ukraine, right? Consolidating types, especially for CV90, to only be sending one version of it, one subversion of it, and at the same time, maybe incentivize the rest of them to supply a few more Leopards. That's kind of the outline of that, wasn't it?
There's also some news that Finland is sending some.
I'll take that as yes. Daniel?
I look at the news, usni.org. We just buy 2 batteries of missiles.
Can I just hear no one all of a sudden?
No.
Doma, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Domen?
What's up with your computer, Domen?
Yeah, it's basically Domen who can't hear anyone at all. Domen, you need to recycle. Ah, right. Yeah. It's just you, Domen. Yeah, absolutely. Uh, all right. Anyways, we will get Domen up in a minute. All right, Daniel.
Yeah,
What should
what
we
I
talk about?
said. We have just bought 2 batteries of naval defense missile systems, Norwegian system, collaboration with United States. It's new, $207 million, the acquisition. So we close the sea on our side also. No more Russian frigates here. 100 kilometers range, understand they have. So this is nice, very, very nice. Armed to the teeth.
That sounds great. You mentioned the sea.
Yes, it's coastal battery. And it's not 100 kilometers, it's 100 miles, 160 kilometers. So all the grain corridor is closed.
Daniel, we're talking about the sea. You heard about Lukashenko yesterday, who ordered to build more ports in Belarus?
Want to dig a tunnel?
Yes.
Maybe it's a spaceport. Maybe he want to make some elevator to space.
Oh, you mean so as as a replacement for Baikonur? That's an idea. I mean, it's not this more south, but maybe a little bit. I'm not really sure, but
He has experience with digging because potatoes, so probably it's tunnels.
Potatoes, yeah, the potatoes. But Daniel, are there any rivers which Belarus could use to build seaports, or even maybe big lake? I'm not really sure.
I know a river that is navigable all the way to Belarus. It's called the Dnipro.
Oh, that's.
I wanted to say the Vatnik tears made a lake in Belarus.
Domen interrupted me because he did hear me, but I wanted to tell the Minister of Defense of Finland is reporting that they're sending another package, a 12th package of military aid to Ukraine.
And yet again, he hasn't said how large and what's in it.
No, it
says how large. They always say how large. They say this many million.
No, I can't see anything about that. So, Domen, you may be right.
No, so it's not out yet. It's not out yet on their website. I don't know why, but it isn't. However, they always do say this is how many million it is. I don't think the announcement is out yet on their website. No, it's not. But for example, in one of the previous ones, they said the value of the shipment is X euros. The total value of all of it is now Y euros. So they do say that, but it's always the same text otherwise that says we're giving them more. This is how much more. This is how much we've given in total. Ukraine needs support. For more information, contact Mika Nunen, special assistant, on this telephone number, and he will tell you to bugger off.
Then ask Mika Nunen and ask the people there what they mean by value. And the key thing is that's the whole point. This is a matter of accounting value. And if they've fully depreciated the asset, according to Finnish laws, they'll have to convey it at that price transparently. That's the whole point. So you never know what the real value is.
Exactly, and with so much of the older equipment that the Finns have been sending, the value looks small, but the sheer mass, the sheer tonnage of it is very extensive. Absolutely, and that's why maybe now with the Sea Sparrows, Ukraine will be also given some additional of those book systems that I think Finland has, because if they can only just get the launchers, that might be of some use to Ukraine now that they're getting additional munitioning from across the Atlantic. Right.
All pieces come together.
Yeah, and then they form a wonderful puzzle of liberation of Ukraine. Adam.
Yes, hi. How's everyone doing today? Again, always appreciate this space, and this has been out circulating, and I was just waiting for some resolutions to before I reported. I want to make sure everyone, if they have an account on Twitter, you change your passwords as soon as you can. I know there's multiple ways to connect. We all have different ways of doing that. But the breach that took place from the API version 2, which is happened back in 2021, which is a whole other story. But please reset your passwords, everyone. Please turn on multi-factor authentication. I'm just trying to do a light security update here for anyone that might, that might not be their general field. And I know the seriousness of this room, and I do not want to see anyone's account or location compromised because of that. And so immediately set on, set multi-factor authentication, and for you could do 3 steps using something called a FIDO key. And when setting up the FIDO key, you definitely have to do a mirror image, make a second copy of it, put it in a very safe place in case the first one is lost. There is no way to access an account. And I put in the bottom right, so it says 200 million accounts. It's actually 400 million accounts. And what most people don't know is Twitter purchased a large data company some years ago and rolled it into Twitter. And so that information is now can lead to access of multiple accounts that you might have. So if possible, please change that. I would even recommend and set it up for this particular space. It's so important, and the possible compromise of your account, setting up a complete separate email just for this one. And I just want to put that out there for everyone. Set up, you can have codes sent to emails, phones. You can have them if you're connecting through computer and talking through computer. I just
you can't
want to make sure that
you can't do that. You can't talk through a computer to here. You could with
you
an
actually,
emulator, but not by default.
BlueStacks is the
emulator,
software
yes,
that
emulator.
Yes,
But not as a general.
So I just want to right. Not as a general, correct. That was something we asked for in the very beginning, and they just actually the head of Twitter Spaces wanted that for like the iPad, and they are in beta testing right now on Twitter to go to twitter.com and be able to. So some people do actually have that ability, but other than the beta test of that. And if it goes well, that will be rolled out. I don't work for Twitter. I'm just keep in touch with. But we're being listened to now in the InfoSec community. As before, whatever your thoughts might be on Elon Musk, I can tell you that we are being listened to. When we file a report, they're getting back to us. We have to follow the proper channels, of course, and they're listening. I mean, this is a big deal, and because you can imagine if getting into an email, etc., what that could do in that data breach. So it's not if you're hacked. It's either you've been hacked, or you don't know you've been hacked. It's one or the other. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so be responsible. Change your passwords occasionally, especially now. Go for it. Right. Thank you, Adam.
Yes. There was an update yesterday. I was throwing that out there. That's why. So
absolutely.
Yeah. So a bit more
There are
secure,
updates for both iPhone and Android out. So maybe update your app when you can at an appropriate juncture. All right. Thank you, Adam. Okay, 1 to 2. Earlier you said something that had my attention peaked, but then we veered sharply left into the morass of what might or might not be going on in the head of a certain SPD Bundestag member from Kiel. Probably mostly the might not, but hey, nevertheless. Now, what you did say is 50 Bradleys. Oh my, this is a very significant amount. Whereas yesterday, the response of many was, what, only 50? So could you try squaring that circle for us?
Sorry, I missed like the last 2/3 of your conversation. Sorry.
So when earlier you said 50 Bradleys and 20, maybe even 40 Madas, that's like a really big number, very significant improvement to what Ukraine has, right? Whereas yesterday we heard from a lot of people saying, "Oh, only 50 Bradleys? Why only 50?" So can you kind of try squaring that circle? Just why do you say, unlike most other people, this 50 Bradleys is actually a big deal unto itself, not just with what it might bring later?
Yes, because it's enough to form a composition, a strike force that can, function just with Bradleys and Mardas cooperating without the need to incorporate like BMPs. That will allow it to have better logistics for the maintenance as well if you just keep the those two units compositions together. So if you would have less, you would probably mix them in with other units as well. So I think this is enough to form one unit with all these, and that also then within that unit what the vehicles are capable of, and you have like a common tactic. You would otherwise as well, but it just makes things a little bit easier. That's at least how I see it. If they get more, they can increase either that unit or they can maybe make two smaller. It makes things easier, even though we can mix with BMPs, but just you have to remember, if you have more vehicle types, you have to have more different parts accompanying you to the areas you're going to keep up with the maintenance. That's why I think that number is close enough to form one coherent unit.
How much can that unit, it's a mechanized battalion, right? 50 Bradleys, give or take. How much can that do?
A lot. No, but seriously, you usually, when you talk IVs, you can pair them up in fours. It's quite common. And you use them to make different to assault different positions. You can of course gather them up even more if you'd like. But if you have 4 in assault compositions and you divide the total number with 4, what do we have? Let's say they get 80 IVs, and you divide that by 4. That means you have 20 different small squads you can use to attack different targets, to divert enemy attention, and so forth. So they can do quite a lot.
And I think the crucial thing to state here is when Ukraine will get the first 50 Bradleys, those won't be the only 50 Bradleys that it will get, right? Ukraine will get 50 Bradleys, and then later on it will get more Bradleys. If you look at if you look at how, for example, the M777 and HIMARS deliveries went to Ukraine, I think the first HIMARS delivery was either 3 or 4 HIMARS systems, 3 or 4 trucks, right? There are now something like 50 combined altogether between the HIMARS and the M270s. The initial M777 delivery was, I think, 10 guns. People thought, oh, what's 10 howitzers going to do? And now there's something like 200 in Ukrainian service, right? So what the US likes to do is to send a small number of units first. And then after that, flesh it out with a much greater number of units over the course of a few weeks or months. And I strongly suspect that this is exactly what you're going to be doing with the Bradley. So, don't worry, it's not just going to be the 50. It's probably going to end up being closer to 300 or 500, or maybe even more, because there's some 6,000 in US stocks. There's over 1,000 in storage alone. Therefore, there's a lot of space to provide more, and this is just the recce unit going forward. 1 to 2.
And you're perfectly correct. I think it's like a I wouldn't say it's a system for them to get used to the Bradley, but it's sort of like that. I at least think, because if you get used to it, you can learn how to use it. I mean, it's not totally different from what they have. It's like the same principle, but you still need to, get some people accustomed to it, so they, in their hand, can spread the knowledge and what they have learned about it. And it also requires some adjustment, maybe in tactics a bit, just to get full read on the whole package that the Bradley brings. So it's crucial to get the Ukrainians experience on it, so they can, in their hand, pass the knowledge on when they get more Bradleys, so to speak. And also for them to, draw their own conclusions from their use of the system, which is really, really crucial, because the system is on their turf, their terrain. So it will behave in a certain way there, and it's really important for them to get an experience bank to draw conclusions from as well, so you don't commit too much at one time and you maybe have some difficulties, if that makes any sense.
Now, if you would perhaps imagine, Zelensky went to Washington, the 22nd, 23rd, then about, right, of December. Let's say they started training on the 24th, 25th, 26th of December. That's 2 weeks ago. They're most of the way through training, right? On the base of what we hear, 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks. They're at least halfway through training if they started right away after Zelensky's visit to Washington. So that means that we would see Bradleys in use in Ukraine before the end of the month, maybe even well before the end of the month.
Theoretically, yes. Hopefully, yes.
Can you speak a little bit to the tow missiles that are going with the Bradleys? That's something that was specifically emphasized after the press conference yesterday, that hundreds of tow missiles will be accompanying the shipment of Bradleys. Why is that so important to stress specifically?
That's because the Bradley has a 25mm gun that can be enough to penetrate some BMPs, but it's not enough to, or should not be enough to penetrate the T-72. At least not in the front, and it should not be able to penetrate in the sides, theoretically. It might be able to do it. So what happens is, since IFVs goes with the infantry, you can run into all kinds of trouble. You don't really know what you're going to run into sometimes. And so if you come up against the T-72, the tow missile allows you to engage that T-72 and to take it out. It has a really good statistical rate, from Iraq, as we've heard about. And so it increases the Bradley's firepower and its capabilities to engage targets. So basically, there's nothing that it can't engage on the battlefield, on the ground, if they have the tow missile. If they just have the cannon,
they're kind of vulnerable to facing up against tanks, or if a tank threat shows up, they have to disengage entirely. But with a tow missile, they have staying power, so they don't need to. They don't need to disengage, so they can stay engaged and take out the target and proceed with their mission, so to speak.
And can these things drive backward any faster than a T-72 can?
Almost anything can drive faster than a T-72 backwards, so to speak. But it's plenty more powerful in driving backwards. I think it's like 40 kilometers an hour in reverse speed in terrain. You have to add on that, I think, or something I read. And the T-72 is what, like 4 or 5 kilometers an hour backwards.
Exactly, it's walking pace, literally. Thank you, Wanted. Ioana? Ioana?
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. I had a call. Yes. So I wanted to talk about what day was yesterday. Do you know?
Yesterday was the 5th of January. It was the 110 Russian KA day. Well, or tomorrow, today is either way.
Yeah, something like this. And it was also the 12th day of Christmas. And you know the song? On the
I think
first day of
CJ
Christmas?
knows the song.
Yeah, something like this. And on the 12th day of Christmas, Ukraine got a lot of presents, or at least the engagement were a lot of presents. And I was wondering if we could sing the song like with Bradleys, with AMXs, with the Patriot, the new Patriot, and so on. So it would be a nice song, besides the losses that Russia got also.
It would be a great song, but we're definitely not going to sing on the space again. Otherwise, I'm leaving.
Yeah. Okay. So
the
that
only people certified to sing on this space are Tim Sennett and Verlaine. I think the rest of us best not, right, CJ?
I think Leonardo had some performances. I don't know.
Yeah. Me and Ben, we sing songs, but we sing songs which are not really musical in kind of. So yeah. But Joseph, I heard Joseph has Joseph even made a song. You remember a Christmas
Did I lose
song?
audio again?
Yeah, you did, Domin.
Leonardo is speaking. Do you hear him?
Nope.
Just say him. Joseph made a Christmas song, and I will recycle.
He said that Joseph made a Christmas song and he will recycle. Leonardo will recycle. Yeah, and I also had another subject to talk about. I was listening yesterday your talk, and it was amazing during the morning, but I had to work, so I couldn't talk about how the Russians are using the artillery, and because apparently lately they have some problems with ammunition for artillery. The number of shells they are using is decreasing, and they have like problems like this on multiple fronts. And you talked about maybe there is a supply problem, maybe there are technical problems, and so on. And I was thinking also about, Chris O posted a tweet in which he was talking about how people that are training for artillery are deployed as infantry, and people that are training for some other stuff are deployed in another function. And I was thinking there is a theory, an economic theory about the sum of parts, especially when you want to, for example, sell a part of the company or to evaluate the company or something like this. You are doing this, and it seems that Russia is much less than the sum of its parts, and in the same time it seems that Ukraine is much more than the sum of its parts, and it's all about being wise with the resources you have, and about using them intelligently and deploying them intelligently. And I was wondering if you want to talk about this. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I will bounce this straight off of CJ. CJ, training, planning, that's really what plays into that, isn't it?
Yeah, let me know if my audio cuts out, but I mean, that's such a great point. Really, what I would just say briefly is, combat power, or, basically the military potential aside, of course, this isn't just the number of tanks and people you have, but it's the fuel, it's the planning, it's the morale, it's how you can make them all come together. It's the civilian population that supports you in some cases. And exactly as Iona said, Russia's sort of combat power is actually really a lot less than it looks like on paper, which is why, of course, so many people, myself included, assessed them incorrectly at the beginning, whereas the Ukrainians, the complete opposite. So a great point there. The information about ammunition is pretty scarce. I would just say to be cautious. Of course, I am very optimistic on the space, but there is a very small, very slim chance that we're all getting the wool pulled over our eyes, and by that I mean Russia is shooting about 20,000 rounds a day. In July, they were shooting 60,000 rounds a day. This seems to be for either, of course, we've talked about production being not where it needs to be, with Russians stating openly yesterday that they only can make 300,000 rounds a year, which is an incredible admission for them to say, because that means they can only shoot, based on those numbers, 821 rounds a day, which is not good to say the least. This is very strange because, of course, the Estonian intelligence minister or defense minister said that Russia was on the way to making 3.4 million rounds a year. So what the Russians are saying about themselves and what the Estonians are saying about Russia is off by a factor of 10 or more. So, I'm still working through what exactly that means and what's implied by that. But, there is a chance that perhaps they are really making 3 million rounds a day, and they're playing down their capabilities a lot in order to stockpile ammo, put it in schools as we saw recently, or do something else like that. So, maybe they're storing up ammo to get ready for Ukrainian counterattack, and that way they're in a better position than they were in Kharkiv and Kherson when they lost, significant portions of their, landmass that they grabbed. So I would just say we have to be a bit careful, but they're definitely shooting less. I think no one can disagree there.
Thank you, CJ.
CJ, so how much are they shooting now? Is there a good estimate? There was a question yesterday, and I just couldn't get my head around exactly, how many would think Ukrainians are now shooting per day, all artillery ammunition in total, versus how much the Russians are.
Well, really, all we have to go on is Budanov and, of course, the Ukrainian intelligence ministry, which says that Russia is shooting, and this is about 3 different interviews. So again, it's a little bit speculation. I don't really know how anyone, including like the United States, would be able to accurately count across the front, exactly how many rounds are going. So basically, Ukraine has said over the last couple of weeks, well, actually really since the end of November, that it's been anywhere between 16 and 20,000 rounds a day for the Russians. I don't think they have really an incentive to make this up for a lot of different reasons. And talking to people that have been on the ground, like Sarah and others that we talked to on the space, they confirm as well that the shelling, in general, especially for people that travel most of the country, is down a lot. Whereas the Ukrainians has slowly and steadily increased, where it is about 7,000 to 8,000 rounds a day. So a little bit more than the summer, but still much less than the Russians are shooting.
So you're looking maybe a third as much as the Russians are shooting right now.
Like compared to 10 to 1 earlier on, I'll take that.
Oh, for sure. Just trying to get the proportions in.
And there is also the precision, because Ukrainians, as far as we know, have much more precision in their shooting. The Russians often are shooting blank because they do not have reconnaissance, intelligence, and things like this. Of course, I'm not a military wise person, but it seemed like being so.
Well, this is what people have been saying ever since the ever since the summer, I believe, was the first time it was mentioned. Or actually, what am I saying? April, when we had Roman on, and he talked about this at length. The idea that he, in a tree in a reconnaissance unit somewhere at Izium, basically Russians would try and shoot his unit, and they would have to do about 20 to 30 fire missions in order to hit their target. Whereas back then, when the tubes were a bit newer, but still, basically Ukraine only had to do one fire mission with one adjustment. So, obviously that means a lot less ammo shooting, which is relevant to this conversation. For me, it's more a matter of time, right? Because the second you start shooting, you kind of give away your hand of what you're doing, especially with very loud artillery shells that you can not only hear for miles, but detect for, hundreds of kilometers away with radar and other things. And so, that was when Ukraine was being outshot by a factor of 20, and now it's only by 3. So just an incredible difference in the pace of a very, short amount of time, 6 months or so.
CJ, when we are talking about shells and how many shells are going to be shot, are we only talking about 152 millimeter, or is it every kind of shell just shot from artillery or something like this?
Leonardo, you do not want to open that can of worms. I promise you. It's obviously a very good and very important question. But the problem is, and perhaps people in the space know more about this, but why on earth Russia measures shell production in terms of weight and not number of rounds? They're the only country, I guess Ukraine included a little while ago, that counts rounds this way. And it just is extremely frustrating to try and figure out. Because basically Russia will say, we've produced this many rounds this week, and it's just a weight. And you have no idea if that's a 152, a 122, a rocket. I mean, it's just completely useless for understanding how effective it is on the battlefield.
No, CJ, I think it makes sense. It makes sense. When you go to a hardware store, I don't know if you do this in the US, but I know Leonardo will relate to this. When you go to a hardware store and you have to buy, some nails, some screws, you weigh them, right?
I mean, technically you're correct, Delman. But I mean, in all seriousness, the issue here at hand isn't just that, of course, because you're right, and this is what Dr. Paul and I did, spent like an hour on it yesterday. But basically, the weight of the 152 and the 122 is known. We know that they were phasing out the 122. I can tell you pretty much, basically, based on the number of guns they have, which round type they're firing. But what's super interesting and delves more in the economic side and, the production side, which I'm a lot less familiar with, is the fact that the announcements that Russia's making is not just on rounds produced, it's also on rounds refurbished, which means that they have this, at least pre-war, a large stockpile of ammo. They claimed it was up to 25 million rounds. I think more, realistic people said it was about 14 million rounds. And out of those rounds, they're basically making them new again to be fired. But as I was talking a little bit yesterday, there will come a point in time when they stop refurbishing and they just put those 60, 70, 80-year-old rounds in artillery tubes just to get something going. And it's going to get so much worse for them. But, and also at some point in time, they run out of things they can refurbish because everything becomes newly produced. And that 300,000 or a million, it doesn't matter. Even if they make 3 million rounds a year, that's still only, I think, 8,000 rounds a day, which is not enough. Ukraine will outshoot them, which sounds crazy to think about, but that's what happens when the US, the UK, Germany, France, Norway, every country that's given artillery ammo gives, half of their production capabilities, which, by the way, are all increasing dramatically. I mean, for God's sakes, if people are giving armored fighting vehicles now and tanks, I mean, this thing is going to wrap up very quickly. And especially as Axel mentioned yesterday with the SPD's, announcement, or, people within the SPD, that Leopard 2s are back on the table. I mean, this thing is coming to a conclusion quite rapidly.
CJ, you know how there was supposed to be a unilateral ceasefire today by the Russians?
Yeah.
Guess what country is entirely covered in air raid alerts?
Well, I would guess it would be, well, I mean, it's quite serious, of course. Is it Ukraine,
Yes.
I assume?
Is there a ceasefire? Dorman, is there a ceasefire?
I mean, as I said, it took him. Now, I will say, it went on for at least, 30 minutes before between the start of the ceasefire and the start of the air raid alarms?
CJ, what did you do?
Well, it means all our theories about why they did it are wrong, I think. which is interesting to say the least.
Well, we heard yesterday, and I highlighted this yesterday, that Ukrainian SBU and GUR had sufficient evidence that Russia would use today to send a barrage of cruise missiles and the likes. And it seems that they were right.
Yeah, I guess. And why even try and announce it at all? It seemed, well, from the military point of view, you tell me the Russians are going to do a ceasefire, I get all my air defense pieces ready. You know what I mean? It seems like a little bit odd that they would announce that when no one in Ukraine and really no one worldwide trusts them.
But we don't know yet one thing, whether the other stuff also has happened, that they already filmed some churches blowing up. We'll find that out.
I wonder, Axel, do you think, regardless of what the actual intent is, it was meant in part as just some sort of information distraction against the last 2 days, which have been overwhelmingly negative, or at least super positive for Ukraine? I mean, just an unbelievable amount of aid, game-changing aid. Another $1 billion from Germany in terms of air defense missiles, and I think $2.5 billion total when you add up those packages from the week. I mean, France sending tanks. You have the UK talking about sending tanks, America talking about sending tanks, Germany talking about sending tanks. I mean, just what on earth happened this week is just going to go down in the history books, or at least in this war, as one of the most decisive, weeks overall. And there was no land exchange.
100%. But then again, what did Sky News do yesterday for at least 2 hours of daily program? How long will the ceasefire hold?
No, I know, and that's why I asked General Ryan. I wanted to get a question in, and because he is such a great military analyst. I mean, honestly, I know we all say that about these people that we have on the space, but I know a lot of people in the military. I listen to a lot of generals regularly. They are not all that smart. That's okay, because if they all were great, then I'd ask myself, what am I doing? But General Ryan really.
TJ, why would the DoD and why would Ben Hodges call upon an Australian general to integrate him into NATO forces and the Department of Defense, and to have as delegate to the CENTCOM? Why would that happen? He must be extraordinarily helpful, right?
Oh, I can't agree more. And I mean, it really, his humility really stands out, and that's how you know. And when people talk about things they know and then they admit, that they're not going to broach subjects that they don't, that's always a very clear sign that they're extremely intelligent and they're worth listening to, because they're not going to BS you on stuff they don't know. But I don't know if you caught the last part of the question yesterday, Axel, if you were there or not. But
I was there the whole time.
Okay. So, but what's relevant, I think, to this discussion is, talking about a ceasefire, and we saw a lot of media coverage on it, but also in the last week or so, I've seen a lot of very high-ranking people and very high-ranking diplomats share these articles about the stalemate that's occurred in Ukraine, because there has not been much territory exchanged. And I am just scratching my head. I mean, I like the example I gave. Perhaps people have another better example. But long story short, I mean, there was a BTG wiped out in May, a Russian unit that was trying to cross a river. If you were in the space, you remember me talking about it. It was one of the first things I talked about. Basically, M777s that had just been arrived about 2 weeks ago, prior to that incident, helped Ukraine destroy a whole Russian unit in its tracks. It was pretty dramatic. And you may remember the videos and the pictures of the river crossing with just tanks, upside down, floating. I mean, it was a massacre in the best military way possible. So, in the past day, I mean, we saw what happened around Tomok. We saw what happened in Kherson. We saw what happened at Nakivka. I mean, these events are way more casualty producing, not just for the enlisted soldiers, but also for the officers, the command and control, the supplies. Way more devastating, in my opinion, than that strike. So how on earth, if these are happening regularly, right? If the Russian command and control is being wiped off the face of the earth, and this is what Russians are saying too. They're saying their army, even though it's not taking or losing ground, is being destroyed in its tracks by HIMARS and a lot of other things, sabotage, etc. How could we ever assess this as a stalemate, Axel?
Because it fits the narrative of those who are willing to come to the point that they would really like to have re-established the preeminence of diplomacy. They like to negotiate a deal. They really dislike the fact that this Ukraine is so resilient and resistant and disruptive to their order. That's all there is to it. What do you think? Why are these people resisting? Why are they fighting? Everything could be so nice and friendly and diplomatic. It's a narrative.
But and that's the thing. I mean, obviously you're right, but these people aren't fighting. What difference is it to them? They're getting safer and more secure by the fight going on until the end, until Ukraine's won. You know what I mean? It just seems so silly to me.
Yeah, let's not go to the comment of what difference does it make, because those are the kind of people who typically leave people behind in Benghazi.
Well, I mean, it makes no difference to their lives. You know, they in terms of the fact that they will never see a day of combat in their, lives. So why do they get to have an opinion on these things? But yes, no, it obviously matters. Nothing could matter more right now, I think, in the world, and so many people see that. And of course, with the announcements yesterday, it became clear that people really believe that, because, as I always say, actions speak way louder than words.
100%. Peace through victory.
Can I jump in real quick here?
Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you. So something comes to mind when we. I have a rule. It's when it's out in the public, it's 3 days or 3 months before I'll talk about something, and once everything's checked off. So I remember approximately a month ago, someone very special to this space brought up a weapons cache that was being sent to the Russians in Ukraine. And let's not forget the U.S. naval fleet stopped that cache from heading there. That was also supposed to be a day of a ceasefire, a day of ceasefire. Putin has become so predictable. This murderous thug, who literally we can predict his actions. Like, he does this, we know exactly what's going to happen. The U.S. naval fleet seized a tremendous amount of ammunition. He needs ammunition. He's out of it. This is psychological warfare at this point, and he's losing. He's also losing because he has no weapons. He's done. Let's not also forget, this is now over 3 months, much longer. 60 Minutes, Australia did a great piece on one of the top spies from China defected to Australia and gave a tremendous amount of information. This might have been back in May of 2022.
When you say Putin has no weapons left, I mean that's not quite true, right?
Well, bullets. I'm saying bullets. Yes, it's not quite true. Yes, we realize missiles, of course, but Xi Jinping, who is not going to visit Moscow and has not supplied any bullets to him, Xi Jinping and Modi, neither one of them have supplied him, as far as we know, from the best of our ability through intelligence, have supplied him with zero ammunition, and they will not supply him with ammunition. Now, okay, it's not quite true. Correct. But he's looking to restock. Why is that? Because the second if he is to fire any something very powerful, let's just call it, he knows what would happen. And
So,
it would be his
CJ,
demise.
how essential is a steady supply of artillery shells to the Russians? What can they do if their steady supply of artillery shells, even the lowered supply of artillery shells, gets let's say thirded again?
In terms of their ability to produce or shoot?
Shoot.
I mean, they will be unable to defend the somewhat, improved defensive positions that they have. Reason being, if you are on the defensive, like Russia is mostly on a lot of sectors right now, or at least that's their end state goal, right? They want to defend the areas they've captured. They need a lot more ammunition to to basically mitigate the fact that Ukraine will be attacking them from armored vehicles from multiple directions. And so if vehicles are moving, you need a lot of artillery ammo to correct for the movements. And if they get cut in third again, when you're in the defensive, you're supposed to triple the amount of ammo you shoot, not go down by, down to a third. So that's the point there.
How essential is it for their strategy, or rather, sorry, for their tactics, in every little bit of the front to have a decisive and deciding superiority in the amount of artillery shells available?
I mean, everything. It's why they're using all these drones to try and make up for it. All these loitering munitions, even the Shaheds, they tried that at the beginning when they first got them, and nothing has really worked because, yes, Russia relies on unguided artillery, but it's just they rely on the quantity of it, right? I mean, they rely on these massive barrages that is tens of and hundreds of thousands of pounds of explosives quickly going to a certain place in time, and they have no other means to do that.
Instead of using artillery shells, if they're running low on artillery shells, could the aerial bombardment be an alternative for them? And I trust you've seen the images of that train, right?
Aerial bombardment, you mean like air interdiction or airstrikes?
Airstrikes.
Not really. Not according to basically all the Russian fighter pilots themselves, right? No one is flying within 50 kilometers of Ukraine or Ukrainian airspace, which makes it extremely difficult to drop, ordnance on Ukrainian military positions. And I mean that with all sincerity. That Russians do not have many standoff or long-distance air-launched missiles, especially for use in a tactical setting, meaning things that can be updated or changed on the battlefield. And if the Russian Air Force doesn't want to take any risks in that regard, they will be not a factor in Ukraine basically being able to retake their country.
So the reason why I ask is, I'm guessing you haven't seen the train. There have been images of a train full of 500 kilogram bombs, air-dropped bombs, photographed on their way from Russia to towards occupied Ukraine. And this is what confuses me, exactly what you said just now. Russian pilots know that if they fly over Ukrainian positions, they get shot down. One did so yesterday over Bakhmut, right? The Su-25, I think. So how do they expect they're going to be delivering these? How? Why would they be even bothering moving gravity bombs closer to the front line? What's the point?
I did see just one tweet about it. I didn't know if it was true or not. Assuming it is, just for the sake of planning, the most deadly course or most dangerous course of action. I have no idea. I have only seen probably one or two of these strikes with these weapons, and one of them was Ukraine using it against a Russian position. So, I mean, these things were used very extensively in Syria, in Chechnya, and in Afghanistan to, mixed effect. But at least they were used. Maybe they happened a lot more in the beginning when Russia had much more control of the airspace. So perhaps they're banking on that happening again. And again, I'm not an air power guy, but I am a joint firepower guy. So while I couldn't really tell you how aircraft stay alive in the sky, I can tell you what they can do. And these things are unguided, and they have to be really damn close, not like a JDAM. A JDAM is a standoff weapon where you can fire it outside of a lot of air defense and get it to the target. That's that's the thing about guidance systems, Excalibur included. The reason why they're important for Ukraine to have isn't so that they can be very accurate. Of course, that is why they were designed, but because they glide and they don't follow a ballistic trajectory or a normal, basically trajectory based only on the factor of gravity, they travel much further, and therefore they become an important point and a really important part of contested airspace.
So that's exactly what I'm wondering here, right? Is what do they expect to do with them? How do they expect to deliver them? Or are there going to be a lot of Russian one-way flights?
I mean, no, there won't be a lot of one-way flights because although, according to open source data, Ukraine has taken out 68 different fighter jets of all different types, which is a lot of fighter jets. And we don't know the real number too, and that's been admitted, right? Because planes that might be damaged in Ukraine and crash in Russia, it's going to be very difficult to get that information. Or planes that are completely destroyed but still land somewhat safely in Russia or other places, or cannot be repaired. That is an extremely important factor to consider, but it's not really, I think, knowable, at least in open source. So, why would they use these things? I mean, there is some speculation that Ukraine has been using these sort of similar bombs with the Soviet drones. I had heard that theory put out. So there, I guess, Doman, if I was trying to think through why these bombs might be coming up on the Russian side, perhaps they're going to use them for something that isn't a air bomb from a fighter plane, and that would, they could even maybe push them out of a helicopter. I don't know, but I don't think we're going to see them being used conventionally unless someone made a decision to sacrifice the Russian Air Force, which would be pretty surprising because we haven't seen any indication yet that either the Russian Air Force or the Russian Navy is willing to take the risks that the Russian Army is. And I say willing quite, jokingly, because it probably is not very willing that their army is being completely destroyed in Ukraine. But I think you know what I mean.
No, quite. And this is why I'm looking at this and thinking, goodness, this is really grasping at straws for them, isn't it? This is very much a case of Russians looking at, okay, we have this one other thing we haven't tried in a while. Maybe this will definitely not work.
Yeah, the only other thing I'm thinking of, and why I wanted to, the one important thing I wanted to point out to Adam and to other people too, is although there have been no intelligence assessments that China or North Korea even have given ammunition explicitly, the number of military flights that are going in between Russia and China and North Korea has skyrocketed in the last month and a half. So I think people would announce, either Ukraine, especially, but also America or other countries would say if this was happening. So what might be happening is something else, but something else that's not good. And by that I mean giving propellants or explosive components for artillery. Russia has a lot of factories still to produce ammunition and tanks and things like that, but due to sanctions, it's more difficult to get these parts, especially explosive parts. And so one theory that's been floated around, and I might believe to be true, is especially for artillery propellant, this is something, certain parts that are being given by China and perhaps North Korea as well, allowing Russia to maximize the potential of their production lines, which are having trouble, staying afloat with sanctions, but not entirely out of the fight yet.
And of course, there was reporting from the U.S. press that Pentagon and White House officials have said that Wagner specifically have been supplied munitions by North Korea, have been sold munitions to by North Korea, but that's the only ones thus far. CJ, in case you haven't seen the casualty report today, have you seen the casualty report today?
Yes, there was two very strange things going on there.
So a drop in the number of Russian killed personnel down to 530, which is still very high. Of course, breaking the 110 liquidated Russians by Julian calendar Christmas Day. But 23 tanks, 16 APCs, 8 tubed and 5 rocket artillery systems, 1 fixed wing, 1 rotary wing, and 38 trucks. What must have happened clearly is Russians were using a parking structure of some sorts, several floors, and there was a very localized earthquake, right, CJ?
Yeah, because a cigarette isn't going to do that to a tank. So I think an earthquake might be a better theory here.
So what's the really strange thing then that you identified?
Well, this goes back to my point earlier about how no one on Earth with half a common sense could describe what's going on as a stalemate. Of course, these are Ukraine's numbers, and we're not going to get a video the same day that 23 tanks are destroyed of 23 different tanks. I mean, it's not on Ukraine to provide this proof to us necessarily, but if it's true, which it's the numbers we have to go off on, it means that a lot of these strikes that are happening on these warehouses and on these static positions are hitting their mark, right? And this is the thing, when you have a bunch of static positions, what do you focus on? Do you focus on 600 conscripts tucked into their beds above an ammo depot? Do you focus on vehicles that, as the ground gets colder, and I believe today and tomorrow in the Russian controlled parts of Ukraine, temporarily controlled, it's going to be minus 30 degrees Celsius with the wind chill. I mean, that is, I think, the coldest weather of the year so far. And, that's a great time you want to be warm in your tank. And, well, there goes your tanks.
So when is that coming? I don't think it's going to go anywhere near minus 30.
Apparently, well, this was the prediction yesterday. Again, it may not have actually panned out this way, but on the border between Russia and Ukraine, in the parts that Russia is occupying, it was going to, in certain spots, get down to negative 30 with the wind chill, not by itself.
I don't think it's going to get quite that cold. So the absolute numbers are going to dip to maybe minus 15 at most, and that would have to be some really major wind chill, well in excess of what is actually likely going to be happening.
Even regardless, I mean, it's because the wind chill, how that affects tanks is a different story that I'm not well versed in. But I will say, the 4 or 5 day cold snap, and this is, people were saying yesterday that this means a massive Russian offensive is on the way, and it's, I think, somewhat laughable in the short term, not to say in the long term, but there's no indication that Russia is going to be able to amass a lot of combat power in these terrible weather conditions when they haven't moved supplies or gotten ready, based on what people can see. That doesn't mean that they're not trying to build up combat power before the spring, like Ukraine is. This is perhaps one of the reasons why they're shooting less, is because yes, they don't have as much ammo as they would have hoped, but the consideration is with mobilization and perhaps some time, they could be in a better position later on. But again, as General Ryan said, and I completely agree, and I say it all the time, the Ukrainian army is getting better at a faster rate than the Russian army is, regardless of mobilization, regardless if Belarus joins the fight. And this is why the United States, deciding to not just train 500 soldiers a month on combined arms, but 2,000. I mean, that's the kind of numbers they need on a monthly basis to build up enough significant combat power. And guess what? They're now going to have Bradleys. They're going to have Martyrs. They're going to have light tanks, and perhaps by the time the spring offensive comes around, they have actual, heavy main battle tanks as well. In which case, I think people were very impressed with what, and I mean myself included, with what Ukraine was able to do in a very quick mobile attack against Kharkiv, where they recaptured most of it in a week by outmaneuvering the Russians and using a lot of deception. And then I was equally impressed in Kherson, where there was 3 defensive lines. I mean, this is where the Russian commander, before he was, in charge of everything, was there. He had set up relatively good defenses in depth, with artillery overlapping, with minefields, with trenches. He had the conscripts not patrolling, but he had the conscripts digging, because he knew what they were good at, which was not much, and he let the professional soldiers do their job. And yet still the result was the same. Ukraine was able to capture it. So I think people are going to be even more impressed when Ukraine gets all this heavy equipment and shows what they can do with it. And it's going to be basically a combination of both of these tactics.
Thank you, CJ. Let's see how very little they managed to accomplish with those training regiments. I'd love to see that. I mean, we've seen it with the Third Army Corps. We've seen the disaster of that, even though they were volunteers and motivated and whatnot. What can they make, freshly mobilized, learn and do in the same period of time? I think even less. ATV? Oh, ATV seems to have left us. Okay, fair enough. No, but I think that's going to be a very obvious, very significant one, for sure. CJ, I think I do know why the Russians just measure the artillery shells in terms of mass, because that's how they employ artillery, right? It's area fire. It is how much mass of shells do you get to deliver onto the other side. I think that's why it kind of makes sense that they're using mass instead of number.
I mean, one answer, yeah. I mean,
for logistics purposes, likewise.
Yeah, but even, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. But, it's not very helpful, because, obviously weight is an important factor in moving things, of course, but also the volume, so the size of the round. And I guess maybe they just, I think more realistically, it has more to do with the fact that These things aren't machine measured exactly, right? So that the weight differs enough. And I mean, weight differs in artillery even for the U.S. Like there's 6 different squares of weight. They range from 92 to about 97 pounds, which doesn't seem like much, but when you're trying to put a artillery round through a tank hatch, that weight difference actually matters immensely. So perhaps they're just not as confident in their ability to correctly make consistent ammo. Therefore, they just go with the mass instead of the exact number of rounds.
And there you go. ATV, go ahead.
Thank you. CJ, I'm going to ask a knowingly stupid question, and it's stupid because I'm asking to compare apples and oranges, and why not both? And in this case, the apples and oranges are JDAMs versus the recent armor announcements. When the JDAM announcement came out, you sounded to me, and John Ridge and others sounded to me almost emotional about it, and I've struggled to fully intake how important the JDAMs are, but could you compare maybe the magnitude or the importance of the armor announcements versus the JDAMs in your view, and with Ukraine's ultimate goals of restoring its rightful borders?
Yeah, I mean, everyone here says they have stupid questions, and I've only heard one or two, and they're conspiracy theorist people. So
And they're both from me.
No. Any questions asked in good faith, I think, are always going to be very smart questions. I think the best way to think about it is it's a change in capability, right? It's a change in the options in what Ukraine can do, and options in a good way to make the war shorter, much shorter. And all those things are emotional for us because, I mean, I have not been to Ukraine, but I've trained Ukrainians, so my connection is somewhat limited, perhaps more than the average person on the street across the world. But nonetheless, the ability to end a war quicker when Russia is terror bombing the country is just so important to us. And so, the JDAMs enable Ukraine to retake the skies because the JDAMs, being, somewhat of a glide bomb, and depending on whether they're laser guided or GPS guided, can take out air defenses. Because they have extended range. Even if the average one only has a range of 20 to 30 kilometers, that's going to defeat a lot of Russian air defenses, which means more Ukrainian aircraft can fly, more drones can fly, which means they're going to be able to basically win the war quicker. And that's, I think, why it's so important for us that this happens. Even if it's at a small scale to start, even if it doesn't seem like it's going to immediately enable, a bunch of liberations, the more control Ukraine can have in the sky, which means the more bombs they can drop from the sky. And the more bombs they can drop from the sky, the more they can basically, they're leveraging their ability to plan better by attacking from multiple different angles, if you want to think about it. And this is something that Russia should have been able to do because they had so many more, basically possibilities to attack from different angles, whereas Ukraine didn't have many, right? I mean, you had grandmas with Molotovs, you had people with small arms. The only choice was to hold your ground, and that was it. But when you get more choices, if you're the smarter side and you can plan better, then you can win much more quickly. So that's why the JDAMs matter, is because it basically opens up a whole new way for Ukraine to attack.
Thank you, much appreciated. I guess the thing I struggle with the JDAMs a little bit is how important that extra 20, 30 kilometers really is, and have they been using aviation to actually take out air defenses? Because my understanding is the S-300s have a range of, 100, 150 kilometers, something like that.
They do. Well, there's two things here, and then I will have to go. But this is a great point, right? So there's the S-300, which has, there's a million variants, and they have different ranges. But the radar is the thing. Without the radar, the S-300 is useless in that regard. So the one thing that can take out the radars, of course, is the HARMs, which have a range that is, as long, if not further, than the missiles themselves, and the radars too with that. So the combination of HARMs and these other things makes it a deadly combo. Without the HARMs, I would say you're exactly right. But it's having both of these things, not in basically making them blind by taking out the radar and then destroying them with the JDAMs. And that's the combination here that is most important.
Much appreciated and very insightful as always. Thank you very kindly.
Thanks, EJ. And maybe the one thing to remember with the S-300s, right? They can't shoot if the radars are on, and if the radars are on, then that's when the HARMs come into play. So that's the leveraging that the Ukrainians were using against the S-300s and others. The other thing here is, those 30 kilometers of a JDAM, they make you not be shot down, which is a big deal. And also, I think this is an important component, they do deliver whatever the explosive is, and it's a much bigger boom than anything in the current Ukrainian arsenal, bar the Tochkas and the Khrym 2 can deliver. It's delivered very precisely, which is very important as well. So anyway, I think that's worthwhile noting that as well. Yeah, Ioana, go ahead.
Thank you, Dawn. Because you talked a little bit about the weather, I was wondering, so we know that it will be colder the next week in the eastern part of Ukraine, but I was wondering how the weather in Russia will play for the next week, because we know that the Russians do not have large ammunition depots right now in the occupied territories of Ukraine, so they must supply. And it will be very cold in Russia, below -20 for about a week, 6 days or a week, and also some snow. And I was wondering, how does it play into the supply and, well, all the transports that are involved, because diesel is not going to be very happy at -20. Also, they are transporting, as we saw some images, the rockets, the missiles in open cars, train cars, so they may froze. They are not in pallets. So I don't know. I was wondering if someone could talk about this.
I think that's a really interesting question, and as you identified, it probably does come down to primarily logistics, right? What does that mean? It means it primarily comes to how much will the Russian logistics suffer from the more bitter winter cold? We shall see. The important bit is stuff will have to be loaded and unloaded by hand en masse. And that's harder to do if you're standing on ice. But also in much of Russia, it was already well below freezing, so that's not really going to be a change. It might just be a question of that they get to transload 30% less stuff because it's colder, because people are slower at doing the moving of things left and right, and up and down. I reckon that's probably where the biggest difference will be. Might not honestly be that huge a difference. Not sure, but maybe it will be kind of a nothing when it comes to the whole Russian component of it.
Yeah, so it was cold in Russia, but it was cold beyond the Ural Mountains. Now it's really cold in the western part of the Urals, close to Ukrainian border. And also it will be kind of windy and stormy in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov and the Kerch Strait. So maybe this also will play into it.
The thing I'm more curious about than the cold is the wind, because if it gets windy in the Sea of Azov, if it gets very windy in the Sea of Azov, Russians will have much bigger problems when it comes to resupply. It also depends on which way the wind blows, but they could have much bigger problems in resupplying across the Kerch Strait, across the Sea of Azov, more or less regardless of temperature. Now, the Sea of Azov is rather brackish, right? What does that mean? The salinity levels in the Sea of Azov are quite low because more water tends to come in on the Don than through the Don River than evaporates. In other words, it keeps being diluted, which does mean it can freeze, but I am not really expecting it to freeze all that quickly, let's say. So I guess we'll wait and see on that one, but I really doubt that it's going to freeze. So it won't impede it that way, but the combination of currents and wind can wreak havoc on the multitude of ferries that the Russians are now having to use to resupply both across the Kerch Strait, but also to ports like Mariupol and Berdyansk. And this could be the big limiting factor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's really rare that the sea freezes. Black Sea is also not very high in salinity, but I've seen it only once freezing, and it was very cold for more than a month. But what can affect the cold is, the port infrastructure, I don't know exactly how they are called, but there will be ice on everything on the port, because of the waves and because of the humidity and things like this. So the sea may not freeze, and I'm pretty sure it won't, but the ports can be affected by the cold.
For sure, and maybe that could delay some of the Russian logistics into the south of Ukraine specifically. I mean, let's see what happens. I hope for a big negative effect on the Russians, obviously, but I wouldn't go too far in making specific predictions because they'll just end up being over detailedly stated anyway. All right. Thank you, Ioana. George, very good morning.
Good morning, Dillman. Sorry, I'm fumbling with buttons this morning. I don't know if you guys have mentioned, obviously there's a countrywide air alert in Ukraine today. So much for a ceasefire, huh, Dolman?
I think what the Russians might have misspelled it slightly, and are going to be using their Black Sea fleet to launch lots of sea launch caliber cruise missiles. Seas fire.
Yes, exactly. Ceasefire, yeah. Anyway, let's hope for the best, because that just got posted about maybe 8 minutes ago, I believe, in Ukraine.
No, the air raid alert has been going on for about 47 minutes now.
Oh, okay, 47 minutes. All right. Well, my bad. All right. Did any of the so today, are we going to get any more details on the U.S. package that was announced yesterday?
Apparently, there's a little birdie told me that there's going to be some sea sparrows going in it.
Ah, sea sparrows. That's very interesting.
Yes, what's very interesting is that they're not avians.
Yes, yes. And are those sea sparrows coming from the United States, or are they coming from the Great Britain?
Great Britain actually never used to use them. The Royal Navy is one of the few, possibly the only Five Eyes Navy that hasn't used the Sea Sparrow, according to what I've read.
All right, yeah. We've been talking about the Bradleys, right? It looks like there's going to be a lot of TOW missiles coming in with those Bradleys. Looks like it's going to be over
hundreds.
Actually, about over 1,000.
Oh my!
So, just trying to run numbers off on the package. That's why I'm looking to see more details. And I was speaking to John. Was actually DMing John yesterday. It looks like maybe about 1,200, but it's the version. It looks like it's going to be the TOW 2B version, which is the version that operates just like the Javelin. We know the top-down attack. So that's really good news, because that has about a 4.5 kilometer range, and that is the latest version. So what about 1,250 Bradleys? You're talking about 24 missiles per Bradley. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a big number, because a Bradley carries two on the turret, on the side launcher. It's a double side launcher, and 4 inside the Bradley. You could put more, but then you'd have to, you would sacrifice the number of troops you can carry inside the Bradley.
4.5 kilometers, you say?
Yes, 4.5 kilometers. That's the TOW 2B.
Okay, so that's the maximum range of fire for the Soviet 125 millimeter cannons, right? Is just about the same. The thing is that Bradley isn't a soft target where it would be effective at 4.5 kilometers in the slightest. Not no less, it would also miss at that distance with quite high likelihood, right?
I seriously doubt that with the optics that that we've seen pictures of on the Russian tanks, that they would be able to see the Bradley at 4.5 kilometers. That's the difference. Whereas the Bradley's optics can see past 4 kilometers. You know, they've got zooms on them, and they would be able to see the Russian tanks, especially at night, right? Because most of the Russian thermal optics were sold on eBay. So, you know, what'd you say? A lot of marble and teak wood went into those yachts. So that's where the Russian thermal optics are on their tanks. But the Bradleys have them, and they would be able to spot them. And you know, the TOW missile has the optics from the launcher, and you know, good night, Gracie. So that would be it, or good night, Ivan, as they say.
Oh, quite. And this is really the magic of it all, right? It's the integration. Is the integration of the optics and the ability to use those not just for the cannon, but also, of course, for those missiles as well, right?
Yeah, and Doman, and you know what was interesting? What they said that so 500 Ukrainians have been training in combined arms. So to train in combined arms, that means what? They've been just running around, you know, just with weapons in their hands? No, combined arms means you're training on artillery and armor and vehicles and things of that nature. That's how you train on combined arms. So I'm positive that the Ukrainians have been trained on Bradleys and mortars already.
1 to 2.
Question, George. Have you seen if they're sending any Humvees with the, you know, TOW installation?
Yeah, you know what? I thought I saw something about that on a previous package. I haven't seen one. I haven't seen a picture of one in Ukraine. Yeah, but those would be nice too. That's where the turret on the up armored Humvee has a TOW launcher on it. Yeah, those would be nice too. But just think about it. You've got a Bradley right there at the front, and someone gets a report of a T-72. That T-72 is not going to be a threat for long, especially if the Bradley can sight it with that TOW launcher. It's over. And that's what they did in Desert Storm. To great effect.
George, can you explain how the cannon on a Bradley works? Isn't there something about there being 2 separate feeder belts?
Yes.
Why would you need 2 separate feeder belts?
Okay, so so even on any piece of artillery or any cannon, and this is an auto cannon. Okay, so it's automatic. You don't have to feed the round by hand. But let's just say any cannon, any tank weapon. So if I need to fire at a tank, I have to put in an armor-piercing shell right into the chamber and fire it. If I need to fire at, let's say, open infantry out in the open, I would put in a high explosive shell. So I would have to load a high explosive shell. On 30 millimeter, 25 millimeter, 20 millimeter ones that can fire rapidly. You know, they're called auto cannons. So back, let's say prior to belt-fed things, they would have these clips. You saw them on the Bofors guns, right? Back in if you see any World War II footage, a guy puts in a 5-round clip and they fire away, and then he puts another 5-round clip. And that used to be the same thing on some of these, 20 millimeter and 40 millimeter and 30 millimeter guns. You couldn't switch. The clip would have, let's say, high explosive, the HE that you use against personnel, or would have armor piercing, or maybe the belt or the clip would be a mix. What the Bradley gun and the Martyr gun do, they have two belts, one from either side, right? One side is feeding just armor piercing ammunition. The other belt feeds just high explosive ammunition. And what the gunner has, he has a switch. He has a little toggle. And he can switch from high explosive to armor piercing at a second's notice. So let's say they're engaging infantry, or shooting at trenches or something of that nature, and they're firing high explosive. And then all of a sudden there's a BMP that shows up on the scene. They can quickly switch to armor piercing and take out that BMP, fire a couple of rounds, turn it into what we've seen, which is scrap metal on the sides of the roads we've seen in Ukraine, and then switch back to the high explosive and continue, taking care of the orcs out in the open. That's what those double feed mechanisms allow you to do. You don't have to stop to switch out the belt.
So you can just go straight from taking out trucks to taking out BMPs.
Exactly.
So why wouldn't you just always use the armor piercing ones? Is it because you get to deliver more damage to a truck that's more easily pierced by just about anything, by also causing a little bit of a smoking accident in it?
Well, here's the thing: is the armor piercing is just like a giant bullet that pierces armor. So now, if you have infantry out in the open, you have to hit every single soldier with an armor piercing round, right? It is not cost effective, and it's not time effective. Let's say there's 15, 20 infantry out in the open with 2 trucks. Causing the damage, the explosive damage with armor piercing isn't going to be as good as if I hit them all of a sudden with about 10 rounds of high explosive. It's just like hitting them with a bunch of grenades. So what that's going to do is that explosive round is going to hit the truck and cause a lot more damage. An armor piercing round might go through. Let's say it hits the door, the driver's side door, and it's at an oblique to you. It's going to go from one door out the other. So 5 minutes later, another Vatnik jumps in the truck and drives it away. It gets hit with a high explosive round. That door's gone, and probably part of the interior. It gets hit another time, and fuel tanks and things like that explode. Yeah, but high explosive is what you want to use against what we call soft shell and open infantry. You don't have to fire as much. You don't have to have a precise hit.
Want you?
Yours, were you trained on using high explosives to take out optics on tanks? Have you ever theorized on that? Trained it?
No, actually, if you've disabled the tank and the turret's still running, and do you take a chance firing a high explosive round, or you take the turret out? I would rather just take the turret off, right? Especially if we're talking about a T-72. But yeah, there's been cases where a 40 millimeter grenade launcher, firing those HE dual purpose grenades, if they hit a BMP or something like that, yeah, it's going to screw up the optics. Obviously, it could blow the optics off. Same thing with a tank.
Because I've seen a few videos coming out of Ukraine, more like early spring, early summer, where also I think a interview with a gunner in a what's it called, the what's the BTR for the something on a B Bucker something.
The BTR-4 that has a 30mm autocannon. Yeah, if you've got one of those, yeah, definitely you can target the optics, right? Because from what I saw the one video from Mariupol, and that the sights on that were really good. So yeah, I could see that happening where you could peel away his ability to see.
Yeah, because I was also really, when I saw the interview and he said it, I was like, really? And I was like, and see them do it. It's like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you know you at least you could blind a T-72 and get the hell out of there.
William?
Did someone say Bradley's this morning?
Yes, we have.
That's funny.
Fantastic. No, good morning, everybody. No, I just great conversation about the ammunition and the kind of the advancement of how a Bradley's different than some of the other ones, and you know the ability to toggle through multiple different weapon systems very quickly as a gunner is really incredible, and it all comes down to that optic system that the Bradley has. And I'm going to do some research on trying to figure out, once we figure out exactly what variant is going over there, to get the details on exactly what optic systems and different arrays that they have, because there is some modern stuff that some of the Bradleys had that I saw heading towards Europe that's really interesting and cool. So with the Bradley, you got the Bushmaster 25mm autocannon that shoots the high explosive or armor piercing. You've got a 240 Bravo, which is 7.62 NATO coaxial machine gun that is still fired off that same optic. And then you've got your two tow launchers, and when you put that all together, it allows the gunner and the commander to choose the right system for the action. Again, I don't see too much of Bradley on main take action when it comes to like full scale fighting, maybe some ambush type operations, but when you look at those two rounds, I think a great example of how we've used them before is needing to get into a building, a heavily large concrete building. A gunner can quickly put a few AP rounds through there, depleted uranium, and then shoot a burst of 25 and of HE, and what it would do is soften a wall up, and you could use that to get to the wall. One of the unique things that the Bradley can do is fight really well in urban environments, whether it's being able to make very interesting exfils or entry points for infantry soldiers to be able to maneuver while they're in the streets under fire. But when you talk about that AP round, it is kind of like a sniper rifle, if you want to think about it. It is a very small, very fast, very hard moving projectile that can punch through about anything. It can punch through multiple buildings, we found out, if the building's not made out of the right thing. So all in all, when you put that combination together into the hands of Ukrainian mechanized gunners that are already trained and have been working to shoot different types of cannons, I think it's going to be a great upgrade for the majority of the Soviet era weapons that they've been using.
William, how much of a difference is it between the Bradley and the Mada when it comes to anti-tank capabilities? Because my understanding is that a Bradley, everything's controlled from the inside, right? The tow missiles controlled from the inside, whereas the Milan that the Mada can use, the commander basically has to open the hatch, poke his head and body out of the hatch to be able to aim it and shoot it. The former, of course, keeps you a lot better protected, and it's a lot quicker to deploy, right, on a Bradley.
Yeah, correct. And especially when you're talking about the tow systems, and when you look at a Bradley, if anybody wants to, if you're visualizing it on the left-hand side of the of Bradleys, there's a 2-pod tow missile firing system. What that does, it pops up, so it goes from vertical to horizontal, and then you're able to engage with those tow missiles. To load it, there is a troop hatch on the back side. So where you think the infantry soldiers are in the back, there's a hatch that pops up that you can quickly be able to load. The Bradley's made to protect the crew. So the way the hatches are made, it's made to protect them. But you can do everything from inside, completely buttoned up, with as much with the armor that they have, which is again a really important thing, especially if you're in the middle of a urban environment, with small arms all around you.
How quick is the reload on that, William?
Ooh, I'm trying to think of what the battle drills were. It's pretty quick. I think once I would say very, very similar to when you're looking at the folks changing out there's the one Ukrainian anti-tank weapon.
Stugna.
Yeah. Now it's dangerous. It's not one of those things you really want to be doing under fire, is changing a tow missile out. It's been done. Folks have done it for sure. There's stories from the Gulf War where folks were doing it while they're under complete fire. But it's not a very slow process. It's pretty quick if you've got a good crew that's already trained on it.
And at the end of the day, you won't have one Bradley going at it alone. You'll have a number of them all together. If you have, say, 4 Bradleys, and if you need more than 8 tow missiles in the first place, then something went terribly, terribly wrong in the first place, hasn't it?
100%. And again, I've been really thinking about different roles that this can take, that you can take on, and there's multiple roles this Bradley can take on. We hear a lot of conversations about tank on tank action. Again, I think that's going to be, if that happens, it's because it's the fog of battle. You're not going to be really pushing these folks out. But the idea of these Bradleys being able to roam behind a hill, a small hill, 4.5 kilometers away from a Russian entrenched, front line, and being able to throw tows at them and maneuver very quickly away. Tow systems are heavy, so if you don't have them on a Humvee, it's hard to maneuver. So being able to do that, being able to use their optics to, harass for a long distance with that AP and HE, those are things that are going to really cause problems for Russia. And again, what brings this vehicle up, another notch, is that distance, that standoff distance that they can put between them and the enemy.
How fast can a Bradley reverse, William? I think from Madas, the Kampf mit Kette, Twitter's favorite Panzergrenadier, said that they can go just about as fast in reverse as they can go forward. How's that on a Bradley?
It's, from what I remember, it's not quite as fast, but it's quick. It's nothing like what you see out of these the Soviet era vehicles we're seeing, where it's like a tractor where there's only one gear. I heard that these new French things have like 25 reverse gears along with their 3 wheels, which is pretty phenomenal.
6 wheels.
I was being sarcastic, guys. Being sarcastic. But that is important. But for a Bradley, the reverse is important. And again, we never had any problems like what you see out of the Soviet eras. I don't think you get as much power, but the transmission in a Bradley fighting vehicle, if you take a look at it, is just it's incredible how big it is, and because it's made to be able to move that big piece of metal as quickly as possible to protect the crew and the folks on the inside. And one last thing. So when you're trained to fight with a Bradley, you're trained very similar to tanks. So when you think about where, in Grafenwehr, where I do believe we've had Ukrainian fighters fighting, there's many different movement styles, but when you're talking about gunnery, the idea of gunnery, there's moving gunnery, where you're moving together as a team, but the reality of it, that a lot of it is being able to advance up to a borm, engage enemy, and then quickly reversing backwards, just like the Abrams does. That is another way that you can utilize this vehicle. So reverse is important for it.
Absolutely. William, how much stronger is the front armor on a Bradley compared to the side armor on tanks? That's often a huge difference. How big is it on a Bradley?
I apologize, George. Can you cover that one real quick?
That I'm not sure. I know that it has spaced armor, and I know that it can stop a 30 millimeter round. But other than that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I would have to find out. And again, it all depends on the vehicle that's going and whether they're going to have up armor. Bradleys can utilize, just like the tanks you see. Bradleys have designed reactive armor that will stop RPGs, anti-tank rounds, things like that, before it even gets to the regular armament.
Yeah, them coming out covered in that contact ERA won't be a surprise to anybody.
And one thing is, you probably won't see them on the on the trucks or the trains. Is something for folks to think about. If you start seeing Bradleys going towards Poland, you won't see the up armor on the vehicles until they get into country, and then then you put it on there then.
William, with previous batches of help of weapons deliveries from the US, we saw, I think, 3 or 4 HIMARS first, and then now there's over 50 HIMARS plus M270s combined. Previously, the M777s, the towed howitzers, I think 10 went initially, or 12 maybe went initially, 18. And now there's almost 200 there. 18 went initially. Okay, 18 went initially, now there's almost 200 there, right? So, William, do you expect the thing that I expect, 50 just being the first trickle, and then the dam to open and hundreds upon hundreds more coming?
Very, very much so. And I still am not 100% sold that 50 numbers as clear as mud yet. I'm holding my breath to see the exact number that comes out once they announce it. 50 is a good start. 50 is about a battalion sized element. Along with that 50, you're going to have everything else that comes along with the battalion. I'm pretty sure we're not going to hear about every single vehicle that goes along with the package, but you've got your wreckers and all the other stuff that goes into a mechanized battalion. I'm pretty sure they're probably putting together. So if this first package is 50, I would not doubt to see 100 or 2 more sets of 50 coming really quickly. And it would be very interesting. Do we remember how many troops are being trained? Ukrainian troops are being trained in Germany right now.
George? Oh, sorry, Ben. I thought that was George. Ben, do you know the answer to that? Because I don't. Some thousands, I think.
Yeah, no idea. I'm here for something completely different.
And now for something completely different. Ben?
No. William, it wasn't finished.
Yeah, William, I don't know how many, but in the thousands, one way or another.
Yeah, so when I look at that, right, so I as we said, we always wanted to make sure that it wasn't 5 or 10 or 20 vehicles going. So 50 is a number that can kind of create that, establish a larger fighting force, so a battalion size group. You get into the 150, you're talking about a brigade. That's what I would really like to see in the first initial push, would be a brigade size element. But also you have to think about training. So if you can get 50 folks trained up pretty quick, and maybe the manpower calls for what the training sizes are to man 50 at a time, which makes it a little more manageable when it comes to training. But I truly believe you'll see, before too long, at least a brigade size element of Bradleys in Ukraine.
I remember, Domen, they said in Germany they will train at battalion and brigade level.
There you go. And William,
Combined arms.
Combined arms. And William, what all do you need for something to satisfy the competence of combined arms? Infantry and IFVs, is that enough, or do you need something else?
Well, usually you need to have something that has a little bit of a bigger gun that goes boom, in my opinion. And it really doesn't sound like, Abrams is on the table right now. So that gets us back to the conversation of the Leopards and freeing them, letting them get stretch their legs. But also, I think there's other ways to create combined arms groups. I hope and pray that we get a surprise quicker than later when it comes to the tanks. And I think that we'll be seeing that too, Dome. And I think that once the minute you see a Bradley fighting vehicle, that's one of the biggest things about this whole package. These two vehicles, the Martyrs, the Bradleys, and the tank with wheels. Once we see those vehicles in country, the morale, the political will that's going to create, I think is going to be, a really big catalyst to really showing that really opening up the floodgates to the ground, that the capabilities that Ukraine needs, that Europe has right now, whether it's a main tank or more infantry fighting vehicles. And it's just going to be a really powerful sight when you see, those vehicles, those NATO vehicles in Ukraine, ready to go to work.
Oh, for sure, William. And I would like to say, earlier today, a couple hours ago, the head of the Bundestag Defense Committee, Frau Strack-Zimmermann, had a little interview. And one of the things she said, and I'm lightly paraphrasing it, she basically expects the Leopards to be freed at some point, not in too distant a future. So I put a tweet up in the nest that of my paraphrasing. If you could, spread it far and wide. She noticed it, I have to say. She already liked it herself, so she likes the phrasing. And maybe she will be using it in the future. But I think the more notifications her team gets about this, the more likely she is to push even harder for it. And who knows, she might just maybe be the next German defense minister. So let's get that thought, very deeply etched into her brain and into her mind, that it is just the most excellent and most highly desirable thing to do per not just the German, but both the German and the international public. So she really pushes for it. Just a suggestion, from my little self. What do you reckon? Right. Thank you, William. And see, leopards would make a huge difference, wouldn't they? And that's why it's even so much more important that Ukraine get them, Ukraine receive them, to be able to use them and use them fully and properly in defense of their country. William, one further little question for you before I go to Ben, and it is a technical question. It's a highly technical question. I already asked 122 didn't want to answer. This morning, in less good news, someone from the SPD in Germany, their defense policy spokesman, said the following, roughly translated. They're ruling out the German supply of Leopard 2 tanks for now, saying these are assault tanks. What Ukraine needs are defensive tanks like the Marder. William, what do you say to that?
The best defense is a good offense.
Well, I think you just need to redesignate the Leopard 2 as an armored humanitarian vehicle, and then all excuses go out the window.
I love how just the simple nomenclature is what completely creates, just simply what what's in a piece of paper is what a leopard's the only role for it is for offense, or defense, however they want to say it. The reality of it is these vehicles can play multiple roles when they're in the hands of the right fighters, and the only thing we need to worry about is not how they're going to use them, is how quickly we can get them there so that they can use them for the right reason. That's defeating Russia on the battlefield as soon as possible.
Excellent. Thank you, William. 1 to 2?
I did answer that, didn't I?
Well, you kind of scoffed at it, and then we went on into a discussion of German politics.
It's an offensive weapon. Come on.
Do you find it offensive that they're making the distinction between an offensive and a defensive weapon?
Of course. It depends on how you use things. Anything can basically be an offensive weapon, almost. So, and everything can be a defensive weapon. It depends on the usage.
I would say, as long as they're repelling an invasion of their country, everything is a defensive weapon.
Yes.
There we go. Easy. I think Wolfgang, whatever his name is, needs some help with that, and they will shortly be realigned a lot better. All right. Well, thank you, 1 to 2. Thank you, William. Thank you for all of your help, both of you, and George, who since left us. Ben, and now for something completely different.
Actually, not at all. I just wanted to add something to what you said. When was the Leopard 2 designed? The 80s or 70s, something like that?
70s, I think, late 70s, maybe.
That famous moment in history when Germany was planning to take over Poland and drive to Moscow. That's the moment, right? That's when they needed those offensive weapons. Not at all.
No, Königsberg.
Oh yeah.
Retrieve Königsberg.
Yeah, exactly. Not at all. They were not at all in a defensive posture. No, just so we're clear on this. All right. So I was taking a break, and as I do during the break, I was checking my Twitter and a few articles that were being posted, and the Moscow Time, quoting Bloomberg, so technically Bloomberg then, has come up with something very, very interesting. The Russian government has found a new way to collect some money. Well, it's not a new way, it's actually an old way, one way they've used already. Namely, they're going to knock at the door of the main commodity exporters of the country. So that's mostly metal, crude, and fertilizer. And they're going to ask them to kindly cover for the deficit of this year. So we're talking trillions of rubles, tens of billions of dollars are bound to be collected and to be shifted from those guys to the coffers of the state. It's the equivalent of a massive wealth collection by the government. It's a true war economy thing. It's also probably catastrophic in terms of investment. That probably is going to lead to a very significant drop in the capacity of those commodity exporters to do their job in a fairly short term. And for us, that's also very interesting because that means that the Russian government has decided not to collect money from the taxpayers, the regular individual taxpayers, not to increase their level of collection at this level, which again talks a lot of the weakness of the government, and not to have access to the financial markets to levy, to collect some debt, or rather, no, to sell some debt like any other government would do. So that's and probably because there's so little appetite on the market for their debt that if they were to float that much debt in such little time, the value of their debt would completely collapse, and that's an assessment of their own credit. I thought that's very interesting, and that's also something that they can do once, but not many times. And based on the few lines I read, what they were saying, it's probably not going to be enough to cover for the absolute massive deficit caused by both the increase in spending tied to their war of invasion and to the decrease in revenue tied to the collapse of the value and the volume of gas and oil being exported. So all this it's actually great news, and I think we can see this as a clear admission that on the budgetary, financial, economic spheres as well, Russia is starting to reckon with the fact that they have been defeated, and they're trying to find a way to not admit it to themselves, but admit it to the world. But those ways are becoming thinner and thinner, more difficult by the day, and are probably not going to be enough. So, I'm sorry, it's a bit technical. Then again, we just had 3 hours on tracked vehicles, but yeah, it's a lot of money, and Gazprom already had to pay for such a debt. It artificially, such a tax function. It artificially increased the tax revenue of Russia in December, but now they're gonna have to do it again, and we're only in January. There are a lot more months in the year, as we all know, and that's gonna be fun. But the budget is failing, and that is absolutely crucial, and that's also very interesting to see that as Ukraine is acquiring new vehicles, new armaments, the Russians are losing their capacity to buy the same and to produce the same because they just have the cash in the market. I'm sorry, I went out because of my coat. It's very cold.
No, so Ben, really the question is, what does this mean about how unstable the Russian economy is, and why then? Why is it considered? Let's say, why is it considered commonly accepted that the Russian economy in 2022 only fell by a few percentage points, maybe 3, maybe 4 percentage points? How does that square with this desperate need for vastly greater taxes, even asset seizures from exporters? How does that square with all the factories being closed, shut down, not functioning for many months at a time, possibly much of the year? How does that work? How is that reasonable? How much of this is just a case of some machinations plus much greater public spending, and how much of that is, let's say, real?
Well, I think we're a little bit as if we're with the doctor and a patient, and the doctor just gave the patient a massive shot of adrenaline, and for a short, sweet little time, the patient is doing very, very well. Seems to be doing very, very well, and that was the Russian economy this summer. They had a boost. They had a boost from inside with extra government spending. They had a boost from outside with absolutely fantastic prices for their commodities that they're exporting, and that was that moment of the sudden boost of energy. And what's happening now is that the effect of the shot is dissipating, and what you're left is what I would call general organ failure. It's actually difficult to find a sector of the Russian economy that is not heavily affected by what's going on. There's a few things that I didn't mention at the time, but if you look at the numbers tied to the spending around Christmas and the New Year, in many respects they were 25 or 30% lower this year than last year. They don't buy presents. They're not looking forward for anything. Those are crucial things for retailers. And if the retail industry is, if the retail sector is having some problems, that really shows that the rest of the economy is not doing fantastically well. They have moved away enough from a well-functioning, smoothly functioning, honest, transparent market economy. It is actually a little bit difficult for us to know exactly what's going on with them. Amusingly, actually, they've moved so far away from transparency that it's even creating problems for them. So one thing they've done, for instance, is the fact that the boards of companies is now secret. Their rationale is Europeans and Americans tend to sanction people who are on the board of companies. So if we keep those boards secret, they won't be able to sanction them. If we keep the activities and the results of the companies secret, they won't be able to sanction them. And this had two effects. The first one is investors, and in particular, institutional investors, the large ones, banks, pension funds, this sort of things, suddenly found themselves unable to respect their fiduciary obligations, and they could not invest anymore. Apparently, there's been a massive rollback of institutional investors from the Moscow Stock Exchange because they are unable to respect their prudential obligations before investing. They can do the regular checks that they would do otherwise because all the information that they used to rely upon are now secret. So that has a problem for their finance, and it's also creating a sizable issue for the government when it comes to collecting taxes, because now more and more of the data is secret, and the people who are in charge of planning everything are in charge of planning the Russian economy increasingly, but they have a decreasing amount of information to do an increasing amount of work. So they're facing some extreme limitations in that respect as well, and that shows quite interestingly that they're failing at market and they're failing at planning. As far as I know, there is no more options for them. So I'm a little bit all over the place, but the takeaway from this is they're not doing well. Their various sectors are failing: retail, finance, and of course the government. And we've seen if all this at the very least allowed them to unleash a massive industrial power that was able to spit out thousands of missiles every month, that would be something. But we've seen that they can barely produce a few hundred per year. So they're doing all those sacrifices, all this cost for such limited output is it's ridiculous. It's incomprehensible, and it's honestly the most stupid thing that you will probably ever witness in your life.
But the Russians keep saying their sanctions don't work. And this is perfectly an example that the sanctions do work.
Oh yeah, no. Well, what doesn't work is their anti-sanction policy. They either backfire, like this thing with secrecy, where their own economy is becoming ever more foreign to themselves, and they're also had to backtrack on about every single anti-sanction policy that they've developed, be it the attempt to force everyone to pay their their purchase in rubles. They backtrack on this. The bans on the various bans on exports of energy to the countries that they qualify as unfriendly, where they've basically said to whomever asks, we will give an exemption from those measures. Of course, true with the grain deal, where at some point they threatened to stop it, and when people said, "Well, you stop it if you want, but we continue," they had absolutely no other option but to come on board. The king is naked. The emperor is very, very much naked. The Tsar is naked, and it's not a pretty sight, I have to say.
Ben, on the point of that, together with the paper industry.
No, Domin. We're not talking about the naked Tsar anymore.
No, I was going to ask about the textile industry.
The textile? Oh. Well, I don't know.
So we know a lot about the paper industry suffering, but generally textile industries require very similar, let's call them equipment and industrial setups. Is there any understanding of whether that is suffering as well?
They import clothes from Turkey.
Yeah, and China.
Of course, as does everywhere else. But did they not used to have, some domestic production, especially when it comes to, say, winter equipment, the sort of things that they might be wanting right about tomorrow?
Well, you're laughing, but it so happens that light industry, as it was qualified, was one of the forte of the Tsarist Empire. In the early 20th century, they really developed some strong textile sector. There was just one problem. It was in Poland, and whatever was not in Poland was in Ukraine. They never worked quite good with textile. I don't think there's anything of note there. And of course, what you're talking about is for the military. It's probably something different. I have not seen anything about it, except that in the statistics, it is up. It's definitely up. I think it's what they call special textiles, something along those lines, and that would be the uniforms. There would be I don't know what else you're doing, the tents, maybe things like that. And yes, that is they're producing more of it than before. But then again, the rest of it's cannibalization of other resources. It's not true growth. So yeah, it's costing them two to produce one. It's not working.
Ben, when will we be able to dig deeper into sanctions and how Russian economy has been affected thus far and how it will be affected going forward and what can be done to affect it further? Will we be given an opportunity sometime soon? Perhaps with someone else who knows a lot about this, but we've not managed to hear quite as much from as we have, from example, from you yourself. Will we be given such an opportunity sometime soon, Ben?
Well, I'm not raising my hopes, to be honest, because as we know, the Russians are very cagey when it comes to their information, their archives, their even stuff related to the 1930s, and are still not open. And oh yeah, of course, that's not what you meant. Yes, we're very lucky to be joined by an economist and risk analyst of great repute and I think considerable wit in the person of Rachel Ziemba, sorry, and she's coming in almost exactly 5 hours and a half. She'll be
four and a half
hours.
hours.
And she'll be here at 5 p.m. UTC, I think. And yeah, we'll be speaking about sanctions. So we talked a little bit. So sanctions. A look back at the sanctions. What was the target? Why were they designed like this? From what experience did we build those sanctions? And what were the consequences? And where are we going with them? We'll talk a little bit, if we have time, about the oil and gas, two subjects she knows a lot about, and as well because she by trade she's a development economist. We'll probably have a look at how Russia, at the very least, and probably Ukraine are looking for the future. Like since she's advising a lot of investors, we'll get a general look, not investment advice, but a general look of how we should look and consider the situation in both countries, and why the future of one is probably a lot brighter than the future of the other one. But yeah, it's gonna be great. She's, as I said, she's quite she's quite a talkative lady. She's very good. She knows the subject inside out. She's also has what experience around the world. When she's talking about Venezuela, you sort of understand she really knows what she's talking about. So it's gonna be fun, and she's Canadian, I think, which we're always short on Canadians, aren't we?
Yeah, we never really ever have any Canadians around here. I mean, must have been literally minutes since we had a Canadian Ben.
Must have been second, but yeah. Daniel, are you still around?
Yes, mate. Shoot.
What Danube doing?
What they're doing is flowing to Black Sea. Why?
Okay. No, I thought there was a bit of a traffic jam in the Danube, or around the Danube.
Yeah, it is. But the problem is because it's too much traffic. Not. What I read is something like not enough pilots. Are 40 pilots for this section of Danube, and traffic is huge. And the pilot need to make a run for 11 hours. It's not like going from the Constanța port to take a ship out when you, I don't know, make a voyage of 1 hour. You need to take 11 to get from Galați for Sulina, for example. And there's an overflow of Ukrainian ships. And some in the business complain there are too many Ukrainian ships. There's not enough place for how many ships need to navigate. But they manage. They will manage. Don't worry. Wartime conditions. The good thing is the spice is flowing. Other things, let the guys who work on this thing to implement. Because what I can say, the pressure of the moment put everybody on their toes and do what must do. Railways, border crossing, border guards, border police, pilots, ports, everything must work because it's also in our interest. We get a lot of money from this, so we cannot complain. But I cannot say the lower Danube is all shiny. In fact, the clouds look very Siberian here. But it's traffic. It's big traffic, and Ukrainians push hard to use every part of the Danube to deliver their stuff. And this is understandable. And, you know, 1 year ago, people complained because was not enough traffic. You know, was not too much trade on Danube. Now the Danube is overflow. There's so much traffic, you need to sort it, to make deals, to negotiate, which is nice, in my opinion. Much nicer than imagined. And projects for development to expand the harbors become very relevant now. And there's another thing very good, which will happens at this moment also. Every stupid guy who don't know the management of this business or any other business connected and put under pressure can be revealed very fast. Very, very, very fast. So if he's political protected, he will jump on the window because you cannot put stupid people to manage huge enterprises like this. And I think this thing will somehow sort out because it's needed. And the pressure is not just national, it's international.
Daniel, the traffic is inbound to Ukraine or it's outbound?
You know, most of it and important was outflow. You know, grain deal, all the things Ukraine need to sell to reduce their problems because war. But of course, it's inbound also. The reality is, until now, they don't have these problems. Never. I don't think was so many jams on the Danube ever. I mean, ever in history. So it's coming, it's going. Sometimes it's just grain, sometimes it's our more important stuff, and sometimes it's fuel, sometimes are imports. You know, that cargo imports with no clear destination. But things are going, and I think it's very, 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 very good. And what I want to see, and I really, really want to see, going from here or even from Batumi and going far away to Rotterdam. That will be the biggest success. If somehow people try to negotiate and understand this is necessary. Because I see the rail route from China to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Bulgaria. You know, these are the important things, important for Europe, not just for my country.
Well, congratulations to you and your country for what's happening and for having such a good relationship with such a dynamic, commercially dynamic neighbor. Is there, like, just for the sake of it, is there a lot of hopes from the point of view of the Romanians when it comes to the future of Ukraine and the relationship with Romania, or is it not mentioned, or is there even fears? Because we know, for instance, that in a lot of countries, when peace comes, there's a bit of a backlash because the whole economy has to be reoriented. A lot of the spending that was done has to be paid for, etc., etc. So, what are the Romanians saying? They're looking forward for it, or they're expecting issues? Okay, Daniel has been taken away.
He fell into the Danube.
Yeah, I think there's a Loch Ness monster in the Danube. Or is there? Where's decoding when you need him?
Well, Gunny was saying there's one in the in the Black Sea, right? Maybe it swam up the Danube.
Oh, that's how the Moscow went down. I had not thought about this one, but that makes sense.
I think that's probably what it was. You know, people said it was Poseidon or Neptune or whatever. No, it was actually Nessie. All right. Ben, shall we hear out Nina? Hi there, Nina. Good afternoon.
Ben, should we hear out Nina or not?
Do I have the option of saying no? Let's be honest for a second. What happens if I say no? It's wargaming.
Well, if you say no, I'm not going to speak.
Yeah, okay. And what will happen on the retaliation front?
Well, that we would have to negotiate.
Well, I guess we'll never know because I do want to hear Nina.
Okay. I'm sure you have already talked about this ridiculous ceasefire thing. And that even just before it should have been started, Russia already sent some missiles somewhere. I know that they sent it also to Kramatorsk. Hit Kramatorsk. Yeah, just like immediately after they start the ceasefire, and I am like, yeah, I'm really surprised.
I'm not, because that's what it meant for the Russians, a ceasefire.
No, Mr. M, Nina is sarcastic.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm being
Oh,
like
sorry.
She's not sarcastic. She's from Finland.
Yeah, that's like yeah, Ben.
Besides Domin, in Croatian, it's pronounced sarcastic.
You need a softer chair. Anyway, Nina, yeah, you're right, and of course, you know, this was always going to be just a nonsense propaganda stunt for the Russians. Who was it? Was it James Cleverly only yesterday who said that it's utter nonsense? It will do nothing to advance the prospects for peace, and basically, if the Russians wish to have a unilateral ceasefire, they should first turn east, march until they're all in Russia, and then cease firing for good, and we can all get behind that, can't we? But anything else is just utter incomplete nonsense from them.
Nina.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Nina?
Okay. Well, yes, the reaction from the Ukrainian government about this ceasefire was exactly like they, of course, this is like how it is. It's bullshit. Excuse my English. Yeah. So, but did it give any time? No, because it was so short. It didn't really happen. No ceasefire.
It was about 2.5 seconds, so not really. No.
Okay. So yeah, it didn't give Russia or Ukraine anything. But
no,
pain.
it never existed. It was only ever written down on propaganda paper and nowhere else. It didn't exist anywhere else but in the figments of the propaganda imagination. And I think that's the only place where it was ever intended to exist in the first place. It was never meant to be real. It never was real. It was always just something that's fed into the hot air machine at the Kremlin to produce even more hot air.
So just follow up. As I understood, there were not casualties it was a apartment building or something in Kramatorsk.
I am never sure exactly how the reporting on that goes, because usually it's a little bit delayed and a little bit unclear in the first hours, due to obvious reasons of Kramatorsk specifically being so close to the front lines, and them being awfully busy with so many things that it's hard to know. But I do hope that reporting does end up coming through as correct, because obviously no casualties is always better than some casualties.
Thank you, Domen, and have a good day. I'm going to work from now, but I'm going to listen for a while. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Nina. Yehuda, you must be very much shocked and surprised that the Russians didn't abide by what they said they would
Shocked.
do. It's almost as though they do this often, don't they?
It's almost as though they're habitual liars. Yeah, I was up in the middle of the night and I saw that they did not observe their own Christmas trees. Apparently, Dima Medvedev there said that how dare the Ukrainians reject Christian mercy. I thought that was pretty funny. Christian mercy. Or was that on the 24th of February in 2012? Not very Christian of you, Mr. Medvedev, but we live in a world, post-truth world, where words are just letters strung together, not necessarily indicative of intent or reality, but here we are. So no surprise, obviously. No one cares what Russia says. I like to read Russian news outlets, like I like to read Narnia and Lord of the Rings. But anyways, I'm just happy about Bradleys and martyrs. So there you go.
I don't know if you saw the other thing that he said, but he called the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, age 42, and holding an LLM from the London School of Economics, an uneducated grandmother. So he was on top form last night. Medvedev was, that's for sure. And by form, I mean, well, the form he was in after having partaken in his favorite pastime.
Correct. Hey, has the Spaces function disappeared from the top of your Twitter feed? Is that the same for everyone?
It has for very
All right,
many
okay.
people, yes.
Just wondering. Okie doke. Well, I just came in. I'm gonna have other things to do early in the morning, as you know, but I'm just listening.
Yehuda, while you are here, could you maybe enlighten us on the 50 Bradleys and what the utility of 50 Bradleys is in themselves before further shipments come in? If you have the time, if you don't, we can
just can't
always
right now.
direct it
I'll be back.
in a different direction. All right, very well. When you can, I think lots of people would love to hear from that, because we had and this is for the rest of the people. Yesterday, the announcement came that Bradleys indeed are definitely coming to Ukraine. Those are the American infantry fighting vehicles, and the suggestion initially on the AP was that there will be some dozens of them in the initial batch. Then in Reuters, they said there would be some 50 of them. So that surprised a lot of people who thought, oh no, surely there must be much greater numbers. But as we all recall, when HIMARS first came, there were only 3 or 4 launchers in the initial batch. When the M777s first came, there was, I believe, 18 in the initial batch. And of course, the US tends to do this with their military aid to Ukraine, a small number initially, followed by a much greater number still later on. And that's no worry whatsoever. But as our friend 122 from Swedish Tank Commander here said, even 50 Bradleys, that is a battalion scale number of Bradleys, and even 50 Bradleys on their own can already deal quite a bit of damage to the Russians. I sure hope that that's true, and I sure hope that Ukrainians can use such a mechanized battalion very well indeed, and very productively indeed already.
I can jump in. Yeah, no, it is a complement of a battalion plus spares. I would argue that it's not going to do a lot of damage. You need in the maneuver warfare fight there, you're looking at brigade groups. So you're looking at taking those 50, timesing them by 3, then timing them by 4 or 6, really. So to get, a really potent penetrating force, because you're going to have 2 or 3 brigades push into a Russian line, and then you're going to, as a break-in or penetrating force, and then you're going to need another 3 to exploit at least, right? So we really do need to see, 500, 600, 700 Bradleys come in. I think we see that those numbers come in, or a combination of Martyrs and Bradleys. And I think I heard CJ say it, like closing time for the Russians. At that point, those assault elements would make mincemeat of the Russian positions as we know them. They're mostly dismounted hodgepodge of a ton of BMPs and BTRUs, whatever they've got. They're no match for the Bradleys in an armored, in an armored battle group or combined arms unit. 50 are great, yeah, no worries. But I mean, you want to see that seismic shift in terms of liberated territory. I think you see 700, 500 to 700 would be 700 would be better, obviously. 1,000 would be perfect, kind of like what they're talking about. But you see that amount of, Bradley infantry fighting vehicles show up in 5, 6, 7 brigades worth of Ukrainian forces. I mean, I think they'd waltz to the border. That's what I think. But 50 is great, sure, but that means you're getting, a battalion or a battle, you're getting a small fraction of what you need, but it's a step in the right direction. And I personally think that there are hundreds in Europe. They're going to get there. They can't move 1,000 in one go. 50 is a good go, and then another 50 and 50, 50, 50. You get them up there, and then you got to shake them out, and you got to deploy all of them. And then I think you're off to the races, Doman.
1 to 2. What do you reckon?
No, I got there finally. What I was gonna get to, that it's hard to get in there in that quantity, that 500 quantity at one time. All has to do with logistics and also with training. I mean, sure, they're similar to what Ukraine has, but it's slightly different. It needs time to getting used to also, and we also have to keep in mind Ukraine already has some armor capability, so adding these 50 extra on top of that and already incorporating them in an attack, they will do damage as they are. I mean, just the capability to get troops in assaults to the position you need to assault, dismount, provide fire cover. I mean, that's just going to wreak havoc, to be honest, especially if they got tow missiles. I mean, I don't think we can't underestimate what 50 Bradleys along with some 20, 40 Martyrs can do. I am with you. They need more. They need 500-ish, but over a longer period of time, I think they will get there. And I think this might be, if used, focused in a certain area alongside the already existing Ukrainian armor. I think this will cause some major issues for the Russians on its own, to be honest.
Yeah, it's also important to remember they've already been trained on these 122. They've been training in Poland and in Germany.
Yeah, but I was thinking, you also had a bottleneck when it comes to training as well. You can only train as many as you can at one certain given moment, so you need to give that time as well to get more people trained, and that takes
Yeah, no, I'm saying they've been training for months on them, so it's I'm not sure if it's a secret, but okay, yeah, so yeah, no, they've been training for months, to be honest with you. So it's not one of these things where they just announced it and off, and then they sent 50. So and it's not the driving. They're actually, as the Bradley experts here have said, They're quite easy to learn how to use. Obviously, the gunners would probably be more sophisticated training capabilities or training regimen. Give me a second. Yeah, but yeah, no, I suspect they've been training on a lot of platforms, and so 50. I think by the end of the month you're going to see at least 200-300, if not more, and for the types of counteroffensives they need. That's when I'm talking about 500. I'm not talking about being able to inflict damage on the Russians. We're talking about a huge disruption zone in Kherson Oblast between the Dnipro and Melitopol. So I think that for that you want to, several brigades of our combined armored brigades with about tons of those Bradleys. That's where you're going to see, the Ukrainians aren't doing piecemeal stuff. They've been doing piecemeal stuff where they need to, and I think these are all shaping operations, enabling ops to set the conditions for that counteroffensive. So I have really high hopes for 500 of them, and not arguing with the ability for 50 Bradleys in a battalion to do a lot of damage, but you're looking at, I don't know, 10,000 square kilometers in the south of Ukraine, and another 10,000 in the north, and that mobility, the speed, that large formations equipped with proper infantry fighting vehicles is where you're going to see a real change in the on the ground.
So would you be at all surprised if this time next week, Friday next week, you see the first video of a Bradley decisively engaged in Ukraine?
Sorry, say that again.
Would you be at all surprised if this time next week you see videos of Bradleys in Ukraine in combat?
Oh yeah, I would. I would be surprised. I think they're not at the point where they're shaking hands.
Right. So a little bit longer to get everything across and actually into the country, despite the previous training having already been done. All right.
Yeah, no, it's not just about the training being done right there. So they have to look. They're going to be. I'm sure someone's already decided where they're going, and all that good stuff. But I think you might see limited. I don't even think you see limited. I think they're going to save it for their major counteroffensives that they've been talking about. I think they obviously know how many they're getting from the Americans, so I think you'll see them in Ukraine. I think you might see videos of them using them and practicing and moving around, and but a lot of the level 5 exercises have been done in Germany, Poland, Czechia, and that's part of the regimen, the training regimen for Ukrainian forces. They're not. If you can train in Europe in the relative safety of not being hit by Russian whatever, then you'll do so. So, I mean, it's super amazing. Look, I'm not going to complain. 50, as 122 said, you can't just, you can't put 500 on a train and push them through. They'll do them in tranches for sure.
I'm just going to jump in here. I think we both sort of like, talking about the same cookie, just different pieces of the cookie, and we both like the same cookie, so to speak. So I don't know how to phrase it better than that. Just that I understand you and I totally agree with you, and in general as well. We're both excited that they come, and we want more as always.
Yeah, no, I just, it's one of those things where I just, do I think they're going to do something with them now? Honestly, no. I think they're going to wait till they have really, a critical mass of them where they can, let's say Svatova Kremena, Like I think 50. If the 50 was all they were getting, for sure you'd see them in action. But if they know they're getting 500 or 1,000, they're going to integrate it into their battle groups and their brigade groups, and you'll see them in the north or the south, and they'll just kick off pretty hard on that counteroffensive, right? So you'll see that their artillery kick off. I mean, I'd love to see it sooner than later, and I suspect if they had 500 IFVs already, you would see counteroffensive in a week or two, right? But they don't, and since they know they're getting them, why increase the risk of casualties unnecessarily, affecting their combat effectiveness if they know, wait a minute, all of these these lead mounting formations, they can all have Bradleys, and when we push from Svatove to Starobilsk, or we push down and cut off the Bakhmut pocket there, let's have 4 full brigades, all manned with or staffed with Bradleys. That would be probably the best scenario. 122, over to you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That would be the best scenario. Imagine the shock effect that also would cause the non-stop flowing of armor in your face as a Russian, and just the continuous pushing as well in all directions, just building the chaos upon chaos. I think the Ukrainians should, and they are doing it, continue doing shaping operations, finding pockets, identifying weak spots. If they find something, sure, go for it, but keep building up their resources to make a decisive blow at one time. I think you're really good point.
Yeah, you have to consider the Russian force composition. You have ridiculous amounts of dismounted conscripts, mobilized men in the north, especially sitting in defensive positions. Ton of obstacles, which are very poorly. Well, they're not real obstacles when they're not covered by fire. So there's a lot of stuff going on over there. So it would be a perfect target for Ukrainian forces to push through. And that's one of the key things they're missing. They just don't have the mobility, the infantry fighting vehicles and they have tows, and they're not even facing tons of tanks, right? They're not. They're most of the Russian tanks that were operable, because I don't even talk about good tanks, but most of the Russian tanks that were operable are out of the picture. So they're dealing with anti-armor platoons on the Russian. Yeah, go ahead.
The last part I didn't hear, Yehuda, you were breaking up.
Yeah, unfortunately I got a phone call, but yeah, no, I was just saying that it's the Russian enemy that they're worrying about, and what they've got is a lot of dismount, a lot of not a lot of armor. Most of the armor has been destroyed that's effective on the Russian side. They've got anti-armor platoons and anti-armor types, floating around, but it's not going to be, the Ukrainians obviously will have enough infantry to do what they have to do. Complement to the force structure they have currently, promises to be good overall, I'd say.
Wanted to from Mira. Oh, if you want to comment on something else, go ahead, and then I'll ask you more.
No, I had a different sidetrack, so you take your question.
So my question for you was, from what you've seen, how much more difficult or how much more effort goes into, let's say, getting people trained up to be able to work together between, say, tanks and IAVs and dismounted infantry, versus just getting a few IAVs, or I don't know what you call them, an IAV platoon, a mechanized platoon, I guess, working together.
So this, of course, depends on what people they send to be trained. If they're, sending already capable personnel to be retrained, but I would say the theory of combined arms in general is really crucial to have training in, and how you should utilize it, rather than the platoons themselves in between the IFVs. Both trainings, of course, important, but the combined arms concept is really important to have some training in before you actually go into combat, because if you don't understand it, it will just still be like you're fighting separate capabilities on their own. That's just my take on it.
So just getting, say, a set of 4 Bradleys working together with their complement of 24 dismounts plus 12 crew, you'd say that that's a lot quicker to integrate than integrating them with also heavier armor and possibly other types of vehicles, right?
Yes, I would say so, because when you're working with other types of armor and vehicles, that's fast-moving objects as well. So you need to really be, I wouldn't say it's like muscle memory, but you really need to understand other types of armor as well, just not alongside the one you're using, and what their capabilities are and what they're capable of about to do and such. So that's really difficult. Infantry, pretty much any soldier has no basic understanding about infantry as well, so that you have an advantage there already. So I would say it's easier to understand that type of training to fight alongside infantry. That's hard as well. It takes training, but not as hard as learning how to fight with other vehicles.
All right, thank you, 122. You said you had something else?
Yeah, I was going into this news about the new artillery system that was it Rheinmetall was gonna construct it, RCH 155, or what's the name? The Panzerhaubitze spin-off with on wheels. Do we know if that has been tested by Rheinmetall somewhat before, or will Ukraine be like real testing, right?
It's only been tested as prototypes, basically. There haven't yet been production volumes made, and what there is, well, the first production models are going to be going to Ukraine. Something here, Nicholas Drummond, who's kind of like the defense contractor, advisor, consultant. He basically said a few days ago, maybe a week ago now, that at this point, the first examples that are going to go to Ukraine, the production for those has now started. So that's what they have. But these will be the very first, certainly the very first in combat, right? Seeing that only a few prototype pieces have been previously built. It will be interesting. And the one thing that I'm really looking at there is, the RCH 155s, once they're on the brink of coming in, it feels almost like they will have to, the Swedish government will have to send the archers. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for archers to ever get traction anywhere, not just on Norwegian hills.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with that. I think they can consider it a dead project if they don't do it, most likely. I know the US have been eyeing it, and we had a unit sent over, for them to try out as well. So I know they're interested somewhat in it, but I think it should be in Ukraine, just to get like combat evaluation, if anything. And so, yeah, I do hope the rumors are true that something is there, but most likely not.
Yeah, fingers crossed that they actually get a move on, if nothing else, for the sake of both those long-term plans as well. All right, Big Papa, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doman. A couple things I did. I usually start my day by looking at the Ukraine defense website and seeing the numbers. So it's a big spike in tanks and armored vehicles, Russian losses, artillery pieces, and a helicopter and a jet. So that was good news. I was wondering first, I was wondering if there was any details on that spike, and then my other question is for Yehuda is I was wondering, they've been putting up numbers of, like you just said, 500 to 700 Bradleys is what they would like to get, and tanks and whatever. And my question is, and I hope I'm not good at the military terms and the numbers, but say they currently have 2,000 armored vehicles. If they get 500 to 700 more, do they have drivers and soldiers and everything for 2,500 now, or do they take 500 off the line, or are they building an actual bigger force and just having more of the armored vehicles? Hope that makes sense. I know they want to take the older ones off the line, the incapable ones, but are they building more bigger divisions and battalions and stuff?
So the Ukrainian military right now has way more people volunteering for it than they have capacity to equip. They have way more people in it than they have equipment that they would want them to use in an ideal circumstance. So everything that they're getting in terms of Bradleys, in terms of Madas, in terms of, were they to get CV90s or Leopards going forward, all of that is going to increase the size of their armored and mechanized horse, right? So that's not an issue. That's not really a question. All that's going to do is all that it's going to do is it's going to enhance the volume of equipment that Ukraine gets to use in the fight. It also gives them more flexibility. It also gives them more reliability. And this is something that Konstantin immediately raised a week ago now, when the Bradleys were first being hinted at and discussed, right? And first thing he asked of William and George and others who had experience with Bradleys was, so how reliable are these? How often do they break? How much maintenance do they need? How much effort are they to keep in service at all times? And he was very heartened when he heard the answer that they are some of the best, most reliable, least iffy equipment when it comes to maintenance. And that is a really important point here, right? Ukrainians have previously been for a long time rather struggling when it came to making sure that all of their BMPs are going to be in service at all times, right? Konstantin describes some cases back when he was serving the Ukrainian military right after the initial invasion by Russia of eastern Ukraine. Now, of course, things have changed since then, but nevertheless, those Soviet-made BMPs are simply less reliable. Those Soviet-made BMPs are simply less often in a shape where they can be in service, right? And that's why this is where the Bradleys are going to massively help, because even if before you had 120 BMP2s, you might only have 40 or 50 or 60 or 70 available at any given point, and they were much more likely not to be usable when you needed them. Whereas the Bradleys, when you have 50 Bradleys, you're going to be much closer to actually having 50 Bradleys actually available, actually usable at that time. And I think that is a very big deal. That's a very big difference between the different vehicle options here, right? And maybe they can push those Bradleys in more frontline units, and maybe relegate some of the BMPs, and actually have more spare capacity to sort through them, to get them into a better shape as well, and more usable somewhere else in different roles. And the question of flexibility and question of roles are pretty big here as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Hopefully they'll get to a point where they actually have numbers advantage is what I'm hoping for. Just mass, not only just better equipment, but more of it, and just get this thing over with. But yeah, thanks for your answer. Thanks.
And the other thing you were asking about, Big Papa, of course, was what's going on. What happened yesterday? Why were the numbers, let's call it, the casualty list, why was it so different today than in previous days? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what happened. But whatever happened, well, CJ was speculating earlier that it might have been one of those multi-story parking structures that Russians used to park all of the equipment in, and there was a very localized earthquake, and that's why all of it got destroyed. But I think that he's wrong. I think that it was much more distributed, and that it took a whole lot more effort, both by artillery and Ukrainian, say, Javelin and similar operators. Big Papa?
Yeah, that makes sense. 23 tanks was pretty high. It's been usually a number around 5 to 10 on tanks, and maybe a 1 to 5 armored vehicles, somewhere like that. And the spike was, I think, 23 tanks, 16 armored vehicles, 6 or 8 artillery pieces. The
30, Big Papa, 38 trucks.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, I always wonder about that, because it says trucks and fuel tanks, so I never know exactly what that is.
Oh, when they say a fuel tank, they mean a tanker truck, right? One of those with a big cylinder full of fuel in the back.
Okay. Yeah, the casualty numbers was a little bit lower. It was around 500, and it's been 700 and 800 for just weeks on end, which is also that's another thing I can't get my head around, how they take these losses and still able to throw the zombies at it. That's just mind-boggling to me. I don't think I'll ever be able to understand that.
It is very difficult to understand, and that's because you have to make very, very different assumptions about how Russia pursues war versus how any Western country would be pursuing war, in anything like recent decades, and most living memory. And the assumptions are just different. They do not care nearly as much about their people, about their conscripts, about their soldiers, as any Western country ever would or does. It's just a different assumption about basic facts of life. The Russians do not care. That's why they're perfectly happy dressing lots of civilians in green clothes and telling them, walk in that general direction where you will get shot at, and maybe you'll survive. That's pretty much the degree of an instruction they might be getting, at least some of them. And then there's no wonder why they end up dying in very large numbers indeed.
Yeah, unbelievable. Thanks.
Thanks, Big Papa. 1 to 2, if you see, 20 odd destroyed tanks, 20 odd destroyed IAVs in a day, what does that tell you about what happened the day before?
FUBAR is just the way to summarize it for all military people out there. Basically, something went very, very. It's likely that it's going to go very, very wrong if you're trained to go down the same route again. It's a what you would call an omen in the good old days, that something is not as it should be. You should turn around. You should find a new way. Otherwise, Gandalf will come out and say, "You shall not pass."
George?
Doman, did you guys mention on the space that right now Zelensky's been on the phone with the Prime Minister of Sweden, and I don't think he was putting in his IKEA order. Was that mentioned on the space today?
It was not. It wasn't at all. I didn't know that happened.
Yes,
So
that
you're
is-
saying that Zelensky is redecorating and he chose IKEA. Okay.
Well, maybe not exactly, but remember yesterday there was phone calls back and forth, and some things were released, and then the day before, a phone call with Macron, and things were released. So maybe you mentioned a few minutes ago archers. Maybe we'll finally get them after this phone call. Hopefully.
Where did you see there was a phone call between Zelensky and the Swedish Prime Minister?
Give me a second here.
I'm looking at Zelensky's account, and I
Yeah,
can
he
see
said,
also.
we expect that under Sweden's presidency of the EU Council, we will be able to start negotiations on Ukraine's accession to the European Union. We spoke in detail about the situation at the front and the risk of escalation, as well as Ukraine's key need for strengthening its defense fortresses with key equipment from Sweden. That was with Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson. He held an online meeting.
Okay, what is the source you're reading that off of?
It was it looks like it's an MSNBC article.
Interesting, because I just checked Aftonbladet, and there wasn't anything on there, and that kind of surprised me and confused me. That's all.
We'll see. I will get that to you.
Yeah, I mean, excellent. It makes perfect sense. Sweden, of course, starting 6 days ago, took over the rotating presidency of the European Council. Not the Council of Europe, but the European Council, or the EU Council, it's also known. And that rotating presidency switches hands every 6 months. The previous one was the Czech Republic, and now it's going to be Sweden for the upcoming 5 months and 25 days, 24 days, something like that. So
Can I see a CV90?
I sure hope that's the sort of CV I'd like to see. That's for sure. All right, thank you, George. Truck and Tyler, go ahead.
Truck and Tyler.
Truck and Tyler. I hope he can hear me. Might not be able to hear me. Okay, I think Truck and Tyler is having issues. Edvard.
Yeah, hi, Doman. This was news to me also, but I guess because sometimes in Sweden, the news regarding all of these matters concerning, for instance, when Ulf Kristersson talks to Zelensky, they don't create any, headlines, so to speak, in the Swedish news. And if you check Aftonbladet, Doman, you probably see it there. But these things, me personally, I wish that there would be bigger news statements and headlines regarding these things to push the debate, so to speak. Doman. I'm lacking this.
I see it in the Odessa Journal. I see it on the Italian Rai. In the little ticker, but I do not see it in any actual news, which is very odd. But I can tell you what they're writing on the Rai. They're saying that they spoke in detail about the frontline situation, the risks of its escalation, as well as basic needs of Ukraine to strengthen its defense forces. We expect that under the Swedish presidency of the Council, we will be able to start negotiations on the accession of Ukraine to the EU. Good thing, obviously. This is a powerful motivator for our military and a common wish of our society. We believe it will be a strong incentive for unity within the EU, and I am grateful for the humanitarian assistance and invite Ulf Kristersson to continue the dialogue on all areas during a personal meeting in Kiev, said the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, what I think is particularly interesting, and I'll kind of leave that one there. What I think is particularly interesting is that Euractiv suggest there was an article there a couple of days ago, whereby Ukraine and European Union will hold a joint summit in Kiev. There's going to be a summit in Kiev on the 3rd of February. That's what Zelensky's office said this past Monday, so 4 days ago. So this is obviously under the Swedish presidency of the EU. There's going to be a summit in Kiev. I think that is very interesting, and I would be expecting that any sort of that sort of announcement, that the negotiations as part of the candidate status of Ukraine to the EU is going to be moved within, is going to be announced there, and then on the 3rd of February at that summit in Kiev. Of course, the Ukraine-EU summits are held on the basis of Article 5 of the association agreement between Ukraine and the EU, where the parties on the EU on the one hand and Ukraine on the other hold regular dialogue at a summit level. So that's absolutely fantastic. They will have the participation of the President of Ukraine, President of the European Council, as well as the President of the European Commission, and alternate between Ukraine and Brussels on an annual basis until Ukraine becomes a member of the EU. And if anything, I would suggest that that is going to be the time when this is going to possibly be announced, if it is announced. So yeah, absolutely. All right.
Roman,
yes, go ahead.
Just want to say also that I think it's this is an opportunity for some old Swedish diplomacy, right? To show where Sweden stands, and Ulf has all the possibilities now to show this, and it's important, I think. So let's hope, Domen, that some good things comes out of this, right?
Oh, certainly. It's a very good point, Edvard, and I would absolutely love to see, some real results from this, the sort of results that the Russians would get to experience very briefly, very forcefully, and then not at all anymore. George?
Yes, Domen. So Zelensky actually posted his official Facebook page too. So it's on his official page, the one that's government linked. And he explains that they explain the situation at the front. This is a powerful motivator for our army, a shared desire for our society. Blah 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 blah. The online meeting with the Prime Minister, I spoke in detail about the situation at the front and the risks of its escalation, as well as the key needs of the Ukrainian army and military to strengthen our defense and regarding Swedish weapons. So it happened.
Yes, they definitely did. It's just funny that the Swedish media has dropped the ball entirely. They clearly not gotten the message nearly as clearly or as quickly, and it wasn't present there at all. And that's why I was kind of surprised at that. But you're right, and of course, seeing the mention of EU candidacy being a powerful motivator for the military as well as civilian population of Ukraine, that to me is very important. And that's possibly going to be a way to better also motivate various European countries, various EU countries that have some equipment still that Ukraine can use in repelling the Russian invasion, repelling and expelling the Russian invasion from Ukraine. That might well help out additionally as well. because it could and should make it easier and better for Ukrainians to expel the Russians. Yes.
Yeah. Now remember, the Swedes have about a little bit over 400 of the CV90/40 version, which the export version has a 30mm cannon on it, and the Swedish version has the 40mm Bofors. And I would be, I'd be doing cartwheels in the streets if they send those, even 40.
Well, so George, this is what we've been talking about 1 to 2 earlier today as well as yesterday, right? How maybe with this coalition of Nordic states who all operate Leopards as well as CV90s, maybe the way to really do this is to get a coalition together, go together to Scholz, say, come on, Leopards now, let's go. But at the same time say, we're very happy to send some CV90s here from Sweden specifically, right? So it's a single type going to Ukraine, and then Leopards from all the other countries in the Nordics. So it's fewer subtypes going about, right? Right, 1 to 2.
Yes, but I was going to say, I think it was like 4 days ago he spoke with our prime minister. So I think the newspaper wrote something about it then. So that's probably why it's not showing up today in the newspapers, because it was a few days ago he spoke with him. That's what I was going to say.
Interesting. I guess that that would also explain it then, wouldn't it? Then it's only confusing why others aren't doing it earlier. Well, we shall see. I guess we shall see. Truck and Tyler, let's try again if you can hear me this time around.
Mic check.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Just figuring this out. Yeah, well, I did have a couple comments and then a question. The question was for Yehuda, just because he was with the Canadian Armed Forces. But I've listened, 4 or 5 hours every day. It's a great space, and George might be able to answer it as well, because I think he's a tiller. Anyways, yeah, the close to me is the manufacturing facility that does the LAVs made in Canada. General Dynamics makes them, and guys, I know their work. They're pretty proud of them. I think it was July 7th, they announced in London, Ontario, that they were sending 39 of them to Ukraine, whether they were sent or not. They're 8x8s. I didn't want to get messed up with Axel talking about the tanks there the other day, but listening to Yehuda earlier about the Bradleys and how maneuverable they are. Now, these LAVs are not, they're not Bradleys for sure, but they can be set up as ambulances. They can put a plow in the front. They have those tow missiles. There's about 8 different configurations of them. They're 8x8s, which could be 4x4s. They're wheeled. But I was thinking that later on, maybe in the summer, what would those be used for, depending on how they're outfitted? I know they could do about 600 kilometers on a tank of diesel. And, just because I'm a trucker, I think the importance of the roads being in decent shape when, you might have 3 or 4 fronts going on late summer, they could be utilized for a lot of different things. And so just curious what they might use those for and how much of a help they will be.
Charles, are you trying to volunteer for this one? I will say we saw the first video of it about 5 days ago in Ukraine, the Super Bison. And even though it was muddy, it seemed to be negotiating it pretty well. Charles?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Tell the guys back at the factory they've been spotted. Yeah, they're not just promised; they are in action. I imagine they'll use them like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, they. I know there's a bunch of different configurations. I'm wondering what they're using there, and whether they send. I'm going to give a shout out to my local MP today to see if they were, and maybe whether they're new or because new is a lot better than something that was stored away, and they're cranking them out pretty fast there. And listening to the general yesterday, he said what's really important is to have the same logistics and everything. And if they're being produced now, the logistics are in place. Everything's crossing the border every day. Everything's smooth. And parts and all that, and also the ammunition. I was looking at the ammunition; it's completely compatible with the American stuff. So I thought maybe, logistically wise, it would work as well.
Yeah, I was just watching the video to see whether if I could tell whether how the configuration was. Yeah, I think they probably use them a bit like the kind of like the M113s, but much better, obviously. But they carry a lot of stuff. They carry a lot of people. Use them in the assault. Use them to transport supplies to the front lines. Ambulances. I think they just use them for all of the above. The cool thing about those vehicles is how flexible they are, and so I don't think it has one specific role. Kind of all of the above. That'd be my thought.
Right. Okay. That kind of makes sense, because when I was doing some more research on them and talking with some of the guys, that they said they can swim at about, they got 2 props on them and they can swim at about 10 Ks. So that'll get you across a 1 kilometer river. And there's a lot of rivers in Ukraine, and in about 7 minutes. I guess you'd have to have cover, but the fact that you can, if you have certain issues, you can, drive 130 kilometers, an hour and a half, get it fixed in a few hours, and get back there in a few more hours. And I think the crew is 3, but it'll take 5 or 6 troops as well as that. So just positioning would maybe be, I guess all of the above, kind of good to have them on the side and keep them working.
Yeah, many of those vehicles that have those nice bays like that and easy access, yeah, they're used for everything. Hauling ammo, supplies to the front line, loading up soldiers in, and transporting them to and from the front lines, or even in the assault if they're armored. So, those things are real workhorses, and they look quite nice. It was great to see them being used. But in the video, I'm sorry, I can't tell if it had a special configuration. It looked fairly basic, I would say. So there were no guns hanging off of it, or missiles sticking off the top, like the Ukrainians can sometimes do with things.
Right. Yeah, I know they strapped extra armor on them when they sent them to Afghanistan as well. So I'm not sure how. I don't think they've used for that, but extra armor is always good. And good to hear about the Swedish stuff. I'll drop down now, but I appreciate you giving me the info.
That extra armor, that wasn't John Deere counterweights, was it? Like the Russians have been using?
No, I don't believe so, because there were special steel they had to get in. I know that. So.
Cheers. Big Papa, go ahead.
You had a question for George, and maybe 22, since he's a tank. You brought up the CV90s again. Those seem pretty cool. I was going to ask, I had 2 questions. The CV90, does that have to do ammunition? I know it has a 40 millimeter, which I guess besides being, how much more effective is that? And I was going to ask if that has the dual feed George was talking about, the Brad, where they can switch between armor piercing and high explosive. Does it have that?
As I heard George saying, they have both on it, so they can change in between. They don't have to change.
Am I still on? I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, Big Papa, you're still on. So maybe you can hear me better. They have a dual feed in the Bradleys, two different sets of munitions, an armor piercing munition as well as a high explosive munition, and with a flip of a lever, I guess, they can switch which one they're using from one to the other. So whether it's soft targets or armored targets, they can engage both, in quick succession.
Yeah, I knew that. I'm sorry. My question was, though, does the CV90 also have that? Was my first question. Or one.
What 122? What do you know about the CV90's armament in that respect?
Sorry, I'm eating, so I missed it. Good question.
So the question was, with the Bradleys, for example, there's a dual feed to the autocannon. So the operator can switch back and forth within a second or so between firing high explosive rounds or armor penetrating rounds. Does a CV90 have something similar?
Not sure, because they load 8 rounds to shoot, so I'm not entirely sure how that operates.
Oh, so it's not a chain. It's not a chain fed or a belt fed gun. It's a magazine with only a handful of rounds at a time.
Yes, you could say that somewhat. Something like that.
Okay, interesting. So it's the older type design that George was speaking about previously in the day, earlier in the day, that the CV90 still seems to be employing. All right.
Okay. And my second question was, just theoretically, guys, if for some reason they still don't want to get the main battle tanks aren't donated, but they do get significant amounts of the CV90 and the Bradley and the I forgot the other German the German one. But anyway, if they get significant amounts of those, if they traveled with the CV90, is there some kind of, because I know the Soviet tanks probably couldn't keep up and they would just slow them down. Is there an assault force they could make? I know they're pretty ingenuitive. Could they just, basically rewrite mechanized warfare and roll with that? What kind of assault force could they make with just those vehicles? Or is that just ridiculous?
I'd say dangerous. You need a good composition. You need both. So you could do a lot of flanking maneuvers, but engaging hard points, it might become tricky. And even though you have tow missiles on Bradleys, you also want the capability to send forward MBTs to, duke it out as well. So you could make attack groups, but preferably you don't want to do that without the MBTs.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought, but I just wasn't sure. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Charles?
Yeah, I had a different topic. Going back to a topic you guys discussed a little earlier. What's the effectiveness of 50 Bradleys or so? But if Edward wants to continue on this, I can wait.
Yeah, just a quick answer to was it Big Papa who wondered if they had a dual feeder, the CV90?
Yes.
Yes, there is. It is. There are a lot of different variants of the CV90, and I know that the Dutch has the CV90-35, I think, and it has a dual feeder, and it has the Bushmaster 2 cannon, and so there are lots of different variants, and they're specifically built, to that country's specifications, so to speak. But the Swedish ones, I don't think have the dual feeder. Yeah, that's just some short answers.
Yeah, it depends on the gun, right? It's not a CV90 feature; it's a gun feature. George?
Yeah, all the export versions have some kind of autocannon that does have a dual feeder, but the Swedish version has it fires the 40 millimeter. It's called the L70. It is a lot. The casing on that round is a lot longer than the ones you saw like in the 1940s. So it really does pack a punch. And what they do is they feed it from a hopper. You drop the rounds into this hopper, and I guess a gunner can't switch them out. They're not that heavy, but let's put it this way: getting hit with a 40 millimeter round, high explosive round from a Bofors L70 is going to do a lot more damage than, let's say, from a 25 from a Bradley. And their armor piercing shells are known to actually punch through a T-72. So yeah, it would be more than a CV90 with the Swedish version would more than be able to hold its own.
40 millimeters is a pretty big bullet, isn't it, George?
Yeah, it compared to a 25 or a 30. Yeah, it's also, if you look at the round and you look at the size of the casing, it's huge. That means there's a lot of propellant and a high velocity of that projectile going down range. Yeah, it's a completely different picture than trying to fire a 25 millimeter. The casing's like 10 times the size of it.
Charles, you said you had a different direction you wanted to go. Thanks, George.
Yeah, since we got George and 122 here, I think you had a question earlier, a topic earlier about what's the effectiveness of 50 Bradleys, right? And I think 122, I think you said something about, what is that? What did you say? There's a battalion size or something like that of Bradleys, maybe a little bit bigger than that, but. So I was going back in history and I was like, man, Bradleys have been in combat before. Like, what have they done before, right? And so, I go back to 73 Easting. And then I was remembering a battle that I was in Iraq at the Battle of Objective Peach when essentially, let's say, two companies, one armored company and one infantry company destroyed a brigade of the Republican Guard just after crossing the Euphrates River. And unfortunately, there's no case really where we have just Bradleys fighting by themselves. But in both of those situations, and I remember the one at Objective Peach, just southwest of Baghdad, quite well, because it was amazing that one tank company was supported by infantry, so that would have been 10 tanks and 4 Bradleys in the armored troop. And then you had another 14 Bradleys in the infantry, literally annihilated an armored brigade from the Republican Guard. So they were really, really, really effective. And the terrain, we're not talking here open desert. This is mostly palm groves and really restricted terrain there in the Euphrates Valley. So I think they're really effective. But CJ's here now. He'll probably fix me. Sir.
Oh, no. Well, I like how you can say, at the battle of so-and-so that you were at. There's not many people that can say things like that and truly mean it. I guess I had a follow-on to this because you're asking about the effectiveness of Bradleys on their own. Of course, it'll be very ironic that they'll be used probably with T-72s, which during Desert Storm, they were extremely successful again at. So I wanted to ask George. I know we're on the space a lot together, George, but I don't actually know. So I want to ask: were you in Operation Desert Storm, or were you in the military at that time?
George lives through the Kuwaiti winter, I believe.
Well, if he isn't here to correct me, I'm going to go on a limb here, and Charles will appreciate this. There is rumors within the U.S. Army that perhaps during Operation Desert Storm, which for those that don't know, was the defense of Kuwait and the partial invasion of Iraq to destroy the invading Iraqi army into Kuwait. There is a rumor, or basically perhaps unsubstantiated myth, that Bradleys, with their tow missiles, actually took out more Soviet tanks, meaning mostly T-72s, than actually Abrams tanks did. Now, there's a couple ways this could be true, of course. The first being the tows have an extremely long range, perhaps longer than a lot of, and perhaps easier to shoot using a tow because it's guided than it is to shoot a tank round. And the other reason, too, is once the U.S. figured out how sort of bad the Iraqi army is, I mean, again, it was a similar situation to how everyone thought about Russia. The U.S. went into Desert Storm with Bradleys and Abrams and expected around 50,000 casualties. And that's not an exaggeration. That's the official documentation from the DoD was 50,000 casualties. And yet, between Bradleys and Abrams, they did a number on the Iraqi army. So perhaps, George, if you were there, if you could tell us if the Bradleys were actually got more tank kills or if that's just a complete crap.
No, they actually did get more tank kills, and it was crazy because they took the they ran up against Republican Guard unit, and they took them on the flank, and then they just started engaging them with tow missiles. And I remember one Bradley. Now think about this: fired, I think, one Bradley. I forget what unit it was. Fired 7 tow missiles. So that means they reloaded like at least 3 times, right? Under fire, which is insane. But once the Iraqis tried to turn to, because they didn't know what the hell was hitting them, and as the Bradleys pushed forward on them, which is insane, as the Iraqi tanks then realized that they were outgunned, but what weren't. They just didn't realize they were getting hit by tow missiles. As soon as they turned and showed their flank, in other words, their side armor, the 25 autocannon was actually going through it, and that's what shocked us. Was that 25 autocannon was going through the side armor on these P-72s, and that was probably the most shocking thing for us because we were not expecting that.
And that's a great point too, right? So the function of these things, I know we could debate all day what's a tank and what's not, but as you've just shown, against Russian armor, which is well what these things will be up against, they're going to do quite well. And to 122's point, I think yes, about 50 to 55 Bradleys make up a battalion, but the way Ukraine has used equipment, there is, as far as I know, outside of Ukraine, no task organization of any military that use Humvees and tanks side by side, and yet this is something the Ukrainians do with some good effect. So that means, and this is what General Ryan tweeted about in his thread yesterday, we have an expectation of how this equipment's going to act and how it's going to be used, and Ukraine is going to use it even better and in unique ways that we probably can't even hypothesize or think about now. So the effects of these things will stretch more than just a battalion, especially when acting in concert with all the martyrs that are going to be given and the French tanks as well. And then, God forbid, more talk today of the Leopards from Germany. I mean, this really will be a great development and change, not just the battalion's worth of vehicles that could outfit an American unit, but, brigades and brigades and brigades worth of Ukrainian units.
I just want to, CJ, I don't know if you remember this, but when the war was probably about 2 months in, there was a bunch of generals that said any of the officers in charge of armor had said, if the Ukrainians had a NATO mechanized brigade, the Russian army would cease to exist in Ukraine. And I know that sounds crazy because you're like a brigade against all these guys, but tell me now that wouldn't happen. If you had a NATO-sized mechanized brigade.
Which, with the combination of all the vehicles given, they will get a NATO's brigade worth of armored vehicles here in the next month. But I think, 2 months in, if we go back in time, and it's almost a year ago now, the beginning of April, with all of the withdrawals on the Russian side, I think it was quite clear that despite, a heavy use of armored vehicles on the Russian side, they simply did not have the logistical support or any of the, surveillance support, reconnaissance support, artillery support that they would need to really man those fully. So we talked a lot early on in June and July, especially about how Russia was making progress, but, it was really due to a lack of infantry. And now with, as by your example from Desert Storm, Russia's about to run into a different type of problem with lack of things. And it's going to be lack of heavy armored equipment because these things are going to do a number on them.
Yeah, and what's, and I'm just waiting for them to do that first mass night assault, because that's when they're just going to drop everything into it. And I think that breaks the Russian army. If
George,
Ukrainian, yes.
let me read something from General Mark Hertling.
Oh, please do.
Quote: "We launched several of these missiles during combat, and each hit their targets at very long range. By comparison, most Russian tanks have an effective range of between 1900 and 2500 meters. This is for a well-trained tank crew, which I have yet to see in the Russian army, so the TOW provides significant standoff.
Imagine that at night. When you're sitting in your tank and you don't see what hit you and what blowed you up real good. You know what I'm saying?
And this is, I mean, will we take it a step further? This is why I don't think all of these defensive positions that Russia has built, and they've built quite extensively, are going to hold up, because the reality is, even if Russia did put 100,000 more people in Ukraine defending these lines, which they could have, I would argue they probably did not outfit them very well. But I guess let's assume for the worst for Ukraine that they did. They manned the line with as many anti-tank weapons, as many artillery pieces, and as many people as they can. Well, I can guarantee you they did not outfit them with thermal drones or any sort of night vision. And so now these units, which can operate at night just based on the thermals and the optics inside the equipment, now, you're going to have, it doesn't matter, like the Luhansk line, they could probably put 20,000 people on the P-66 in all these trenches. And almost none of them are going to be able to see or know what the hell is going on. And although you could say, well, unlike in Iraq, they only have to shoot one direction, which is, forward, it doesn't really matter, because they're still not going to understand what's going on or have the good situational awareness you need. And especially nighttime in the spring is still a very long period of the day. And so you're exactly right, George. I think it's going to be very effective for the Ukrainians. Again, not trying to be too optimistic here, but this is why we look so closely at what Russia can do and what they can't do to better assess what Ukraine needs. And they need heavy armored vehicles to make this happen.
Charles?
Yeah, I'm just reading this story from Lieutenant Colonel Marconi, who was in this battle I mentioned, Objective Peach, which was in 2003, just south of Baghdad. And like I mentioned, just a troop of armor and infantry support, so 2 companies worth, when they destroyed this Republican Guard brigade. CJ, I'll love this. He said, we allowed them to come into the kill zone. Once they got in, they couldn't get out because behind them artillery was following, and behind the artillery we had the close air support coming in. He goes on that the amazing part is we didn't realize how big the force we were fighting was. They fought from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m. It was one tank company that fought that brigade, and he never called for reinforcements. I had a company on reserve that was defending and was also ready, and he didn't even know that he needed them. That's just how powerful it was. Now, this is armor and Bradleys together, but of course, as we've talked about, they're completely working together. But these things are absolutely lethal. A full NATO brigade at this point in the war, if that's what a company can do, imagine what a whole brigade can do.
Yeah, and we already know, Charles, that Ukraine has a significant amount of very lethal and very accurate artillery that, right now is forced to hit these defensive positions. And unfortunately, that you can't really do much with that. Yes, you can take out headquarters, but you can't. It's very difficult to. I'm trying to think of the word. You'll know what it is, Charles. But there we go. Reduce obstacles, right? So breaching, sea wire or barbed wire. Or breaching trenches with artillery takes, they did it in World War I and somewhat in World War II, but it takes literally hundreds of thousands of rounds to kind of clear a path. And so it's not a really good use of that. And that's really all Ukraine can do right now. But with these vehicles, they won't need to worry about that anymore, because either the Russians will stay in their trench and die by Bradley or die by tank. We all saw the video yesterday of the Ukrainian tank charging a trench very successfully. Or they can run, and if they run, they're now in the open, and now, well, that's the end of the story, thanks to Ukrainian artillery.
Yeah, exactly. These vehicles help you secure and suppress any obstacles, so they make breaching. They are the kind of the fundamentals of allowing the breach to happen. Yeah, but you're right. You don't want to use your valuable artillery to try to reduce an obstacle. These things definitely help. Yeah.
Thanos, good morning.
Sorry. Hey, Doman, really
go,
quick.
Go, George.
Yeah, and remember, you don't have to reduce just for other people on the space, you don't have to reduce the whole line. You just have to reduce a hole in the line. That's your breach. Once you get past that line, guess what? Everybody else on that line's a sitting duck because now you got the enemy in front of you and behind you. So game over.
Thanos.
Completely agree, and I was just going to cite another example from not exactly antiquity, but the 1967 Six Days War with Egypt and Israel, battle of what the hell was it called again? It was Abu Ajala.
Thanos, either you or someone else is going to have to help most of the people here, knowing what that is.
And so there was a pitched battle between the Israelis and the Egyptians in the Six Day War when the Israelis were able to punch a hole through the lines, even though they ended up considerably hitting a much larger force than they originally anticipated. They, through superior tactics, firepower, and in some extent technology, were able to punch a hole through the line and end up defeating the Egyptians.
And that's exactly the sort of thing that you'd be hoping that the Ukrainians manage to do to the Russians. Now, I will note, much like a lot of the theater of the 6 Day War in the south, let's say, the south of Ukraine is likewise fairly flat with long lines of sight a lot of the time. And that should very much play to the advantage of these TOW missile systems with their 4.5 kilometer ranges. Being able to actually reach out and take out that Russian armor. 1 to 2?
No, you sort of touched on what I wanted to say. Iraq, flat, optimal use of your TOW missiles. Ukraine, flat in some places, very effective there. Just it's probably not as easy to use in certain areas where it's more dense. But hopefully, as you said, Kherson would be great. Not that it's useless anywhere else, but just to remember, in flat terrain they excel. The TOW missiles.
Thanos?
And I'm going to depend on CJ or some more infantry guys to back me up on this. But if I'm not mistaken, the TOW missile is a wire-guided missile, so it's largely dependent upon having cooperative terrain, and it's not really going to be able to go over the hills and through the woods to get to its target. So there are definite limitations for that missile system, but at the same time, if you are confronted by a tank, or if you are charging into a tank looking to make a spearhead into the lines and get some infantry in there to start wreaking havoc, it is a great weapon system to have on you.
Charles, maybe you can help me out with this. What altitude does a TOW missile fly at? Like,
Yeah,
if you have
actually,
a hedge, is that a problem, basically?
Actually, I just needed to go look that up on the TOW because I know it does have some limitations. I was actually going to ask George put something similar because I know with the wire, there's certain things like you don't really want to fire it over water, for example. And yeah, I need to. I'll look it up and I'll get back to you. Yeah.
George?
Yeah, so yeah, Charles is right. Yeah, I forgot about it. Yeah, you don't want to fire it over water obstacles, but they've gotten better. The the last two versions have gotten better. The controls are better. The wires have been updated so that they're a little bit more sturdy, and it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't like the launcher might be at an elevation of like 8 or 9 feet on top of that Bradley, but it flies higher than that, so it can get over your shrubbery and stuff like that. You just don't want to fire it through the woods, right? But in the areas we're talking about, especially in the south or the drive toward Mariupol, they will definitely do their job. And there's multiple versions. The TOW 2 There used to be the toe and multiple versions. Then they came out with the toe 2, and that had a tandem warhead to blow off the reactive armor, and then the main charge would come behind it. And there's a bunker busting version, and then there's a toe 2B, which works just like the Javelin. And you fire it, and once it realizes it's right over the tank, it explodes and pierces the tank or whatever you're firing at to the roof. So, and it flies a pretty good elevation. I don't know if it's 25 feet or something like that.
Yeah,
Charles, it's about
something
25.
like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
Okay, so if there's a hedge in the way, that's not a problem.
no. You
That's
just
good
have
to know.
But because those wires lay down as they're traveling, right? They're being spooled out. If they come into contact with water, then that could be an issue. Over a body of water, that could be an issue.
So any body of water really. So you're saying that if the Russians dig, 2-foot wide irrigation channels all over the south of Ukraine, tow missiles are useless?
Not exactly. Yeah, because it's the thing is you will lose final guidance, right? But yeah, you might lose final guidance. But what are they going to do? Dig a trench 500, half a kilometer in front of their positions? I doubt that's going to work.
A moat.
Well, in the wintertime, it's going to freeze up anyway, Delman. They'll have a nice skating rink that they can't use, but that's about it. Maybe some of those KHL players, that are American and Canadian born, can skate on those rinks in the front lines, and as entertainment for the Russian troops that they love so much.
I was just thinking we could put the first line of the Washington Capitals to go fight for the Russians, and that would really make things a lot easier on my Philadelphia Flyers.
Exactly.
I think like 50% of the Canadians got that one. It went over my head. I guess that was the point.
Ovechkin plays for the Washington Capitals, Charles, and his Instagram profile picture still features him and Putin.
Yeah, and now I have to play devil's advocate, and I know he has family in Russia, so I never like to give these guys benefit of the doubt, but in this case, maybe that was a demand put out by the Kremlin to him to keep his family safe. I have no idea. I would hope that's the case. He's not a complete utter piece of shit.
George, how thirsty are these Bradleys? How much diesel did they use up compared to say something else that Ukraine might already have? So, for example, an M113 versus a Bradley, what's the fuel consumption like?
Ooh, that I don't know. Maybe Charles knows that. That I have no idea. I would hope it's better than an M113 since they were designed after.
I gave all this homework to William Doman. I told him a few days ago, I said, hey, if we get the Bradleys, I said, I need you to get ready now and start studying up the technical manual and come back, because they're going to ask, what's the prawl? How do you set the prawl on the 25 millimeter? How do you change the torsion bars? So he's out there learning right now when he comes back.
Okay, then maybe something else that's a little bit more general. Now, we hear that the Bradley's cannon is stabilized, whereas the Marder cannon is not stabilized. where can that lead to? Where can that benefit Ukraine on the first part of it, or limit them with the MADAs? Why is the stabilization of those cannons important?
Well, yeah. Go ahead, George. But that's so you can hit while driving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if you have a stabilized gun, you can engage the target. Everybody's ever seen that video with a Leopard 2 with the beer mug on the front of its barrel? That's what gun stabilization does. So the barrel stays on. On a mortar, you'd have to pretty much stop the fire. So that's the difference. And it improves your accuracy, obviously, and also improves your survivability. I don't have to stop the fire.
Yeah, the mortar design seems kind of interesting, Doman, because one of the things that I keep seeing touted about the mortar is how fast it goes backwards. And we joke about the French tanks, but apparently, like, the mortar has 4 backwards gears, and it literally goes backwards really fast. So it seems like it's designed to go into a defilade position and then pop up behind a prepared vehicle fighting position, engage, and then pop back down again. That's really not what the Bradley's designed for. The Bradley's designed to keep up with the M1s, which are also firing on the move, and to press the assault. This is a drawback, and this is a pro and a con. How tall the Bradleys are? They're really tall. When you're standing next to them, they're really tall. And in some cases, that's bad because they're easy to see, and on the other hand, it's good because they can see a lot. So they can see over. This is why the cavalry uses them a lot, because they can be on the reverse side of a slope, and they can just use their optics that are sitting quite high to peek over without exposing the hull. But yeah, the mortar has an interesting design that it goes backwards so fast. They must train with them different, and most of the training videos I see with them is actually them performing that battle drill of popping up into the fighting position, engaging, and then quickly moving backwards.
Thanos?
So I had a question. I just love learning about armored formations and tactics. And I'm recalling back when I was in the Pentagon, I used to work with he was a Navy officer who was originally a armored Cav scout. And they were originally trained on the Bradleys. And I don't know if that mission really still exists, the armored scouts. But, I could see a role for them in this war. Obviously we have a lot of drones that are doing a lot of reconnaissance, and that's very good. But having an armored platform like the Bradley that you could even then deploy some of your drones from, and just having that extra bit of protection, being able to deploy, scout sniper teams for recon, being able to, deploy Cav scouts, whatever, it may be. I can see a resurgence of armored reconnaissance coming from this, and I was curious to what our experts would think on that.
I can take a shot at it first. My father was a cavalry officer, and he would say that cavalry has been useful since the horse, and it's not going away now. I think that makes a lot of sense. Despite all of the sensory stuff that we have, getting the eyes on things is not that hard. But there's a lot of other missions that cavalry does that drones can't necessarily replace. They do all kinds of screening. There are all kinds of reconnaissance missions that require measurements, for example. So all the engineer reconnaissance stuff, so for example, if you want to pontoon a river, the key thing in pontooning a river is what is the flow of the river, right? How fast is it flowing? Because if it's too high, then you can't pontoon it, because you've got to keep the bridge straight, which means, and that's held by the boats. The boats only have so much horsepower, so there's a maximum flow of the river. that you can have before you can pontoon it. That can only be done by somebody actually going down to the river and measuring it. Those kinds of missions will still exist. There will be movement to contact type reconnaissance. This is I think a lot of what George was talking about in the Gulf War. One of the reasons why Bradley's killed so many of these things is that actually a lot of the units who were getting decisively engaged were actually the cavalry units. So I think that they will certainly have it. I think right now, if we're in a positional battle, I think there's maybe a little bit less of a role for them. But once you break through, there's a huge amount of work for cavalry, because even though they may drive similar equipment, like in the U.S. Army, they will drive an M3 Bradley instead of an M2, but essentially it's a Bradley, and they may have some M1s with them. Even though the equipment may be the same, the training and the mission set that they're just trained for and do is different. So I don't see that going away anytime soon. But like I said, I think right now, like if we're looking at the front line right now, I don't think the armored cavalry units would have a whole lot to do. But once they get into open terrain, then they get really, really busy, and there's probably a shortage of them. I don't know, George, you want to add more to that?
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the things your cavalry unit can do is help you do your bluffs and your feints. So usually when the enemy runs into like what they think is an advanced recon unit or cavalry unit, usually you think maybe the main force is somewhere close by, and you can use your cavalry unit to make your enemy who's ill-advised to move off of where you want to go. In other words, you use a cavalry screen, let's say on your extreme left flank, and all of a sudden the enemy bites the bait, and then the units that you wanted to bypass now move toward that cavalry screen, thinking that your main unit is that way. And that was one of the first times in recorded history that was used. So now we're going way back to my fellow countrymen. Alexander the Great used that. He used this cavalry. I forget what battle it was, and used his cavalry to draw the Persians out of where they thought they had good ground, and obviously it caused their flank to open up, and obviously he won that battle. But that's how you can use cavalry too, as a deceptive tool.
Yeah, and so I think a lot of these missions, like these classic cavalry missions, such as screening, guarding, covering, even potentially fixing an enemy if discovered, these all still exist. I don't know if Ukraine is going to fight according to like a U.S. doctrine. I don't know if they'll have the force structure for that. But a lot of these mission types, the cavalry gets very, very proficient at them, and it's very useful to have them.
I've got a very different question where we have Thanos here. Thanos, we heard that Sea Sparrows are flying over to Ukraine, where they shall be launched from Buk launchers. That apparently Ukrainians have managed to figure out how to fit, how to launch a Sea Sparrow from a Buk launcher. How big a deal is that, as far as you're concerned, both technically as well as strategically?
Yeah. Look, the Sea Sparrow, it was sold as one thing. It ended up being something a little bit different. It's not as capable as we would like it to be. And I have to be very, let me just say this. For the things that they're going to be shooting the Sea Sparrow against, which is probably going to be a lot of incoming drones and straight trajectory land attack cruise missiles, it will have no problem doing that job. And the good news is we have a lot of these Sea Sparrow missiles. We're upgrading from the RIM 7 to the RIM 7P, and now we're going to what's called the Evolved Sea Sparrow Missile Block 2. So we have a lot of old Sea Sparrows that we can give, which will be more than enough to go after those Iranian drones. They'll be easy pickings for them. A lot of those subsonic land attack cruise missiles, they will likewise be easy pickings. You're not going to be, these are older missiles. You're not going to be seeing them doing a whole lot against very advanced threats, which is fine because that's what you have, missile systems like the Patriot and, those surface launched AMRAAMs, much better weapon system to go after some of the higher end threats. You're not going to be using those first gen Sea Sparrow missiles to take out ballistic missiles either. But if you're able to integrate them, these Sea Sparrow missiles, with a radar system, it will be effective. Now, the challenge is, in the past, the Sea Sparrow missile is a semi-active missile, which means that it is going to be depending upon not just a radar to track the actual threat, but it's also going to be dependent upon what's called a backlink. And this backlink is going to be providing a continuous updates on what we call a projected intercept point. So the missile is going to be receiving backlink information as well as seeing the radiation from its target, its track illuminator. So it's getting indirect radiation as well as backlink information. And so, that's a lot of challenges for the Ukrainians to overcome. If they've overcome them, fantastic. It will add to the defense in depth and hopefully start curtailing the number of casualties that have been accumulating, just due not to the Iranian drones being that high end, but just the sheer volume of them. So it's one more arrow for the quiver against that threat, which the Ukrainians have, by the percentages, already been doing a fantastic job of shooting down. But it's not just the percentages; it's the sheer volume of them, and even missing 1% can, you can lose a couple hundred people, civilians, off of that. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, this is really about sustainment, right? This is providing more bullets for the guns that the Ukrainians already have, without needing a whole lot of new training, because they have book operators. They were just running out of missiles to use on them, and it kind of integrates pretty, I wouldn't say seamlessly, but I'm guessing it's kind of like going from one car to another, but staying within the same brand, right? It's a quick and easy transition.
Yeah, it's not that crazy. These are all developed around the same period of time. It's when you start going to those active missiles, like, for example, the ESSM Block 2, if we end up transferring that to Ukraine, that's going to be a separate bag of worms. That's kind of like the same thing as learning how to operate a Patriot. These are really high-end weapons. It's comparable to an SM-6 at that point. I think it has the same seeker head, kind of the same family of seeker heads as the AIM-120D, the newest, one of the newest AMRAAMs, the SM-6, and the ESSM Block 2, all made by Raytheon, all high-end, made to shoot down supersonic, highly maneuverable targets. So we'll see what we can generate with that. There's a lot of interesting things that are going to be at play with this, but I think if we're being smart about how we're going to operate these, and we're looking at population centers and critical infrastructure and going after those drones and either surface launched cruise missiles or air launched strike cruise missiles, then they should be fine.
Excellent. Thank you, Thanos. How would you compare them maybe to the Hawk system? Because we've heard a number of Hawk systems being sent and those missiles.
Comparable. I mean, if we're talking about first or even maybe second generation NATO Sea Sparrow missiles, that's comparable.
All right, excellent. Thanks. That gives us a little bit more context for where this is at, and honestly, that sounds like something useful. More volume to take down, more volume of incoming. A lot of the things that Russians launch at Ukraine are not the highest tech things; they are just very numerous, and there's numbers to be taken down, and that can only be done with numbers on the other side.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it. Again, the percentages are right now in Ukraine's favor. You want to get as close to 100% as possible, though, because the volume of missiles and drones that we're talking about are so extensive.
Thank you very much, Thanos. It's great to have you describe these things in a little bit more technical detail, and that's really valuable. Thanks so much. Big Papa.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question for Thanos, if that's okay. Would you describe they're going to be launching them from the Buk system? Would you describe that as maybe a one-for-one replacement, just because they're running out of those Soviet missiles, or is it an upgrade, even if it's a slight upgrade, to use these the ones that they're getting? I'm sorry, I already forgot the name of them. The Sea Sparrow,
Yeah, I don't want to get into that, because when we start talking capabilities and limitations and comparing to systems, you could quickly cross the streams from open source unclassified information into classified. I will say that you're not going to be able to have both of those missiles, at least as I understand the configuration, or a potential configuration. You're not going to have both missiles on those racks. It's pretty much one or the other, because you're going to have to do some configuration changes to what we call a TI, or a track illuminator, as well as potential backlink messages. So there's some integration work to be done, and I believe that for what they're going to use it, it is more than up to the challenge. So I think you'll have no problem shooting down many types of aircraft with that missile, especially the ones that you're going to be looking at in those areas that would be operating. You're not going to have any hard time or heartburn shooting down Iranian drones or those, fairly simple land attack cruise missiles. And it's most likely, unless they have come up with some exquisite solution, which I cannot envision right now, it's going to be a wholesale swap from the legacy missiles to these. It's kind of like how you're not going to drop a harm off of the exact same configuration on a MiG-29K that you would have to name your, Soviet era brand of missile.
Okay, thanks. And I don't want to put you on the spot or anything. Thanks for answering though. But if I reword it this way, what's the reason for doing it? Is it because they're running out of the old ones, or is it just an upgrade? And if you can't answer that, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's considerations of both. The thing to remember is that the Russians know their own and the Soviet legacy weapon systems. That being said, though, the Ukrainians have a limited industrial capacity right now, and it is constantly under threat. And they have to think about the things that they want to indigenously produce. And there's going to be only things that they can indigenously produce. And right now they're focusing on artillery and a couple other things. I don't know that I would be focusing on producing missiles for the Buk. I think that if you have a solution that you can go with, readily available, access those NATO storage, deep storage, just like they are for many other systems, that is the way to go. These NATO stocks would likely be destroyed, to be quite honest. And so if we're able to put them into action, that's what I would do. I think that's in Ukraine's best interest. I don't really think you're going to see a capability gap at all. And this is the right move for everyone. It definitely is the right move for the economies of scale.
And Big Papa, just to answer you initially, there definitely were somewhat running out of munitions for books, and my understanding is they already figured out the adaptation already, and went with a technical solution to the Americans and said, "Hey, we see that you have some of these missiles, indeed lots of them. We figured out how to use them." All on our own, because we bought a handful on the secondary market somewhere, and can we please have some, pretty please, because we'd really like to use this 1970s 1980s era kit to take down more of these Russian incoming threats. So that's I think that's pretty cool in itself, just from a engineering perspective.
And I would just add to that we already know that Raytheon has embedded quite a few engineers helping out, working with Ukrainian counterparts who are equally brilliant and maybe even more innovative on how to make all this kit work together in an eloquent solution, which is something that is easy to adapt, reliable, and gets the job done without needing to have all the bells and whistles and trappings that we usually throw on top of all of our systems engineering and warfighting requirements. So I would expect to see more of this in the future, and not less. And really, there is a litany of systems out there that are close to or are at end of service that while they may be at the end of their service life for the United States and NATO allies, are still serviceable. And that's the key context here, is just because our exquisite requirements are written to face the highest end threat and also have capability against lesser threats does not mean that those legacy systems they are replacing have no utility on the battlefield. In fact, Ukraine has proven time and time again that those systems have tremendous utility. They're highly proven, they're reliable, they're easily trained to, and they're adaptable. And we've been able to adapt them, especially the systems that are more analog based and less digital. The digital systems we struggle with, even though they're supposed to be more plug and play, is that everyone's operating system source code hardware is so radically different. But when you look at some of these analog systems, the tech is quite comparable. It's why we were able to, and why they were able to reverse engineer so much of our stuff and do it so well. So I just put that out there, that I would expect to see more future collaboration between Raytheon missile systems and our friends over Ukrainian armed forces and their industry.
Thank you, Thanos. Sorry, Big Papa, you had a question there to follow up on that. Sorry about the delay.
Yeah, I was talking about the adapting. I read somewhere, I can't remember. I know I follow a lot of the same people y'all do, Thomas Steiner or Trent Talenko, or somebody was saying that the reason they were able to do this is they had the speed. I'm not going to say it right. A speed A system, and those missiles were similar, and they've already been able to adapt those to the boot. And that's where it came from. Are those both missiles both made by Raytheon or something like that?
So Aspide is Italian, an Italian manufacturer. It was made by Selenia, which is an Italian company. Nothing much else to say about that. So no, they're not. But it's a similar piece of technology, right? What Thanos is saying, they are. If you imagine a Ford truck, a Chevrolet truck, and a Toyota truck, they're all kind of similar. So once you figure out how to make one, you can probably teach someone how to use and fix another pretty quick, because they're fundamentally kind of the same thing, not exactly the same thing, but it's probably that's probably the logic there, right, Thanos?
Absolutely. And then one thing I would add is that the Sea Sparrow missile, it is a navalized version of the Sparrow missile, which was a Vietnam era first gen radar guided anti-air missile made famous pretty much from the F-4 Phantom. A lot of the development was shared by multiple countries: Germany, Italy, Spain, the U.S., United Kingdom. It is run as a NATO program office. As far as I'm concerned, it might be the only one that is. It is still run in Washington, D.C., even the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile as the NATO Sea Sparrow program office. It is all classified NATO secret, all the technical details and particulars. So the Italians would have had access to this. So to me, it would be no surprise to hear that a missile that came out from that kind of same era has many similar characteristics to the NATO Sea Sparrow missile, and that that was a logical, jumping off point for them to look and say, hey, this Italian missile, we've already done this. How much of a reach is it to do with the NATO? So I didn't even know that they were incorporating the Italian missile. So that's kind of exciting stuff. That tells me that everyone is thinking, and that they're letting the engineers and the tacticians and the strategists work this problem, instead of how the United States does defense acquisition in peacetime, which is mainly by bureaucrats, and that's why we end up with really fucking bad decisions.
Are there other similar things, maybe for mounting to aircraft, especially, where a similar solution can be found that really just needs an adapter? Now, we've seen that with HARMS. There's talk about JDAMs being fitted soon to aircraft in the same way. Now with these missiles, are there other things, either ground or air launched, that you're looking at and thinking, I wonder if they'll figure out a useful way to adapt stuff that the Ukrainians already use to launch new munitions?
Well, it's a good question. On the face of it, I look at that and I kind of grit my teeth and say, I have no idea how we would even get those combat systems to talk to each other. But then at the same time, I'd say, well, let's talk to the Poles. I mean, they've got a whole shit ton of MiGs that, they must have been experimenting with, and they've probably been looking at this problem for a long time. I'm sure that some engineers, as part of the process when we get our hands on MiG-29s or MiG, name your nomenclature, have pulled those things apart and answered those questions. The harm is a little bit easier because you're able to basically have a completely discrete combat system, a fire control loop working that, and then you're basically the only integration is to the actual pylon that you're hanging the missile on, and the pickle or some kind of firing mechanism for it, and some kind of electronic warfare receiver to cue you to the presence of hostile RF or threat RF. I'm not going to say it's impossible. I'm not going to say that no one hasn't done it yet. I'm going to say it's probably going to be a greater challenge to hang air-to-air weapons. And to be honest, I would much rather see the time and energy and the money being spent to just bring easy to operate airplanes such as the F-16 into the battle. And that is because you're taking advantage of pilots who are flying much more complex airplanes, probably with thousands of hours of flight time in the MiG-29K, you're handing them these little electric jets, which is the F-16 or, man, maybe even F-15EXs. That would be just absolutely insane. And then you're giving them a whole host of, armament that is already built to that type model and series. I don't see, is it possible? Yeah, I don't see the benefit in trying to hang an AMRAAM on a MiG-29K versus just giving them an F-16 to do it with.
Yeah, of course. And I'm also being reminded of the Brimstone being launched off the back of a truck, the adaptation of a Hellfire being launched off the back of a truck. Stuff like that being done all the time. Just things that are practical, that are convenient, just because it wasn't intended for use in a particular way. If it can be used, that's fine, right? If it needs a little bit of cleaning up to then be used that way, perfect. Absolutely.
And one of the things that it does, I mean, if the purpose, and you always have to be looking at what is the desired effect that you're trying to have. If, for example, you're trying to scare Russian aviation into not crossing a certain threshold for fear of being shot down by, a missile system that can outstick it, yeah, successfully intercepting two, Su-34s with your MiG-29Ks firing AIM-120D AMRAAMs from pick your distance, and outsticking the enemy, that would scare the shit out of them. Say, oh my God, they figured a way to hang AMRAAMs on their MiGs now. We have to change our strategy. And just like when you fire the Neptunes at the Moskva, those new vectors give them pause. So, sometimes the juice is worth a squeeze, even if you're not going to have the full capacity to get the kinetic effects you want. You might be able to achieve the strategic effects by properly scaring your enemy, which happens all the time, and we've seen the Ukrainians do this masterfully throughout the entire war. And you've already pointed out one of those exact opportunities with the Brimstone, right? No one's winning a war with Brimstone, but boy, you can sure scare the shit out of everyone by mounting it to pickup trucks, and now every pickup truck is something to be feared.
Exactly, and that really, what can we say, amplifies the ability for even small units to go forward and make a big difference, right? Jörn, would you like to talk about fitting them to a boat?
Yeah, well, that's easy. No problem. I'm sure they have done already. But I had an aircraft missile integration question. The AGM-65 Maverick, is that something, or are there any other systems that are easier to put on a Soviet platform that has their own target seeker or something like that? What could we give them that makes their close air support, for example, more targeted? Thanks.
That's a great question. I would look at some of the missile systems that we've been able to hang on fairly non-combat oriented aircraft. I think you pointed to the Hellfire missile. You can point to the Maverick, but let's stick with the Hellfire for a second. We mount the Hellfire on everything from F-18s down to AH-6 Little Birds to even certain variations of Naval, Air Force, and Army Black Hawk helicopters, right? I mean, this missile system is everywhere. It's ubiquitous, and it is something that can be mounted without rewiring the entire helicopter. I think looking at what we can start hanging on Mi-8s is just as important, if not more important, than what we can also hang on MiG-29s and Su-24s. I think there's a lot of utility to be gained out of that. And I know we're We have concerns about man-pads, and I think that I might stop there and say that we should save this thread for when we get Carlos on the line. I think he can probably provide an even better synopsis of this.
But what's the range and lethality of the Hellfire compared to the Maverick?
Better and better.
So the Hellfire is a better missile than the Maverick?
Correct.
Brilliant.
And with that, I'll wish everyone a safe and pleasant day, and stay safe out there.
Thanks, Thanos, and thanks for the insights on the sea sparrows. It was really, really useful. Latin, hello.
Hey, just as soon as I listened, I heard Thanos say something that resonated right away, because the best historical recent I think the best historical recent example of what he was talking about was in the South Atlantic in 1982, when two weapon systems had a really outsized effect on the overall picture. The British sank a cruiser, an Argentinian cruiser with a torpedo, and that resulted in the entire Argentine fleet really never coming out to sea again. And the Argentines on their side, with the Exocet missile that they were launching from fixed-wing aircraft, forced the British fleet a little further
the
to the
Revenge of the
east.
French.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well,
But
which
it
means
had
that they should always, the French should be hanged for it for the next 50 years.
well, that it raises, even 40 years later, right? It raises issues. But the fact is that the Argentinians had 5 missiles, approximately 5, no more than 6. But their very presence made the British task force deploy a little bit further to the east of the islands. And this ended up being a complication for them. I mean, they're professionals. They found a way through it. But because they didn't have aerial refueling, this created problems for their combat air patrol over the islands. Now, this could be reflected somewhat because definitely part of what the Ukrainians want to do is push these the Russian combat air patrol, the Su-35s and MiG-31s primarily, ideally try to push them back, whether it's by hitting their bases, which I think they've been trying to do, and also the increased presence and better capabilities of ground-based air defense. So that will have an effect, a desired effect on Russian aerial presence.
Well, let's put it this way. My British friends freed sovereign territory and beat the Yargies fair and square.
That they did.
Moving from the current football world champions to the current genocide world champions, how about beating them Russians? Latin, what are your thoughts on the Sky Sparrow being repurposed for the use and launch from Buk systems, giving them more capacity, more munitions to take down whatever Russians decide to lob at Ukraine?
Well, I mean, in the absence of John Ridge, I'll just say that if it works, use it. And it's probably been mentioned already that the Italian system, I forget what's the name of that one that was provided a while back. It uses essentially the same missile, right? The Italian Aspida missile, which is basically a Sparrow. So it sounds like a very good use of what's available right now.
I'd really like these sort of engineering make-dos like this. CJ?
Well, I have a non-air defense question for Latin, if that's all right.
I'm shocked and appalled. Go ahead.
Well, I know Latin's been a big proponent of getting, more advanced fighters to Ukraine, and I guess what we saw this week was a huge shift in the tide in terms of ground vehicles, right? From these, very necessary, heavily armored infantry fighting vehicles to now the talk of tanks. So I guess my question for Len is, what would be needed to kind of break the floodgates open in regards to aviation? Like, is there some sort of aircraft that could be basically a gateway aircraft into making more complex and needed things happen?
Yeah, that's an interesting question because it's a very different dynamic than what we're seeing on the ground. On the ground, there's been this incremental increase in capability. On the aerial side, we've seen virtually nothing. There's been, yes, there's been the transfer of just about every MiG-29 that they can find, every Mi-8 they can find. So that's adding to their existing stock of legacy Soviet stuff. But the only Western aircraft transfer that we've heard confirmed were those Sea King helicopters. That was 3 aircraft. So the combat force remains essentially as it was with some extra airframes. Capability-wise is really not much different than the situation a year ago. So I don't know what it would take at this point. I'm not seeing a lot of indication of anything happening in Europe, and I don't know that that means that nothing is happening. Something, of course, could be. The Americans, of course, have passed that budgeting and the aid for Ukraine, which included, it was kind of baked into it, some kind of component for training. So there's definitely indications that something, I get kind of tired of saying this, sorry, because I repeat it a lot. There's indications, especially on the American side, that something is in the works. But anything that would be kind of the gateway aircraft, the one that would, I think at this point it would be just about anything. And transition will take a little bit of time, whatever they pick. The Ukrainians have already developed some ground simulator, some limited ground simulator capability that seems to be prepping some of their pilots for Western types. But until we see something concrete in terms of air crew and ground crew being trained up somewhere, and we may not see that, right? It's entirely possible that the first we see of a Western combat aircraft is when somebody shoots a picture of it with their phone. But yeah, I don't know. It is a different dynamic than the ground forces. So I'm not really sure that I can answer it exactly the way you asked it.
I guess, well, on that same vein, you kind of touched on it a little bit. With all of the ground vehicles, at least trained by the Americans, they had been trained on it long before any sort of announcements were made, exactly as you said. Do you think it's possible? I guess you sort of answered it, but even if we get no indication, do you think it's likely, I guess, that these systems are being trained on, even if we're not seeing it open or, we're not obviously, there hasn't been any discussions of it yet?
Yeah, it is possible. And I'll go back to because remember, Carlos was the guy that kind of had a pretty good inside track on what had been happening in the American Congress, and particularly with Ukraine aid, and particularly within that, the part about training aircrew. Now, as I recall, he's not on with us right now, but as I recall, what he said was that when all that was passed, he said it. Again, he had an inside track. He had spent some time in Washington, directly involved in some of these discussions, because private contractors might play a role in this process. And I remember when I asked him about it the day that it went through, and he said, "Well, it's in there, the money, the component for training, it's in there in that Ukraine package." And if I remember it correctly, he said, "And it'll be up to the Ukrainians to decide how they will use it." And that's about all I can say right now. I think that's what I remember Carlos saying. So that made it clear that there's some resources there on the American side for the Ukrainians to use as they choose, probably in consultation with their allies. And when it comes to combat aircraft, it's a much less cluttered field than ground equipment. We've seen with ground equipment, it's a tremendous number of things that have been thrown into theater. But with aircraft, it's a much more narrow group of choices. Even if you include the used stuff that would be of much more short-term use, but still could be, if it's made serviceable and can be operated by the Ukrainians, would really enhance their capabilities. I mean, would be a game changer in many ways. Like even 24 fully serviceable AMRAAM equipped F-18s that the airframe life may only be another, I don't know, 5 years. That's a tremendous capability boost from where the Ukrainians are now. So again, it goes back to being a little bit different from the dynamic that we're seeing with Army material. But on the positive side, I think everything we're seeing, they're not totally disconnected, because it's all part of the same thought process from the point of view of Western governments. What do we provide? There's this level of lethality. I mean, we know that militarily that doesn't make sense, but politically that's how it's happening. And something like main battle tanks, which it looks like, I think we all agree probably will be there before too long. That does affect the equation for aircraft, because now you're providing kind of the full range of ground warfare systems. Why not do it in the air?
Well, as long as there's no further French supplies for missile guidance systems and no further French equipment showing up, so some kind of African or Arab countries going back to Russia and then procuring it, or Wagner Group buying up French assets in Africa, more or less condoned by those who have run Total and the likes, that will be good, because otherwise we have the same issue as with the RGs.
Or indeed any more American parts made by 13 different companies for the Iranian loitering munitions.
Yeah, but that's harmless by comparison. If you have tactical ballistic missiles and guided missiles and missiles hanging off some strange Sukhoi, which have precision guidance chips from France, from Thales and the likes, I'd rather think this is a classic Argentinian fascist play. Same shit.
Although Axel, I'd reference back to the information that was posted yesterday by Russian aviation analyst Guy Plavsky, because he does make it clear that at least aircraft, and if there's problems in aircraft production, there has to be issues with other systems, but it's not looking good right now for the Russians. And I'm convinced that more than the French, I'd be keeping a close eye on the Chinese and what they're willing to sell in terms of systems and even airframes to the Russians. Because remember, most of what the Chinese
kit,
do,
you know this, right?
what's that?
The Chinese bought a lot of French kit and tried to copy it as well.
Yes, they did, but their fixed wing combat force is based mostly on the same Sukhois that we see in like the Su-27 family on that one, which by the way they built without license. Like the Russians sold it to them in the 90s when they were desperate for cash, and the Shenyang, the main manufacturer, went ahead and just started producing their own variants. And I think it's entirely possible, the way that the Russian industry is going, that they may end up buying parts or entire aircraft that of their own design that were produced without license. That would be quite an irony.
Jürgen. Unless Jürgen left. Okay, Goldman.
Yeah, I was just going to comment what Ladin said. I guess it was Adam Kinziker that had a bill for training that kind of got rolled up into the $45 billion budget. So the training budget is there. Hopefully there was some training budget that was scraped together prior to that, and this is just a continuation. But I believe that training is at least planned to go on, if not going on already, on fixed wing, Western aircraft. And I did want to comment on the Falklands War, because I guess Latin was saying about tactically how the Exocet kind of changed the world down there. And I believe that not only did it change the world tactically for the British, I believe it changed the U.S. Navy, because out of the loss of a helicopter carrier, I believe, was the birth of the V-22 aircraft, where the Marines realized they needed to be able to deploy over the horizon in order to
in order to do their job, and that traditional helicopters, you just needed to get too close. I think that event spurred the need and the rush to get a V-22.
It's a very pragmatic view of this kind of thing. The key aspect of all of this is to never ever trust the French when it comes to weapon systems deliveries to those who definitely are hostile. They knew it, they did it deliberately, and they did it in the run-up to it. They supported a fascist regime after 1978. They did it against clear guidance at that point in time from London. And there you go. You pay a price for this. You'll be excluded
And
from
Axel,
other things.
Axel, it is worth noting that during the Cold War, among Western countries, the French developed a pretty good reputation for being willing to sell to just about anybody.
Absolutely true. I wouldn't necessarily attribute the word good to it, but I know what you mean.
Well, it'll be interesting what new aircrafts come out of this battle. Like what is the V-22 that will come out of the war between Ukraine and Russia that somebody has to have immediately because it's a gap. I believe the V-22 is a direct result of that loss of carrier.
After this war, we'll find out a list of things the French had delivered over the many years of their arms supplies to Russia, which made a significant impact in terms of weapons, guidance systems, precision, sensor capacity, and the likes, which we will feel appalled about. We know this already. The Americans have even highlighted this briefly in summer last year. So Monsieur Macron cannot escape this because he was in part and parcel of it.
Jan.
This is the continuation of the "we know what you did last summer" campaign.
I had a Sea Sparrow question. Why is it so successful as a ground-to-air missile when it was so impotent as an air-to-air missile? Or is it a completely different missile with the same name?
Well, the air-to-air was a Sparrow, right? Not a Sea Sparrow. Because the Sea Sparrow was a ship-to-air initially. I don't know. This is a John Ridge question. John Ridge is not here, nor is Thanos. So I don't think anybody will be able to answer much of that.
No, Latin.
I don't hear Latin if Latin speaking.
Yeah, just a quick note on the air-launched Sparrow. It gained a kind of a bad reputation because it was part of that period of adjustment, period of difficulty that the Americans encountered over Vietnam when they're very sophisticated, beyond visual range fighters. And the Sparrow was part of that beyond visual range capability. Started to have trouble with what the North Vietnamese were flying, these much simpler cannon-armed earlier MiGs. And that's a lot of where that problem or that perception comes from. But important to remember that a lot of it was tactics, and those were also very early versions of the Sparrow. But as I understand it, the much later versions of the Sparrow, which served well into the 90s until they were replaced by the AMRAAM, were far more effective.
Yeah, I just remember I've been to Carlos. I asked the question whether the later version of the AIM-7 Sparrow could have been provided to Ukraine if it was easier to get on their Soviet airframes, but he said that wasn't a good enough missile to do the work.
Oh yeah, it was definitely superseded by the AMRAAM in a lot of capabilities that I'm sure someone like John could speak to. But there's also the issue of they were replaced quite a while ago, so I'm not even sure they would even still exist. in stockpiles.
Yeah, I'm just glad they managed to integrate these onto book launchers, because it means they don't need to train people on a new system. All they need to do is slightly change the munitioning on it, maybe slight adjustments, slight retraining, but maybe on the order of hours as opposed to days or weeks. And that's really helpful for Ukrainians to keep taking down all of those drones and maybe cruise missiles with them as well. Raven.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So real quick on the Sparrows, so you drop a Sparrow off a Phantom at a North Vietnamese MiG, and that MiG or his buddies can make you turn away. That Sparrow no longer has anything to guide on. Whereas if it's launched from a ship or the ground, that radar is going to follow that target all the way. You're not going to make him break lock by maneuvering. Latin, I have a more specific question. I wasn't able to catch Carlos last night. John seems to think it's possible. But what about modifying MiG-29s to carry AMRAAMs, not so much as to be the guiding platform, but just as a missile truck, as a launcher, and then hand off guidance to the NASAMs?
Well, first of all, I want to make it clear that I am no Carlos. I try my best, but it's a good question.
Are you saying you're only type rated on 3 fast jets?
I am type rated on several fast jets, but they're all in 172 scale. Anyways, yeah, the as far as I know, yeah, you're referring to Raver, the kind of like trying to bypass the aircraft radar, because obviously the Western missile it would be difficult to, if not impossible, to integrate it into the aircraft intercept radar, right? That's the first point, right? Yep. Okay, I see a thumbs up. All right. So beyond that, I'm not sure that would work. If it sounded as though you were talking about launching it and using its seeker and or being guided by a ground radar, if I heard it right. But as far as I know, the problem with that is that the air intercept radar on the aircraft needs to identify, and that's important. That's an important part of it too, right? Identify, make sure you're not shooting at a friendly, but identify and show the target to, and in some cases guide it up to a certain point, show the missile that target, and at some point the missile's own guidance system takes over. With fire and forget, it takes over right away. But so I'm not sure that would be so straightforward. That's about all I can say about that.
Hey, real quick, Dom and Axel, anybody staff that's listening, is there any fix to finding this place now that the little blue speaker button has vanished and it's no longer showing up on Spaces?
So, top tip: go to MriyaReport.org, and there's a button there that says "Listen here," and it will flip you into the app and straight into the space. If the space goes down, there's an auto refresh function that checks every minute if there's a space up. So, I mean, at the most, if the space crashes, it will take a minute for it to figure out where the new one is. The other thing is, if you go to the MriyaReport account on Twitter, we try to always make sure that when we restart a space, we put it as the pinned tweet right at the top of the timeline. And there should be the big blue square that says, MriyaReport.org, blah, 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 start listening. And you can just click on that and it dumps you into the space. I'm making an effort to retweet it more these days, as are many others. If you're listening, you'd like to retweet the space, that will help more people find it if they're a bit lost and don't know where to go, because they're more likely to see your tweet with a big blue square that says start listening in it. So please do that as well if you're one of the 500 odd people listening right now. So that's kind of the way to get into it, is to find a tweet with a big blue square. And if you go to the MriyaReport account on Twitter, you will find it usually is the pinned tweet or one of the more recent tweets. If it's not, sometimes it takes us a few minutes to realize after it's crashed that, oh no, we need to pin that one. It's the most recent one. But yeah, that's is the best one, Raver. It's probably going to be back in a few days, just moving some stuff around, and it will happen. It will be back to normal eventually, I trust.
Yeah, but it's not a real issue.
No, because we have all of these solutions to it. Therefore, it's not an issue anymore. But for here and there, someone's a little bit. I think 3 or 4 people have messaged me earlier today. How do you get them? I can't find the space. Can you help me? I was like, yeah, just click here. It's okay. So I think everyone eventually found their way after 30 to 40 seconds of trying. 1 to 2.
Check your DM.
Yes, so there are Bradleys moving through Bulgaria. That's been shown by a number of people. There's a video that has been making the rounds. You're quite right, 1 to 2. I don't know where these Bradleys are aimed for, whether they're aimed for pre-positioned forces or forward deployed forces in Bulgaria, or possibly Romania, or possibly Greece, or maybe they're there for an exercise. So I don't know if those are the Bradleys that are going to go to Ukraine, but there's certainly Bradleys that are currently near Ukraine. That's true. I suspect that the bulk that are ending up in Ukraine are probably going to be going through Poland, though, for just purposes of convenience and logistics. But what do I know? Anything is possible. Can you tell from the video what subtype it is? 1 to 2, which version of the Bradley it is?
No, sorry, not that.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the answer. There we go. No, but it's not a real issue, that's for sure. I mean, everybody here who's listening by default has clearly found their way here. So,
Some kind of a Peter Sellers act of logic.
Well, I mean, it's definitely true that if they're here, they found their way here somehow.
How did you find your way to the party? Oh, I have arrived, have I not? Now we need an elephant with a trunk.
An elephant with a trunk? Goodness. I mean, better an elephant without a trunk. That'd be kind of.
You didn't watch that
cruel
movie
to
either.
I did not. Just assume if it's any piece of cinema, just assume I've not seen it. Television, maybe. Cinema, probably not.
You will never get a run.
Nope. No, such is life. Such is life.
Weird factoid. Elephants have breasts, not udders.
Good one.
Artenoses.
1 to 2, I'm being informed that those Bradleys are probably not for Ukraine, since they have something called tactical marks. Now, I don't know what tactical marks are, but I'm presuming it's some sort of markings that mean that they're gonna stay and they're there for an exercise, I guess, something like that.
Your tactical mark would be like a black upward pointed V painted on the side indicating, what regiment or corps or whatever it's assigned to. And then on the front bumpers, you'd see a series of letters and numbers that would indicate its actual unit, like 4C1-64 or something like that. that would indicate the actual unit it belongs to.
But wouldn't that be irrelevant if the Ukrainians are going to give it a new paint job when it crosses the border anyway?
Yes, but we tend to send stuff to people in 0 mile conditions.
There's the one bit that probably wants to be stripped off, just so that no one can possibly erroneously, intentionally confuse it with we're actually fighting NATO. TM.
When you put stuff in mothballing, you actually repaint, and therefore you remove any kind of markings prior. With the exception of pre-positioned stock.
Axel, on a completely different topic, would you wish to guess how much agricultural exports Ukraine has managed to export last year? I'll tell you that just over 16 million tons went through the grain corridor alone.
Yeah, no, what, another 11 million tons through the rest of it?
Another 34 million tons through the rest of it.
Grain or everything else?
All agricultural exports combined.
All agricultural. Okay, yeah. All right, good. Well done.
In excess of 50 million tons altogether, according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Agriculture, which is a lot. Which is let's call it about 80-something% of the usual total of agricultural exports. Which, under the circumstances when ports weren't usable for much of the year, when a large proportion of Ukrainian agriculture was in occupied territories or near the front lines. That is a huge amount, much more than I certainly expected. So very well done, and it demonstrates and illustrates the degree of resilience and resolve, and dedication to getting things onto the market. Raver.
Yeah, so of that 50 million tons, how much of it was wartime shipping and how much went out, February and January, so we have a comparison of where Ukraine has gotten back to.
So it's not entirely clear what from their press release, they don't break it down into that. But the vast majority will have been wartime shipping. Historically, the winter months were shipping less. So the pre full scale invasion winter months would have been lower than your typical average month. I will say this late autumn and early winter, they've been shipping a lot more than in a typical set of late autumn, early winter months. So they have definitely stepped up the exports in this period specifically compared to normal, because they basically had a backlog. Raver?
And so that feeds into the next question on what's coming up this year. How much were they able to plant and actually harvest last year, and what are they expecting on that end this year?
Yes, quite. So the details on that are a little bit less detailed. A lot of the reason for that is what can we call the absence of access to quite large tracts of land in occupied Kherson, in Zaporizhia Oblast especially, right? So that's a big deal. So it's difficult to say, but whatever is outside of the occupied territories, by and large, seems to have been replanted, except in areas that were occupied for a period earlier in the year, some of which are just too replete with UXO and mines to even consider touching.
Okay, and then the follow-up to that is, do we know if Russia has finished its looting of the Ukrainian grain it's been able to get its hands on? Have those shipments stopped?
I don't think they have a lot more ability to take much more than they already have. Like with most looting, you can only take it once. It's not a renewable resource. A lot of the crops planted in occupied areas, were never harvested. There was a spate of fires, I have to say, in occupied Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts throughout the areas afflicted by the occupation. My understanding is that is principally a consequence of the Russians preventing firefighters to do their work. So there wasn't much to loot from this year's harvest because, what there was has, of course, been taken by and large. Again, the statistics are not great. Okay, I have a question from a listener asking, the Kerch Bridge, why don't they HIMARS it? I would suggest that you look at a map, look at where the front lines are, look at where the Kerch Bridge is, and look at the published range of HIMARS Gimler's missiles, which are the type that Ukraine has that we definitely know that they have more of. And you will see that it's a mathematical problem of it being too far away. Now, were Ukraine to get brackets, an additional, close brackets, batch of ATACMS, which have a longer range, they could do it, brackets, again, close brackets. There you go, that's an answer to that. 1 to 2.
Yeah, just to continue that also, you need to send a lot of ATACMS to damage the bridge enough. You require a lot of explosives to the damage that was done to the bridge last time around. That was quite, a lot of explosives probably. So you need to hit it a lot to cause, that kind of damage with a warhead like an ATACMS. Also above everything else.
Yeah, the kinetic force of several hundred kilograms traveling at Mach 4 helps with it, of course. But yeah, absolutely. It's the more ATACMS Ukraine gets, the better it is. There's a strong, almost linear dependency between how many Ukraine gets. Indeed, it's super linear dependency, because I'd argue that completely crippling their logistics lines would have what can we say? And there would be an interest to that beyond just an interest in it. So yes, absolutely. The two things probably certainly at the top of my list right now for things that have not been announced, new things at least officially, would be Leopards and a very large shipment of ATACMS, and then after that come the Gripen, I guess. It's just how interested I am in them. Indeed.
At least the Leopard would be a real tank.
Well, quite. I don't know. You've not seen it, Raver, but the etymological controversy has been resolved by the French. The AMX-10 RC is not a tank. It is more than a tank. I hope you laughed. Okay, Latin.
Kind of on this, I did laugh. Trust me, hysterically. On the subject of leopards and the vehicles that we've been talking about quite a bit for the last day or so, I just a little tidbit of information that I picked up just now, that the Spanish Prime Minister spoke to President Zelensky yesterday over the phone. Another one, regular conversations with Western leaders, and interesting that that he tweeted, the Spanish Prime Minister tweeted that another, is his words, right? Not like an extra group of 200 Ukrainians will begin training in Spain this month. Now, one of these days, I'm going to have to make a list of the numbers of because initially the first we ever heard of Ukrainians training in Spain was, I believe it was around September, October, and it was 20. Now the Prime Minister is saying 200 will begin training just this month. So fair to say that that is at the very least ongoing, and it's, I get the impression, I'm going to have to crunch the numbers a bit more, but that it might be ramping up. What are they training on? Well, I'm not seeing hundreds and hundreds of M113s being transferred at this point, which was what the Spanish government originally kind of pointed to. They also mentioned some of the missile systems, but Spain doesn't have much more to give as far as ground-based air defense. So I'm still wondering what's going on there. We don't have to know. I don't have to know all the details, but I suspect it could be a case of there's more to it than we know at the moment, and we might be surprised.
So my understanding is that hundreds of M113s have been indeed delivered to Ukraine from various sources. The M113s were delivered from the Netherlands, Lithuania, Australia, Denmark, US, Portugal, and Spain, and possibly other countries. So there should be a substantial number of those in theater. 400 probably, maybe more altogether, albeit a number have been destroyed, especially of the Dutch variants in the right bank of Kherson. But that's a part of it, right? Nobody expected all of them to survive. So
yeah, but what just to be clear, what I meant was that there may still be some arriving now. I got the sense that the bulk of them arrived last year, and they're very familiar with them right now. I'm not sure what kind of train. So what I'm saying is that if there's 200 new Ukrainian soldiers arriving in Spain for training, I seriously doubt that it's for something like that. I got a feeling they're being. It could. I don't want to say the L word, but I think there could be more to it than just training on some of the platforms that we've seen transferred already. There may be something else going on here.
I sure hope so. It's a good place to learn how to operate a Leopard, because if you've ever seen most of Spain, it looks an awful lot like southern Ukraine. So pretty similar training environment. Raven.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, going down that road of wish casting, the Latin was on 200 would be enough to build a cadre of master gunners and master technicians to then go back and be able to start training actual crews.
Yeah, you know what, Raver? I mean, when it comes to obviously the Leopard subject is so convoluted at this point, but when it comes to what Spain is doing with Ukrainian soldiers in the training they're doing in Spain, I try to focus on what we do know, what we can confirm. I have no indication that it's infantry training, like the way which is what the British were mostly doing. The initial cadre that was sent there was supposedly for training on surface-to-air missile systems, Hawk and Spada, as they call it, the Italian Spada system. And the primary training ground where they went to, it's the primary training ground of the Spanish army. There are Leopards around. I remember thinking, and there were some Spanish Twitter users that when that was initially announced I remember reading that were commenting on, well, what are the chances that they're not going to at least be having a close look at a Leopard? The numbers that the Prime Minister mentions today, to me, indicates something a little more substantial going on. We know that the Spanish government, if they were to be, if they're kind of in the same category as other European countries, they're not going to unilaterally send Leopards. But if Germany approved it, if the Americans sent Abrams, all that stuff that we've discussed, if other NATO allies, because you got to look at the wording that has come out of the Ministry of Defense in Spain. The Minister of Defense made a comment about this training a later stage of the training around October, November, when another group of Ukrainians arrived. And at the very least, I looked at what she said specifically. And what I got from it was that she said, we are willing to move forward and provide more capacities in cooperation with our NATO allies, which I think was a clear signal that of what we've talked about here before, that certain parties are simply not going to do it unless somebody else does it first. But so I do believe the Spanish government is probably willing to send Leopards, but assuming that road is cleared, I assume that they would be willing to prepare Ukrainians for it ahead of time. And again, that is totally speculation. That's just opinion, because there's nothing official behind that. But I think there is a very strong possibility that's part of what's happening with these numbers of Ukrainians that are going to Spain. There are other vehicles that Spain can transfer as well, but hopefully soon we'll see exactly what this is all about.
They did say carros de combate, right? At some point in some info defense article.
Yes, that was in the original group that was sent, and that was the initially very small group, right, of 20. I remember that number was approximately 20, and that was the term that was used in the official release from the Ministry of Defense. Now, in my understanding of Spanish, carro de combate means tank, and that could easily have been written by somebody in the Ministry of Defense. Imagine that, somebody in the Ministry of Defense who doesn't have their terminology straight. It might well have been something like that. But there was never an official statement on other than M113s. That's the only vehicle that was specifically mentioned, which I always thought was kind of interesting, because the M113 it's not a complex system it's a box with an engine. So, and they already have, by the time that training had begun, they had already received them from countries like, I believe, from like Lithuania and other sources. So definitely by where we are right now, I'm pretty sure that the Ukrainians are quite familiar with it.
And really, if you wanted to build up a self-sustaining program, you would start by building your cadres out of your master gunners, of your trainers, of your master technicians, who can then go back and actually begin to train the crews that need to operate and fight these things.
But Doman, I'm gonna actually start digging a little deeper into that situation in Spain and what they're doing with the Ukrainian soldiers currently. What that program is, what we can gain from it, because it's very opaque. They've been extremely opaque, and part of that is domestic politics. Don't have to get into that, but it is a coalition government, so there are coalition partners that are not so enthusiastic about helping Ukraine. So. Yeah, the Ministry of Defense on this matter have been at times very hard to read exactly what they're saying, and the whole thing has been quite opaque.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Latin, if you can try to figure out what's going on there. But I would, at the very least, very much like Spain to be joining the Leopard coalition, the Leopard Spotted coalition, shall we call it that, that is slowly building. And help embarrass Germany into delivering the Leopards sooner rather than later. Raver.
Yeah, I was just wondering, does anybody know how Spain stores its surplus Leopard 2s, its earlier models? Are they open storage like Sierra Army?
Warehouse in Zaragoza.
Okay, because, well, badly or not, if there's, 90 of them sitting in a field somewhere in Spain under one satellite pass, and the next pass is only 70, that says something.
No, it's a warehouse. It's a warehouse close to Zaragoza.
Yeah, I've seen. I don't know the specifics of it, but I've seen images of, and not just leopards, but some of the other. They've retired a lot because they've been a lot like Canada. They've really cashed in on the post-Cold War peace dividend in a major way, to the point where, oh, by the way, it's a military celebration today at a particular date in Spain, and the king and the Minister of Defense made some comments today that indicate that Spain as well, now joining a growing list of European countries that will increase their defense spending significantly. They also made the expected very enthusiastic comments of continued support for Ukraine. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's stored. I saw M109s stored, packed very tightly together in a warehouse type of setting. So we'll see. Maybe they may try to return some of that to service. If they have a long way to go. Spain has really degraded its military in the last 20, 30 years. It's very similar to our situation here in Canada.
And I was about to think, what are the Spaniards celebrating? They have to wait until August 7th to 8th.
You got me on that one, Axel. What's the significance of August 7th and 8th?
Oh, this is before the calendar changed. So today's date would be July 28th. This is when the Spanish fleet was starting to disintegrate as the defeat of the Armada began. They should celebrate this.
No comment.
Sorry, mate, can't help you there. Rule Britannia, Britannia, rule the waves.
What date did they sign away Brazil on? Because that was a biggie as well.
That was Portugal.
Yeah,
no,
but
I
by the
know,
way,
but I'm saying
it
when
was
the
a Spanish,
Spain.
it was a Spanish enthroned politician becoming a pope.
River, I meant the day when they moved the meridian of where Spain and Portugal split the world down, so that Portugal got Brazil. Actually, on the plus side, it probably helped with having lower inflation, so that probably helped anyway in the aggregate, Spain. But anyway,
Maybe in the meantime, Latin can tell us when the Spaniards last won a war. Yeah, it takes a bit of digging, I know.
And my grandfather was a combat veteran. They sort of won that one, but in the long run, they didn't. It was Morocco. But
yeah,
it's been a while.
Spain beat Spain in the 1930s.
now in 2002, according to Wikipedia, Spain removed the Moroccan soldiers of the Perejil Island. So it did win that one. No, not good enough. Also,
yeah,
between
we've done our fair bit already of making sure that there's clarity as to who rules the waves and who beat up the Spaniards. But that's fine. So let's move on, because Manuel does come from Barcelona.
See, now that is a reference I understand.
See, I ventured into the territory of television because I thought this might get you.
I basically don't have an attention span longer than one episode of a British comedy show. That's really the reason.
It's very simple. There is too much butter on those trays.
Burra.
God. If that's not quite a reference to an ass, then I don't know what is. If only we had a multilingual Frenchman who could find a way back to a piece of beurre.
Soon enough, I trust he will. For in less than an hour and a half, we shall be joined by Rachel Gemba whom is an economist and a specialist on sanctions. And I believe that Ben will be running that conversation in 85 minutes from now, starting 85 minutes from now. I'm very much looking forward to learning from that, what has been done, what can be done, and what will be done, hopefully very soon, to further curtail Russian ambitions and abilities beyond what can be done and will be done kinetically, curtailing Russian ambitions through superior firepower, that is. And I'm also told that the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed on the 7th of June, and that is a date that the Spaniards definitely shouldn't be celebrating.
If you list all the Spanish naval battles they lost, we could have them not celebrate about 320 days.
They are very good at celebrating, I have to say. They're excellent at celebrating. So maybe they should instead be made to help others celebrate. How about that?
Yeah, well, how about them actually, for the first time ever, storing their tanks appropriately, maintaining them appropriately, and simply handing them over to Ukraine? Have a bit of guts, boys.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. And may I just say, it's a lovely full moon today.
Are we howling at it?
No, just looking at it, and it looks awfully pretty.
The Russians are howling, but that may be due to Stoltenberg's statements rather than the moon.
Well, then I shall ask the two armored guys. Raver 122. Can a full moon help in armored operations? And could today be the day that Ukraine, or tonight rather, be the night that Ukraine takes advantage of better lit grounds, or would that be possibly a bad idea as they couldn't use advantage of superior optics?
So if you were to go back before the days of thermals, the moon would absolutely help because, your optics would be able to see by the same magnification. And so you'd be able to see a lot farther, which makes it harder or be seen, either or. But with thermals, not really. It doesn't really make much of a difference.
Right. So that has that then plays no effect in that, only in let's say infantry small unit tactics. Very well. All right. I thought I'd give it a go.
Let me just highlight one thing. I have a newfound respect for people who engage in clinical psychology and still are solid, hardcore, good old British boys.
So is Tom coming?
No, Tom is just making clear to people on the interweb that he's had it. And I applaud him for it.
What did he have?
He's had it with the tankies.
Oh, very good. I'm glad that is true. Even his stoic unbreakableness, I guess, has run out. Well, good. I'm glad that he's expressing himself fully. Obviously. Axel, why have only 40 MADAs been announced? Aren't there many more in storage, would say, industry? Why speak of only 40?
Because the little Russophile imbeciles currently in charge of the tap, which should flow freely, have decided to say so. But this is why it needs a call from the White House every single day. And this administration just has to find out what they need to do.
And the
As I told
other
you.
question, the other question, actually, is there a chance that the Israeli anti-tank missiles, what do you reckon? Are the Israeli anti-tank missiles that were shipped with the Marders together, the Spike, or will it only be the Milan?
Well, if the German commies stop supporting the Palestine insurgency and to stop voting with the other pricks in the EU to continuously give money to the descendants of Arafat and Hezbollah, then I'm quite sure that Bibi will be willing to do so.
They're saying yes to Spike, as in it's coming,
Oh,
not just it's a wish.
I'm very much in favor. It's just it needs a few people in this rather strange Corbynite, let's put it this way, Russophile social democracy to, turn around and behave. And a couple of the Greens just as well. Behave a little, be rational, be proper, and good things come to you. Don't do it, and Joe will have to call you. Just imagine how absolutely boring, annoying, and exhausting this must be for Joe Biden at his age. Really having to do this every single day? I mean, at some point in time, you've grown out of the period in your life where you have to deal with slightly below the relevant age of communication toddlers.
It must be very frustrating. Luckily, the time zones are in his favor, so there's a plus there at the very least, right? Is the ammunition for the MADAs in abundance?
There's enough people who can make decisions across various countries and put a deluge of MADAs into the hands of our friends, absolutely. But it should be the Germans who give more because they have a lot more available and they can release a lot more from industry. It's just
no.
It's the
there I
same.
completely agree.
It's the
I'm just.
same. Sorry.
I'm really trying to establish. I completely concur with that. Naturally, I'm just trying to establish whether there's a chance there could be the same issue with the munition for the MADAs as there was for the Gepards.
Oh no. That's not true. No, the munition is different. It's not as specific. It's easy to come by. It's easy to produce. It's a different caliber, different ammunition. It's completely different. There's different versions even for soft and hard targets and the likes, but there's no such limitation.
So plenty of it. However many MADAs go, they can shoot to their heart's content.
Oh, absolutely, no question about it.
And to the Russians' grave disappointment. Emphasis on grave.
We've been producing and stocking for 50 years the ammo for the MADA. We've upgraded gunnery and the likes. We've created different projectiles and the likes, but there is more than enough.
Excellent, because I think a lot will be needed. Indeed, more than enough will be needed. Just with the sheer number of targets opening themselves up and being delivered on a daily basis, more or less, to the occupied parts of Ukraine by the Russians, a true abundance of it will be needed to simply keep up with the numbers of targets being brought forward.
Let me have a little look at some tanks.
Excellent. I just hope they're tanks, not heavy armament combat vehicles, because that would be no good, obviously. Those are
Nothing
already
to look
coming.
at there. My French affliction is not a tank one.
Do you reckon, Axel, that the Brits will be the first to release proper main battle tanks?
If Mr. Sunak can find the cojones of someone, yes.
Should they be close?
Well, there is a number of challies which are close to theatre, absolutely.
Excellent. So there should be no problem whatsoever to take them out. Well, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, those 72 kilometers from location to border should be easy to, traverse.
Well, good. I'm asking this because that would, of course, bust the dam that is holding back proper, real, unquestionable and unquestioned main battle tanks for the Ukrainians to be able to, let's say, punch a hole in Russian defenses and let those infantry fighting vehicles work. Would Challenger 1s be at all useful, seeing that Jordan is apparently retiring the entire fleet?
Yeah, I would have to leave this to our British friends, but I understand that whilst the gun is still good, should we say, the survivability of that thing needs upgrading.
I see. In other words, there's a very good reason why the Brits went from a Challenger 1 to the Challenger 2 in the first place, rather than keeping them. The situation with the ammunition, of course, Challenger 2s with their rifled barrels, there is specific ammunition for them. Do you reckon there's a sufficient quantity of that to actually sustain operations of any?
I think, as you will have heard from David, there's an overwhelming stock. I mean, the amounts are astonishing. Essentially, Britain would have to pay for it to be destroyed if and when those Charlie 2s were to be phased out. That's exactly why it makes a ton of sense. Contrary, and this is the argument which we didn't have time to make in discussion with our friend General McRyan during the night, that essentially they could send those Charlies and use all the ammunition stock and use it for proper purpose rather than destroying it. I mean, come on, please. If you take those Charlies, take 2 proper battalions of this at least, if not a full brigade, if you could. Bring it forward, let it shoot, get rid of all the ammo. That takes about 2 years to shoot this all away, even if you do it with the same staccato tempo the Russians are shooting the ammo. That's it. Within 2 years, you would have won it anyway. Use them for a little while later as a transition tool, good defensive tanks, phase them out in a few years because they're too expensive to run. That's it. Thank you very much. Win the war. That's the most important piece. Nobody should be worrying continuously about supply trains and this and that and the other. Win the fucking war first.
So really, this is the case that maybe Mr. Sunak would understand. It's a cost-saving exercise. I understand
that is exactly the point which we've been making all the time. It is actually, from a perspective of reducing cost, not a bad idea at all.
Quite like some of his preceding those who inhabited chancellery, like he did once, not long ago. Say Philip Hammond, for example. He's rather happy at looking at spreadsheets, and were he to see the correct spreadsheet saying the right sort of things, I'd say this would be a good idea.
Yeah, well, it's not how Whitehall presents it to him. So,
well, then the Whitehall should learn from their previous mistakes and present it correctly, in a way that leads to a yes. Now, there's a lot in how you.
I don't disagree. I do not disagree at all. But evidently, it will never happen this way, as you know. This is a battle about the future of the defense budget in Great Britain. And at some point in time, an agreement has to be found between what is the wing amongst Ben Wallace on the one hand and Rishi Sunak on the other hand. He needs to come up with a policy, which we do not know whether he has any idea or strategy for. And under the current constraints, that needs a bit of dealing with the Americans. And yeah, well, these are discussions which are way beyond our pay grade.
Right. Well, if you do work
No,
in
but the
Whitehall
issue
and
is
are
we
listening,
can only advocate. We're single purpose advocates here in that regard. We want to win the war because we all tend to seemingly believe that winning the war will have a massive impact in order to promote freedom and support freedom and therefore generate better outcomes across Europe. Unfortunately, some of the steps necessary to win the war more quickly are in conflict with other domestic policy aims, targets, goals, subsets of goals, and restraints certain politicians in certain EU countries and in Britain do have. And as a consequence, we have to find a way to square our advocacy maximalism with whatever kind of restraints and constraints they have and face. And then convince them, hopefully, that they could make decisions on the basis of potentially better outcomes in future. And that requires them to trust that there is a chance that they'll be in charge and they'll be in office and therefore actually benefit from all these measures. Many of them are not incentivized by transcendence, but by living in the present.
how much of this is about shifting assumptions appropriately?
A lot, but at the same time, the assumptions are not the ones you want to shift. You want to say what you want to shift is the interpretation of potential results and therefore the probability of outcomes.
So a question from a British listener. Do you believe that it would be from the current fleet, which is dropping from 228 to 148, or the older ones that apparently should be sitting in Germany, 72 of them, that were about to be scrapped at some point?
That's exactly what I've been saying since March.
So the latter, the ones that were about to be scrapped.
Yeah, of course. The ones which were designated to be scrapped. Take those, make sure that they have sufficient upgrades as to certain sensors, and get them into theater. Add a few more of those which you have phased out, and there's a couple of them standing around currently outside a very famous shooting range, and pack them up, put them on bloody trailers, then on trains on European soil, and put a nice red ribbon around them.
Or a blue and yellow ribbon?
Oh, bloody hell, I don't care about the sodding colour. It's a saying. It's
I can't tell if that was German, Estonian, or Hungarian.
The latter, of course.
I did sound very Hungarian. Well, whatever it takes, actually, whatever it takes for the Russians to have an appropriate epiphany and turn back eastwards and march until they hit Russia, or not even stop then, but keep on going for a little while. Today of all days would be a fantastic opportunity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to join us here, rather than just listen to the possibility of maybe challenges, maybe not, in ever shorter words by Axel and myself, you will need to do us the favor clicking that request button in the bottom right corner of your screen. Otherwise, we won't know to bring you up and have you speak instead. So if you want that, then that would work. Apparently, also the Omanis have a baseline Challenger 2, which would be a way to work through all of those shells. A way for the Ukrainians, of course, to work through all of those shells. So that's likewise an option, apparently. Ryan.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've got a very nervous animal sitting in my lap, and I'm headed to the vet right now. So if that's too obnoxious, I'll come back in a minute once I drop her off.
It's all right, barely audible.
I wish I could say the same.
I'm sorry you can still hear me, Ryan. I apologize.
No, I'm barely audible, or the whining dog is barely audible?
The whining dog is barely audible.
Perfect. Yeah, I can hear her all too well. I was not on Twitter or the space at all yesterday. Did I miss? Well, I guess I listened in for a bit because I heard something about this pseudo ceasefire, and then I.
Yeah, that I can give you an update on that. The Russians claim it's a thing, and yet do the opposite. Gasp! Shock! Horror!
Yeah.
Who would ever have predicted that? So of course nothing came of it except that Russians are spinning some propaganda strands together into a pile of bovine excrement, proverbial bovine excrement. So there's nothing with that. However, Ryan, good news, which you must have missed then. Bradleys are officially announced. Well, semi-officially announced, but will be officially announced later today, I think. But have been more or less. No, they have been officially announced yesterday. I apologize. The press conference was actually yesterday in the end. So Bradleys to Ukraine, officially a thing. Marders to Ukraine, officially a thing. A second Patriot battery going from Germany to Ukraine, officially a thing. So yeah, pretty good. A pretty good start to the new year, all in all. Sadly, however, Leopards nor Abrams to Ukraine, not officially a thing yet. I will, however, loosely quote the head of the Bundestag Defense Committee saying that as far as she's concerned, Leopards to Ukraine are only a matter of time. And as far as she's concerned, they will be going. It is just that there are people in the main party in the coalition who still say things along the lines of, and I shall loosely translate here, the SPD defense spokesman saying, as far as he's currently concerned, Leopard 2s are rolled out because those are assault tanks, and what Ukraine needs are defensive tanks, such as Marders. Well, defensive panzers, such as Marders, which is utterly complete nonsense. But hey, they got around to so many things thus far, and they keep saying that no, this is completely and utterly impossible, and yet do it eventually anyway. So waiting for yet another U-turn, that one with spots.
Do we have any legal definitions for offensive and defensive tanks yet?
Ryan, I can tell you there is at least one Panzer Grenadier who is telling them to Bleeping shut it.
And there's a Swedish tanker who said that this is the most insidiously stupid statement by anyone ever.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Because it is. And Axel told me to look at the CV of the chap who said it, and I told Axel that I'm not interested in looking at any CV that's not a CV90. Especially not if it's related to that chap, because I'm thoroughly disinterested after the sample size of one statement. It was too bad for me to want to have a second sniff, let alone a second bite. Right. See, there we go. We've energized people somewhat. Thank you, Ryan. Jerome, good morning.
Good morning. Trouble off mic in there. Just the Spanish thing. It just brought back memory of the, I guess it was a linguist training of the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. Now I have the Ukraine and Spain trains mainly on the plain. So I have that stuck in my head.
May I say, this is fantastic, because Ukraine and Spain trains mostly on the plain is actually factually correct, unlike the other one, because the rain in Spain falls mostly not on the plain, but in the coastal areas in the north and northwest of Spain. Those coastal areas are very steep, generally. Not all of them, but most of them. Whereas the plain is a semi-arid, in places even an arid, that is to say, desert sort of place with very little precipitation.
Yeah, I actually visited Spain in high school. Torremolinos, it's beautiful. But now, stupid question time. Since Ryan triggered me here, is all this different equipment running on the same fuel? Is there a separate fuel supply for military, or they just pull up to a gas station? I mean, all this stuff drinking the same stuff, I guess. It's my same question. Thank you.
Or it all drinks diesel. Good enough?
Straight diesel, same as I'd get in a truck. Same thing. Yeah. Okay, so that's not an issue. Yeah.
Not at all. I mean, more things drink more, so you need a larger logistics train. But that is not an issue, because do you know what? They need to do this to kick the Russians out, so they will figure out how to get more diesel to where it needs to go, and very happily and very gladly.
Sorry, but does Ukraine are they able to process fuel, or is that done out of country?
It's mostly imported at this point. Historically, yes, absolutely. But right now, it's mostly imported for obvious reasons. But there isn't an issue with the quantities right now at all. That has been. This is a less than well advertised component of it all. But I can tell you that the amounts of diesel that come in both through the Danube ports as well as through, of course, the land borders is very substantial indeed. And there's a ample credit should go to all of the neighbors who have dedicated logistics to ensuring that sufficient quantities of diesel do come into Ukraine, because it is clearly very necessary. But they are also very much succeeding at it.
Yeah, I have to, because with all the electric, I just haven't heard of any diesel interruption. So, okay, thank you.
Not since around April, May. No, quite right. Thank you, Jerome. George.
Hey, Dolman, sorry. So we didn't hear anything after the air raid alert went on, right?
No, nothing. Nothing's yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh my, fancy pants.
Good morning, Doman. I always wanted to say good morning in the evening. So for Brain Dead Cartoon Dogs, can you remind me and maybe some other listeners on the Patriot system? One Patriot system, so like a second one is delivered now to Ukraine. I think it consists of 8 launchers, if I'm not wrong,
yes.
right?
I will say it's not delivered to Ukraine yet, because Ukraine doesn't yet have people who know how to operate. So it is in the pipeline. It has been committed to Ukraine, and it will be installed as soon as there are people who are able to operate it, because there's no point in it being exposed to, let's say, airstrikes until then.
Fantastic. And can you, and I believe you can, so the question is almost useless, I just want your information. Can you tell us how much of area one Patriot system can usually cover? How are they deployed? I'm sure you guys talked about it, but for brain dead folks like me.
So it depends on what you're trying to shoot down. They are presumably going to get the Pack 2 and Pack 1 Pack 2 and Pack 3 missiles, I think. And the Pack 2 missiles have a range of about 160 kilometers, whereas the Pack 3 missiles are specialized against ballistic missiles intercepts, have a range of about 30 kilometers. So that kind of gives you the clue. Ballistic missiles are a lot harder to intercept further out, because they move much more quickly in a almost vertical direction at the point when they can be intercepted. So the range that covers is smaller. Does that make sense? I think I said those numbers correctly.
Okay, so the reason is typically you need, for an area such as Kyiv, if you want to cover the whole city, which you don't, so you only go and cover the high value targets within the city and the city limits in the area, you have to layer your defense. General McRyan highlighted this during the night. You have to combine the IRSTs, the ASAMs and the likes with Patriot. Patriot being, in this case, the most effective of your, albeit that it's close enough. I mean, the IRST has different kind of capacity. Patriot can go after tactical ballistic missiles and cruise missiles more easily, but it's costly. So what you have to do is you combine the sensor arrays of the systems to create an umbrella, let's put it this way. Normally you would actually deploy Patriot at least in one battalion strength. That would be 4 batteries. Currently, Ukraine is receiving 2 batteries, one from the US, one from Germany. In order to cover a city like Kyiv, there have been discussions with various experts who we've had on the space that you would need around 6 Patriot batteries to cover the whole area complete, if you only have those. As you have IRSTs of various number, and you have a couple of NASAMs, you may be able to do this with 3 Patriot batteries. The same goes for Odessa, but you need a lot more coverage. There are people who have argued that you would need about 40 Patriot batteries to cover the most eminent high-value targets in Ukraine. And you need a lot of NASAMs, you need a lot of IRSTs. There is no such thing as a full air defense coverage. It doesn't exist. What you need is to take out your enemy. You need to reduce their capacity to attack. You need to degrade them. You need to attack them. You need to keep them off kilter, off balance, and you need to push them back. And for that, you need a completely different setup. You need a lot more air power. You need a lot more land power. That's wherever people think about belts and braces and defense, that's all nice and fine, but it's all bullshit. What you need to do, the best defense is attack. The best defense is to take out the enemy and push them back. And if you can't strike into their country, because that's not what the game is at this point in time, then you have to find ways to push them back hard. And that's what we failed to deliver. And the Austrian government in that regard is the most shameful government in Europe, because it has failed to supply Ukraine with anything that matters in that regard. And it benefits from NATO's umbrella, has never invested into it, and still actually supports Russia. So Austria should shut the fuck up or live up to the accountability and responsibility of a Western nation living under the free umbrella and blanket the West provides for it.
Where's in Hungary?
Well, Hungary at least declares itself as a NATO country, has lived up to it, has supplied a lot of good effort in recent years, and since then has turned rogue. Now, if you're rogue declared, as Hungary is one thing. If you're rogue non-declared and operate a wide city and a money laundering machine for Russian influence, peddling, I don't know what. at least Hungarian, shall we say, military intelligence has been shut off from NATO integration. If we were to integrate Austrian military intelligence, we'd invite the KGB.
Well, so this is what I mean, right? Isn't Austria in a way doing NATO a favor is that it doesn't have to shut it off from NATO military intelligence like it had to shut off the Hungarian ones?
I think Fancy Pants knows exactly what it is and what the problem is.
Yeah, I do hope you don't address the shutting up to my side, but if it's addressed to the Austrian government,
No,
if,
never.
If it's
I would
addressed
never
to
do
the
that.
if it's addressed to the Austrian government, I completely agree. We have a big problem there. And one thing, since you opened the can of Austria, I'm sorry to start about it. Today in Austrian news, there was something interesting, an article on the Austrian right-wing party FPÖ, especially Harald Wilimski and two of his fellows, traveling to New York, I believe, meeting the Trump MAGA crowd, among them Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., which is quite interesting, right? It shows you how the axis, that the right-wing axis which Russia fostered in both the United States and in Europe, how connected they are, and how these problems are actually, I think, not to be underestimated, both on the side of the United States, but also within Europe, because I think everything that connects, everything that works together is essentially stronger. So I think it's certainly a threat that shouldn't be underestimated, in my opinion.
Actually, I fear people are going to start asking me the usual question again.
Whether
Yeah,
this French thing is a tank?
No, the usual question.
When you're going to be handing over wine, say, parent?
No, the usual question.
No, I'm not going to sing.
No, asking me, not asking you.
Good, well then you sing.
No, that's okay. It's not about singing. It's just some
What
news.
did I miss?
No, people are gonna ask when they ask. It's okay. Fancy pants. It's anything else. Anything at all.
Not really. I failed to hear you guys for, I don't know, a good minute or two.
That's okay.
I can't even cuddle a sick dog for a second, and somehow I missed something. Whatever I missed, Dovan, please highlight.
No, I'd rather not. It will come. It will come to a fore eventually. Fancy pants.
Domin, it's eerily quiet in quiet in the Maria space, so I just wanted to use this to say thank you, Axel, for the extensive answer on air defense. I knew how it operated. I think it's a good reminder that you gave us to let everyone know that air defense is basically not a watertight defense concept, and the best defense is attack. And I think that also plays back to the tanks, right? Where we talked about some people claiming there is tanks that are defensive and tanks which are offensive, which is even for some non-military people hilarious, I believe. Yeah, back to that conversation.
Here. Thank you, Fancy Pants. And indeed, right now, air defense is going to be perfect. There's a question that the listener was asking about: how are the Ukrainians going to be defending the Patriot missile batteries from attack by, say, a bunch of loitering munitions? And one can only presume that they will station a number of, say, ZU-23-2 and Gepard and similar systems near them to prevent any what can we say? Any say mass loitering munitions attacks. But with that, George, go ahead.
Yes, Domin. I don't know if you saw it, but Gimpy's got a nice post, and he's commenting on someone who said that Ukrainians need to learn English, and Gimpy said that he thinks NATO military should learn Ukrainian, so it could make things easier when they come to teach at our battle schools on how to fight a modern conventional war. What do you think on that?
I think learning languages is always a good idea, and the more the better. And in this case, sure, it can't hurt if they can communicate in 2 languages each way.
Yeah, because they'll be teaching us.
Charles.
Yeah, hey, Domin.
What do you reckon?
George. What? About the Patriots or what?
No, George's question, if everybody else in NATO should learn Ukrainian.
Yeah. Not a bad idea. No, I'm sorry. I would love to learn Ukrainian, but yeah. You know what bothers me is anytime you see something in that Cyrillic alphabet, people just assume it's Russian, and I think we need to learn enough Ukrainian to know that how to tell the difference easily. That would be helpful.
That's also why we have phenomenal translators like Verlaine and Domin, for that matter.
I am not anything like a translator. Goodness no. I can barely read things sometimes if they're sufficiently short. But Charles, top tip: if you see something that looks like an I, or like an I naive that has 2 dots on it, then it's in Ukrainian, not Russian.
That's very helpful. Yeah, but I think that that alphabet, it's alphabet used by a lot of people. It has a long history. There's nothing wrong with the alphabet, but I think that does make it easier for people who aren't familiar with languages to say, "Oh, they must be the same," and now they are from the same culture. And when it's not true, it's just leads to that misconception at first light because they don't know the alphabet. But thanks for the tip. So if I see the I with the umlaut on it, then it's Ukrainian.
Or a normal I, a regular I as well. It's pretty determinate. Because in what they use in Russian Cyrillic instead is exclusively use something that looks like a capital N, but reflected in a vertical plane. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. See, easy. Mikhail, go ahead.
Thanks, Domin. I originally back in the 90s and the beginning of the noughties trained as an officer linguist with Russian in the Danish army, and there's a tradition, at least in the Scandinavian countries, of having officers or NCOs who know a particular language and who know the tactical in and outs and the tactical lingo of different languages, and especially with Russian during the Cold War, that was sort of the big sexy thing. I would be very surprised if there weren't NATO capacities, linguistic capacities, wherein people were being reschooled from Russian into Ukrainian right now.
I'm sure the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California is all over that.
I'd be surprised if there weren't. And after a number of years where Arabic and Pashto and Dari and what have you, all the Central Asian languages were the hot thing, I guess both Russian and Ukrainian is back in again.
Mikhail, how easy or difficult did you find it when you were training on it? And of course, or when you were learning it rather, and of course, it's coming in very useful now, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's become sexy again. One could say. No, I think that sort of, it's not a course. It's a 2 years officers course, and you're exposed to Russian all the time, constantly. Russian TV, Russian radio, Russian everything. We had some of the brigade were not NATO tactics. We got Soviet tactics and all in Russian. But so you really need. And I know the guys over in Monterey are excellent at that stuff too. So it's, I mean, once you get the hold of it, Russian is easy in the sense that it has a lot of rules and you can follow the rules. Yeah. But on the other hand, I mean, there is a lot of details if you want to become fluent to learn as if you're a native English or in my case, the English speaker. Retraining to Ukrainian is tough. They're not that close to languages. That's one might think.
No, certainly not. And this is the mistake that many people will have been making, right? Saying, "Oh, they must be kind of the same." Like, well, not really. Certainly not really.
Yeah, and you need to sort of tell when I speak to Ukrainians right now. I don't speak Ukrainian. I'm not nowhere near being able to do that. And if I speak to Ukrainians now, when you meet people or talk to people, yeah, you always want to make sure to edge. And look, I'm sorry. This is what I know. But I think most Ukrainians I find take sort of no offense that you approach them in Russian still.
No, quite. And this is a common refrain that we hear from both Ukrainians in the space and both say non-Ukrainians, non-Russians who happen to speak Russian for whatever reason previously, saying that no, of course it's not an issue because why would it be in itself? But let's Charles, maybe you have some more thoughts on it. Thank you, Mikhail. And then we'll go to Null Pointer and to Ivana down in the southeast of Europe. Charles.
No, actually, I had a different topic, but it is about Ukrainian culture. But I can keep it on ice until.
Okay, fair enough. Null Pointer.
Hey guys, I felt compelled to chime in on the Cyrillic and Russian because we shouldn't equate them. Cyrillic actually is official script in European Union because of Bulgaria. And my point is that it's another misinformation coming from Russia that they appropriated it, invented it. Historically, it has nothing to do with Russia. It was part of the history when the Slavic tribes got Christianized, and that's 7th or 8th century. Russia was Christianized and adopted the Cyrillic or Church Slavonic alphabets a couple of centuries after that. So Cyrillic is used by many countries, although it starts to have to bear this stink of Russianness, I would say. And I believe Romania was using Cyrillic a century ago. They dropped it for Roman alphabet. Central European republics are starting to do that as well. But just a little language point. Thank you.
Thanks, No Pointer. Yeah, of course. The Saint Cyril and Methodius introduced a version, a precursor to the Cyrillic script, well before anything akin to Russia had ever existed. And yeah, quite. I was just using it as as if you have a simple choice to make. Oh, is this Ukrainian or is this Russian? Only in recognition of that, and there I think we'll be in agreement, that is a useful test case. Quite right. Thank you, No Pointer. No Pointer, by the way, since you're here, have the Bulgarian parliament figured out how to form a government yet? Or is the world still stuck with the current defense minister?
No. So the latest is there was a consensus list to be voted in the parliament, and this vote didn't pass. So that's the second mandate. There is in the constitution third mandate that the president can give to anyone, not just the third represented party in the parliament, so to anyone. But the chances of this passing are slim. So there will be election in the spring. So far, it seems.
Now this is going to be the new Bulgarian way to enjoy yourself is clearly taking part in an election, because they keep doing it all the time. Thanks, No Pointer. Ioana.
Yes, so I wanted to comment on the I with the two dots you mentioned. It's the only letter that doesn't exist in the Russian alphabet, and Ukrainians are using it to show the resistance. They are painting it on the walls of the buildings in the occupied territory, in Melitopol, in Mariupol, and even in Crimea, along with the yellow ribbon. But I also wanted to say that lately I discovered that a lot of the writers, composers, and painters that we thought to be Russian are in fact not Russian but Ukrainian. And I just wanted to mention this. If you remember the meeting between Putin and CIS leaders when he gave them the rings of power, the 8 rings, and he took the 9th for Russia. And this meeting took place, in fact, in the Museum of the Russian Painters in St. Petersburg, in front of a painting by Ayvazovsky. Ayvazovsky is probably the best painter of maritime aquatic scenes. It is amazing. I visited the museum. I saw the painting in original. It's 3x5, the wave it's called. It's 3x5, it's enormous, and it's really overwhelming the way in which he painted the transparency, the light, and everything else. It's just amazing. And the irony is that Ayvazovsky is a painter of Armenian origin, but he is born in Ukraine, in Feodosia in Crimea. So Ayvazovsky is not a Russian painter. It's a Ukrainian painter. And I just wanted to share this.
Well, I guess Putin wouldn't be Putin if he hadn't managed to somehow clinch defeat from the jaws of victory. Even when handing out his rings of power with one ring to rule them all, he manages to stab himself in the back So very well done for that. Mikhail?
Well, I just sort of a linguistic detail that I noticed in the absolutely fantastic Ukrainian song "Chervona Kalina," which is such a beautiful song. It has such beautiful symbolism. And I know we talked about music and arts yesterday, but today I just, and my kids, I have 3 kids, and the youngest ones, they love that song, and they've learned it to I mean, they don't speak Ukrainian, but they love singing along to it. But there's this passage in the chorus where the lyrics go hey, hey. So you actually sing hey, you sing with a real Ukrainian H sound, which is something that Russians don't have. Russians tend to say either a hard G sound or the ha sound. So being this superb Ukrainian folk or traditional song, it just underscores by singing hey, hey with an H, it just underscores sort of the super important, one of the most sort of vivid, I think, linguistic differences between Ukrainian and Russian. I just love that detail.
Now that is the sort of fact that I can really get behind. That's an excellent one. Thank you, Mikhail. Subtle yet full of meaning, and there are a few things better than that. Okay, Charles, I think you had something else for us, Charles.
I did. I need a little history lesson from maybe you, Axel. George was here. You've got a hot mic, Dom. From you, George was here, but okay. So now I understood that today is a Christmas day for, I guess, the Julian calendar, as we mentioned, and some people called it the Orthodox Christmas. George didn't like that. Which I could understand. Then I believe he also said, or someone said, that this was the first year that in Ukraine they had shifted the recognition of Christmas from today to December, the night of December 24th, December 25th. I guess my cultural question here is what is the major difference between the celebration of Christmas, be it in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church versus what we may see in Western Christianity? And is it difficult to change the day, or was it simply just an announcement by the church we're going to change the day? How did that all happen?
Do you know what? I think No Pointer will be better at this than I can be.
Thank you, Doman. I'm not sure that I can answer directly the Charles questions, but I just want to point out that again, equating Orthodox with Russian is wrong, because Bulgarian Orthodox Church celebrates Christmas on 25th of December since the 60s, and I'm not sure exactly why this change happened. But the general point is that the Orthodox churches, they're not organized like the Roman Catholics. So there is no one head of church. All of them are kind of autonomous, or autokephalos is the Greek term. And there is a universal patriarch, I think. I'm not sure about the exact translation, but there is a patriarch that is residing in Constantinople, I think, that is so-called first among equal, but he doesn't have actually the sort of power that the Roman Catholic Pope has over all the other churches. And yeah, George pointed out Greek, they celebrate Christmas different calendar. Bulgarians too. I'm sure some other Orthodox churches too. But as to how and why is that the case, I would think it's nothing more than just the convenience of the calendar. When they switch to the currently used one, they just shift their holidays as well. But I'll be happy to hear more about from someone more knowledgeable. Thank you.
Well, that's really what I would have said. No pointer. It is at the end of the day a convention, nothing but. So there's very little else to say. It is by convention such that they pick either the Julian and then eventually switch to the Gregorian calendar to be the calendar. And the argument that was given some of the time was that they recognized that a calendar is man-made, and that the Gregorian calendar better reflects the natural reality, the God-given reality, whatever you want to say, of the world, of nature, of how going about the sun looks like. So that's why it is legitimate to switch from one calendar to another. And usually there's a little note added to it that says, we recognize the imperfection of humans, and that's why we were wrong previously with the previous calendar. But it's all about the connection with the religion or some such. That's previously. If you look at when the Greeks shifted from one calendar to another, that's kind of the reason they gave. So it doesn't really matter. It's not very difficult. It's a question of getting everyone synchronized, which is difficult, rather than anything else. Hope that helps. Ivana?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the Orthodox Church is split into the alt-right Orthodox and the new right or new Orthodox. And I believe there was a meeting in Constantinople in 1923 when the Orthodox Church decided to adopt this new calendar, the Gregorian calendar. And at that moment, some did not agree with it, and they split from it. For example, in Romania, the Orthodox Church adopted the new calendar in 1924, so 1 year after. But some other churches decided to stay on the old calendar. So it's a matter of choice. If the Orthodox Church decides to pass to the new calendar, they can do it. It's as simple as that.
And Mockers, if you have something on something else, let's go with Charles first. But if you have something on this, then go ahead.
I was just going to very quickly say I've just arrived at a hotel where I've got to turn this off now, and I feel terrible that I'm having to leave you all. But I'll be back as soon as my best mate's married. Thanks. Bye. Love you.
All right. Thank you, Mockers. Good luck with that. Hope it's sooner rather than later, so you're back sooner. Charles.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for explaining that very nicely. I now understand. I didn't know if there was any significance to this or not, but apparently no. It's just a simple choice, and so the Ukrainian Orthodox Church made that choice, and that's why it is. Okay, thanks a lot.
So it was a bigger deal back in the 1920s, 1923. I think Ivana said the conference was, but whenever it was a bigger deal because they're thinking, oh goodness, how are we going to convey this to everyone? I think part of the reason why the Russian Orthodox Church didn't change at the time is because it had difficulties existing at the time. The Soviet Union had just formed. The collection of wars that are commonly referred to with the simple term of the Russian Civil War have just finished, more or less. And the Russian Orthodox Church wasn't really in Russia at the time because the communists didn't like it. So it was difficult for it to exist, let alone take any decisions. That's why I believe at the time, unlike many of the other churches, it didn't switch. Had it, maybe this wouldn't have been a question at all. But hey. All right. Apologies. Let's bring some more people up. And then, Charles, I think we should rework ourselves through, say, the Bradleys and some other things. Also, I have been told by a Dane that CV90s are the best IFVs, and they're challenging anyone to prove them otherwise. And I don't know, I don't think that a Dane or a Swede are best to do that. So I think it's up to you, Charles, to try to persuade the good people of the Nordics that a Bradley is a better IFV than a CV90.
Yeah, they may have a point. They may have a point that the CV90 may be better. But unfortunately, there's no way to prove that because we know how many things the Bradley has killed. But until we actually get those CV90s into Ukraine, we won't actually know. So I think my best advice would be to that Dane is let's have this test. Let's do the blind taste test on IFVs, and let's actually prove this once and for all. What do you think, Doman?
I think you're exactly right, Carlos. I think this is the only really good way of going about this. The only really good way of going about this is to get some CV90s in Ukraine, ideally in their hundreds. So, the better sampling size, better sample size, better sampling rate, faster sampling rate than would happen otherwise. I think that is the only way to go about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, seriously, I mean, it does have a bigger gun. Let's put it that way. But Bradley has a toe and has a proven track record. It's a mature. I don't know how the maintenance is on the CV90. Imagine it's pretty good. I remember one guy in the space talking about how sometimes mobility was challenging because of the design of the tracks and whatnot. But that could have just been garrison maintenance issues. Having to keep everything, pristine that you don't have to do in combat. But it may well be a better infantry fighting vehicle. But because it has that better gun, that's the only thing I could see. Lower silhouette. But honestly, yeah, let's test them out and see what the Ukrainians say.
Anyone else have any thoughts? I don't know. I don't think a Bradley ever had to tow a CV90 uphill.
Maybe I don't know what happened. Did a CV90 tow a Bradley uphill? What's the joke? Sorry.
Wasn't there something about both being tested in Norway and the Bradley wasn't able to go uphill in the snow, something like that? Anyone know the full story?
Okay, well that sounds like a rigged test. For one, it's in Norway. Two, it's in the snow. I mean, the U.S. hasn't really been planning to fight in the snow. Three, I bet the Norwegians had some kind of winter track system on that CV90. And the Bradley probably came with its nice flat track pads, rubber track pads, so it didn't hurt the Norwegian roads. I'm just all speculating here, but sounds like a rigged test. No, it may be, but I mean, in general, tracked vehicles are not that great in the snow. I'd love to hear from 122 because he's used tracked vehicles a lot more in the snow. I've found them quite dangerous, but we weren't always set up perfectly with removing track pads and things like that. But I often found that tracked vehicles were sketchy in the snow, turned into big sleds.
One, two. You're really being set up here. Either
Looks like I
that,
have to
Charles,
wait.
or he's very busy with the little one, which is entirely plausible, of course.
No worries. We'll hold on to that one. When he comes back, I'll ask him again. But on that, just shortly on that, Doman, you will see there is a video rolling around of an M1 basically doing like a power slide around a corner in the snow. I found that to be quite normal, and that's kind of how handling in at least packed snow conditions where it's quite icy on a tracked vehicle was. if you had all of the track pads in and all of that stuff, and it was really tough. So it didn't surprise me to see that video. I saw the Russians using it as some kind of like, look how horrible the American tanks are. Oh man, come on, guys.
Bro, I can do that with a propane forklift.
I believe you can. And it's probably a lot of fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's a blast. I'm sure if somebody was sliding around the corner and getting squirrely or drifting a tracked vehicle on the snow, they were probably doing it for fun. Anybody who spends any amount of time driving some non-standard piece of equipment like that, especially one they don't have to pay to repair, is going to have a little fun in it from time to time.
So the most fun that we had was fording. Fording was the most fun because
until it sinks.
Yeah, so not swimming. So somebody earlier was talking about the labs. I think the Canadian labs talking about the swim capability, and like every armored personnel carrier, infantry fighting vehicle has in the spec sheet some kind of swim capability, and I never trust that. I think it's one of those design requirements they put in all of these vehicles that was completely impossible. So they put all of these kits and things like that you do, and snorkels and whatnot. Not a good idea to swim in anything like that. But fording, so if it's only about 4 feet, 1.5 meters high, that is a lot of fun. Way better than the log ride at the amusement park.
Yeah, some of the more rural communities here in Oklahoma do things like that for fun in their enormously oversized trucks that have tractor tires on them.
Oh, you gotta give it the name, Ryan. Boggin, right?
Mudding, yeah. My family comes from a rural part of Oklahoma that has a state park that's made of sand dunes, so they're more sand rats than mud boggers. It's an old riverbed that's like not even centuries, but probably eons old, and the river moved and the sand and silt stayed there. So now there's a state park called Little Sahara. And it's pretty much just a weekend trip for people who want to drive their dune buggies out there and do stupid stuff, but there's no water. So why would you want to go play in the sand all day and then there's no water? What a horrible idea.
There's a lot of beer though, Ryan.
I guess you can do that in town without having to get all sandy and gritty.
Ryan, Charles, I should read something from the Wall Street Journal just now. Poland gave Ukraine more than 240 modernized Soviet-type tanks early in the war. Now, Poland is considering a request from Ukraine to donate its German-made Leopard main battle tanks, a senior Polish diplomat said. They are for real considering giving anything just to help Ukraine, said a Czech official closely involved in helping ship Western arms into Ukraine, who confirmed the request. End quote.
Can Germany veto Poland sending
Yes.
their... Do you think Poland would care if Germany vetoed it?
Yes, this is a power play like it was with the Patriots. This is a dual play, both to help Ukraine, but also to I don't know, big up the Polish governing party, as well as force the hand. Now, the thing is, the request might for the first time come publicly, like it did with the Patriots. And this will be a much harder thing to say no to for the German government. The SPD has not yet commented to the best that I know. There's been no reaction as yet. However, obviously the only way to respond to pressure like this would be immediate release of the Leopards. I will just leave it at that. I will drop this grenade and go to Darrow.
Wouldn't Poland just get the M1s if Germany decide they wanted to just say no and Poland said to hell with it and send them? They could always just go with the M1s and Germany would just be left out there in the cold about this. Yeah, it may affect future agreements, future purchases, but if they're not looking to purchase anything from Germany right near that this it really would kind of hurt Germany in that respect. I do have one thing to say about what you guys were speaking about earlier, Chuck. I mean Charles and Ryan. When we used to be doing maintenance, when I used to be part of a maintenance outfit, we had a very very large concrete pad, and I would routinely, when I was testing vehicles, take them out on this pad in a big circle and run equipment. And I can tell you there are skid marks where vehicles were starting to slide at speed going around this circle. So there is a bit of drifting that does go on at maintenance facilities. Anyway, um, but yeah, I'm probably from that mud bogging part of the country there, Charles. Down here, it's nothing to see trucks on Sunday evening, mud. These trucks are like, you know, 8 foot in the air plus with these big tires, and the truck is completely covered in mud. You have the car washes that warn them, that restrict them from washing their cars because the clay is so thick on the side of them.
With all that mud, that's just how it is, isn't it? David?
APCs, etc., on the road on the ice, they're terrifying. So I was a recce vehicle driver, CVRTs when they first came out, and in Germany, in the snow and the ice, they were utterly terrifying. Now, I don't know about the American Army, but I do know about the British Army. And in the British Army, the reason why they were terrifying is because if you were deemed to be at fault in an accident, they would take that money out of your pay. There's no insurance. They would just be taking out of your pay, and you would be paying. If you squashed a Mercedes, you'd be paying it for the rest of your career, right? So utterly terrifying. No one was going around corners quickly because you just knew that every single penny would be coming out of your account.
No, we didn't have to pay, but it was scary because you push the brakes and the thing doesn't stop.
Oh yeah,
Instead,
just it keeps going. Right? No, exactly my point. You've got something that's 12 tons, and they've put these nice little rubber shoes on to keep the road nice, and you just don't stop. You go press the brake and go, duh, well, I'm still going, right? And then you push five brand new Mercedes out into the middle of a crossroads. Yeah, that's not going well for you.
No, rather not. Jörn.
Hello. I just wanted to comment to whoever said that the comparison between the Bradley and the CV90 in Norway was set up.
That was me.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't say it was a setup. I set up the stage for the setup.
Yeah, but it's set up. The part where it goes from being a theory to a conspiracy theory is when you look at the relationship between Norway and Sweden and thinking that we would set up a test that makes the Swedes look good. So that's not happening. But I was considering the Norwegian tender for new tanks because we're going to buy new tanks, whatever. I said it in media. It should be amended to say that for to be considered, you have to send 200 of your tank to Ukraine, and we will evaluate how it measures up against Russian equipment there for us to buy it. So there are some South Korean in the area as well. So just send all of it. We'll consider it.
So this is really the thing, right? I mean, if Germany says no to this public request, if it comes, and this is basically preparing the ground for the public request, giving them advance warning, it would look particularly bad. At which point, I mean, even the regions would look at that and say, "Goodness, are we going with the South Korean stuff?" If you'd like to put more pressure on them, you can find the link to the Wall Street Journal article up in the nest. Nina, hi.
Hi, Domen. I have a couple of questions. I read that Germany would send, I think they were called Mardars. I don't know exactly what they are, but and I also read that Germany would send them at the end of March. But did they say what year?
This year, they did say this year. They did say in the first quarter, not even at the end of March, but during the first quarter of 2020.
Ah, okay. So are they like, what are they? Are they like any good to Ukrainians? Like 40 Mardars? I don't know what they do. Like, can it make any difference in the war with those Mardars?
Similar to the American Bradley, slightly smaller gun, but pretty much similar to an American Bradley, slightly older vintage. Yes, they can definitely make a difference in the war. And maybe, Charles, if you want to take a couple of minutes before we start our conversation with Rachel Shimba, do you want to help out with this? You're a little bit better qualified than I am.
Yeah, sure. So, Nina, so the Martyrs, as Doman mentioned, are infantry fighting vehicles, similar to the Bradley. So they're stronger than an armored personnel carrier. So they weigh a bit more. I can't forget the exact weight. I can't remember the exact weight of the Martyr. I think it's about 30 tons, if I'm not mistaken. So they've got decent protection. They won't take a tank round to the face. So if a T-72 shoots it, it's a bad day for everyone in the Martyr. But it's basically designed for the same role as the Bradley, which is it supports the main battle tanks, and it carries about 6 soldiers in it, depending on how much gear you have, ammunition, and so on. And that's the idea of it is that it goes with the main battle tanks. It has the 20 millimeter gun on it, which is used to suppress fire, so to fire back at the enemy. It also fires back at enemy armored personnel carriers. It will go through those, no problem, and to basically cover the infantry when they get out and they start running around to stop things from attacking the tanks. So they always work in tandem, the infantry fighting vehicle and the main battle tank. So this Martyr is designed to work with the Leopard. So they were designed a while ago. It's an older version. There are new ones out now in Germany, but the Martyr is still in service. So it's not completely out of date. It's not a worthless piece of kit at all. It's actually really, really useful. There is some question about the anti-tank missile, because the Bradley comes with the TOW missile, which shoots a missile out about 3 kilometers and kills tanks. And the Martyr comes with an Israeli anti-tank missile. And the Israelis have not authorized the re-export license. So not quite sure what anti-tank missile will be on the Martyrs. But certainly not a game changer in any case, but certainly very, very helpful. And if used to create a Ukrainian armored brigade, combined with main battle tanks, of course, we're all talking about the Leopards here, combined with the Bradleys, now we're starting to get into game-changing territory if you have an armored brigade rolling across the Ukrainian fields using NATO equipment. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Does that help, Nina?
Thank you. Yes, of course it helps, because I didn't know anything about them. I just counted that if they take 6 people, meaning 40 Mardars, means 2,400 soldiers. So not like a huge amount, of course, but I guess anything that helps is good. I'm just like wondering because the war started well 2014, but I mean this full scale invasion started the 24th of February last year, and it's almost soon a year gone, and now it's like Scholz has decided to send the MARDAs at the end of March. That would mean like a year and a month, a bit more than a month. So it's like it seems like being a really slow process of making decisions, and also if they are old and they are not like something that they really need themselves. So yeah, but I guess it's a good sign anyway to send something. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Nina. You may want to check your multiplication there. I think you've added an extra 0. We're talking about transporting a few hundred soldiers, so like a battalion's worth of soldiers, and that's about what this would fit out. So, in terms of the, how do I say, the timing of this? Yeah, this is something we've been talking about a long time, about how the decision making in Germany has been very, very slow, and this is something we're constantly being frustrated with. I wouldn't necessarily call it old. It's basically just as old as the Bradley, so it's really good. But I think we have a guest in the space, so I'd like to hand over to Ben, and we can pick up this topic at another time. Thanks, Nina. Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks awfully, Charles. Yes, indeed, we do have a guest, and not any guest. It's Rachel Zemlya. She's well, she does everything very, very well. I think her main job is to write excellent articles for me personally to enjoy. I've discovered her early in this conflict, unfortunately, and since then she's always important stop for me. Before I start thinking about a question, I always check what she says. So she's the basis. Like, check what Rachel says, and then we can talk. And also, she's extremely witty on this on Twitter. So if you want to have a laugh once in a while, usually at the expense of someone saying something stupid, you can follow her here. So I am very, very glad indeed to welcome Rachel to the MriyaReport and to be talking with her for hopefully an hour about sanctions, energy, general economics, development, and maybe discover a few other subjects on the way. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you so much, and thanks for such a kind introduction. I'll have to make sure to stay witty on Twitter, but just sort of try to do my best connecting the dots and get as much the best information as I see it out there. So and conversations like this help me do that. So thanks so much. It's a sad reason of why we're sort of tracking all these issues. But the more we can sort of think about how to bring this sort of brutal war to a close and sort of make sure that, we sort of learn the lessons, and the like. So no, I'm looking forward to the conversation, reviewing and sort of seeing what's coming ahead in the sort of economic space.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So when we talked before the interview, you sort of agreed that we could have a look back at 2022 and then see what situation we're in now and maybe look forward a little bit. Usually there's a lot of people coming up to ask questions, so I'll try to be as fast as possible so our listeners can come up.
Sure. It may be on me to try to be as succinct as possible and, sort of so that we can get to lots of topics. Usually, sometimes, we want to sort of get a lot of information across, but I always prefer to kind of answer people's questions rather than just what I think people want to know. So yeah, no, happy to kick off the conversation, and hopefully we'll say some interesting things that people will want to ask questions about.
I'm sure you will. Rachel, okay, so let's start.
Sure.
Back in January 2022, so a year ago, sanctions was on exactly 6 subjects. People who looked at it from afar, like me, would think that simple rule of sanction is that they don't work. And what was the state of the conversation on, let's say, February 23rd or during January 2022? Like, were people thinking that the sanctions by the Europeans and the Americans could be enough of a deterrent for Russia not to invade Ukraine?
So I definitely think if we look back to like December of 2021 and this sort of first, month and a half of 2022, I think there were definitely people who hoped that they would be deterrent. The challenge, I think, and of course, if you go back over sort of since 2014, there had been sort of a significant increase in sanctions on Russia. I mean, nothing like the measures that are in place today, but they were difficult to get consensus on. And there were measures, obviously those measures hadn't encouraged, encourage the Russians to pull back from Crimea or from their operations in eastern Ukraine. And they were there in place for a lot of reasons. I think as we went into the beginning of 2022, what was happening was the U.S. government was doing 2 things that I think were unique. One, other guests, I'm sure, on your sort of platform have talked about this more. They were sort of sharing sort of military intelligence and trying to remind people what was going on. But on the sanction side, they were actually actively coming up with targets and threatening sanctions. And so what I think we learned is, for Russia, at least at this point, the threat of additional sanctions was insufficient deterrence. So there were not a lot of new sanctions being imposed, but there were threats of, okay, if this happens, and I think that clearly was not was not effective. I think that's not to say it might not be another category, but we've seen Russia be quite willing before this conflict, and definitely throughout it, to abandon what people that were trying to be sort of abandon what might be strategic economic interests and in favor of pursuing this brutal war. So I think they're also very quickly. So anyway, so that's where we were February, beginning of sort of middle of February, with plans and threats. I think some Russian actors didn't believe that there would actually be unity among the Western countries, and they thought that it would take a lot longer. That being said, I think you very quickly, once the conflict started, there was a very quick shift of, well, this isn't about sort of deterrence. This isn't just about policy change. This is about how do Western actors, how do Friends of Ukraine deter, or not deter, how do they degrade the military capacity, make it harder for Russia to wage the war, buy time for sort of other support. And that, I think, is a shift in how some people are thinking about sanctions, that it isn't just about increased costs and bring policy change, but also how do you really make this military industrial complex tougher to wage. Now we can get into, I'll stop talking, but we can get into the sequence of what happened first. There was the sort of lot of financial sanctions. Energy was not was not really in the frame at the get-go. That's changed now. And lots of questions we can ask about what would be much more effective, but it really was that shift towards raising the costs for anyone involved in the military complex, to try to sort of bring this war to a close. And I will say that the sanctions may not clearly weren't effective in bringing the close. they have economic costs for Russia and will continue to build. But I do think that with a country as large as Russia producing so many resources, there was a balancing act of how quickly could sort of certain sectors be targeted. And I do think that that meant, even though countries were acting, which seemed very quickly, some sectors were left sort of less affected. And in the first few months of the war, if anything, it was much more difficult for Russia to import items, but they were still well able to export items, and that, of course, led to them continuing to generate revenue. They weren't necessarily able to spend it. Now that's shifted. So why don't I stop there? I've gone on a monologue.
Yeah.
And
No,
take
it's
more of
great.
your questions.
Unfortunately, there's apparently a slight issue with space at the moment. We might lose the space.
Okay, no
If we
worries.
do, we'll be back in a minute and we'll start over.
Wonderful, no
Well, we
problem.
won't start. We'll continue.
Sure,
Okay,
no
fantastic. Thanks a
problem.
lot. So, okay, that's fascinating. So there was a shift from deterrence to degrading the capacity. But the sanctions that were taken, what I'm wondering is what were their objective? And one question that keeps coming up, and I don't really have a good answer for it,
Yeah.
is why are individuals targeted?
Yeah.
Everyone understands why you would ban imports of things that can be used for weapons, but why would you target Ivanov, director, whatever? What is the point, and what is the effect as well that you've been able to observe?
Yeah. So, and I think when you talk about individual sanctions, obviously there's individual officials, there are oligarchs, there are family members of oligarchs, there are a range of actors. I've always been a bit more skeptical of, and I think there were different views about whether targeting individuals who, some of the argument was target individuals who might have influence, who then might encourage, sort of an end to the conflict, right? And that's something I don't think we've seen a lot of success in. Some of the officials that are targeted, I think arguably don't necessarily have a lot of assets outside of Russia, or they've hidden them so well that it can be rather difficult to actually get at those assets. So I tend to be a little more skeptical of the, sort of of the impact. Sometimes, and we see this not only with Russia, but also with others, sometimes there is a tendency to turn to sanctions when other policy actions are unpalatable, right? To show that one's doing something. I think that's something we see much more with Iran, sort of the Iran sanctions, for example, than with Russia per se. But the logic here was, with some individual, it was about raising the cost of those who were supporting the Russian government, the Russian war effort, to, sort of, as I say, increase the cost of continuing the war. Earlier on, and even before 2022, there was an attempt to, sort of, encourage that sort of, policy change. Now it's also about avoiding sort of loopholes, and the like. I don't think they've necessarily been that effective. But it's also about trying to make sure that there aren't these alternate channels that people could use. The other challenge, of course, with some of the individual sanctions is that then trade that at least European and American and other actors wanted to continue, such as fertilizer and the like, it became an opportunity for Russia to say, oh, there's sanctions on these fertilizer producers. Oh, we can't send you fertilizer, and that was there never was sanctions really on actual fertilizer trade, but it became part of the political and policy, kind of debate that Russia tried to use its leverage on. But that's a very particular sort of element. So that was what the intent was. But also some of the individual sanctions, these were individuals that may have been smart enough to see it coming and transfer the sort of the funds and the like. So, I tend to think that some of the more macro ones is sort of targeting both the military industrial base, but some of the sectoral ones tend to have more, at least economic impact. Of course, the jury's still out whether it will sort of get to the ultimate goal, or how quickly it will get to the ultimate goal of bringing the war to an end.
Thank you. So we understand why the sanctions were taken, why we took those sanctions. The Western government decided to take the sanctions. The question now is, from where we're standing at the moment, what can we say about the success of those sanctions? Are there success stories? Like, maybe let's start with a few success stories that you can identify, and may also have identified.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think there's some, and again, when we talk about sanctions, I find we have to sort of look at what are some of the economic, political, and social impacts, and sort of how do they tie back to what the ultimate goal is, right? Because when we look at sanctions, both those targeted on Russia and its whole ecosystem, and we look at other countries, and that's really what I've been doing for the last 10 or some years, is looking at different sanctions cases. But that one of the risks is, so sort of sanctions often have a real economic impact. They can also strengthen and consolidate the role that dominant actors have within an economy, right? So there's a net overall hit, especially when one targets a major sort of export industry or cuts a country or balance sheet off from accessing the global financial sector. But yet there can also be a power consolidation at home as countries are more able to shield. So those are the trade-offs and backfire. So where are we now? Over the course of the year, there was a shift towards more willingness to target the energy and commodity exports that are such a major part of Russia's export mix. But they're also a major thing that was hard for the Europeans and for the global economy to envision weaning themselves off of. Right. So I think there's been a lot of criticism, some valid, about sort of how slow the sort of energy sanctions, came into effect. That was a choice to try to limit the blowback for the global economy. Russia is a major producer of energy, and it's much harder for sanctions to be effective. And I realize I've gone off track and I've talked about some of the non-success stories. My apologies. So look, I think if I circle back, where have the sort of success has been, I think impounding some of the central bank reserves of Russia was an early win. It caused a number of costs to sort of Russia, made it harder for them to interact. I think the export control regime, even though there are sort of some loopholes, that I think was relatively effective, particularly as a wide set of, admittedly, mostly Western countries came together very quickly. Some, Russian imports have come back up. But I do think all the evidence suggests that they're sort of the goods they're importing are lower quality. I think the jury's still out on whether this oil price cap will be a success. The evidence so far suggests that it is capping two things. One, overall global energy prices, but also the amount of revenues Russia is getting. Now, we might argue that Russia's still getting too many revenues, but that sort of balancing act is something that policymakers are really trying to sort of grapple with to try to make sure that sort of make sure that the long game can be played. I think there's still a lot of work ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to resist the temptation of asking you what are the macro effects on the energy market. I would love to ask it, but that is not the subject of today's discussion. So,
we'll see if it comes up. Maybe someone else will ask it.
Hopefully. So maybe just to finish on one last question before opening the floor, or maybe moving on to other subjects. I would love to ask you. No, okay. First, I'm going to turn to our audience and say, please, if you're enjoying the discussion, do follow Rachel. If you are not following the MriyaReport yet, do follow the MriyaReport. The next milestone for us is 100,000 followers. We'd like to reach it before the Russians lose another 100,000 soldiers. And what else do I have to tell you? Yes, do follow everyone and retweet the space to let everyone know that we're here, especially today because there's some issues with Twitter. Yes, right, Rachel. So we talked about the effects that you've been able to observe. But what would you say are the main loopholes that need to be closed at the moment, and why do you think these have to be closed? Sorry, why do you think those exist? Are there natural loopholes, or are they been left there intentionally for the moment in order to negotiate something? And what would be the effect of closing those loopholes?
Sure. So I think I divide up the ones that are being intentionally left, like food and fertilizer trade. Like, I know there's a lot of debate about that. But some of those specific loopholes are being left to allow, what are really at a global level humanitarian goods to flow. And that is, there's trade-offs. Obviously, Russian actors earn money from this, but this is partly also a way of the US and Europe sort of make and developed countries like Canada trying to make sure that we don't exacerbate what has been several years of rising food prices. And also, if one of the challenges, and this leads us to the other point, a lot of the loopholes as they've opened up are with countries that are comfortable operating in the gray zone. And maybe even towards the sort of black market and barter. So, for example, there is a lot of trade. Trade between Russia via Turkey has really increased, right? Turkish exports to Russia have gone up much more than Turkish exports to the rest of the world. And Turkey's not the only country that's sort of shown up with companies as intermediaries. Now, not all of that is exactly illicit trade, but some of it is. And that is still sort of a lifeline. And Turkey's not the only country. Evidence suggests there's sort of more trade going through places like the UAE. Of course, sort of China remains an important trading partner. India is looking to be an important trading partner. So I think some of the loopholes are sort of coming through of sort of supply chains being remade, right? And so when we look at past examples of sanctions, typically, sanctions come into effect, and then some companies, smaller companies, find ways around them. Not all the sanctions, but it's tough work to do enforcement, right? Because especially as things go more underground, especially goods that can be transported in trucks rather than on boats and other things like that, that people find workarounds. And so that's why I think you typically see this dynamic of measures come into effect, their enforcement actions, then there are new names added to the sanctions list, there are new export controls. And so if you don't keep closing those loopholes, then people will find workarounds. So now I do think the dynamic and the sort of shift towards countries that are playing, that are looking to increase their own policy space right now, particularly in the emerging market economies. I think that makes it that makes the situation more difficult. The other thing I think, and this is obviously a subject of big debate, is that especially on the energy side, there's really been this focus of this balancing act between trying to keep some Russian energy flowing, but pay them less for it, so that we avoid having a global energy shock. And so I think it's going to be very important to kind of continue with enforcement of those rules, but it may mean that we have to live with Russia getting some revenues for that, for that fuel, so that we don't have a sort of a global recession. And that's something we can debate. And I know that at a time when there is war, there is devastation, there are people losing their lives all the time, saying that people need to sort of have energy, may not be a popular view, but I do think it is a balancing act, and this pendulum should swing more towards trying to reduce Russian revenues here. But I'm just saying, I think that sort of dynamic. The other area of loopholes that have materialized are also in some of the countries that are on sort of Russia's borders, not only, of course, Turkey, but also even places like Kazakhstan that have been trying to implement the sanctions in part, but of course they're still part of the Eurasian Economic Union. They still have free trade sort of relationships, or tariff-free access to Russia. And so one of the things we've seen that became a loophole that has partly been closed at a global level is that high-level chips, computer chips, were banned, but Russian actors suddenly had a lot more demand for household appliances. And so we've seen, especially from Western countries, this reduction, increase in items being added to export, control list. But as I say, if more and more of the trade goes through countries that might be Western allies, but might also want to retain their own sovereignty, it does become a bit harder to enforce some of these actions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so far I've been nice. We've laid the groundwork, and we can jump into the difficult questions. So I guess
Sure.
The first one, I would like to know in which camp you are. Are you in the camp that says sanctions must be applied in one go, in one batch, brutally almost, to be extremely thorough, extremely large, in order to create a massive shock that will send the enemy reeling and force him to the negotiation table? So that's option A. Or are you in option B, the camp of those who say sanctions are a slow, boa-like, python-like animal that just circle around their prey and tighten, sometimes over years, until the enemy just suffocates and slowly dies away? Which one of, maybe not only in the Russian case, maybe using also some other examples. Can you tell us where do you stand, where's the experience, and maybe how the current events are aligned or not aligned with the previous experience?
Yeah. Oh, it's a good question. And look, I think in the rush, so I think the challenge is I'm probably more aligned to option 2, but I think maybe we should make sure that it's not too incremental, right? So I'm fighting the question, saying there's somewhere in between, and the like. I think all the evidence we see from sanctions, unfortunately, is that the larger an actor is in the global economy, the harder it is to do sort of absolute, sort of absolute, full on sort of powers. We've even seen other smaller countries that it's hard to fully cut them off from the international system. But, when we look at these sanctions that are in place on Russia versus those in place on Iran, or Venezuela or elsewhere, those on Russia, while they've stepped up a lot over the last year, it's much, sort of much easier. And there's a different goal in mind. I mean, not, well, obviously there's a different goal in mind in this context, but I think the policymakers are dealing with the reality of how it's difficult to do things in one fell swoop with one of the largest energy producers in the world. Now, maybe it would have been easy. Oops. There's some noise.
It's the same age.
Oh, wonderful.
It's the same
Wonderful.
age. It's normal.
Oh, perfect. That's great. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't some weird button I pushed on my phone.
No, you can
Wonderful.
just say hello to the friendly ghost.
Wonderful. Well, I love that we have ghosts and wonderful friendly listeners. So I think that's something that became a particular challenge, with Russia. Now, I think we could argue and say, well, maybe some things took a little too long to come into effect, or we veered a little too much towards this trying to keep commodities on the global market and the like. I'm of the opinion that having sort of the 6-month sort of phase-in period for the EU embargo and price cap was maybe a little bit longer than was necessary, gave certain time to prepare. But I am of the camp that, that we do need to sort of balance and try to target as much pain on, sort of on Russia or whoever, but not to, on the Russian government and the Russian military, but make sure to do it in a way that there will continue that sort of we mitigate some of the costs of the global economy so that there is, sort of continued coalition and support. So that's where I stand. That I don't, I'm not trying to be an appeaser. I think we need to sort of step up and do this, but I think we also need to do it in a way that doesn't result in sort of isolationist sort of activity in some of the supporters. So it's a difficult balancing act, and I think it's particularly difficult when you look at a country that's a relatively large one. I mean, Russia's economy is shrinking pretty quickly, pretty rapidly, but because of their own choices, their waging of this war, their jettisoning of their own, sort of economic, human capital, all of these things. But they still, as I say, are a large sort of supplier of key commodities. And as a global economy, we haven't weaned ourselves off of those commodities. And of course, look, it's more complicated at a time when some of the other providers of some of those commodities, particularly those in OPEC, are not interested in making it easy to reduce the reliance on Russia. So anyway, that's a long way of saying, that I stand somewhere in the middle. And the like. I think also what's important, and one of the things we've learned well, is the importance of not just relying on financial sanctions, but also really using the trade and export control sort of tools. Because if anything, I think on Russia, those have been more impactful than just the sort of some of the financial transaction restrictions. And that has a lot to do with choices Russia made, the sort of financial fortress Russia, which maybe was more successful a policy than their efforts to, at least theoretically, reduce their reliance on imports and supply chains. They were much more effective in, sort of keeping a tight fiscal policy and not issuing a lot of debt, not relying on foreign capital. That depressed their growth. they found it much more difficult leading up to the war to actually fuel their supply chains with the needed technology. But as I say, implementing that becomes, more challenging as you start to have countries that may not support, that don't support the war, but are not sort of solidly on the line of ending it, and that's unfortunate. And I think trying to work with the countries that are still a little too much on the fence, is really a priority this year and really part of enforcement.
Thanks a lot, Rachel. Okay, you've mentioned Fortress Russia, and I will have to ask you a question about that a bit later.
Sure.
But first, I would like to move on to the policy recommendation part of the paper. And I think that it's very difficult for the West to convince either India or India or China to stop trading with Russia. But there are, let's say, lower hanging fruits where we can do something. So, for instance, how would you go about to entice, say, Turkey to stop trading with Russia, fall in line, recognize where their true friends are, and where their true enemy is as well, and to finally stop the trade with the northern neighbor?
Yeah. So and here I think part of the problem now is that what the West is saying, and it goes back to my argument about what happens when you have a large provider, is the West is saying, don't trade with Russia on these items. Do trade with Russia as long as you don't pay them very much on these other items. So some of it is what happens when you have not a simple message, right? It's not the message coming from the US, for example, is not just trade, is not cut off all ties. It's by all means buy their resources cheap. Don't sell them military equipment. And I think that message to some of the more developed countries or developing countries of don't sell the military equipment, that's getting through. The challenge is this sort of murkier areas of dual use technology. I think one of the things that we'll sort of see more of, especially vis-a-vis Turkey, is some enforcement and some both carrots and sticks for more compliance with some of the financial measures, some efforts to really close the loophole and widen what are items and equipment that shouldn't be sent to Russia, and to sort of really make sure that new supply lines don't open up through countries like India that as I said, have really not been able to find a lot of items to export to Russia. I think that the challenge, as I say, is in sort of trying to stay ahead, particularly of the barter trade and smuggling lines that are sort of developing here between all these countries. I mean, I will say where China's concerned, they have continued trade with Russia. But they have been, I think, the fear of sanctions and their own concern about the policy has meant that they have shied away from the big companies have shied away from providing equipment that can be used by the military. The challenge is, I think the US and others may need to kind of add more smaller countries in companies in these countries who are violating sanctions, do enforcement sort of actions, and that may reduce the trade. I think also identifying some of the loopholes in sectors that haven't been targeted as much. Also, I'd be watching for ratcheting down of some of the prices involved in the price cap, for example. But I do think one of the challenges that we have to live with is the ambiguity of how the relationship these countries that these countries, it's not realistic yet for these countries to completely not trade with Russia. We just want to make sure to raise the penalties of and limit the resources that Russia that Russia can get from this trade.
Okay, thank you very much. You just mentioned something that I never heard about, and which I think is very interesting because I've got a very bad control of that subject. Did you mention that India is having to reconsider its trade with Russia because there's too much imbalance and they don't manage to basically to pay for it?
So
Is that where you're going?
I don't think they've yet been reconsidering it, but I do think that they have been some of the payment issues have been more challenging. India so far does have a widening deficit with Russia. I mean, it had one historically, but it also used to buy a lot more fuel from the Middle East, and it's now sort of buying more from Russia. I think if we go into this year, the Indian authorities will probably be trying to balance, sort of deal with sort of this trade imbalance. The part of the challenge is, of course, India is much less of a manufacturing hub than China, but even is not as big a re-export sort of hub as we've seen sort of with Turkey. So I don't think that India yet is at a point where they're saying, oh, we have too big an imbalance, let's not buy from Russia. But I do think it creates might create some points of leverage ahead. And that's something I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching this year.
Okay, I understand. And there's maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's potentially also a story along the lines of maybe India doesn't want to sever its existing ties with Saudi Arabia because, well, the Russian oil and the Russian cheap oil won't last forever. And at some point, they are going to have to go back to Saudi Arabia, and then they don't want the Saudis to be too angry. So that's a moment when politics gets involved with
Yes, and
with economics.
exactly, and and of course we've seen last year, a lot of different debates about what decisions were political and which were not, and OPEC, and sort of always claims that their decisions are not political, and and maybe they're not all about foreign policy, but in these countries, the line between economic policy, energy policy, and foreign policy is of course a blurred one. And here I think that there are these balancing acts, and India is of course among countries that has sort of been on this line of India, of course, purchased Russian, military equipment. It also is involved in strategic relationships with the United States via the Quad, this sort of balancing act. And so I think there are certain, points of leverage that can be used. But I do think that element of sometimes once you've used that leverage, it can be difficult to use it again. Sorry, something weird popped up on my phone, but hopefully you all can still hear me.
Absolutely, we can hear you. Not too weird.
Okay.
I trust.
No. Just sometimes things pop across. You accidentally sort of look at your wonderful MriyaReport sort of screen. So not weird at all.
We apologize.
No,
Ben,
not you. It's my user error, and I think we blame Twitter for it, not anything else. But we benefit
and
from.
I have had this many times.
We benefit from the fact that this whole community is able to sort of discuss and have these really important conversations on Twitter, and I'm glad that that's still something that we can do given everything that is that is going on. Yeah, so I do, but back to the sort of point. I think that where we are at a time where and I think looking at the interests of some of the countries in the Middle East is an important one. They have been increasing trade also with Russia, particularly the UAE. We haven't seen Middle Eastern countries or anyone really rushing to do new investment in Russia, but they've tended to be among the countries that haven't been slower, that have been slower to sort of exit joint ventures in Russia. And I think that's going to be something that uh, encouraging and building up the sort of costs for that sort of, especially as any projects that sort of continue on with Russia are supporting the military, sort of supporting the mobilization and others. That's going to become an important sort of issue and balance, sort of to sort of bring to the fore in 2023.
Thanks a lot.
Ben, do you mind if I
Yeah.
answer the question? Rachel,
I
thank you
would.
very much yet again for highlighting what you said before. You touched briefly on the design of sanctions, and the word embargo came through. If you look back in history, how effective would you think was the embargo, the oil embargo against Japan?
In the late you mean in the late 30s and the lead up to Second World War? Is that?
Yeah, and then throughout it in the Pacific, in view of U.S. troops committing blood and treasure.
Exactly. No, and this also gives me a good time to tout Nick Mulder among other people, sort of among other good. Nick Mulder's book of last year that I think really does a good job in highlighting the sort of use of economic sanctions and economic sort of blockades in history. Lots of other people have written about that as well, but I think that frame of developing the policy tool. Look, I think there's a real risk, and that's why there's a real risk that with escalation can come backfiring, can cause a circumstance where entities are so worried about losing necessary resources that they see the economic sanctions as a tool of war, and that there can be escalation. I think it also highlights that with certain regimes, economic structures, and countries, or at least political structures, where the incentives are so baked in, not towards the military industrial complex, but towards some of these goals, that the deterrence goal of the sanctions can actually can actually be read by the target in a very different way. So no, I think that clearly the energy sanctions on Japan did not end that sort of activity. I'm not saying they were the only sort of driver of bringing sort of the sort of war in the Pacific to that sort of point, but they were definitely a contributing factor. They were a contributing factor to Japan creating the Co-Prosperity League zone, and
but that was a reaction in order to protect their own armament, which was already underway for about 3.5 years prior. And they had already started waging a genocidal war in China. So in as much as one could say that this had sort of formed their behavioral pattern thereafter to adapt to the sanction component of the embargo, in itself, the embargo was justified.
I think sometimes
it had an impact, right?
Yes, I think it had an impact. I think it increased their costs. I think it also bled out additional resources. And as you say, and that's why at no point was I saying, oh, the embargo came into place and therefore it, that there was no reaction, and that it led to sort of war in that way. Japan's activity was already, sort of very much already on that path. Same thing you can look at with some of the the economic restrictions, the economic efforts to, sort of increase costs on Germany and Italy in this sort of same period of time. I think they arguably, the sort of economic measures on Japan might have bought time, made mobilization more difficult. But again, I think one of the lessons we get, especially in cases of interstate war, and certain political structures, is that sanctions can be a tool. They're rarely going to be the only tool. And
I
yeah.
understand. Rachel, sorry.
No, please.
I was trying to
No. It's a good question. I'm so
given the
glad that you did. And sorry if I went too far in the weeds.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's play this through. So 200,000 are killed, estimate, within the space of anywhere between 5.5 and 6 weeks in Nanjing. The Japanese army continues on its raping and pillaging genocidal approach throughout the year of 1937. After that, the Japanese Imperial Army and Navy, both separately, continue their campaign of subjugating Southeast Asia. The term island hopping you could assign to the Japanese first and foremost, because they've tried to conquer lands full of resources.
Yes.
And this is why they actually advanced. This is why they took certain islands where there were, say, refineries and storage facilities and access to natural resources. As a consequence, they were behaving in the same imperial, colonial, locust economy way which we are used from the Russian imperialism. No, not much different. Yes, the Russians haven't yet quite killed 200,000 people in one big massacre in Ukraine, God beware, but still. The unwarranted invasion since 2014, the previous suppression of the country, now the direct attack of February 24 last year, all of this merits a close view as to how impactful and how comprehensive sanctions are. The oil embargo against Japan reduced its fleet in terms of its range massively. It cut down the possible sorties their aircraft could have flown by about half, according to good estimates the Pacific Fleet once made up. Now, you could say this, no, it's not half. Some people say it's only 30%. It doesn't really matter. It's a significant, substantial amount, which probably contributed to the Marines being able to wage their island hopping counter-offensive campaign. So we do have evidence that in times of existential war and genocide, a good countermeasure, and this is not a countermeasure which was taken only lightly by America, on the contrary,
No,
it
of
was
course.
a whole coalition. A good countermeasure is an embargo. How could an embargo against Russia fail? And why would we want to have it fail? And why would we not do it?
Yeah. So I think a couple of things. One is identify, I think there can be different tools that use depending on what a country lacks, right? So I do think that one of the things we've learned from the Russia case is also, and of course there have been plenty of other energy producer, resource rich countries. The Japan example you point is, of course, an example of a resource poor country that particularly needed to sort of expand, as you say, in order to try to build out those sort of supply chains, right? So I do think when you're looking at, and as a policymaker and otherwise, when you're looking and saying, well, where are the vulnerability points for each country, it looks different, right? So obviously here, the kind of embargo we're talking about is not, we won't buy from, the sort of, it's on the energy side. Where Russia is concerned, sorry, I'm confusing myself.
We would prevent them from
you know what I'm trying to say. Any event, the point is the example. So I think you're asking a broader question of why not find the, the items, the sort of financial access, and restrict Russia from that. The argument, in the balancing act, and it's hard to find the right answer here, and that doesn't mean don't do it, has been around how you deal with how to calibrate sort of cutting Russia's trade, Russia's revenues to resist the war, or to continue the war, while trying to minimize blowback to the rest of the world. And that's why I think the first set of sanctions were really focused and for a time, were particularly effective, and then became a little less so, on limiting Russia's ability to use its revenues to import, obviously, and the like. And we saw that even in some of these countries that are now supplying Russia. So I think the answer is, in the scale of the sort of lives that are being lost, this sort of destruction of infrastructure, the answer, of course, is we should be sort of trying to increase the costs to Russia in whatever ways we can. I think that the issue just is, it showed us how some of the difficulties of dealing with countries that are major, that supply commodities that are really important to the global economy, how difficult it can be to do that. Now, arguably, the policymakers have gone a little bit too slow, and in that way, maybe balanced a little more towards the keeping the resources on the market. But I do think there's an element of, of course, these measures sort of have impact, should be used. They should be used, as they are being used, in conjunction with other sort of military support and other tools. And we shouldn't expect, and this war has reminded us, that we shouldn't expect economic restrictions alone to sway a country that is so focused on its objectives. But they are a tool we shouldn't just keep in our pocket. So, yeah.
No, I agree with you.
And I appreciate your.
I'm not seeking the answer only by this.
No, and I appreciate it. I don't know as much about the sort of Japan example as I should. I'm much more, so I really appreciate your historical perspective, and I do think it's important for us to, we can look through examples of sanctions in history, and there aren't a lot of examples of full sort of success. But sometimes we can worry too much about what the blowback sort of risks are going to be, and
that is a very good point. Let me hold you to it.
Yes,
let's play a little game.
Sure,
let's play
my
a little
pleasure.
Game. All right, so let's assume I have the pleasure of being the chief of staff for the person coordinating the coalition of the willing in support of Ukraine. Okay, and you are our supreme economic advisor. We sit together and we talk. I'll tell you what we believe that the armed forces are doing, what we're doing on our logistics chain, and I'll tell you that I have sufficient amount of knowledge that another 80,000 people in Mariupol are about to starve and die over the winter. That I have sufficient knowledge that about 40 to 50,000 people in and around Melitopol are going to be starved or killed, tortured, taken away. That I have sufficient knowledge that of the 300,000 children deported forcibly into Russia, at least 150,000 are exposed to a significant danger of torture, rape, being sold into slavery and the likes. That I have sufficient knowledge that in the area south of Kherson, the Russian troops are going through the cities, townships, villages, countrysides, killing people, raping, torturing, and the likes. But therefore, my mandate is to ensure that any and all measures are taken to end the conflict as quickly as possible. That I want a catalog of five messages associated with measures supplementing the warfare effort, on the economic front how to hit the Russians hardest. What are the 5 items we should look if we want to hit them hard and win the war as quickly as possible?
Yeah. So look, I think the message is
no holds barred.
No.
No holds barred. The 5 measures which hit them hardest.
Yeah. So look, I think I'd probably sort of ratchet down the the oil price cap, so paying sort of, so they're getting less money from oil. The biggest message is expanding some of the items that are put on the export control list, to include even items that Russia that sort of that are sort of dual use components. I actually think that's what hits them the hardest, more so than just the revenues. Putting pressure and maybe some additional secondary sanctions on providers in these emerging market economies that are in these emerging market economies that are supplying that are supplying illicit goods. And that also might include even those and sort of a lot more scrutiny on US and European and other sort of manufacturing suppliers. That's probably about 3 or something. And of course within this there's specific sectors that are more important. Continuing to sort of, I would also, sort of continue to add more government entities to the sanctions list. There's a few banks that are sort of not on the list that probably should be on the list, and the like. So those are some of the key messages. I think the challenges, and we go back to this point of, yes, is that some of the economic impacts of sanctions are not immediate, and so it's more about trying to restrict and make a lot more difficult the efforts to rebuild and restock in sort of Russia's military contact. So apologies, those are a bit vague.
That's
And
4. No, it's
obviously,
4. That's fine.
yeah, and look, obviously, in that context, it'd be a lot tighter.
Would you add a freeze and seize order on any and all Russian-owned beneficial owners, entities abroad?
I wouldn't add on all. I mean, I think that look, I think that's something that's going to happen.
Why?
Well, first of all, I mean, you asked what's going to have immediate impact. And I'm not sure. I think that that's the kind of thing that the legal system abroad, there's going to be a lot of challenges before that really hits the Russian actors. Freeze, sure. But I think the seizure legal process, I think if anything, the seize elements.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
But freezing. Okay, let's. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to shape this for our audience.
Yeah, for
We
sure.
both agree that under common law, seizure is hard. However, that's not necessarily true in certain countries in continental Europe or in other jurisdictions. But freezing, if there is a sufficient clarity as to what kind of laws are enacted and what kind of laws we refer to vis-a-vis a genocidal regime, and anyone part of that genocidal regime, a freeze of assets is very well possible.
Beneficial ownership information, and that is a
True,
real
true.
that I mean, that doesn't mean don't do a form of this measure.
Agreed, but we got SPF out of say the Caribbean just recently
Yeah.
very easily. So it's a matter of what we want, right?
Exactly. It's a matter of what we want. It's also a matter of sort of putting the intelligence resources to work. And that's where I think the fact, you really see different jurisdictions, being able to sort of do that better.
Okay,
Yeah,
but Rachel, my boss has just told me.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
boss
No,
has just told me that essentially this is all doable, and you and I just need to do it. So how do we do it?
Yeah.
What else do we do?
Look, I mean, look, in this game sort of context, but still, this is a coalition of the global supporting power, and in that context, I'm not so how do we so if we're doing
We
this,
have G20 support.
yeah,
G20
you're not going to have G20 support to do this. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry,
I mean,
I said
realistically, you're not going to have
G20
G20
X1.
support. No.
We have G20
Okay.
X1 because the Indians want their money. The Indians want their money, and the Chinese
Okay.
cannot afford to annoy their two biggest customers.
Okay, well, in the world, I mean, I think we're in a very interesting game now, and maybe one in which the world would be better. The world would be better for it. I'm not sure it's the world we're going to live in this year, but no, but in that context, yeah, I mean, I think in that context, you do the kind of, you do it sort of over the weekend when the banks are, sort of not open. You hope that you have good enough beneficial sort of ownership, information. There's going to be probably some cases where the Russian actors have already sort of exited or transferred, but doing it quickly and immediately would limit the risk that they've already sort of transferred the assets. It would obviously cause, I mean, basically what this is doing, this policy move is doing, is effectively immobilizing the assets and making it even more impossible for Russia to import the material it needs. I mean, I'm just stepping back to say, why are we doing this, right? For the context of the audience, or in this scenario, why would we do this? It obviously comes at a time where also it would be this would effectively imply, but so in that context, I do think it would imply also a significant shift. I mean, I think you only do this measure when you're sort of ready to, when you're really pushing, and you're right, all of the lives lost, this sort of devastation, or when you really sort of push to do this quickly, because it's not a measure you can necessarily keep in place for a long time, until you're ready to provide alternate energy and resource supplies to the rest of the world. And I think we're in a better.
Understood.
Yeah,
No,
so that's
okay. I get this. Now let's assume we lose and we don't have the G20. We just have the G7, meaning we have everybody who matters in terms of money, because the Chinese have asset capacity. They have the capacity to generate funds, but not enough. They don't have enough resources, and they are dependent on our money more than we are dependent on them having invested in our treasury bonds. Let's just assume that we don't have the Chinese cooperation because they're an adversarial state, and that the Indians really don't care. So we lose those two. Still, what of those measures we just discussed can we still enact, which are sufficiently strong and hard, or do we not actually have to simply conduct what we just said, because all the asset immobilization, all the trading in currency, all the transfers in any of the currencies relevant to the G7, we can control?
Yeah.
We don't need the Chinese or the Indians for it, do we?
Well, I mean, we don't at this point. I think part of the argument
So that
for
gives
doing
us what? How many days? 45 days?
Maybe. Well, I mean,
45 days until they find ways around it.
I think there are some tools that one would find. They would find, you know, that there's already, we are seeing some additional, some supplies, some trade being conducted in renminbi. The problem is that that's more of a bilateral Russia-China trade. China's been very reluctant to let other countries use the renminbi. Is sort of like when India and Russia, for example, want to trade. You know, but I also think before we start doing, you know, broad full immobilization of assets, I think some of the measures around adding additional banks, and particularly I think it also sort of needs to be done at a time when there's also a willingness to I guess I was already in, you know, sort of, you know, point two, but increase the enforcement of the export, you know, of the export controls, including including some secondary sanctions, because I think we want to sort of not only immobilize. I mean, I think in your scenario, immobilizing assets, you know, sort of in Western banks, and lacking and keeping assets from transactions from taking place. There already are a number of. I think you probably also would want to add in measures on making it even more difficult to utilize sort of gold in transactions. There's been some of that done, but I think there needs to be some more
So
elements sort of there.
exactly. So they have to do asset trades, deal with what is a bilateral trade with a not really sensibly convertible and useful currency of an authoritarian state. And they have to counter trade and barter, as Iran has tried for many years, but essentially it already has immobilized them. And therefore, for about 45 to 60 days, we can probably suffocate them sufficiently. So that gives us, now let's turn back to the game, that gives us on the warfare side more power in order to degrade them and more capacity to make them suffer. And as a consequence, we can drain them. We can hit them where it hurts them, and they cannot replenish.
Yes, but I think the key element here, and yes, immobilizing the assets is a part of that. But the key element is also really trying to continue to disrupt the new sort of trade flows that have opened up, and I'm meaning particularly the technology and equipment and other sort of inputs. Obviously, cutting off the sort of financial flows are sort of a part of that. But you know, but I think the key element is making sure that it doesn't just incentivize even more use of the sort of financial channels that you know, financial channels that would use that would use in sort of non-G7 sort of rails. Now, of course, that's where also the measures would have to be done at the same time of closing off some of the other loopholes. But you know, in that context, and as I say, might need to involve additional use of you know, sort of a wave of secondary sanctions that would impact some of these countries, so that you don't have, for example, new sort of these new channels opening up. Sorry, I'm repeating myself.
No, that's fine. Rachel, thank you very much for playing that little game.
Yeah.
Because I think it has been very good at refining both the constraints as well as the challenges vested in this policy, and therefore has been exceptionally helpful. This is how I like economics.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure, and it's a pleasure to meet with you. You know, and you know, just to sort of clarify, I mean, obviously, I think there are a number of challenges in that escalation, but you know, we need to map out in all of these things. We need to map out what the sort of quick kind of round of the sort of game escalation looks like. I do hold to my point that, you know, we shouldn't be excessively, you know, sort of worried about blowback, but we also should, in this context where it's become even more a dynamic, where there are players outside of the G7, outside of the G10, that are becoming more important lifelines, I think this latest phase becomes a bit more difficult to kind of continually sort of ratchet up the pressure. And so, yeah, that's something we need to sort of look at, or policymakers need to look at closely. And, we need to make sure that also, as you sort of highlighted in the game, sort of highlight, and keep reminding people of the human costs, the sort of devastation and sort of the like, because this sort of element of the baseline of a sort of war of attrition that a lot of people sort of have in their baselines itself has a measurable sort of economic as well as human costs. So that's something, look, I think we're going to need to play all of these things out. You all have been very generous with your time listening to me, but I'm sure you have other guests and other discussions that are underway. So.
Well, I'll hand it back to Ben, and then I presume we have a few more questions from our panel, if you don't mind. If you have a few more minutes with us,
sure.
I'm sure Ben and Katika and the likes will be glad to go through. Thank you very much, Rachel. Much appreciated.
No, I appreciate your insight and questions.
Thank you, Rachel, for playing with Axel. Usually, other kids don't want to play with him at the park. No, more seriously, I've got two very important but very short questions. The first important question is, which one of those 4.5 measures that you talked about would you recommend us to write about to our MPs and representatives, and to tell them, okay, you're finally sending those damn armored cars and tanks and whatnot. Now we want you to rise up the pressure economically. So that's the first question. What is the one measure I need to mention in my letters to my MPs? And the second question, which has nothing to do with this one, Richie McRich comes to you and says, Rachel, what's going on at the moment is terrible in Ukraine. I feel so sad. I'd like to invest over there to help those people, but at the same time, I'm mindful of my bottom line. Would you say it's a good idea to invest in Ukraine now? So that's the second question. What do you tell Richie McRich?
Yeah, so I'm going to take the second question first. Yes, I think it is a good idea to invest now. I think that it's also right now, some of the things, I also think it's important to invest with, I mean, there are sort of corporations that are sort of good sort of bets, but I also, and everyone has their own sort of, so can do their own sort of due diligence. But I think there are a lot of entities that are doing really good work, both continuing to sort of build resilience, help people sort of make it through, but also doing things like continuing to build the human capital, of Ukraine, and position it for a time, and we hope it's very soon that this conflict is at an end. Personally, for me, one of the best sort of returns on that has been places like the Kyiv School of Economics and others. But I think there's a lot of potential. I also think that there will be more in sort of time to come. The other thing, I guess, it's not Richie McRich, but an issue for them, but is really, my.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I've lost Rachel.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Ben?
Yes, Rachel, we can hear you. I think Ben, as he's moving.
Oh, maybe
currently,
we lost Ben. Okay.
Yeah, Ben just needs to cycle back up. Maybe we can go to a question from Katik in the meantime.
Sure.
She is in Sweden. Katik. Hello, Katik. Sounds like a microphone issue.
Oh, okay.
That's beautiful. This is
happens to many of us, right? It's a common hazard.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Okay, good. My headphones wasn't cooperating. I was I haven't heard like the whole conversation.
If we're
But
if we're waiting for, can you folks still hear me now?
I
We
can
can
hear
hear you
you.
just fine,
Okay,
Rachel.
great.
We can hear
Sure.
both of you.
Oh, great. Cool. Please go ahead.
Can
Yeah,
you,
please go ahead.
Katik, can you say? Can you,
I can hear.
Rachel? Can you hear Katik?
Can
I
you hear me?
can't, unfortunately.
That's
Okay.
what I thought. So that is a thing. What
Katik,
we'll do is Katik will
Maybe I
Katik
can
will
hear you
just
now.
state her question. She will state her question, and Dorman will repeat it,
Okay.
and we'll go through
Oh,
it this
okay,
way.
great. Thank you in advance for the translation of the question.
Katik, go ahead.
Okay, so just so I'm not very good at economics, and I haven't heard the whole conversation, so I'm really sorry if she already answered it, or if she answered it during the time I was here and I didn't understand it enough because I'm so bad at economics. But I don't understand why we can't, or if we could, and how it would be done, if because the US and the EU has a lot of economic power. I mean, it's the biggest like economic powerhouses in the world, and I don't understand if it would be possible for, because I think I've asked this before, but it's if we could have like a full economic blockade, why we can't just do it through, instead of like a military blockade, through secondary like sanctions, in a sense that we say that we tell all European, well, all companies that trade in the EU and the US to stop trading with Russia after a certain date, and then if they continue to stop them, or like not allowing them to trade with us anymore, if they continue to do any type of trade with or have any type of economic relationship with Russia after that date, and any other country.
Wait, let me do it this way. Thank you, Katik. Rachel, seeing the massive economic power of the EU and the US combined, I'm guessing the rest of the G7, why cannot a sufficiently great economic blockade be implemented through primary and secondary sanctions on Russia, and why can't that be done to have the massive effect that we all want from the sanctions?
Yeah, very good question. So I think there are two issues. A more extensive blockade can be done, and I think we're starting to see some of that come into effect. There are obviously different, and yeah. So, of course, the G7 and even the G10, right? Because I think we've seen that. Of course, are very large, but there are a lot of other major economies, including China and India and the like, which could limit the impact of that blockade. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't do other measures. I think the other big issue, and I know we keep coming up against this sort of issue, but is this question mark of how willing are we to face at an international level the consequences of weaning ourselves much more quickly off of Russian energy and Russian resources. There's been a lot of progress in that regard. I think things like the warm, sort of temperatures in much of the world have helped in that regard. But I think there has been a view, particularly in the U.S. and in some countries, of sort of that's focused maybe too much on the economic costs of that sort of energy sort of resource. So there is more that we can do, including with energy, sort of with secondary sanctions, but it's but it will come at a cost, and that's where I think the tension of the whole conversation that we've had here is one of, well, if we sort of do a major economic hit quickly, then hopefully the war comes to an end more quickly, and then the measures don't need to remain in place as long. And that's the argument that I think many of you have sort of put together kind of quite compellingly. So yes, more could be done, and including on secondaries on secondary sanctions. The EU historically has been wary of secondary sanctions when they're applied on its companies. This doesn't seem to be a case where there'd be as much worry about that. But we do have to remember that even though these are some of the largest economies in the world, some of the other large economies in globally would not be on board with these measures. So it would be difficult to fully sort of cut them off. And that's why we got into the conversation in the sort of scenario analysis of what about sort of further restricting financial transactions.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
If that's
Go ahead,
okay.
Kathy.
Okay. First of all, Domin, can you thank her for her answer? And second, so I was, because that was my initial thought actually, like why we can't just make sure that it includes countries, not only companies, so that if China continues to trade with Russia, they also get hit with the secondary sanctions, and just be like, if I try to not swear there, but yeah, why I don't understand why we can just tell them to, like, after this date we don't care anymore. It's gone too far. We're not going to be part of this anymore, and we're going to do everything we can to stop it, and just make sure that China and India and all other countries know that if they continue to have relationships with the companies that does trade with Russia, or if they themselves do it, we will hit them with sanctions as well. Because I know that China and India does not want to lose our markets, and we are more important for their economies than Russia could ever be. So why not use that power?
Tack, Kathy. Okay, Rachel. Kathy says, "Thank you very much for your answer." And another question:
Wonderful.
Why can't this be pointed at countries such as India and China, saying after such and such date, if you can continue hosting these companies or cooperating with such companies, no more trade for you? Is that a realistic perspective that's actually possible, or would that be going too far?
Well, I mean, look, I think there's, and I have to say that in a couple of minutes, I am going to have to sort of, just, yeah. I'm gonna have to hop off, but I'd be happy to sort of come on again and join the community. So I'll answer briefly, and then and I'm gonna be a more avid guest in the future as well, listening to the sort of other sort of perspectives on this platform and group and so on. But just briefly, yes, measures could be I think the sort of, as mentioned, there are some additional secondary sort of sanctions and measures that could be implemented. I think the challenge is, and again, I don't mean to sort of equivocate or appease or anything in that way. The challenge that we sort of come back to is how to make sure that the costs are targeted at Russia and those who are supporting this brutal war effort that is only sort of escalating, bring it to an end sort of quickly. But I think the challenge is also, I don't think that US and European actors and many around the world are ready to put their full sort of trade with China and India at play. Now, I think we have to think even more seriously about the leverage that we do have and what can be used. But I don't think a sort of an absolute as cutting off all the trade is realistic. But I think there are additional measures that could be, that could be used. And I'm really, I think, back to sort of Ben's point sort of earlier, what do we write about? I think one of the things we write about is around additional enforcement of particularly the export controls, additional measures that sort of really incentivize companies from leaving, sort of to leave Russia, and the like. But I do think the challenge that we continue to face is one of sort of one of trying to broaden the coalition and try to sort of bring this to this conflict to an end quickly, but in recognizing that, at least from the get-go, there's a number of other countries who who are looking to expand their influence in this time. And I think that has made it more difficult, more difficult for, more difficult to sustain the pressure. And I think the other thing we sort of probably continue to need to have people articulating is the ongoing cost of the war, so that the other people don't sort of just focus on the economic, on the sort of economic sort of blowback. We should use this opportunity now, where demand for fuel, for example, is somewhat lower, that there are opportunities in this way. But look, I mean, my view is, I know a little more focused on the concerns to the global economy here. And that doesn't mean that we shouldn't sort of be escalating, but I think we should just be aware of, we should be aware of the changing trade and other sort of fault lines. With that, I'm afraid I might have to leave you shortly, but this is a really important topic, and I hope we can continue the conversation. And please feel free to reach out, in other times, and as we sort of try to crystallize all of these points.
Taylor,
Thanks a
thank
lot.
you again.
Okay.
Please.
Yes. Katya, Rachel, Katya is saying thank you again, and she's being very adamant. So thank you from her. Thank you from me as well. That was fantastic. You're a fantastic playmate for Axel. I hope we'll do this again. And she's gone. So everyone, don't hesitate to follow Rachel. She's really good. She has a lot of articles out that you can read. Our tweets are really fun. So I hope you enjoy yourself. If I'm not mistaken, there's something very important coming up. John, what's happening now?
I genuinely have no idea, because I have not checked our schedule for guests today.
We'll have our all-star panel coming up soon.
Yeah. They're gonna do hoops.
Chuck Ferrer, Malcolm Nance, Rip Rawlings, James Vasquez, and Matthew Van Dyke.
I mean, Axel, that's you talking about people, but what about things? Just in the last, Just in the last couple of hours, 3-4 hours, the Poles have just about said, we're going to make the Germans tell us whether they allow us to send Leopards to Ukraine or not. Americans are talking about SPGs.
They didn't say this. No, they didn't say this, Doman.
They said that they might say it.
They said that they might say it subject to the arrival of what they've ordered from South Korea or American M1 Abrams tanks.
That
It's
is
the same thing. So it is.
It's not the same thing.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Asking, Doman, they've been asking for the M1 Abrams since last year. Since
April. If the Americans don't give the M1 Abrams, they won't give the Leopard. It's so simple.
Fine, but at the very least, it gives the Americans another avenue to approach this on, right? Not going straight to Olaf, but going via the polls. So to read out the segment...
That has been around since April last year.
Wow.
It's nothing new. I mean, if I were Polish and I had no money and had no tanks to give and nothing else to do at this point in time, because I've already sacrificed a lot, I would probably try to do the same thing. But it's silly buggerism.
I'll just read out the relevant passages from the Wall Street Journal article, so everybody can make their own mind about it.
Go to the end of the text. Go to the
I
end
will.
of the
I will. I will read. I
subject
will
to
read.
the arrival of Korean and American
I will
donations.
read the whole thing. I will read from the AMX-10 picture. There we go. Poland gave Ukraine more than 240 modernized Soviet-type tanks early in the war. Now, Poland is considering a request from Ukraine to donate its German-made Leopard main battle tanks, a senior Polish diplomat said. Quote, they are for real considering giving anything just to help Ukraine, end quote, said the Czech official closely involved in helping ship Western arms into Ukraine, who confirmed their request. The Leopards are much more heavily armored and more protected against anti-tank weapons than the vehicles France, Germany, and the US have so far offered. Poland has more than 240 Leopard tanks, enough for 2 tank brigades, and plans to eventually unload all of them, said Sławomir Dybski, director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs, a Warsaw think tank close to the Polish government. The pace at which it could give those to Ukraine depends on how quickly Poland receives replacement tanks that it has ordered from manufacturers in South Korea and the US, he said. Berlin would also need to approve. It's a question of not if, but when, said Mr. Drebsky, adding that the Western reluctance to provide tanks was finally diminishing after months of diplomatic pressure. It's exactly something Poland has argued for many months. End of article. Now, I would note
Domen,
there
it's a Polish business plan. It's a Polish business plan.
that's fine, but I would note that it is a diplomat saying that Poland is considering a request from Ukraine to donate Leopards, and
Which
it
then
is
subject to German approval anyway. As
yes,
said.
it is, but it
He's
tells
not
Germans
saying
what?
anything new.
But
He
it
says
gives
nothing new.
hic rodus hic salta.
Nixta. This is clutch. That's complete cappus. This is cabbage. The Finns are doing the right thing. The Poles are just annoying. This is a nothing statement. This is terrible. They should do the same thing as the Finns did. They should say, we are in favor of this. We would form a coalition. It's not subject to anything. This is what we want. We want a full release. We are working and collaborating with a whole group of nations in Europe. That's the statement you want. This just plays into the cards of the left-wing parties in Germany. It's completely silly.
I'll just say this one thing. It is a Polish diplomat, a senior Polish diplomat, saying the Poland is considering a request. It is only Sławomir Dybski, the director of PIIA, that says it's subject to other things. Now, yes, his position, his connections, whatever. Nevertheless, it's 2 different people saying the 2 different things. Nevertheless, it is a very, if they do say it publicly, if the Polish government comes out and says it publicly, it's a hic rodus hic salta, and it's up to Scholz to either jump or jump off, up to him. It's a fun story. It's a fun narrative. John.
2 things, just briefly on the K2s and the Abrams. They are coming. It's just a question of delivery timelines. At the moment, the vehicles of interest would be primarily the 116 M1A1 FEPs that Poland was allocated by the US to backfill at a 1-to-2 ratio the 240 or 250 T-72s they had provided to Ukraine. The current delivery schedule for those is 2023, so this year, and 2024. They also have 250 M1A2 SEP V3s on order. Those deliveries are planned for 2025 through 2026. So it would be a matter of expediting mainly the FEP deliveries and possibly the Set V3 deliveries. I'm not sure what the timeline is for the initial order of 180 or so K2s. The production of the rest of them in Poland, of the remaining 820, that's currently scheduled to commence in 2026. So I don't know if that means that the initial delivery of 180 was originally planned to be spread over 2022 to 2025 or 2026 until local production spins up. But in either case, they are going to be receiving those vehicles anyway. It's just a question of expediting what the planned delivery schedule is, if that can be done. The other point that I wanted to reference is that, according to the public data, Poland has provided, again, 240 and 250 T-72s. As far as I'm aware, Poland had about 400 T-72s in total, about 300 active service and about 100 in long-term storage in pretty not good condition. Have we heard anything about the additional 150 that they seem to have, or have those potentially been cannibalized for parts for other T-72s they sent, or to support other T-72s Ukraine has been given and are potentially no longer useful?
To the best of my understanding, they are useful. The reason that any tanks will not have been sent is because the Poles actually think they might need some tanks operational at some given point.
Understood. And then the PT-91s, I know that there was some discussion. They have, how many do they have? I check my math. They have, oh God, I thought I had this written down. They had around 200 of them, I think, in service. There were some rumors a few months ago that they had been delivered or were about to be delivered, but I've heard nothing since. Do we have any SITREP an update there?
Oof. Not from me. Maybe from someone else.
Sorry, I'm racing through snow, but there's nothing relevant Poland can easily give. They have no further 20s. They already have maintenance issues. Their force structure requires them to keep the tanks which they have. And they've said so in recent weeks.
Kobe, give us some very specific news. Up in the nest.
Yes. Let me, put this up there. So the White House has just announced that there is we knew that there was going to be a aid package today. That wasn't the question. So we're waiting for the Pentagon still to give their briefing with more details, but they have announced or confirmed sort of the top line figures. So there is going to be a $2.8 billion presidential drawdown authority package, which is the largest that we have seen since the start of the war. This is really a huge number, almost $3 billion worth of equipment being provided from American stock. And within that, there will be, of course, the Bradleys. There will be MRAPs, there will be APCs, there will be more Gimlers, there will be surface-to-air missiles, those being the Sea Sparrows most likely, other equipment, and most interestingly, something that has not been provided to date, there will be self-propelled guns, self-propelled howitzers included in this package, which is something new and exciting. So
Super. That's excellent.
Yeah, so we're assuming that those are going to be the M109 Paladins, which Ukraine has already received from some other countries, Norway, and now it seems that the United States is going to provide some as well. So, and on top of that, there's $225 million in FMF funds for Ukraine to procure things from U.S. industry, and the 682 million FMF for Eastern European allies as well, so that they can procure things and then deliver other systems that they are currently in possession of to Ukraine, which is very good and very important news as well, because there's still a lot of legacy Soviet systems in Eastern Europe that Ukraine desperately needs, specifically surface to air missile systems. So,
does it say anything about Bulgaria in the appendixes or anything?
no, there's no details. We're waiting on the Pentagon, and I seriously doubt that we would get any word on where these FMF funds are being allocated right now, but we shall see when we have the briefing what sort of information can be extracted from the press secretary by the Pentagon press pool.
So, Kobe,
there were rumblings earlier this morning that the hamsters in Bulgaria would open the floodgates, which is why Doman also asked earlier, I think, when was it, lunchtime or something?
About 4 hours ago.
Or whenever that was. As to whether they had finally replaced that dang defense minister.
Well, that's very interesting to hear that there are rumblings in Bulgaria, because, well, I'll just throw my thread on Bulgaria into the nest, and people can familiarize themselves with this particular issue and what Bulgaria has that Ukraine wants, and how FMF and Lend-Lease are the two tools the United States has to get all of those things from Bulgaria into Ukraine.
There we go. No, Bulgarians. Also, Ryan, I think you're going to need to quit the app and restart. Bulgarians, also known as the hamsters of the Warsaw Pact, because they had a tendency to hoard all the stuff, especially all the ammo that could possibly exist anywhere in the world. And you know that they could at any point, a country of 7 million, mobilize an army of 2.5 million, in theory, and have equipment to equip it. It would be great if they had actually opened the floodgates. I see we have a CJ dropping in. I thought I heard the rumblings of a certain C-130 engine, but hey, here he comes. Was it C-17? I couldn't really tell. Jet or turboprop. CJ, what do you reckon?
I didn't hear the question, but I'm here to fight Colby. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you were talking about first?
Okay, see, you and Colby will have to figure out what to fight about. Because I think Axel and I already have, and it's the Polish role in all of this. Colby, CJ, what are you going to fight about?
No, I'm just going to fight about the incredible announcement that Colby told us all from the press briefing today regarding a new type of aid that the U.S. might be given, and that would be self-propelled guns, meaning some form of artillery. And of course, as your favorite neighborhood artillery person, or hopefully second favorite if you like Thomas, there's a lot to speak on this, but it's pretty much we're waiting for the DoD. Of course, I would have assumed that sometime by the end of the day today there would be the official fact sheet and the normal list of all the gear, including more information about the Bradleys. So are we going to have to wait till Monday on that, or do we think it's coming soon?
No, we're getting that today. We're getting that in the next hour. So when it starts, I'm going to drop off and listen, and I'll try and tweet out the information as soon as I can.
Well, you're doing us all a great service and a service to Ukraine, because as we know more about what is given, we can continue to put pressure on everyone else that needs to give just a little bit more. And boy, are the floodgates open today.
I'm just going to say, I think we have to rename the AMX-10 RC. It's not a tank, it's a dam buster.
I'm all for it. I know you shared that video of them in action, and while they seem quite silly to look at, I also wouldn't want to face them, I guess. And therefore, I'm going to call it a tank, and hopefully that's the end of that discussion.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, so SPGs, would those be M109s?
The question is, what subtype?
Well, no, there's a more important question, Doman, somewhat selfishly, and that is, and perhaps George knows this, what on earth were M109s called before they were called Paladins, which only really happened on the Alpha 6 variant? And I promise you, this is important, people.
Oh Christ, why am I drawing a blank? I can't remember.
I don't think it ever had an actual name. It was just M109.
It never had an official name prior to the Paladin, the M109A7.
Crazy to me is that a vehicle which saw so much service before it got a name, almost 30 years worth, wouldn't have even a nickname in Vietnam. That just seems really strange to me. But I guess that's all there is to say on that.
So you're saying, CJ, that those who operate self-propelled guns as opposed to proper towed guns just don't even care enough to name them?
Well, although it is a very...
Now, imagine, CJ, how lacking the maintenance has to be.
Well, perhaps. I guess I don't know what they're doing all day. I mean, the crews are much smaller, right? It's only 4 people for a Paladin, really, at the minimum. And so they tend to have less people. There's less of them around. However, the U.S. Army and many other armies, of course, have way more of these things than towed guns. So the rivalry is fierce. And it continues. But if it's announced today, and Kobe will fill us in, of course, it's going to be a gigantic shift in the policy in terms of all of these things.
Kobe, is this announcement going to blow us out of the water?
It just might. It just might. I mean, it's a huge number, 2.8 billion, just in PDA alone. It's a huge amount of equipment that's going immediately directly to Ukraine's coming out of U.S. stock. My only gripe is that it didn't just come a little bit sooner because, right about now, probably the temperature in Ukraine is probably already below zero. So winter has come. The next week, it's all quite sub-zero temperatures all day. Going to get quite cold, so the ground is going to freeze, and it only could have been better if they already had some of these important weapon systems in theater, because the conditions are becoming ripe for offensive operations.
CJ?
Well, you heard it here first. Winter operations are important to discuss. Artillery is important to discuss. So I think, there's the text now. Thomas Sliner returns on Sunday to talk all the amazing developments of the week and much more.
What time, CJ? Before or after the Doolittle?
Well, if it's all right, he is going to be skiing in the Alps and would like to do it 8 p.m. Rome time. Does that work for you, Axel?
That works
Sure,
fine.
8 p.m. Rome time is perfect because we start the Doolittle at 6 Kiev, which is 5, so it's perfect.
Perfect. Well, he'll be back. I told him it might be short, but I guess that was earlier this week when there was not much going on. And, here we are. We all know Thomas.
It will be a short 5.5 hours, CJ.
Well, I think it might be 8 or 9 with all the developments this week. So yeah, everyone mark your calendars here. We'll work the back channels on that one.
And we haven't even reached all the news until Sunday.
Yes, I think just to be very clear, the reason why that small mention, that acronym that Kobe tweeted about, SPGs, is so very important to everything, is it signals a shift in the U.S. policy. Of course, with the Bradleys going, that was clear. But what Paladins perhaps means from the U.S. is a complete adherence to reforming the Ukrainian army in a complete armored brigade combat team model, right? These things are the mainstays, the fire support assets for armored brigades in the U.S. Army. And so giving these means not only giving them and the Bradleys, but there's only one other important armored vehicle left in the triangle.
Seriously,
and everyone knows what it is.
What would that be? Leopards, right?
The Fennec.
Maybe the Patton tank. I'm drawing a blank here, Axel.
CJ, I hear that the Fennec and the MX-10 RC are basically the same thing.
As a Abrams, well, that would be news to me. I mean, who knows?
Ben?
Okay, very quick question of nomenclature. What's the name of the GPS guided round? Because I thought that was the Paladin.
The Excalibur. Different bit of the King Arthur universe.
Excalibur's ammunition, Domin.
He said the GPS guided round. That's the Excalibur. CJ uploads.
Round. Sorry, I didn't hear this.
No, he said.
I understood.
I mean,
I understood drone. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. Because I thought, what did you mishear? Did you think he said the GPS guided gun? That's an RCH. That's different. Yeah, no, CJ. Sorry, Ben. It's either that or it's a Vulcano, if it's the European one. But there's only 255 of those, or hopefully many fewer, because the Ukrainians have fired them. John?
Oh, I was going to say that the other two European PGM 155 rounds are the Smart and Bonus, if I'm not mistaken. Although those are specifically for anti-tank or anti-vehicle use.
Yeah, it's different.
I'm not sure if there's any other GPS INS rounds besides Volcano and Excalibur. Then obviously Ukraine has their own. Was it Kvitnik laser guided rounds 152?
I don't think Europe has their own designs. It's aside from Volcano, there's Excalibur, and then there's PGK, which some of them have bought, I think. And then there's another manufacturer that's developing their own guidance kit for 155s as well. I believe, I forget who, but in service it would be Excalibur, Volcano, or PGK.
CJ, go ahead.
No, again, to really stress here the most important thing. I mean, the round types are important and nice because what they enable is they enable the Paladin to shoot, more than 40 kilometers, so much further than the 777s or other towed howitzers that Ukraine has received to shoot. And the other thing is, one of the limiting factors of combined arms, of course, is the artillery's ability to keep up with the maneuver. And with brigade movements and battalion movements that all are on tracks, the idea is that you could advance 60 to 80 kilometers in a single 24-hour period, which with towed howitzers is simply impossible. But even if it's just 18 Paladins, perhaps 56, that's a battalion or 3 battalions or however many, it would basically enable Ukraine to move much more quickly across the battlefield and have way more protection. I mean, obviously, it can't take a direct tank round, but any sort of the items, such as the Lancet loitering munitions and other things, are really going to pretty much bounce off. And so that is really just an incredible development if it's true. That's why I'm just so excited about it. So, Kobe, thank you for all of that and getting me talking positively about Paladins, which, again, have been my sworn enemy for a decade because they represent the armored branch and sitting in a vehicle which I can't fit in, but nonetheless, a great development for Ukraine.
But you do fit in, CJ, into a proper command vehicle, right? At a certain elevated stage.
Absolutely not.
Sorry, there is no command vehicle you could fit in?
No, the only option is for me to be the gunner, which I did in Afghanistan with the 240. But even then, my head went above the turret shield, which was probably not a good thing. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
So you have to become a colonel in order to run the whole show and be in a Jeep or something like it.
Or like jumping Jim Gavin and just stay in my airplane. How about that?
You mean the nod jumping?
Well, I think one of his landings was a glider landing, in which case, well, hold on, because that's a rough ride. But I guess, Ukraine doesn't have to worry about that now.
Do you technically fit into a Humvee?
Absolutely not.
So we really have to get you a G-Wagon.
I really am only confined to walking, unfortunately.
Walking or jumping? And jumping is just a special case of walking anyway. John?
CJ, I have to ask, does that mean that wheeled howitzers are also considered armored branch? And more generally, is the Pentagon still moving forward with Brutus and Hawkeye? I haven't heard any updates on that in forever.
Well, if you may remember a little while back, there was a contractor on the space, I think in March and April, that was trying to get Brutus and Hawkeye systems to Ukraine. And for those that don't know, those are two U.S. Army prototype systems, which I think they decided not to go with them at the end of the day. But it was basically a 105 cannon on a Humvee and the 155 on an FMTV. I guess they looked at Caesars and said they want to do it themselves. I think perhaps a better option might be using another system, but that's neither here nor there.
So, does the U.S. plan to, as far as you're aware, does the U.S. plan to still look into SPGs, or are we just dropping it entirely?
Yeah, so with the MPF, the new light tank, and it is a tank, people. I know there was a lot of argument about that over this week. The airborne tank, as it would be, the thought is there might be a prototype 105 that's tracked or wheeled that you could push out of a plane. Again, it's probably at least 5 years out, if not more.
Will we do it B&D style with the crew in it?
Yeah, kind of like the Nona, I guess, the VTV equivalent, but less prone to dying on the drop zone, we hope.
All right, I can see that we are gathering the members of the All-Star panel. So we have Matthew, we have Malcolm Nance, Chuck, and as I can see, Rip Rawlings is also connecting. Then the only person who is missing from that panel so far is James Vasquez. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody.
Axel, how are you? Malcolm, how are you doing, my brother?
Good to see you all.
Rip, I hope you're aboard. Good to talk to you. Matt, also good to see you, or almost see you.
Nice to see you all also.
Excellent, and I can see that James Vasquez is coming up. CJ, why don't you kickstart it? 2.85 billion today.
Yes, and that's exactly what I wanted to ask about. Most of us all are, of course, Americans that care about Ukraine, with many of you having actually put your lives on the line to, be prepared to make a sacrifice for a completely different country, but one that holds, democratic values so dear and is really, important not just to Europe, but the whole world. So I guess I just wanted to ask you all how you feel about the announcements today on, all of this American equipment and not just, a dollar sign, right? Real equipment, Bradleys, perhaps Paladins, and much, much more that's going to protect Ukrainian soldiers and make a gigantic difference on the battlefield. To me, I feel pretty proud to be in the American Army today, and I just want to see how you all feel about these announcements.
All right, I'll go first. Yeah, I think that this new package is actually a game changer in the same way that sending HIMARS was a game changer. Only I think it'll give us, the Ukrainian army, a decisive edge in a future ground offensive. I took part in the counteroffensive in September. And I saw over a 24-hour period the massing of all of the Polish-built T-72s, hundreds of BMPs, hundreds of trucks. And I just thought that was absolutely amazing. And, with the advanced reconnaissance we did, it was pretty clear the Russians were going to break I like to say, a pane of glass against a sledgehammer. But there were still hiccups. There were still disabled vehicles. There were vehicles that were damaged and in some instances destroyed, especially amongst the BTR-4 class. Granted, we did capture a lot more than we destroyed, but that were damaged. But bringing the Bradley in, bringing the AMX-10, bringing in even the Marder from Germany is going to just start really NATO-izing this force and allow them to become even bolder than they are right now. And let's be fair, they're pretty bold. But if they can really get a concentration of these Bradleys out there, it could probably and will probably spearhead the next offensive.
I mean, this is Rip Rollins chiming in, but I'll echo a little bit of what Malcolm said. The Bradley fighting vehicle, I mean, the advantage of the Bradley fighting vehicle, having been in Iraq with a couple Bradley fighting vehicle units, is that it's a very good counter, city weapon. It's a weapon that you can use inside city blocks and city streets relatively effectively, but it also has legs over land. So it's unlike bringing in a heavy tank. You have a relatively heavy vehicle that can deal with all of the kind of small and medium caliber munitions that it's going to run into on the battlefield. But it doesn't have the logistics tooth to tail that you do with, say, a T-72 or another main battle tank that you would want to employ. So I think it's a good weapon system. The only reticence I have is it is still very maintenance heavy, and it demands. I mean, with the old adage on the battlefield in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere was, if you're running a Marine Corps LAV, for instance, you get 10 hours of operation to 1 hour of maintenance. If you're running a Bradley, you get 3 hours of operation to 1 hour maintenance. If you're running any of the U.S. main battle tanks at the time, the M1 Abrams, it was 10 hours of maintenance to 1 hour of operation. So those kind of logistics challenges are the things that Ukraine has obviously risen up to and will continue to rise up to. But those are the things that you have to think about when we start giving over weapon systems like this, which is it does come with a very maintenance intensive tooth to tail, and you can't ignore it. The vehicle will just run down, obviously, everything from treads to the road wheels over to main sprockets. They wear out very, very quickly, especially in urban environments when you're crushing through cement and going over, metal pylons and barbed wire and all the stuff that we've dealt with in Iraq and Afghanistan as well. So this is a great addition. I also saw a couple weeks ago, hopefully everybody's, jubilant about the fact that there's about a $44 billion aid package also promised. So all good. Obviously more is better.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? James. Good evening. I'm a little under the weather, so excuse my tone. But to Rip's point, yeah, it's Bradleys and or Humvees are very maintenance intensive, and there's going to have to be motor pools set up directly just for the maintenance of these vehicles. Bradley is a good urban tank vehicle, and it's going to be, M1s are way too cumbersome for this type of environment. And I think, getting some Bradleys in here is going to be great, but you also have to be prepared for all the maintenance that's going to be associated with that, as well as Humvees. Humvees are heavy maintenance vehicles. So that's something that they got to consider and put in place in order to have these vehicles be effective in the field.
Well, I'll just hi guys, this is Chuck, and I should stay in my lane as a frogman, but I'd also like to point out that some of that aid is going to show up in the fence of increased air defense batteries and sensor, something that is absolutely needed is today from one end brain to the other. Virtually every city above the size of 100,000 currently or within the last 3 hours has had an air raid alert. And again, this comes on the heels of Putin's unilateral ceasefire. And getting the air defense situation a little bit more impregnable, and that is going to allow top cover for all these new Bradleys and Martyrs and everything else. So Ukraine can get underway with big army maneuver warfare, because that's the thing that's going to eventually end the war.
Matthew, what's your view?
Pretty much it's all been said. The more the better, the more equipment the better, and definitely need to get guys out of soft skin pickups where they're getting shredded by artillery rounds.
Now, we've heard that essentially not only the last mile getting soldiers to the front has been an issue, but also in recent days the logistics in and around Bakhmut have been worrying some people. But on the other hand, Russian frequency of fire has been rather subdued. How do you see the situation there? Chuck, you want to give it a go?
I'm sorry that the whole question dropped out. I was staring at my phone with crossed eyes. If you can give me the question. Oh,
No worries. It's
you
okay.
could have heard
No,
me
I was,
cursing.
no worries. And other than getting to the front line now in, say, and better armored vehicles and the likes in future, but at the moment, we understand that Russian fires and their frequency in and around Bakhmut have been a bit subdued. There are rumors about rotating new forces in. However, there have also been supply shortages for Ukrainian troops at times. How do you see the situation evolving in the coming days in this non-existent ceasefire?
Well, there was that very public schism between Prigozhin and his Wagner convicts and Shoigu and the Minister of Defense. That is always a bad thing. We had Wagner guys proclaiming on social media that the Ministry of Defense was letting them down and they didn't have adequate ammunition supplies. Beyond how that was said, and believe me, nobody in the Russian armed forces or Wagner just gets on social media and lays down a complaint. But what was going on behind the scenes was extremely interesting to me. Knowing that Minister Shoigu would hear that belly aching, and he would literally not be disposed to roll any Ministry of Defense assets to help Wagner pull its bacon out of the fire in Bakhmut. I have a prediction about this rotation of forces. I have a hunch that the Russian Ministry of Defense is going to slow roll those reinforcements. And Wagner was handed the political, not tactical goal to take Bakhmut. Thus far, casualties daily rate for the last week or so, Russian casualties are up about 700. And of course, that's along the entire line of contact. But I don't think at all to ratioize those Russian casualties that you'd be looking at least 40 or 50, maybe 60% of that daily burn is around Bakhmut. So I think we've got some interesting days ahead here.
Alrighty. Well, the rumors abound throughout the afternoon. Various sources have been coming forward with indications that Russians made yet again some progress in the same two directions and vectors as you had indicated in your last bullet points as well. So I was wondering what you were hearing. Malcolm, have you been talking to your colleagues in country and how they see the Donbass at this point in time?
Well, yeah, I talk to them every day. However, we're right now in what I would now call the northern Donbass, now that the Kharkiv region has sort of merged with the central operations zone. Let me give you my perspective on Bakhmut, which I've done before. We talked about Severodonetsk. You could just call this Operation Anvil, where the Ukrainians are allowing the Russians to hammer on an anvil to no effect, and to allow them to exhaust their strength, to expose where their ammunition lines are, where they're going to have to forward store large amounts of munitions for fire support, to get their artillery batteries into fixed positions, to provide that critical fire support, to identify which units are really on the attack. When and we took a lot of criticism during the operation in Severodonetsk, but I had read several books that were published in Ukraine in 2014. I'm sorry, of the initial battles in 2014 and 2015, and where they were, in the few places where they were really hammered, they had learned very quickly to start exhausting the enemy by giving them a hard point and allowing them to believe that they had an operational advantage that they could defeat their opposing force on. And that's precisely what happened with Severodonetsk when President Zelensky announced, hey, those operations are completed. He told everyone the intention of this operation was to kill several thousand Russians, was to destroy several hundred vehicles, was to allow them to waste all of their combat strength in that sector, and for the Ukrainians to give them a completely, utterly destroyed village with no strategic value, very little tactical value, other than the fact that they took a village that the Ukrainians are going to take back. So I suspect that by allowing Wagner to do this, they understood and certainly have war gamed out that Wagner in central, the central battlefront, is going to be a spent force. And you're already seeing the cracks occur between, the main force army and PMC Wagner. I don't understand what Wagner's complaining about, since they get all the ammunition and equipment that they want straight from the Ministry of Defense stocks. It's just that they're consuming them at a rate that is so dramatically much higher than what they would have thought that they would have been using. Because again, this Operation Anvil, which allowed them to strike over and over. And yes, it throws sparks. And yes, you may make a little foray into here. You may make a little foray into there. But let's be honest, if you look at the strategic map, granted, it would be good for them to get Bakhmut, but, what are they going to do? Move more artillery forward to fire support it? That just puts them into deeper HIMARS range, allows them to be enveloped, allows other forces to break into them from the north and the south. I don't think they're going to have anything left when this is over and done with. And I think hopefully it'll be the beginning of the end of Wagner.
So would you say it's a seesaw movement, even if they enter Bakhmut or go around it, or make an approach and inroads, that they'll be too exhausted, that it's a Pyrrhic partial victory if they get one, and they'll be pushed back soon?
I don't even think you can use the word victory. I think what you could do is say that, although this was a massive battle, which has taken months, I mean, what do you get? Right? What do you get in exchange? Wars are not generally fought for the purpose of seizing terrain unless it's key terrain that contributes to the main objective of all armies, which is the destruction of the other army, right? If you destroy the other army, you can have all the terrain that you want. I don't think the Russians quite understand that. And that shows, again, as Chuck said, the political nature of this operation. And, I suspect it has Prigozhin's fingerprints on it, because he said, give us the toughest thing. We can break through in central Donbass. Wagner can prove themselves. He's down there all the time now, right? And that man is one HIMARS strike away from meeting his maker. But he has to be down there, because now his entire credibility is online. And when they screw up, and when their men get killed, or all he does is points to Shogu and says, well, the army's doing no better. We're not getting what we want. So, yeah, they are not meeting the objective of destroying the Ukrainian army. If anything, the Ukrainian army is acting as that anvil. They're throwing up sparks, but all they're going to be at the end of the day is, completely wasted force that will be that much easier to destroy.
So they will have exhausted themselves. Question for Rip Rawlings in this regard. How would you see this behavior and this planning, the approach, the strategy of the Russians in that regard? Is it as much as a failure and a vainglorious effort, or how do you see it?
So it's a good question. First of all, I'm not able to hear all the speakers, so I can hear you and I can hear Malcolm, but a couple of people I can't. So if someone asks a question, if you don't mind echoing it, if it's for me, but let's hit the first piece. I think it's very interesting to me to see how lopsided the tactics up to the strategy have been in this conflict. One wouldn't have expected that. You do have very good military schools in Russia. They've educated people on military tactics for a long time. However, the strategies that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has been able to put out has outcycled, in a form that we call the OODA loop, which you've heard before, but we use in the Marine Corps quite frequently. That if you can outthink your enemy, and if you can do things more quickly than he can on the battlefield, his big cumbersome machine is not nearly as effective. Now, add to it 300 other factors that I'm not sure everybody predicted when the conflict began, but certainly we've seen on full display Russia's inability to even do some of the basics of strategy. And I'll give you one of the greatest examples we talked about on your show a couple months ago, which is President Zelensky declaring that he's going to conduct a counterattack, declaring when it's going to go and where, and being able to pull that off. To me, that's a really big indicator of who is able to not just strategize better than the others, but come up with competent strategies that are able to be accomplished on the battlefield and that you can announce in advance and the opponent can't prevent. So to me, it's very interesting, the lopsided nature of the battlefield. But it's been that way all the way through, and it's not just bluster and overconfidence. Ukraine has put its money where its mouth is, and with very little in the means of equipment, growing obviously, but also losing as they fight, they've been able to put up a fight that I think is going to go down in the annals of military history. I mean, Malcolm was just mentioning some of the battles in Bakhmut. I'll tell you, the U.S. Army War College, the Marine Corps University, all of our academies in the United States need to be not only studying the battlefield as it unfolds, but talking to those junior NCOs that are leading the fight on a day-to-day basis, as well as the officers that are providing the strategies, because some of the tactics and techniques that they're developing right now are the manner in which everybody is going to be fighting in the next coming years. And that includes all the things that MriyaReport talks about, from drone warfare over to Lend-Lease, et cetera. This is a very interesting conflict. So I don't know. I think what I have seen is that Ukraine has been very adept at setting up the frozen conflict. As we learned many years in a row in Afghanistan, you set the conditions for next year's battle in the fall of the previous year. You have to fight up until a limit because the Third Army shows up, which is winter. And if you haven't planned and strategized for it, you're going to be on the losing end. So Ukraine has been able to push this line up to where they have this relatively frozen conflict. I don't mean in a long-term sense, but in a short-term sense. And then we'll see what happens in spring. Obviously, there's a lot to plan and prepare for. There's a tremendous amount to plan and prepare for, but Ukraine has been able to pre-position themselves, I think, tremendously well.
A silly question for you, a follow-up on this one. Imagine if what Malcolm has been saying for quite some time, and Chuck ventured the same notion few times in recent weeks, that they use Bakhmut and Soledar, the whole front line, to attrit the Russians, exhaust them, let them all die there, and then slightly withdraw, because there are so many nice and neat lines, both topographically as well as in terms of fortifications and prepared stock and positions, that they can just expect them the next, say, on the next line. Is that what we should be expecting?
Was that question for me? I didn't hear who that was for.
No, it was for you.
So the pre-positioning for the next fight to me is the biggest aspect that we should be analyzing. The problem, obviously, with the nature of combat is that you have opponent wills. And so even if you try to put in discrete solutions, which is getting your enemy to blunt themselves on locations that you've chosen, you still have to deal with all of the other wild cards that they're going to throw into you, weather, national interests, political will. There's a mosh pit of a myriad of a million things that you have to consider. And by the time you've planned for it, 3 months from now, the battlefield looks significantly different than what you planned for. We've seen this in Iraq, Afghanistan, and the wars we fought, and certainly Ukraine has been seeing it as well. So my perspective is the Ukrainians have been able to do a very quick decision to action level of planning. And partly because they are operating on interior lines, partly because they only have their own national borders to contend with. Russia obviously has a tremendous amount of other things to deal with, but partly also because I believe Ukraine has been very shrewd in how it's chosen to fight and where, whereas Russia has to fight across the entire frontage. So Ukraine just needs to defend in the areas that they expect attacks. Russia has to defend everywhere, because Ukraine will continue to push them back at will and has proven themselves to be very good at it. So I'm not sure. It's tough to look through the crystal ball and say where we're going to be in 6 months. Certainly we're seeing, I think, I wouldn't call them overtures, if there's such a word as underatures. I know that both countries will look for some way to resolve conflict. I've said it on your show before, but wars obviously are started by politicians and they're ended by politicians. The military generals make the decisions in between, but typically you get to a point where one or the other nation has had enough and doesn't want to continue to fight. My money is on Russia. Russia has lost a tremendous amount of blood, sweat, and treasure. And I think at this point, President Putin is just looking for a way to get out with his despotic leadership intact still. And I'm not sure Ukraine wants to give him that out. So they're reticent to come to the bargaining table of any sort. And, obviously I applaud them for that. Fight all the way until you've gained back everything that you think that you need to, and then let politics try to take care of the rest. But at some point, there will be a termination of this conflict. Wars obviously end at some point. And I believe Russia is not only on the moral low ground and is going to have to suffer the consequences of dealing with all the war crimes that they've committed during this conflict, but the world has seen all of it on public display, and so it's not going to go well. And so I'll be curious to see if Russia is able to at least put enough undertones out to get some political bargaining done. You can guarantee right now, behind the scenes, unbeknownst to all of us, there are some at least approaches on what the termination of the conflict will look like between Russia and Ukraine. I would imagine that they're well below our visibility, but I guarantee you that they've been talking in some regards.
Amazing.
It's Chuck. I just want to throw one at you. We were talking the other night about the sort of grind that Russia finds itself in right now. And for example, the burden on its own artillery, it seems like literally every battery has probably got a quota of 1,000 shells they have to fire in a day. We're obviously looking at volume of fire along the line of contact instead of any sort of precision target on the side of the Russians. So just looking at what's going on with their artillery, but also the steady grind of this imperial war. And you hit right on it. I mean, politicians start wars and politicians ultimately end those wars. And how much pressure do you think Putin is even cognizant of in this regard? I mean, he started this imperial war. This was absolutely his idea. Do you think at any point some of those military minds in Russia, and I don't sell their military education short at all, do you think somebody there realizes that this is like Afghanistan was for the United States? We can fight this as long as we want, but there is no clear path to victory any longer.
Rip. Oh, well. Are you there?
Axel, I didn't hear anything that you just said. Did you?
Oh boy.
Oh, no, Chuck.
It's okay.
Okay, if that's the case.
Yeah.
If that's the case,
you didn't miss anything, but Yehuda
No
can
worries.
jump on.
I'm going to jump on in for quick.
I'm not sure if there's a problem in
Yeah.
the transmission, but
Rip, can you
I'm
hear
able to
me?
hear some people. I can hear you right now, but
Rip, can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Can you hear
Yep.
me?
I hear you. Is that you, Joe? Yep.
It's me, Yehuda, of course. All right. Chuck asked you a pretty intense question. Chuck's going to have to drop down and start.
Geez, I'm sorry I missed it.
Chuck's going to come back.
Don't worry. I'll drop down and
down,
I'll
Chuck.
see you guys in a little bit.
Come back up, please. Great. Well, listen, everyone. First of all, Malcolm, if you can just give me a thumbs up. Malcolm, can you hear me? Matt, James, Rip, if you can just give me a thumbs up with your icon, that'd be super grand.
I can hear you. I don't know how to give a thumbs up, but I'll
Okay.
figure that out in a moment.
Well, that's no problem. I hope.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good to go. Anyways, all right. Listen, just to switch gears real quick. I want everyone just, if you can retweet the space, of course, tweet it out from your personal account. This is an incredible moment, and I just want to talk about why. We have some of the best and most dedicated minds and bodies in the world on this panel right now, talking about the great things we can do to help Ukraine, not just materially through aid, humanitarian, non-lethal aid, but also in the information space. We're here to help
really, it's a fight of our century, of our lifetimes, and it's really great. This is kind of like the panel hour of power. You know, Malcolm, Matt, James, Chuck, Rip, all the people at MriyaReport. As you know, we've been doing this for 24 hours a day, over 10 months, and we're going to keep screaming on the top of our lungs until Russia's back where it belongs, in Russia. And if you could retweet this space and let people know, these folks from the different organizations that they're in, they need your help. People have put their lives on hold. People have sacrificed personal careers. They've sacrificed their family life. Sadly, I haven't been able to spend as much time with my mother-in-law. So that's not a sacrifice. No, all jokes aside, a lot of us have done things, and especially these gentlemen here on the panel, to do our best to tip the scales of history, put our fingers on that scale. And so please do, if you are able to, go check them all out. Malcolm, Matthew, James, Rip, Ripley's Heroes, Chuck. Look at the work they do. If you can help, and if you're able to, you're blessed enough, and just go there. A lot of them have some have receipts, some don't have charitable receipts. Doesn't if you can give, it really does make an impact. On the ground in Ukraine, people's lives are being saved because the people in this space, especially on this very panel, are helping change people's lives. They're not fighting in wars, but they're giving the things that Ukrainians need to survive, and that's really important. And if it's one thing you can do, that's one thing. If you can't do that, totally understand. If you can keep retweeting the space and let people know and send their profiles and their websites, tapestry.org, Ripley's Heroes, Sons of Liberty, all of that stuff, send it out, make a noise. That's how this works. And it costs you nothing to press those buttons. The more you do, I can assure you the value is exponential. The results are exponential for this task that we have. It's a collective task. And if you're listening, you probably know us, or you probably know the guest speakers, and this is super important. This is all organic. They're not paying for people to be here. Some of these rooms with 20,000, 10,000, those are paid ads. We'll get there too. But you know what? These are people that care from across the planet, and you're listening to them. So I don't want to take away any more time from that. I want to hear Malcolm, Rip, Matthew, James, Chuck. Please, by all means, Chuck, I don't know if your mic is working now. I think if you want to sum up that question real quick back to Rip, and I'm just going to step back. If you have any questions for me, if you want to send me messages on how to help out, let me know. I will send you their contact information and their websites. Go ahead, Chuck, and thank you all for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. Hey, Rip. I'm sorry that who knows if you put me in charge of a radio. That's why they take radios away from officers.
I hear you now, Chuck, and I was sorry to miss a question from you because I've got great respect for you. So I was sorry to hear that, but I'm standing by.
Back at you, brother. More respect and much thanks for all you do. But to sum up the bloviated question, I absolutely agree with you that you can get a fine military education in Russia, as good probably as anyone anywhere. We don't see the return on investment from those academy grads. They don't seem to be delivering on that education when they get into the field of battle, i.e. Ukraine. And I'm wondering, I'd love to hear your take on this. I would think that at this point of this war, you have flag officers, general officers, colonels and lieutenant colonels who are looking at this, and they are thinking, even if they're not saying it at the 40 table, is that Russia is not going to win this war the way they're fighting it now. And it's slightly above my pay grade at what point those sorts of realizations will inflect the Russian political situation. This was Putin's war. He started it. Eventually, the consequences are going to be laid at his feet somehow. I'm not one of those guys that think there's going to be an imminent revolution. Not at all. But do you think the perceptions that we talk about every day, do you see that sort of finally percolating through the war fighters in Russia?
So it's a great question. I think right now there's kind of two ways that I would answer that. The first one, I would expect a great question from you, Chuck. So that's a tough one to answer, but it's a privilege to answer it. The first thing I would say is that what we're definitely seeing, and we even saw touches of this over the past summer, is mid-level officer leadership that are reluctant to be directly leading troops on the battlefield. And so interrogation reports, all of the battlefield, tidbits, if you will, from troops that we support. James certainly is very vocal about some of the things he's encountered on the battlefield, so you can always tune in on him and see some of these results also. But Russian leadership, as you said, and as we both said, have been very well educated. But in practice, when they're on the battlefield, they're still practicing like the Soviet model. And to me, it's remarkable because you and I have written books about stuff like this. Did we expect Russia to really perform as poorly? No, but part of it is because their officership, once they got into the heat of battle, I believe, fell back on a model that their fathers and forefathers, grandfathers had put together, which is lead from the rear. And that's the quickest, easiest summary I can give. There's a lot of other nuance to it, but it doesn't work, especially in the modern era. The interesting thing to me is that until about 2016, Ukraine followed a very similar model. And until it started copying some of the Western model, and not that we should take credit for it, it's just NCO-driven decisions at the front, officers forward at the points of penetration, able to make decisions that affect the overall operations of the battle, and giving them the decentralized authority to make some of those decisions. I would say Ukraine has not perfected that, but neither has the American Army or Marine Corps. But certainly they're way better than their very well-schooled counterpart on the Russian side. And so first and foremost, I think what we've seen is that Russia, with all its classic military schooling, was not able to reconfigure its army in a manner that it can make decisions fast enough on the battlefield to out-tempo another modern army or relatively modern army. So to me, that's the first way to answer that. It's a difficult aspect, but it is definitely a part of modern warfare. We experienced it in Iraq and Afghanistan. You have to decide at the point of penetration. You must have officers and senior enlisted at a location where they can determine what's going to happen next on the battlefield. So I think that's the first way to look at it. I think the second aspect is that it is a losing aspect of the war, and mid-level officers and certainly very low general officers have realized the futility of the way that they're fighting. I would imagine several of them that are innovative have gone up and tried to make changes or tried to get their leadership to adjust how they're fighting the conflict. But at this point, it's exactly like World War I with the Germans, in this case, modeled as the Russians are doing it, attempting to make a last-minute change when it comes to tactics. They put together, I think as everybody knows, the fire team, which the Marine Corps stole from them and has turned into kind of our modern art of fighting. Where you have small unit leaders up to 4 to 16 men that are able to make fairly bold decisions on the battlefield. I think that the result will be a fair amount of these officers are very frustrated. These are Russian officers. I suspect quite a few of them are behind what we've seen on the front lines of the media, which is you have units that are refusing to fight, units that are publicly complaining about their leadership, and a lot of enlisted men that feel an absolute right to complain on any social media site that they want to. Behind those men are officers who feel the same way and probably are giving them tacit permission to do all those things. If any of the enlisted are still listening to their officers, because in a lot of cases and some of the things that I've seen, their officers are so far away from the battlefield, they really are just not even in touch with their men. So that's the beginning of the end in a lot of regards, because it's kind of the want of a horseshoe nail adage, which is they're going to continue to try to chase that elusive item to win, but Ukraine already started with it. And so they're not going to win. You're going to have these very disaffected officers. They're going to have a very tough, next 5 to 10 years as their men come home and are very angry at having been sent into this conflict. They've got a host of other issues that they're going to have to address at some point. And I think you've got enough disgruntled mid-level leadership that it's just going to continue to perpetuate itself. You're going to continue to see poor leadership on the battlefield because none of them want to be involved. I made a bold theory that at least some of those, mid-level officers, I'm talking about full bird colonel to maybe 2-star general, are probably complaining to a lot of their mentors who are 3 and 4 stars. Certainly in the U.S. military, we do. Other nations do similar stuff. And I suspect a lot of those senior level officers know exactly what writing is on the wall. So I wouldn't be surprised if Putin goes out. And again, I'm bold in this prediction. So take me to the bank on this, and we'll see what happens in a year or so. But I would not be surprised if some of those mid-level officers complain enough that senior officers try to do something about Putin. And I believe that's why he's sitting, 20 yards away from his guys. Adolf Hitler from 1939 to 1945 had 48 attempts against his life. Obviously, none of them were successful. Some were mildly successful. I think the number of ministers that we've seen falling out of Russian windows can at least tell us that there's a fair amount of people trying behind the scenes to get rid of Putin. So I think it's the officership and the leadership that we see fighting this conflict are certainly going to be an aspect of the end of the war. If they're not already, putting their hand up and saying, I'm not going to do this anymore. You're killing and crushing a tremendous amount of men.
Just to dovetail onto that, Rip, and maybe Malcolm or Matthew want to jump in. Isn't it strange that out of all of the defenestrations that we've seen, deaths of Russian figures, there have been an increasing number of former politicians, people who seem well past their prime, people who were heads of agencies 10 years ago who've been assassinated, former prime minister of Dagestan. What? You know what I mean? Is that just for good measure, or is there something to it? Because maybe I was thinking maybe something is brewing because disenfranchised people or people out of the loop are starting to step up. Because people who like former head of the space agent, not space agency, some event. What does that sound like to you, Malcolm?
Well, it sounds like that's the exact kind of people that you would need who would create that nucleus of opposition that give the opposition credibility. And these are very easy targets to get them, take a long walk out of and you send your message a point. It's fascinating. Are the overseas assassinations of all people with real money. And those are the kind of people that would, $100 million to a bodyguard if he were to suddenly just resolve the issue for, as I like to say, with a 9mm change of command. But it makes sense. But Putin's also paranoid. We're actually going to start catching these killers. I don't think they've actually caught any of these hit teams. But it makes sense that Putin would go after this level of oligarchy. We'll see.
Interesting. Yeah, your mic's you're a little weak there, distorted, but yeah, got most of it. Yeah, no, it's just interesting that former Dagestani prime minister, someone who hasn't been around for a bit. It makes sense. Build up a nucleus, and the guys with the big money. There's some people. One person. I'm wondering if any of you know. Just again, kind of off topic, but one person who is quite a wealthy oligarch, and who's kind of been as contrarian and disappointed in public to this invasion more so than most, and that's Abramovich. Maybe there's just been a ton of hits that have failed because you think he'd go because he says he's not happy with the war. Anything there, Malcolm or Rip or anyone? Open.
Isn't Abramovich still in the UK?
I thought. I thought he's
guess
in the States now for some reason. I think.
Nobody is. Look, nobody's beyond it. There was a Russian personality just this past year who mysteriously died in Arlington, Virginia, which is right outside of D.C. And I wish I had the name at my fingertips, but this, as ridiculous as it sounds, is actually true. The FBI found a Russian personality from the diplomatic effort there, Russian diplomat in Washington, who had been bludgeoned to death in a hotel room. But the FBI, and I'm not kidding, insisted that he died of natural causes. So I guess getting drunk and beating yourself to death is a possibility.
It happens. Listen, welcome to CJ to the panel. As everyone knows, CJ is our favorite Ranger Danger, and welcome, CJ. I'm sure you have a lot of compatriots here from your side of the border, which is fine. Not intimidated by his experience. Welcome, CJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Yehuda. I mean, it's great day for artillery, you know, so that's why I'm here as well. But good thing it's balanced, right? You on the maneuver side, me with artillery. I think that's all the major things, right? We don't need any Navy people up here.
That's true. Definitely not. And I think something about even the artillery exists to support the infantry. I think I read that somewhere in infantry school. I think we're not going to get.
You've got some pilots that are going to beg to differ with you, by the way. But as a ground pounder myself, I'm with you.
There you go. CJ's got a bevy of questions. CJ, I'm going to open it up for you.
Yeah, I guess you know, everyone here has, of course, been a longstanding supporter of Ukraine, and really, I kind of want to know what, unless it's already been discussed at length, you know, these aid packages, assuming they're going to continue along the same lines with these pieces of equipment supported. If you could devote your time and energy, you know, this is what we do in the MriyaReport, is discussing a lot of different weapons, but also lobbying our elected officials. Where would you want the attention to be directed next in terms of some other capability? I mean, of course, we could talk about ATACMS all day and how much of a difference that would make. But I wonder if there's anything else now, understanding, you know, kind of where the weather is headed, what the spring might look like. What would you like to see next and focus on?
I feel like I'm hogging the limelight, but I have a quick answer I can give. I hope I'm not talking over anybody because I can't hear everybody. But
you're
as
good,
long
man.
as I'm good, okay. I did foreign military sales in the Pentagon, and my desk was a Pacific Strategic Desk Officer, and so you know, my focus was Taiwan, but it's similar in the sense that what I believe, and we've been helping with this, and I know Mariah has done the same, is that the Lend-Lease packages, and I'm kind of blanketing everybody under that umbrella. I know they're different from different nationalities in different countries, especially the lack of Lend-Lease from Germany, but it looks like they're stepping up a little bit. These have all been, I would say, strategic to operational level concerns. So you have Ministry of Defense in Ukraine that's spelling out what the requirements are, and other nations cobbling together 10 or 20% of what's been requested. Obviously not enough. What I'd like to see, and we're trying to work with the United States government through Helsinki Commission on some of this. Helsinki is very fertile ground to this, is to get troops from the ground level, especially US veterans or Canadian veterans as well, to offer up some suggestions as well, because you're kind of getting the top of the cream. You're getting HIMARS, you're getting artillery batteries and a fair amount, but there's a fair amount, I mean, large amount of tactical to operational level equipment. These are encrypted radios, military encrypted radios, PRC 119 type radios, night vision optics, etc., that we as private parties have been providing as much as we can. The Ukrainian government and other Ukrainian charities have been purchasing as much as they can. But to me, that would seem to be at least a very good start point. And so we've suggested to the US government that it needs to alter its next Lend-Lease package with, augment it with some of these conversations with troops that are US veterans. And we've offered up a couple who've provided testimony already, because I think that's where you're going to at least win, you know, some of the next 6 to 10 months. Obviously, the strategic items will win the war, but the tactical to operational items are going to go to great measure to winning each of those smaller battles. And I'm talking about, you know, not 500 night vision goggles, but 500,000. You know, obviously I'm a little overboard there, but you get my drift, is that we need to take a close look at some of that equipment. And a lot of it, you know, to be very frank, having been 23 years in the Marine Corps, it's sitting in supply. It's, you know, generation yesterday. And so giving it to the Ukrainian military is not that hard. We're not using it. We've already upgraded past that. And so it's just sitting kind of in war stocks or standing by for, you know, reserve units that might be called to the battlefield in the future. So that would be my suggestion, is we've sent a tremendous amount of strategic equipment at great expense. There's obviously a lot more that can go, and a lot more that's been requested that we haven't answered the call to. but I'd like to see at least some of those tactical concerns being better addressed.
And I couldn't agree more. I'm currently stationed at Fort Bragg, and every day, even though I'm in an airborne unit, I drive by about 200 Bradleys and 100 Abrams, and I always wonder, when will they see their fight that they were intended to do, right? Which is the Russians in the form of Ukraine using them. So, real briefly here, great answer, sir. Just want to introduce everyone. Aiden is here, Ukrainian Marine, defender of MriyaReport. I hope you have a bit of time here because we'd love to hear your thoughts as well, in terms of what you think about the week's events, in terms of the growing aid for Ukraine, and what you think the next focus should be.
And welcome, just for our audience, Aiden was captured by the Russians and thankfully released. So it's quite an impressive resume, and his experience is really, I think, super important for us to share with the world. Thanks again, Aiden.
Thanks, it's good to be back on again.
And CJ was saying, did you want to comment on the work that you hear? Like, you're hearing the panel, the multitude of voices and experiences from our panelists, and talking about these new changes. What's the word on the street from you and your mates?
Yeah, so everything that I just said is like absolutely correct. I mean, I don't know too much on what the current situation is on the ground. Like, I'm sure Malcolm and the other speakers in the chat know a lot more about on the ground situation. Like, just compared to before the invasion, stuff like night vision goggles and all that vital equipment that can help win this battle is absolutely spot on.
All right, CJ. I wanted to just draw attention, Matt. We haven't heard from you too much, Matt. Could you give a Coles notes, a Cliff Notes for our new listeners? A bunch of people here for new listeners about what you're doing and your organization.
Sure. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We've been around since 2014. We've been in Ukraine since March of this year, providing military training, advising, and some supplies, mostly in the form of training supplies, also some EOD supplies. We're also expanding now. Our EOD guys actually arrived in Ukraine today. We're going to start demining operations in addition to EOD training. Mostly we provide tactical training to Ukrainian units. Mostly now we're working with special forces units, but we've done a full range of taking soldiers in Ukraine that have had zero training and putting them through basic training and basic tactical training, all the way up to teaching anti-tank weapons, night operations using night vision, as you just talked about, pretty much the full range of training. So we try to train as many Ukrainian soldiers as we can. Usually when we train them, we find that they've had no tactical training at all. Or if they have, it was very little and they either forgot it or were trained wrong. So even the most very basic things of maneuvering as a unit, often they don't know. So fortunately, we're able to, with some of the units, get to them before they deploy. We tailor the training for their deployment if they know what they're going to be doing on their deployment. And we try to get every training we set up specifically for that unit and what their needs are and their capabilities. And since we've been doing this for many years, we have a very efficient, concentrated way of doing it that is quite effective.
Amazing, and that's Sons of Liberty, so they could go to your profile there and follow it. And obviously, just to make sure,
Sons of Liberty International.
Sons of Liberty
is a different group.
And, oh, never mind. Sons of Liberty International and Daughters somewhere in the brackets. All jokes aside, no, that's great. And just for those who will ask, there are plenty of other Ukrainians that are trained very well and benefiting from 8 years of NATO training and also augmenting and teaching their own stuff. But they can't do everyone. And for people who fell between the cracks there, you've got people like Matthew Van Dyke and Sons of Liberty International. CJ, sorry, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, Colonel Rawlings brought up about how these sort of pieces of kit are going to make an immediate difference on the battlefield. I wonder if Matt could speak to what sort of equipment is needed for any type of training. I know it may seem like a secondary concern, but of course, with fourth generation and the ability to bring these new recruits up to a deployment ready status, is there anything that a government could provide or another military could provide that would make a big difference in this regard?
I'm not so sure there is, because they don't really have the infrastructure for training as much in the country. We've trained a wide range of units. We've trained National Guard, we've trained the Special Forces units, we've trained 47 separate assault battalion, we've trained TDF. In virtually all cases, they haven't had tactical training from Ukraine. The one that did was CORD, which is an advanced special forces unit, and we provided them with advanced training that they hadn't had. But really, I would say simunitions. We use very powerful airsoft, which shoot about as hard as some simunitions that I've been hit with. Only CORD has that, and they didn't have enough. So we did a mix of their simunitions and our airsoft, which is how I know their simunitions don't really hit any harder than our airsoft. But governments could provide that, but really they'd have to have the system to do the tactical training with them. Otherwise, they'd just be running around the woods shooting each other with it. So really, the training infrastructure needs to be there. There are a large number of soldiers being sent to the front without training. We've been at the front and had soldiers show up who were sent directly to the front with no training. It's very alarming. It's understandable considering how quickly they've had to call people up in this war. The training programs that are being done outside the country are only a few thousand at a time, that they take a unit, train them, and send them back. But the NATO trained guys are few and far between in these units who've had previous training. In a lot of cases, they had the training years ago, and their recollection of it varies. And in addition, not every soldier makes a good trainer. So they're not all of them are able to train the units that they are in when they're placed in a unit with new guys. So I'd say the training piece is a big piece that's been missing out of the war effort. And it's also one that's very hard to address without having that kind of infrastructure already there for training.
And that's why I think it's just so important that a lot of countries are stepping up all over the world to sort of help in this endeavor at an even greater scale. I wonder, James or Colonel Rawlings or Aidan, could you comment sort of what the difference is from what you've seen at the beginning of the war, when it was much smaller groups being trained and also training, versus now where the U.S., for example, is expanding its training in Grafenware from 500 Ukrainians at a time to almost 3,000. Is this starting to make a difference in terms of morale and the ability of what capabilities the Ukrainians can have?
Well, this is James. I can attest exactly to what Matt said, and I actually have a question for him about that, because when I first got here, there was an extraordinary lack of training, if zero training. It was like literally, and I've said this before, and I've said this on this forum, that I was with a bunch of guys that some of them never even shot a weapon before, and Victor and I had to do we realized very quickly that we had a lot of work to do with these guys, and to get them up to par. So I guess my question to Matt, you being in this training aspect, are you still seeing this type of lack of training, like zero to no training, or just kind of just haven't been trained enough and or need more training or refreshing?
When it comes to tactical training, we still see zero to very little. That's been consistent, really. Even forces that are labeled as special forces units, and Malcolm explained the other day here that when they say special forces, they mean special operations forces. But
are we talking about fresh? Are we talking about fresh bodies that are just coming in, or guys who've been in country?
No, we're talking about guys who may have even served. It's the unit's usually a mix of a few guys who were in Donbass in 2014, mixed with new recruits who may or may not have had one of their 2-week rotation deployments yet. But in virtually every case, there's little to no tactical training. I mean, simple stuff like, I'm not even talking about CQB. I mean, how to set up a defensive position, crossing a linear danger area, moving, really patrol formations, reacting to contact, very basic things they in almost all circumstances haven't had before we train them.
And to be fair,
Okay,
a lot
so
of those,
one thing,
a lot of sorry, James, just to be fair, so the cross section you're dealing with are those that have been mobilized. To be fair to the Ukrainians, though, the ones that were trained in before 2014 that fought in Donbass weren't the same Ukrainians that, for example, trained in 2018 and 2019 and 2020. Those ones are on the front lines since the beginning of the war, pretty much, right? So we're talking about the mobilization of the remainder of troops. That's fair to say, right, Matt and James?
yes.
Yeah, I suppose to an extent. I mean, yeah,
Well, they've obviously been successfully fighting the Russians, so they must have the ones that are doing the heavy lifting on the front lines, obviously. Because remember, thousands and thousands and thousands of Ukrainians went through, NATO style training for the last 8 years. Unfortunately, a lot of the ones that have been mobilized later were trained under the Soviet regime, which, and I know because we've met them, right? Like we even on the space we've had.
Well, a lot of
that's true, but I'm not.
A lot of these.
No, go on,
a lot of
Jim.
these men are. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk over anybody. A lot of these men are, very young men who have never fought before, never had a weapon before, never thought they were ever going to be in a war before. So, I guess to Matt and I point is, there is a extraordinary lack of training over here, and I saw it firsthand, and in the worst degree, really. We're talking about back on March 14th when I first got here, and there was zero to no training. There were a couple guys in the unit that had experience from Crimea. Now, what does that mean? They're a little rusty, but they can hold their own. The rest of them were very. Not only were they poorly in the train, but their weapons were terrible. Their gear was terrible, and so it's almost surprising to hear that that's still some sort of regulated basic training, that effort that these guys have to go through training, and but I guess it's kind of it's what I've seen here from the beginning. It's kind of a sink or swim thing. And by the way, I want to point out something that Rip said earlier, and Rip and I don't disagree much, but he said answered Chuck's quote, which I think he answered beautifully, except one thing I disagreed with. When he said, Ukraine is a modern army. Now they're a resilient army. They're not a modern army. And by the way, this is a compliment to Ukraine. So I don't want to take anything away from. I'm just saying what a non-modern army did, and this small amount of time, and what they've accomplished is amazing. They've taken, basically, a non-modern army, a very crude army, and has made it a formidable army within 10 months. And it's pretty remarkable to see what they've done, really just by learning as they go. And so no, they weren't. I would prefer to give them the title of not having a modern army, saying that they've come a long way. They've become a modern army within 10 months, and they've adapted and overcame more than anybody could possibly have imagined. So kudos to them for being able to take this very crude army and make it a formidable army in such little time.
Yeah, I just want to so Matt. So again, remember, so we after 8 years of NATO trade, there is a clear distinction between the Ukrainian. There is a modernized version of the Ukrainian army, because those are the ones that have been trained by American, Canadian, Brits for 8 years, and especially in the last 5 years. And we've had task force commanders come in this space and say that they've been immensely impressed by the tradecraft of the infantry, engineers, artillery in the Ukrainian army. I'm not sure maybe you've all seen them necessarily, but I think we need to make a distinction, just again for the audience who is listening. We had Constantine, he's a friend of the show, he's a co-host here. He was an artillery and infantryman in 2014, and outright has said over and over again that they know the difference between those who got trained in 2018 and 2019 and did their rotation in the Donbass. They had a different experience, and they obviously are the ones trying to offload that information to the new ones. So anyone trained before 2014, they got the same training the Russians did. But at any rate, I think it's fair to say that, like, if you look at Kharkiv, I think Rip would agree, and Chuck, that exploitation after Balaklia, that wasn't crude, and that wasn't something they learned on the go there, guys. That was combined arms maneuver done excellently, like really executed properly. The exploitation was great. Then they consolidated and synchronized and shortened their lines. That's not something they learned on the fly. I suspect that had a lot to do with the training they got. But more importantly, even the task force commander, Colonel Lake, who's on here, said, yeah, we taught them, we trained them, but they augmented it and they made it work for them. And I think that's an amazing thing, that we have to recognize. Granted, the need for training for people who were trained 10 years ago, or people who forgot their training, that's so important. That's why Sons of Liberty International, and Matt, great points. But I do want to just put it into perspective, the bigger picture. That's all, Matt.
I agree. There's certainly, obviously, many that have been trained. Part of the problem, though, is like training that was done in 2018, 2019. Training has to be repeated and constant, and I'm not sure that they were able to get that NATO level training once NATO stopped the training. But
yeah,
there's obviously been a lot of successes on the battlefield. But I'm also not talking about training of artillerymen and so on. I'm talking about specifically infantry training, small unit tactics, and things that we usually focus on. And I'm just reporting our experience. I can't speak for the entire Ukrainian military. I'm saying that across a fairly wide sampling of the Ukrainian armed forces, we found a lack of tactical training in infantry and in infantry tactics. That's fairly consistent.
Yeah, let's go to Aiden. He wants to jump in.
I agree with Matt when he says that, first of all, I'm speaking about the guys that I was embedded with. So I don't, I'm not everywhere at every time. I'm just where I was with the guys.
Neither was Matt. I mean,
so,
the entire.
I can't say I speak for the entire Ukrainian military. I can just tell you the guys that I was with were vastly undertrained. And
okay, we got it. We got it. Let's move to Aiden.
I also want to add quickly, it's not a disparaging point to say that they lack training. It doesn't mean they lack combat effectiveness. When I fought in Libya, they were great fighters. They had zero training, but we learned as we went, and accomplished an amazing feat with the help of NATO air power. But we're able to topple that government in just 8 months or so, with not many casualties at all. So I mean, it doesn't say anything about the heart or capability on the battlefield. It's just a matter of the actual training.
I just think that people in the rear, maybe in doing training in as not a lead mount unit, might not be aware that there are brigades. There's several brigades of really switched on Ukrainian troops. They may not be doing rips and heading back to where you're at. So I just wanted I'm going to push back on that. The qualification of a wide sampling of all of the Ukrainian army. I'm not sure that's. I think in what you've seen, as James has said, he's obviously knows who he's worked with. And remember, we have people on the space, Matt, who've trained Ukrainians and talk about the training they've had. So, and actually Ukrainians who've talked about the NATO training they've had, vice the Soviet training they had. So I just want to keep that in perspective and make sure the messaging is there. Aiden wants to jump in. You were there, Aiden. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought everything you said was great. Just a quick throw in as well. I've been in the military there for 4 years, and before the invasion, when we would go on training exercises, we were on orbital back in 2021 with the US Marines, and I remember back when we did that, there would always be some the Ukrainians loved the training that they received from the US Marines. They wanted to do more, but again, there was that Soviet mentality lingering in places, even though the vast majority of the guys there wanted to be proactive and learning the NATO way of stuff. And I don't know what your guys' experience is with working with the Marines, but from what I've seen, I've noticed that the Marines and tend to be a lot better and compared to the rest of the Ukrainian army. I know there's quite a few military units in the army that still have that Soviet mentality lingering around, which is primarily why a lot of these units, when they go to international exercises, they'll come back with the skills they've learned, and then they'll sit at their base for maybe 6 months until they go back to rotation. And then while this is happening, you'll be going out like every week, like outside of the base perimeter to do like tactical training. But because of that Soviet mentality, it's literally like you need to go do this and just this only, don't do anything else. So I understand where you're coming from with it, and I do think it is changing. Like, it's just going to take time, obviously.
Great. So would you say, Aiden, that in your experience, that those with more formal NATO training, did they have something to offer to those who didn't? Did that trickle down, that training? Did people, were they more astute on the ground, more attentive, conducting drills, immediate actions on obstacles, linear, as Matt would, I don't know your terminology you use there, but actions on obstacles, we call them, whatever. Did you notice that?
Yeah, absolutely. So my company commander, when I was in air assault, he'd actually went over to the US for a couple of months training. He did the US Marine training at the officer school. I can't remember the location. But he completed all that, and then he came back. He spoke perfect English, so we got on with him. And he was always like determined about like bringing like the standard of training that the US Marines taught him, like to the Ukrainian military unit that he had under his command. Even though he was the company commander, he was like really enthusiastic about it. But then some areas you go down the ranks to like, I don't know, like one of the platoon commanders. The other platoon commander he was great. He was like super switched on. But then we had another platoon commander who was typical like career progression like path. He just did what he was told to do, and it didn't mean like if he was told to go like train the guys in the field, that was just basically get him out of the base and go do some basic tactical training, not the stuff that we were taught or what the company commander told people or showed people how to like do.
Fair enough. Rip, did you want to jump in there, or Chuck? Let's why don't we talk about Bradleys? I know we talked about Martyrs, Bradleys. What are we looking at? What are we how good is that, James, Aiden, Matthew, for Bradleys? When you're doing small party or tactics, are you doing anything mechanized or mounted, or is it something that they're doing back at battalion?
Was that for me?
Matt, and then you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't do too much mounted. They're usually not at that level to be doing that when we get them, but it's something we've done a little bit. We want to do more of it. The problem is, like, usually when we have a bracket of time and we start training, it's fine. Like, we need to start at the beginning with them, and really, it's something we can offer. It's just something that we haven't had the opportunity to offer because we're so much time spent going over really basic things to keep them alive.
If I may, real quick, one of the incredible things we all perhaps remember or don't remember from MriyaReport were these amazing engagements from, I thought it was Ukrainian Marines, but, I know Aiden knows for sure, but Ukrainians in BTRs and other armored vehicles taking out Russian tanks left and right. And this is one of the things I've been trying to explain why the Bradleys are so important, because not only do they also have these incredible armor-piercing rounds, but they also have 6 TOW missiles that can each take out a tank. And there have been a lot given, 500 TOWs, and I think 250,000 rounds of ammunition. I was going to say, if you don't mind, Aiden, could you kind of explain how effective the Ukrainians were at using armored vehicles in overmatching Russian tanks, even when they were using Russian gear?
Yeah, so during MriyaReport, like that was like the real eye opener for like how we could effectively like use like armored vehicles. When the invasion started on the initial retreat, like we had quite a lot of problems with the BTR-80s because of their age and like maintenance issues and stuff. Like we actually like lost a couple of the BTRs on the retreat because most of them either broke down or they just got lodged or destroyed by tanks on the retreat because it was basically flat land. But once we got to the city, that's when it like became our advantage because we were in such a built-up area. Like it was easy for the BTRs to hide and then also like peek out a corner and do what it needs to do on like infantry or like light armored vehicles. I think what you're referring to, it was a video. It was of a BTR-4, which was one of the newer generation BTRs that Ukraine developed, and they literally are beast. So basically, what they would do is they would basically get called out, and then they would go to the position and do what they need to do, and then they would like run back in and like hide somewhere in the industrial area. Super effective, like from what we saw with the videos, and like just the fact that the West is going to be giving these Bradleys to Ukraine is definitely going to be a huge game changer. And as far as I know, and from what I've read, the Bradleys were basically designed to like work against like Russian vehicles, so it's definitely going to be a big game changer. And I mean, we've seen from like MriyaReport how the Ukrainians like use these, so it's going to be a big benefit for them.
No, that's exactly what we wanted to hear, and someone with personal experience on that is just so helpful. I want to ask James and Colonel Rawlings. You guys deal a lot with the very important task of getting the gear and the people to where they need to go and procuring the most important stuff for the Ukrainian military all across the country. I guess what does more armored vehicles mean to what you guys can do in terms of how it makes your job easier and helps out Ukraine? Because it's not just these 50 Bradleys, it's also more M113s and of course Humvees. I'm sure if
I think you cut off, CJ.
I think he knows. I think I know where he's getting with on that. I don't think my mission of getting these things down range it's not going to change. Bradleys or Humvees, it's not gonna make a difference to me because I'm not going to be driving a Bradley or a Humvee to get everything down range. We're going to keep continuing what we're doing in order to get it down there, and I don't know that we're going to have any type of security with Humvees or Bradleys. Our mission is not going to change. I'm still going to be going down there in a pickup truck, getting things down to the guys who need it the most, and hit the hot spots the most. I think Humvees and Bradleys are just going to be very effective for the active military that are in the front. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if Rip wants to add anything to that, and I'm hoping I got the question right.
I mean, I could add a little. I think the Bradley fighting vehicle, at its best includes a fair amount of additional equipment that I'm hoping we're providing, and I haven't seen it on the list. But the most modern of the M3s has thermal sight systems, both a gunner's and a vehicle commander's thermal sight system. It has a hydraulic turret. It has saddleback tows. These are tow missile launchers that open up kind of like a bat wing or a gull wing on the old vehicles, if you remember those from the 1970s. And my guess is a majority of that is not going to go. So the generation that we're sending is kind of yesterday's generation. And so I wish it would be the most modern of the M3 A3s. I think that's the version we're up to, with a couple other letters on the end of it as we add additional equipment to it. The bolt-on applique armor suites that the U.S. Army used in Iraq and Afghanistan would be helpful too, because they are plated armor appliques that help defeat RPGs. And what I've seen is that the Russians have done armor almost completely wrong in this war. If you send armor against infantry, and I'm sure the majority of your listeners know this, but for the one or two that might not, armor by itself is just a target. And when there's infantry nearby, James can tell you from firsthand, is that when there's infantry nearby and there's not any opposing infantry, the tank is a dead object. If it has fixed objectives and the enemy is not in dug-in positions, it has an advantage. There's a fear factor that comes with tanks rumbling through the streets. I'll never forget seeing a T-72 in downtown Baghdad I didn't expect to see. And I was still steeped in Cold War doctrine as well. So I told my gunner to load anti-tank munitions before I realized that the insurgents have no tanks, and realized it was the first armored corps, which is Iraqi's first tank unit to be fielded. But the point of that being that, the Russians are using armor all wrong. And even if the equipment that we provide to the Ukrainians doesn't come with the bells and whistles that I believe it should, the most recent generations of some of that equipment, I think they're going to use it to good effect because they have been using armor in the right ways. And it's not perfect, as we've kind of addressed, is that, you know, Ukraine has adopted the NATO model and in a lot of regards has adapted it to themselves. But still, having infantry integrated with armor is the only way to employ armor on the battlefield. And that's lessons learned from back to World War I. You can watch the first tanks as they came over the trenches, relatively unguarded from infantry, and they get killed. There are maintenance issues. They've got problems where they break down, and if they can't be recovered, it's just a target. It's a fighting pillbox, and eventually infantry will find a way to degrade it because the infantry has all the advantages of sight, sound, and smell that the tank doesn't. So, you know, not that tanks aren't effective in the battle space, but the vast majority of the stories I've heard and the firsthand accounts of tank infantry battles, Russian tanks have lost because they're sent in piecemeal and they're sent in without infantry support. So I think the best force multiplier we can hope for from Ukraine is that they continue to do what they've done with armor so far. The Bradley is a more easily, it's an easier infantry and armor integrated platform than just an M1 or a T-72. Partly just because it's set up to deal with infantry. It has, you know, it has the ability to transport infantry, and so they've already, you know, it's already a ground platform in that sense. It's more easy to communicate with. It has binding posts on the back. You can attach a field radio directly to it, and it usually comes with a suite of radios that's able to communicate effectively with ground as well. I suspect none of those will go, and so my concern is, number one, U.S. You know, if you're providing the M1A3 or any of the M1 family, it should come with a host of additional equipment to make it as effective on the battlefield as it is in U.S. hands. But number two, let's obviously hope that Ukraine continues to do what it's done so far, which is integrate infantry very effectively with its, in this case, medium scale armor.
I couldn't agree more because there's really two options here. There's combined arms and there's whatever the hell Russia's doing. I think Kobe has a little bit more details in terms of exactly what Ukraine is going to receive, and then we'll go to Matthew.
Thanks, EJ. Specifically on the Bradley, the Pentagon has clarified that they will be sending the M2 ODS, which is the upgrade that the A2 received after Desert Storm. So not the newest version, but still definitely not bad. Has a lot of capabilities. Has a laser rangefinder. Has a thermal sight for the driver. Upgraded armor. So definitely, it's got capabilities. So that's on the Bradley. And I can go over the entire package of everything and all the information that we received if we want, or we can just continue with Matthew or whatever you guys want to do.
Yes, please, Matthew, go ahead.
All the training we give them isn't of any use if they can't make it up on the battlefield because they get hit by artillery, drive over a mine on the way there. So really, the Bradleys are going to make a huge difference. You know, the combined arms, the infantry is generally quite afraid of artillery. When we have conversation with people who've been at the front, we've also deployed to the front with them. And I think that if they have vehicles with a bit more armor than the pickup trucks they're using, they'll have a lot more confidence and they'll be able to get up to the area